Konoha, a remote area, countless tombstones quietly erected. Here is Konoha's memorial monument, the ninja who died in battle for Konoha. In the dark and cold underground, in a brand new coffin lies a handsome boy with a pale face. The boy has obviously been dead for a long time, and the broken upper ninja costume suggests that the boy experienced a fierce battle before he died, and his identity as a shinobi. In the dark, a pair of scarlet eyes with three-hook jade suddenly opened. The three-hook jade continued to rotate rapidly, and finally changed into a six-hook jade-like shape extending from the center circle to the outside, and the six-hook jade were connected in a circle and slowly rotated. Lin Pan's consciousness woke up from the deep death, and surprise and confusion flashed in the scarlet eyes, and finally turned into reality. Actually reborn into the world of Naruto after death, not reincarnated, but borrowed the corpse to return the soul to a teenager of the Uchiha clan, Lin Pan muttered, his hoarse voice slightly eerie in a quiet coffin. SHHH, a sharp pain in his body woke up Lin Pan, who was still meditating, and in the darkness, the young man reached out and touched his body, feeling that the 4 wounds that tore his body began to slowly bleed again. What a mortal wound left by the predecessor. There is not much blood anymore, but it can't go on like this. Lin Pan secretly said that he had just been resurrected from death and did not want to experience another death. The kaleidoscope of the eyes turned, Lin Pan's mind moved, the kaleidoscope pupil of the left eye was activated, the illusory power enveloped the body, and the 4 fatal wounds disappeared rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the body recovered intact, as if the injuries that could have been fatal had never existed. What a powerful kaleidoscope chakra eye. Although he opened the kaleidoscope when he came back from the dead, and he also knew the ability of his eyes in an instant, Lin Pan, who was an ordinary person in his previous life, couldn't help but marvel when he felt this power. When Lin Pan woke up, he also received the memories of his predecessor and knew all the experiences of his predecessor. Uchiha Pan, a genius of the Uchiha clan, opened the Sharingan at the age of 7, and at the age of 13 had reached Sangoyu, and was promoted to shinobi, was valued by the 3 generations of Hokage, and joined the Dark Ministry, coupled with the unruly performance of Uchiha Pan, was feared by some high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Fukyu, considered to be a restless element who betrayed the will of the Uchiha clan, and was eventually killed in a dark mission. It's really, I can't be human. Throughout Uchiha Pan's life, its genius level is enough to rank in the forefront even in the Uchiha family, which is known as the first door in Konoha. Otherwise Uchiha Pan would not have opened the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye at a young age, but also because of this talent that Uchiha Pan became unsightly, repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the high level of the Uchiha clan. In Lin Pan's view, when high talent is not transformed into strength, it is necessary to remain in awe in the face of an existence that is more powerful than himself. From now on, I will be Uchiha Disc. After accepting the matter of his rebirth, Uchiha Pan then turned his attention to his eyes, because after experiencing a life and death, the moment of Uchiha Pan's resurrection, the violent mood swings directly opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, not as the Uchiha family circulated. Opening the kaleidoscope requires witnessing and even killing loved ones. This is also a blessing for the Uchiha Disc. After all, the opening price of the kaleidoscope is too heavy. The eye of reality in the left eye, controlling the transformation between the unreal and the real, and the eye of time and space in the right eye, controlling the origin of time and space. Uchiha Pan felt the information from his eyes, and guessed in his heart. Kaleidoscope Sharingan is also called the eye of spiritual reflection, and each kaleidoscope's ability is based on personal circumstances. The false eye of his left eye may be because his soul comes from modern society, and the world of Naruto is an illusory world for himself, and this real and illusory transformation contact has a kaleidoscope of the false eye. The eye of time and space in the right eye may be the power of time and space that is soul reborn through time and space, and condenses the eye of time and space when the kaleidoscope awakens. Brush the thorn. There was a sudden murmur in the silent environment underground, and Uchiha's contemplative gaze suddenly became cold, and Senleng's murderous aura involuntarily emerged, and then fell silent. In the induction of the Uchiha disc, a ninja sneaks up above the coffin where he is, and the target is his own coffin. Thinking of the identity of his Uchiha clan, Uchiha was clear in his heart. No wonder the chakra eye on his body when he died before was not taken out. On the one hand, it is estimated that it is his identity of glorious death in battle. No one dares to blatantly destroy the corpse in the case of 3 generations of attention. On the other hand, I am afraid that he is also prepared to act secretly afterwards. If you want my Sharingan, no matter which side you are, it depends on whether you have a life to bear. Uchiha Pan's heart was boiling with murderous intent, sensing the ninja who had come to the outside of the coffin, leaving a shadow doppelganger in the coffin, but he himself seemed to pass through the coffin and come outside. Looking at a ninja dressed as a member of the Dark Division with a cat face mask on his face, Uchiha knew that this was a ninja of Root. It seems that Danzo made the first move, and it really deserves to be the darkness of Konoha. Uchiha Pan's body seemed to be illusory, and he quietly watched as the ninja of Root carved out a space underground, and then opened Uchiha Pan's coffin. Uchiha Pan, it is also your honor to be needed by Danzo-sama after death. The Root ninja sneered, and immediately prepared to use the sealing technique to take away the corpse in front of him. Boom! As soon as the sealing technique touched the corpse, Uchiha's corpse turned into a shadow. It's the shadow doppelganger. Root Ninja was shocked. Yes, you found it. A deep voice sounded, and the figure of Uchiha turned from virtual to solid behind him, and the kunao in his hand instantly pierced into the heart of the Root Ninja, and scarlet blood immediately gushed out. Uchiha stood quietly in front of his tombstone, but his eyes were on the two corpses lying flat on one side. Tuanzang, the Uchiha clan, really pinched my Uchiha plate as a soft persimmon. Not long after Uchiha Pan came out of the coffin, he ran into the upper shinobi of the Uchiha clan, and after knowing that the other party's target was also himself, Uchiha Pan did not want to be verbose anymore, directly blurred himself, and instantly came to this Uchiha clan Shangnin and killed him. From now on, the fate of my Uchiha disc will never be bound by anyone again. Uchiha looked deeply, and secretly made up his mind in his heart that he would have to find Tuanzang and the Uchiha family to settle this account well when he had the opportunity in the future. Blur. Facing the two corpses in front of him, Uchiha Pan's left eye kaleidoscope pupil power was activated. In an instant, the corpses of the two ninjas that Uchiha had just killed suddenly faded more and more like bubbles, and finally disappeared, as if they had never existed. Does the consumption of kaleidoscope pupil power consume more than its own blur? Uchiha Disc compared the consumption of the two pupil techniques and immediately came to a conclusion. The pupil blurring of the kaleidoscope of one's left eye can be activated both on itself and on other objects. Uchiha Pan did not know at this time that because of his rebirth, the suspicion of the Uchiha clan and Tuanzang, even if he knew, Uchiha Pan would not care. Launch blur on itself, and the existence of the Uchiha disc itself will become a half illusory and half real body, and in this state, attacks below the shadow level will be immune and cannot harm itself. Even if it is the existence of the Uchiha disc itself, in this state, if the Uchiha disc does not want others to see, the ninja below the shadow level will not be able to find it, as if it does not exist. For shadow level and above, all attacks will be weakened by half in the blurred state. This reminds Uchiha of Uchiha's kaleidoscope pupil technique Shinwei awakened by the soil. But compared to Shinwei, although his blurring cannot be immune to attacks above the shadow level, the time for blur to be launched can be completed in an instant. Moreover, there is no time limit in the blurred state, unlike Shinwei, which may be attacked by people who find a different dimension. And Void can also be launched on any real existence other than itself, just as Uchiha Pan just blurred the two upper ninja corpses, turning all real existence into an illusion. Uchiha Pan thinks of his kaleidoscopic ability, and he will feel a burst of excitement in his heart. The ability of the false eye of the left eye alone has been able to make most people in this ninja world unable to threaten themselves, and the human seed tactics have no effect. After all the shadow level powerhouses in the ninja world today probably don't have double 10, and there are even fewer above the shadow level. And the Uchiha disc also has another kaleidoscope chakra eye, the eye of spacetime in the right eye. Uchiha disc got information from the eyes. Although the eye of spacetime in the right eye controls the origin of spacetime, it does not currently have any pupil techniques, but only opens up a small space in his eyes, about the size of a room, which can provide a storage place for himself. But Uchiha did not mean to underestimate his right eye, but was more looking forward to the potential ability of this spacetime eye. The eye of time and space, which is known to master the origin of time and space, of course, not only opens up a space, but also can absorb the ability of any time and space attribute to use for its own use. Uchiha Pen thought of this, and suddenly a powerful anti-heaven time and space ninjutsu flashed in his mind. Psychic, Kamui, Flying Thunder God, Tenogaku, Huanquan Harasaka, Tensending. At present, although chakra has reached the shadow level because of the opening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the strength I can exert is probably far from the normal shadow level, Uchiha pondered. Although he has all the memory combat experience of his predecessors, he was just an ordinary person before after all, and he may have to undergo some training if he wants to achieve a sense of battle that matches his own strength. It's all just a matter of time. Now no one in Konoha knows that I've been resurrected, so I can exercise myself to the fullest. Uchiha Pan plans the next path. The first thing is to fully accept all the abilities of the body, and then settle the account of his death with Konoha. Although it is said that if it were not for the death of his predecessor, he might not be able to borrow the corpse to return to life, but since he inherited this body, I am afraid that the grudge with these people will continue. Uchiha didn't believe that after knowing the fact that he was still alive, some people in the Uchiha clan in Konoha would easily let him go, and in the end, it would take the complete demise of one party to end it. In a secret place in Konoha, where the root lair is, Danzo quietly listens to the report of his ninjas. Danzo-sama, it has been determined that the body of Uchiha Pan is missing, and Shino Kami Shinobu who went to disappear without a trace, and there is no information left at the scene, and it is preliminarily determined that it is most likely the work of the Uchiha family. A root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask reported respectfully on one knee. The Uchiha clan, these families that only have no Konoha in their eyes, sooner or later they will be eliminated from Konoha, Tuanzang said gloomily. And the other, the Uchiha family station. Uchiha Fukiya listened to the report of the Dark Guard, and a strong murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Konoha, Danzo, the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan is not coveted by anyone, and the glory of the Uchiha clan is not allowed to be tarnished by anyone. Wait, this matter will not be settled. Uchiha Pan does not need to know that because of his rebirth, the suspicion of the Uchiha clan and Tenzo, even if he knows, Uchiha Pan does not care at all, and the priority at this time is to completely control the power of his body. This place is deeper and more dangerous than the forest of death in Konoha. Countless beasts, and even ninja beasts are hidden deep in it. Even ordinary shinobi and middle ninja are here, and they will fall into danger if they are not careful. However, all this is not taken seriously to the Uchiha disc. Uchiha just wants to find a quiet place that is not easy to attract the attention of others to exercise himself and master the ability of the body as soon as possible. In the dense forest, the figure of Uchiha Pan shuttles rapidly through it, but his figure changes from time to time, sometimes illusory, passing through all obstacles, as if he is not in the same dimension as the surrounding trees. Sometimes his body is solid, and he jumps lightly in the jungle. Suddenly, the figure of Uchiha Pan stopped from a rapid moment, his feet clinging to the trees, but his figure was standing upside down. Chakra's control is fine enough, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique can also be perfectly applied to actual combat. At this time, it has been 2 months since Uchiha Disc came to the Hokage world, with the memories of his predecessor, and there is a shadow-level chakra to consume, and even opened the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes. Uchiha Disc's control of its own ability has reached its peak in a short time. At this time, Uchiha Pan's strength can be said to have completely reached the peak of the shadow level, which is not the same as when he first came to the Hokage world. Moreover, I didn't expect that the substitute technique and the basic 3-body technique could still surprise me like this. Uchiha Disc also did not think of the basic 3-body technique, in which the substitute technique actually contains changes in time and space. When the Uchiha Disc practiced the substitute technique, the eye of time and space in the right eye immediately reacted, forming the first time and space pupil technique of the Uchiha Disc, fixed point transfer. You can replace any object within the range of perception with yourself, which can be dead things such as trees and stones, or living creatures such as beasts and people, but the replacement of dead things requires very little pupil power, while living things need to consume a lot of pupil power, and the more powerful living things consume pupil power. And the second space-time pupil technique obtained by the Uchiha Disc was obtained from the instantaneous technique. Instantaneous is divided into physical instantaneous and ninjutsu instantaneous. Physical instantaneous is to achieve the purpose of instantaneous with ultra-high-speed movement brought by chakra outbreak, while ninjutsu instantaneous is a complete space shuttle. Generally, elite ninja or physical strength can master ninjutsu. From the ninjutsu teleportation technique, Uchiha Pan was able to evolve the time-space pupil technique. Teleportation, it can instantly travel to any place within the perception range without the need for any markers, and is regarded as a short-distance teleportation by the Uchiha Disc. In the past 2 months, in addition to obtaining 2 space-time pupil techniques, Uchiha Disc has also evolved the True Asterisk Transformation Technique and the True Asterisk Shadow Doppelganger Technique according to his left eye virtual eye ability. True Asterisk Transformation Technique, Uchiha Disc in the virtual state of transformation to perform the transformation technique, and then the appearance after transformation is real. Unless Uchiha Disc himself lifts the True Asterisk Transformation Technique, no ninjutsu can see through or even lift the transformation. And the True Shadow Avatar Technique is to realize one's own shadow avatar and turn it into a flesh and blood body, and unless the doppelganger dies, it will not disappear even if chakra is exhausted, so that others cannot distinguish the body of the Uchiha Disc and the avatar at all. And for physical skills, illusions, and ninjutsu, the Uchiha Disc only practiced a little, and did not exercise again when it reached the ordinary level. After all, most of the illusion and ninjutsu mastered by the predecessor are ordinary, and it is no longer suitable for the Uchiha Disc that has reached the peak of the shadow level. As for physical skills, let alone mention. It seems that I have to find some ninjutsu and physical arts that suit me to practice. Uchiha looked at Konoha's gaze. If you want to talk about the ninjutsu and physical arts of the ninja world, then there is no place richer and more powerful than Konoha. Before that, you have to test your chakra attribute. The chakra attributes before Uchiha Disc were fire, earth, and thunder, which also proved his genius. You must know that the average person has only 1 chakra attribute, and its rare ninja will have 2 chakra attributes, and as for the 3 chakra attributes, it is less existence than the shadow-level powerhouse. Uchiha's eyes flickered, facing the open space in front of him. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Boom! The fierce flames immediately spewed out, and a huge dark red fireball spit out from the mouth, directly blasting a large area of open space in front of it into a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, the flames gradually dissipated, but the air was filled with a gloomy and cold aura, and Uchiha came to the near front, looking at the edge of the large pit burned by the flames, and a large area of earth seemed to be swallowed, turning into debris in the flames. It is more powerful than the normal fire done how fireball art, and this force that corrodes everything is not a problem with ninjutsu, then it must be the reason for chakra. Uchiha knew that the reason for all this must be his own chakra, because it wasn't just fire escape. The mighty fireball technique would have this effect, but any other offensive ninjutsu would have such an effect. Although the power of ninjutsu has been amplified and almost risen by 1 level, Uchiha still wants to know the reason for all this, and things that are not under his control are always not reassuringly used. Konoha Village. Uchiha Pan uses Shin * transformation to transform into an ordinary resident of Konoha. On the side of the street, the boy walked silently, but his eyes looked at the chakra test paper in his hand. The chakra in the hand was transported in, and immediately, I saw that on the chakra test paper, there were traces of burns in one corner, and then burned, and there were traces of heavy pressure in one corner, and then broken, and traces of wrinkles appeared in the other corner, and the last corner was corroded. In addition to fire, earth, and thunder, a fourth chakra attribute has appeared. Uchiha frowned. The newly appeared chakra attribute does not belong to the 5 attributes that are well known in the ninja world, and the chakra test strip is corroded, and it is definitely not a wind and water attribute. As a member of the pig deer butterfly in Konoha, his unique mysterious skills are unpreventable, and it has also attracted the covetousness of Uchiha Pan. In the gap between the real and the unreal, the body of the Uchiha disc is completely blurred, and in this state, no ninja below the shadow level can detect the existence of the Uchiha disc. Even the shadow level ninja can only vaguely sense it within the perception range. And Uchiha Pan has long deliberately avoided those shadow level existences in Konoha. Like a ghost, Uchiha entered a 2-story house, where the Yamanaka clan lived. In the perception of the Uchiha disc, all existences in real space are like stars shining with illusory light, and the more powerful the ninja or even the object, the stronger the light representing its real existence. This is the perception of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, the eye of reality, and Uchiha silently senses, constantly searching for people along the light in his eyes. Finally, in a master bedroom on the 2nd floor, in the empty house, in a solid wooden cabinet that clearly depicted the sealing technique, a palm appeared out of thin air, and I saw that this palm seemed to be born from nothing, stretched out little by little, and then grabbed a scroll and disappeared out of thin air. However, the sealing technique outside the wooden cabinet did not move at all, as if nothing had happened, but there was nothing in the wooden cabinet at this time. After Uchiha got the secret scroll of the Yamanaka clan he wanted, he did not stop for the slightest and walked towards the Uchiha clan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, if there are any secret arts and ninjutsu in Konoha that attract the Uchiha disc, I am afraid that in addition to the sealed book that records all the forbidden arts in Konoha, only the ninjutsu scroll mastered by the Uchiha family has the most effect on the Uchiha disc. As for some other ninjutsu, secret arts, and forbidden arts, Uchiha was interested in only a few, such as the spiritual secret arts of the Yamanaka clan, the medical ninjutsu mastered by Tsunade, and the 8 doors of Dunjia that were not included in the Book of Konoha seal at this time. However, for the Uchiha disc, it may not be so easy to get medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, and as for the 8-door Dunjia worn by Matt, it is easier for the Uchiha disc to wait for it to be thoroughly developed, and it will be easier to get it from the Book of Seals in the future. Anyway, the Book of Seals will not be available for a while. Uchiha Pan still has self-awareness of himself, although his strength has reached the peak of the shadow level. Even if he is singled out with the 3 generations of Hokage at this time, the victory and defeat are 2 words, not to mention Konoha Village, which is almost at its peak at this time. The shadow level powerhouses can form 2 classes. For the current Uchiha disc, it is more advantageous to obviously hide in the shadows. Anyway, there are still the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan to learn, and there are no shadow level powerhouses stationed in the Uchiha clan. The strongest is the great elder Uchiha Hill, whose strength is only quasi-shadow, and it is a luxury to want to discover the Uchiha disc at this time. Sure enough, as expected, Uchiha easily found the ninjutsu scroll and the Sharingan secret scroll in the residence of Uchiha Fukyu and the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. These 2 scrolls can greatly enrich the strength of the Uchiha disc, helping it fully master the fire attribute ninjutsu and the kaleidoscope chakra eye. The figure of the Uchiha Pan was always in a virtual state, and after he walked around the entire Uchiha clan, he did not alarm anyone. Even the great elder whose strength reached the quasi-shadow level did not find that the genius of the Uchiha clan who had been easily abandoned by himself. The Uchiha Pan came to his side, and his life was at any time. In the end, Uchiha Pan did not make the slightest move, and after seeing Uchiha Fukyu and Uchiha Hill, the 2 culprits who had designed to assassinate him, Uchiha Pan came to an independent courtyard. There is a chance that in another year, when the 3 battles of the ninja world come, even if a shadow-level ninja dies on the battlefield, it will not be a thing, let alone Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Hills, and the like. On the contrary, if Uchiha Pan kills the 2 at this time, it will definitely alarm the Konoha high level, which has a serious impact on the purpose of Uchiha Pan and is not conducive to his subsequent plans. At this time, Uchiha Pan stood quietly in the small courtyard. The figure of the young man appeared from the illusion, and his eyes looked at the corridor southeast of the small courtyard, and 2 teenagers of the Uchiha clan walked side by side. Both of the Uchiha clan teenagers are around 15 years old and are Uchiha's former subordinates and even followers. Uchiha Kai, Uchiha Ling. The 2 are brothers, both are elite shinobi, and belong to the rare genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, who has always been led by Uchiha Pan and dissatisfied with the oppressive rule of the Uchiha high-level clan. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling were about to go back to the house to rest, and the 2 who had just completed their ninja mission looked tired, and there was even darkness and unwillingness lurking in the depths of their eyes. Chi, Ling, Uchiha shouted to the two in the independent courtyard. The expressions of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling changed, and they suddenly turned their heads to look, and at a glance they saw the teenagers standing in the middle of their own family yard. Plate, Lord! The moment he saw the young man, Uchiha Chi and Uchiha Ling couldn't help shouting out, their eyes widened, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Who are you? Why change to the appearance of a plate, say? Uchiha Kai immediately woke up from a huge shock, looking at the person with a sharp expression. The Uchiha disc was buried by himself, and now the Uchiha disc must have been changed by the enemy with a transformation technique. Yes, Lord Pan has long died. Who are you? Uchiha Ling was not a fool, and immediately came back to his senses and surrounded Uchiha with Uchiha Chi. Uchiha Pan's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at the two with a light smile, and he appreciated Uchiha Kai and the two of them not only not angry at their defenses, but very appreciative. However, things still have to be clarified. Uchiha Pan came to the two, just to gather some of his own strength. Uchiha's eyes quickly transformed into kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, instantly pulling Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling into the illusion he built. Time in the illusion flies quickly, the outside world is only a moment, but in the illusion, Uchiha disc is Uchiha Chi and Uchiha Ling who have already told their situation, and they have also gained the trust of the two. Master Pan, is this the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Looking at the Sharingan pattern in Uchiha's eyes, which was completely different from that of himself and the others, and feeling the powerful and surging pupil power in it, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling looked excited. The Uchiha family, inside Uchiha K's hut. Uchiha Pan sat opposite Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, quietly talking to each other. Knowing that the Uchiha disc opened the legendary kaleidoscope chakra eye in the Uchiha clan and had entered the ranks of shadow-level ninjas, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling both showed awe-inspiring eyes. This is the supreme power of the legendary Uchiha clan, not to mention that Lord Pan has entered the realm of the peak of the shadow level, and he really deserves to be the person who follows the two of them all their lives. As for the accidental death of the Uchiha disc some time ago and the suppression of the high level of the Uchiha family, at this moment, there is no need to worry at all. At this time, it is probably the group of guys at the top of Uchiha who should be worried and afraid. Chi, Ling, don't tell anyone about the fact that I'm still alive, Uchiha Pan said with a solemn expression. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling looked at each other, and then said, Master Pan, don't worry, we won't say it, but just let those guys from Uchiha Fuku go. Uchiha Ling said rather unwillingly. Let it go? How is it possible? I won't let any of these guys like Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Hill, and Danzo go, but I can't act rashly now, although I'm not afraid of Konoha, but I don't want to disrupt my plans because of the Uchiha clan. A year from now it's time for me to settle the grudge with the Uchiha clan. In a year, that adult, let me and Ling continue to follow the adult. Uchiha Kai said solemnly. I came here for the two of you. Uchiha smiled lightly. Although for the current self, the strength of the elite shinobi of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling is completely insufficient, but after all, he can't be alone all the time, and he always needs some subordinates to help deal with trivial matters, and the talent potential of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling belongs to the middle and upper, and the loyalty is enough to believe, of course, he must be under his command. Kai and Ling, come to me to train during this time, wait for the time to be ripe, and the plan is completed, we will leave Konoha and establish our own territory. Uchiha informed Uchiha of some of his plans, and after agreeing on the place where they would normally meet, he left the Uchiha clan. After leaving the residence of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Pan went all the way to his stronghold deep in the Forest of Death. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another half a year. After obtaining the spiritual secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, the many fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and the secret technique of writing the wheel eye, although the strength of the Uchiha disc did not break through to the super shadow level, the combat methods were too rich. The fire ninjutsu collected by the Uchiha family has made the Uchiha disc fully grasp the nature changes and morphological changes of its own chakra fire attribute, and the spiritual secret art of the mountain family, the technique of heart turning and other secret techniques involving the soul and yin have given Uchiha disc great inspiration. Combined with its own kaleidoscopic chakra eye, the Uchiha disc is also a big step forward in the study of the power of the soul and yin. For Uchiha Pan, the biggest gain is from the many secret techniques of the Uchiha family about the Sharingan, among which the forbidden arts of the Uchiha family, Izanagi and Izanami. Izanagi can turn all adverse factors including death into dreams, and for Uchiha Pan, who has the eye of reality, it can be said that Izanagi's forbidden technique is the key to controlling life and death. The kaleidoscope of the virtual and real eyes of the Uchiha disc itself can be freely transformed into virtual and real, but one thing that cannot be done is that if there is an attack that kills itself instantly, then the Uchiha disc has no way to transform the reality of his death into an illusory. But through the study of Izanagi, although the virtual and real eye of the Uchiha disc still cannot achieve the transformation between life and death, but through the left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye to cast Izanagi, but do not have to pay the price of damaging the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but will consume a lot of pupil power. With the estimation of the Uchiha disc, I am afraid that as long as you cast Izanagi 3 times, your own kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will be exhausted and blind. and his Inami's forbidden technique forcibly pulled the spellcaster into the infinite loop of dreams until the caster's mind changes cannot be solved. Uchiha Pan, combined with the spiritual secret art of the Yamanaka family, developed a trick, lifeless memory. Lifeless memory, a derivative pupil technique belonging to the Eye of Reality, can freely delete, modify, and even add the memory of the castee, and then forcibly change the will of the caster. For the current Uchiha disc, the move of lifeless memory can only have an effect on ninjas below the shadow level, but it has no effect on ninjas above the shadow level. But this does not affect Uchiha disc's respect for this pupil technique. Lifeless memory is almost equivalent to a weakened version of Bitenjin, and if you only modify the memory, the pupil power consumed by Uchiha Pan to perform this move can be said to be minimal, and the god is unconscious, and only when changing the will of the ninja will it consume a lot of pupil power. The development of his Inagi and lifeless memory has made Uchiha's mind more active, and he can't learn all the ninjutsu, secret arts, and forbidden arts in the ninja world, and research and develop more powerful ninjutsu one by one, and get rid of another big snake pill. If you have a chance, you can have a good contact with this guy of the big snake pill. Uchiha Pan thought of another research madman in the ninja world, Orochimaru, and his mind moved. The third great war in the ninja world is about to begin. After the 3 battles, Orochimaru will judge Konoha, and there will be a chance at that time. For the big snake pill, Uchiha Pan is quite impressed in his heart, almost developed a complete set of ninjutsu system, although the big snake pill is not the strongest ninja in the ninja world, but it is definitely the most knowledgeable existence in the ninja world. Konoha's third training ground, this is a place where Uchiha Pan and Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling agreed to meet secretly. In the field, Uchiha sat cross-legged on the ground, and Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling were fighting each other. Next to him, a middle-aged ninja dressed in a black and red ninja costume stood respectfully. This person was the Konoha garrison ninja of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the captain of the Konoha garrison, the ninja of the elite shinobi, and the secret guard under Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Aki, silently reported the movements of the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Pan. Okay, there you go. Pay attention to hiding and don't expose yourself. Uchiha waved his hand and said, but his eyes were fixed on the Uchiha Kai and the two in the field, observing the changes and the strength of the two. Master Pan, your kaleidoscope pupil technique lifeless memory is really the most terrifying pupil technique that your subordinates have ever seen. Uchiha Kai defeated Uchiha Ling with one move, and watched Uchiha Chu leave, and suddenly marveled. Although he knew that Uchiha would not hurt him, he was still afraid of this terrifying pupil technique. Yes, Master Pan, this lifeless memory forcibly changes a person's will memory. It is really powerful. I'm afraid that even the third generation of Hokage-sama is not the opponent of Pan-sama. Uchiha Ling on the side walked over, and admired without heart or lungs. Uchiha Aki was originally the captain of the secret guard under Uchiha Fuku, in charge of the secret guard of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and can be said to be the #1 subordinate of Uchiha Fuku, and he is even more loyal to Uchiha Fuku. However, at this time, Uchiha Chu is no longer the Uchiha Chu who was loyal to Uchiha Fukyu. In order to install spies to monitor the every move of Uchiha high level, and in order to experiment with the pupil technique he created, so he applied the pupil technique of lifeless memory on Uchiha Chu's body, rewrote Uchiha Chu's consciousness memory, and became the dark son of Uchiha Pan buried in the Uchiha family. And after witnessing all this with his own eyes and learning about the power of the kaleidoscopic pupil technique of lifeless memory from Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling would marvel like this every time they saw Uchiha Chu. It's a pity that forcibly changing the consciousness of a ninja is too draining of pupil power, and when I used lifeless memories to change the consciousness of such an elite shinobi as Uchiha Aki, my kaleidoscope pupil power consumed hugely, and it took half a year to use it again. Uchiha felt the state of his left eye, and his vision had regressed significantly compared to his right eye. Uchiha Pan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although the kaleidoscope chakra eye is powerful, its eye-draining defects are also fatal, and when the matter of Konoha is over, it is still necessary to evolve the eyes to the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye as soon as possible, so that you can use the kaleidoscope pupil technique with confidence and boldly. Master Pan, after the guidance of the adults, the strength of me and Ling has steadily reached the level of Shangren. Thanks to the cultivation of the adults, our brothers can also help you now. Uchiha Chi clenched his powerful fists, feeling the rapid growth of strength in just half a year, and couldn't help but say gratitude to Uchiha. Yes, I, Yuji Bowling, will not accept anyone, just obey you, Lord Pan. Uchiha Ling also looked at Uchiha in awe and said, half a year has passed, and during this period, every time the three of them meet, Uchiha will point out the cultivation of Uchiha and the two. After all, in the ninja world, the strong are respected, and the value of upper ninja far exceeds the value of ninja among the elite, and every additional strength of the ninja, the ability to save life and complete tasks are greatly increased. With the guidance of the same clan who opened the kaleidoscope of the shadow-level peak of the Uchiha disc, at this time, the strength of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling has reached the level of upper patience. Chi, Ling, and the strength of the Uchiha clan is almost all on the Sharingan. After instructing the two of Uchiha, Uchiha thought for a while and said, the Uchiha clan does not have the body of the Senju and Vortex clans, and is just like ordinary ninjas without bloodstains and chakra cultivation, but we Uchiha have unique chakra eyes in the ninja world. Master Pan, the promotion of Sharingan is really clueless, and our clansmen of the Uchiha clan have all broken through the Sharingan level in constant life and death battles. Uchiha looked dark. Lord Pan provided many ninjutsu and chakra eye secret techniques of the Uchiha clan to himself, but his own chakra eye did not improve at all, which made Uchiha K feel very uncomfortable. Yes. It's too difficult to write the promotion of the wheel eye, Master Pan. It's not that we don't work hard, I really don't know what to do. Uchiha Ling thought that he had opened the Urgyu's chakra eye that had not changed for a long time, and said helplessly, Uchiha Pan is younger than himself, and has already opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the legendary Uchiha clan. You must know that in the records of the Uchiha clan, only the ninja world Azura Uchiha who once established Konoha Shinobi village with the original Hokage has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. And it is precisely with the power of the kaleidoscope chakra eye that Uchiha can be called the god of the ninja world with the Senjuja pillar, and suppress the entire ninja world with the power of one person. The Uchiha Kai and the two believe that in the current Uchiha clan, for the promotion of the Sharingan, I am afraid that no one can surpass the Uchiha disc. For their own bloodstained boundaries, Uchiha Kai and the others also want to make it stronger, and this hope may depend on the guidance of Lord Pan, and immediately looked at Uchiha Pan. If the immortal body of the Thousand Hands clan belongs to Yang Dun, then the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan belongs to Yin Dun, and Yin and Yang Dun are more powerful than the 5 categories of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder, and few people in the ninja world today are familiar with them. Uchiha Pan first started with the chakra attribute, and for this knowledge, part of it came from the memories of Uchiha Pan's previous life, and part of it was summarized from the knowledge collected by the Uchiha family. The Sharingan belongs to Yin, it is the power of the spiritual level, that is, the eye of the mind portrayal mentioned by the Uchiha family. If you want to promote the power of the Sharingan, you must start from the spiritual level. Uchiha said in detail. Master Pan, so how do you start from a spiritual level? The clansmen's chakra eyes seem to be constantly fighting and sharpening their promotions. Uchiha Ling looked shocked and hurriedly asked, extremely curious about the method that Uchiha said in his mouth. Battle sharpening is also a method. After all, the crisis of life and death in battle can instantly stimulate the spiritual will of the ninja, but this method will die in the hands of a strong enemy if it is not good, and the danger is too great. Uchiha shook his head, very disapprovingly disapproving of the Uchiha family's traditional Sharingan promotion method. The battle of life and death, once or twice is a fluke, the final outcome is a fall, and fighting with the weak cannot stimulate its own death crisis, there is no effect. The source of power at the spiritual level is not only the crisis of life and death, but also the source of strength at the spiritual level, and through the accumulation of these emotions, you can advance to the Sharingan. Uchiha carefully explained his understanding. As for the opening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the spiritual power required is too strong, but the ordinary emotional accumulation method is useless, and after the two of you are promoted to the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, I will give you a trial. Whether you can pass depends on yourself. Now you usually don't suppress your emotions, indulge a little, and constantly stimulate these emotions to stimulate your own chakra eyes, and the 3-hook jade chakra eyes are still very good to open. Uchiha explained with a smile. It's a good promotion, I'm afraid it's a good promotion for Master Pan, but I've never heard of Pan-sama's method. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, emotional power. Uchiha muttered. It turns out that Sharingan can also be promoted like this. Subordinates know, Master Pan. Uchiha Keiki is colorful, feeling full of fighting spirit. This way of knowing the method, and not risking his life for promotion, for any Uchiha is a kind of happiness. At this time, exactly 5 years had passed since the Second Shinobi War. The major ninja villages have long recovered their strength damaged in World War II, and for Konoha, the largest village in the ninja world, not only occupying the richest land in the ninja world, but also harvesting a lot of resources in World War II, the major ninja villages have turned their attention to Konoha village, the country of fire, planning to pull a piece of fat from it. Land of the Wind, Sand Hidden Village. 3 generations of wind shadows, the strongest wind shadows in Cheyenne village, mysteriously disappeared, and for a while the undercurrent of Cheyenne village surging. After some fruitless investigation, he set his sights on Konoha village, the strongest in the ninja world, and although there is no evidence that the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage is related to Konoha, the Tsunahide village, which itself covets the wealth of Konoha village, is promoted by the militants to blame the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage on Konoha village. Who called you Konoha village the strongest? Our 3 generations of wind shadows disappeared, not your Konoha. Who else in the ninja world can do it? After quickly electing 4 generations of wind shadows, Sand Hidden Village, led by 4 generations of wind shadows, brazenly launched an attack on the country of fire. Thus began the Third Shinobi War. At the same time, the country of Earthy Wayne Village, the 3rd generation of Tokujonaki, saw the opportunity and brazenly launched an attack on Konoha, while the country of Water Mist Hidden Village and the land of Thunder Union Village also turned their attention to Konoha Hidden Village, and the ninja world was turbulent. At this time, Konoha village, under the leadership of the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Flying Sun, can be described as unprecedentedly powerful. Although Konoha White Fang banner Mushoa Shigeru died and went out, the shadow-level powerhouse of Konoha village still has 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha 3 Shinobi Orochimaru and Tsunade, Danzo 4 people, elite upper Shinobi, hundreds of ninjas, 20,000 ninjas, proud of the ninja world. Konoha, Hokage building, the 3rd generation of Hokage 8 Flying Sun Chopper is in the prime of life at this time, although he does not want Konoha village to start a war lightly, but in the face of the advance of Sand Hidden Village and Iwane village, the 3 generations of Hokage did not give in at all. Orochimaru and Tsunade, the 2 of you will lead the ninjas to immediately support the front line of the Fire Country, and you must stop the ninjas of Tsunahide Village and Iwane Village outside the Fire Country. The 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 of Orochimaru took the order and immediately left the Hokage building, preparing for all the pre-war work. The ninja world is about to set off another bloody storm. Orochimaru, Tsunade, it's up to you. The 3 generations of Hokage looked far away, and secretly said in their hearts. The 3rd generation of Hokage dealt with official affairs for a while, and then said, call Danzo. Yes. Naruto-sama. A dark ninja immediately appeared, followed by an instantaneous technique to leave. Ape Fei, what did you call me for? At this time, Shimura Danzo, who was also in the prime of his life, went straight into the Hokage's office and asked immediately. Since the 2nd Hokage passed on the position of Hokage to the 8th Flying Sun, and he did not have the position of Hokage, under the operation of Danzo, he established the Konoha Root Department to compete with the Hokage, but it was still nominally subordinate to the Hokage. However, Danzo is still dissatisfied with the 3 generations of Hokage, and always wants to control the power of Konoha. Tuanzang, this time Cheyenne village attacked the Fire Country due to the disappearance of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. This matter is full of doubts. I want your Root Department to strictly investigate this matter, and pay close attention to the movements of Union Village and Wien Village. The 3rd generation of Hokage did not talk nonsense, and immediately ordered to Tenzo. This matter is handed over to my Root Department. Since Sand Hidden Village and Iwane Village want to be enemies of my Konoha, then hit them hard and let them know the price. Danzo has always been the main battle faction in his heart, and any existence that threatens Konoha is his enemy, and the order for Sarutobi to slash is immediately given. Ape Fei, the Uchiha clan has not been very peaceful recently. This ninja world war, one think the strength of the Uchiha clan should be drawn to the front. Danzo did not retreat, but the language turned to the Uchiha clan. For Danzo's thoughts, the 3 generations of Hokage knew that the large families in Konoha village were only the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan. The ninja world war together, a large number of ninjas were transferred to the front line. Konoha's internal power was empty, although it had its own guard, but the power of these families was still a threat. I have ordered the Uchiha clan to dispatch 500 ninjas to follow Jiraiya and Orochimaru to the front line. Since you have decided Ape Fei, so be it. Danzo got the purpose he wanted and immediately left the Hokage building. Konoha, Orochimaru's house. Orochimaru returned home alone, and tonight he was going to the frontline battlefield, and some experimental equipment and scrolls at home would be sealed and taken away. Orochimaru thought in his heart, and walked towards the underground secret room. As soon as he entered the laboratory, the big snake pill was suddenly shocked in his heart. The laboratory that was originally blocked. At this time, I don't know when a stranger had entered. In the laboratory, a teenager was holding a scroll and watching silently, shaking his head from time to time. An exclamation came out of his mouth. Hearing that the laboratory was opened, the teenager slowly put down the scroll and looked over. Orochimaru's face was extremely ugly at this time, and he sneaked into his laboratory silently, and peeked at his ninjutsu experiment scroll, and his behavior was simply extremely bad. Orochimaru was about to take down the person when he saw Uchiha's face without the slightest disguise. Uchiha disc. The big snake pill's pupils shrank, feeling the familiar chakra aura in front of him, and the big snake pill knew that the person in front of him did not have the slightest disguise. It was the Uchiha disc that had died a long time ago. Captain Orochimaru, long time no see. Uchiha smiled and greeted Orochimaru. When Uchiha Pan was in the dark part before, he was divided under the hands of Orochimaru, so the two can be said to be old acquaintances. Looking at the young man with an indifferent smile in front of him, the big snake pill's expression did not relax in the slightest, but became more vigilant. Compared with the Uchiha disc a year ago, the teenager at this time, there was a more turbulent chakra hidden under his calm body, and a faint threat came from his heart, letting Orochimaru know that the boy in front of him was no longer the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. He has completely grown up and entered the ranks of the shadow level. Plate. It seems that you got out in suspended animation, the big snake pill said conspiratorially. No way, there are always some people in this world who can't see others well, Uchiha said leisurely. Plate. Come to me today, aren't you afraid that I will report to 3 generations? Orochimaru asked playfully as he looked at Uchiha. Captain Orochimaru, you won't. Uchiha pouted, his eyes sweeping over the gloomy laboratory. In the laboratory, the corpses of several ninjas were dissected and placed bloodily, and the intention of the Uchiha disc was self-evident. Big Snake Pill, do you dare to report my intelligence, and you are not afraid that the matter of your own research on forbidden arts will be leaked? Although not informing the village that he was still alive was almost equivalent to defecting to Konoha, Uchiha did not believe that Orochimaru was the kind of nosy person. The Big Snake Pill instantly froze, and his left hand turned into several hideous piebald pythons, shooting straight at the Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan had long been guarding against the attack of the Great Snake Pill, and at the moment when the Great Snake Pill struck, his figure retreated. For Elephant's ban. Orochimaru saw Uchiha dodge and stepped into a place, but there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The hands quickly froze and pressed against the laboratory floor. As your own secret stronghold, how can there be no traps? I saw that from the ground pressed by the Big Snake Pill. Countless tadpole-like techniques quickly extended, and a series of techniques spread out around the laboratory at the same time, linking together in a quadrangular shape, and then wrapped towards the Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan looked at the sealing technique wrapped in the four directions, and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. The Big Snake Pill is worthy of being a strong person who has long been promoted to the shadow level, and the rhythm of the battle is extremely accurate. Seeing that the Uchiha disc had no time to get out of the encirclement of the sealing technique, the Uchiha disc did not panic at all, and looked at the surrounding technique siege without alarm. Double Snake Strangle. The Big Snake Pill did not relax at all, and immediately turned into two giant snakes with his right hand. Rumble. Under the strangulation of the double snake, the smoke was everywhere, and before the smoke dissipated, the Big Snake Pill gathered his hands, turned to look behind him, and said in amazement, Pan, your strength is really eye-opening. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique just now? Watching the figure of the Uchiha disc instantly disappear in place, and then appear behind him, Orochimaru knew that the Uchiha disc mastered a kind of time and space ninjutsu, and the Uchiha disc with such strength was no longer something that he could easily take. However, in his own image, the ninja world does not need the sealed time-space ninjutsu. It seems that there is only the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique? This is not the Flying Thunder God technique, this is the pupil technique that belongs to my eyes. Uchiha Pan raised his head and pointed to his eyes that had opened the kaleidoscope and said, this is? The legendary kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha clan. Looking at Uchiha's weird and enchanting blood-red eyes, Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently and said in shock. According to legend, the kaleidoscope Sharingan eye of the Uchiha clan was only opened by Uchiha back then. Captain Orochimaru, he is really well informed. Even the kaleidoscopic chakra eye that the Uchiha family has never passed down can know. Uchiha's eyes returned to normal and said with a smile, Captain Orochimaru, let's have a good talk. Uchiha said with a shrug, oh, Pan, what do you want to say to me? When Orochimaru saw the time-space pupil technique of the Uchiha disc, he knew that it was difficult to help the Uchiha disc, but it was not enough for the other party to deal with himself. At this moment, seeing Uchiha Pan and wanting to talk, Orochimaru knew that the other party must have a purpose in coming to see him today, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. I admire Captain Orochimaru's knowledge and research spirit, and I am also very interested in the study of ninjutsu and occult arts, and I hope to communicate with each other in the future. Uchiha Pan also did not talk nonsense, and immediately said his purpose. It is hoped that in the future, I can exchange resource information with the Great Snake Pill, and for the forbidden techniques such as Soil Rebirth, Immortal Rebirth, and the Heavenly Spell Seal developed by the Great God Pill in the future, the Uchiha disc is very hot. For Orochimaru, who can be said to be the strongest scientist in the ninja world, Uchiha Pan also hopes to cooperate with each other. I saw a lot of research scrolls from Captain Orochimaru today, this fire scroll of the Uchiha clan, even if it is an exchange. Uchiha disc casually took out a fiery red scroll and threw it to the Big Snake Pill. It was the fire ninjutsu scroll of the Uchiha clan. Taking the scroll, Orochimaru licked his tongue, not expecting that Uchiha Pan would not hesitate to expose himself today, and appeared in front of him just for this kind of thing, which made Orochimaru's interest in Uchiha Pan even stronger. Disc, of course you can exchange ninjutsu information. I'm very interested in your kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha with an excited expression, and the greed and desire in his eyes were undisguised. In the future, there will be a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye for Captain Orochimaru for you to study. Uchiha ignored Orochimaru's gaze, and his figure slowly faded, and then disappeared. The Big Snake Pill's expression became serious, for the shock before Uchiha left. The Big Snake Pill could not ignore it. The silent dissipation was definitely not a time and space ninjutsu, nor could it be an illusion. It seems that the strength of the plate hides a lot. Hey! Orochimaru smiled, already putting Uchiha disc on an equal footing in his heart. Not to mention the change in the mind of the Big Snake Pill. After the Uchiha disc and the Big Snake Pill transaction were agreed, they went straight to the Uchiha family. The third great war in the ninja world has finally arrived, and some of Uchiha's plans have reached the point where they can be implemented. The Uchiha family, inside the residence of Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling. The time has come, this third great battle in the ninja world. Konoha village will definitely send a large number of ninjas to support the front line, and when Konoha's strength is empty, it is time for us to start. Lord Pan, just now the Uchiha clan has sent an order telling us to set out tonight and go to the frontline battlefields of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Uchiha said immediately. It doesn't matter, after dealing with the affairs in Konoha village, I will also go to the frontline battlefield. I believe that Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Hill, and Danzo will all go to the frontline battlefield, and it is more appropriate to solve them there. Uchiha thought for a while, and then ordered to Uchiha and the two Chi, Ling, you and Uchiha Chu will go to the front line first, and keep a close eye on the whereabouts of Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Hill, and others, and I will go to join you later. Pansama, is it okay for you to act alone in Konoha village? Uchiha Ling asked worriedly. Although he knew that Uchiha had opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye and was promoted to a shadow-level powerhouse, but against the powerful Konoha village alone, Uchiha Ling still had worries in his heart. Ling, don't worry, the strength of Konoha village at that time has been greatly weakened. There are only 3 generations of Hokage left, and my goal is mainly to collect forbidden arts and secret arts. If I want to go, with my kaleidoscope ability, even if Konoha village goes all out, it will not help me. Uchiha said with a confident smile. You two are now upper shinobi. Autumn, you have reached the elite upper shinobi. This ninja world war will be your opportunity. See if you can enter the ranks of elite upper shinobi, and even the shadow level. It depends on your own efforts. On the second day, the ninja of Konoha village had already set out for the frontline battlefield, and at this time, Konoha's strength had dropped by almost 6 or 7%. With the advent of the Third Ninja World War, Konoha has already implemented closed measures, prohibiting any civilians and ninjas from entering and leaving, and the solemn atmosphere in Konoha village is also shrouded. In front of the clan land of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha walked slowly. What kind of person? This is the residence of the Uchiha clan, and the idle people and others will retreat immediately. Uchiha Pan's unconcealed figure was immediately exposed to the defensive ninja of the Uchiha clan, and immediately a Uchiha ninja wearing the costume of the Konoha garrison shouted at Uchiha Pan. Ha! I'm not an idle person, I'm here for revenge. Uchiha Pan said with a smile, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, the miscellaneous parts of the Uchiha clan, come out and die. Be bold. What people dare to come to my Uchiha clan to be presumptuous? It is simply looking for death. A loud shout came, and Uchiha's words unsurprisingly attracted the attention of the entire Uchiha clan, and at the same time, the news was also transmitted to the Dark Ninja of Konoha. Uchiha Pan didn't care about the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who kept coming around, and both sides looked at each other with murderous intent, and moved their hands almost at the same time. For the ninja of the Uchiha clan, anyone who dares to provoke the Uchiha clan has only one way to die. And for the Uchiha disc, the Uchiha family, except for a few people, most of the ninjas are the minions of the Uchiha high level, and they will not feel guilty about killing how many Uchiha discs, not to mention, if they don't make a big deal out of it, how to attract the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage. Therefore, the two sides started fighting almost without saying a word. Die. Fire, the art of fireballs. Shuriken art. The ninja of the Uchiha clan immediately sent out a ninjutsu attack, or unleashed a burst of shuriken, to put this kid who dared to speak wildly to death. Facing the overwhelming flames and shurikens, Uchiha smiled disdainfully. To done, Tuliu wall. Fire escape, dragon fire art. With one move, the earth escape flowing wall blocked all attacks, and the Uchiha disc jumped up abruptly, and another fire dragon fire technique attacked. In the face of Uchiha's fire dragon art, these are at most only elite upper ninjas, most of them are middle ninja and lower ninja, and they can't be stopped immediately, and several people die in an instant. Hurry up and block. To done, Tuliu wall. Get out of the way. Humph, I want to hide. Uchiha had the upper hand, but he didn't stop at all, and his hands began to seal again like phantoms. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire art. Another fire ninjutsu attack left. Uchiha Pan was not performing ninjutsu, his figure shook, but he rushed to the Uchiha family station. Caught in the crowd, the body of the Uchiha disc is illusory, constantly walking among many ninjas. Every time a person passes, there must be a ninja falling. There are lower ninja, there are middle ninja, and there are upper ninja, and the attacks of many ninjas around him cannot affect the Uchiha disc in the slightest. Even if 1 or 2 attacks, the body of the Uchiha disc seems to be illusory, without any damage. Why can't you hit this guy? This guy's body is illusory. Is it an illusion? Ah, solve it for me. It's not an illusion. What is this guy? Is it a ghost? The ninjas of the Uchiha clan desperately discovered that every minute and second there would be people dying, but they and the others had nothing to do with the enemy. Whether it is a ninjutsu attack or a physical attack, that guy is mostly dodging the past, not dodging the past but not hurting at all. The situation of only accepting the attack, but there is no way to resist, is really desperate. Just when Uchiha Pan was killing wantonly in the Uchiha clan station, the 3 generations of Hokage also received the news at this time, and immediately led dozens of dark ninjas to go straight away. Downstairs in the Hokage, among a group of pedestrians, the body of Uchiha Pan stood on the side of the street, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage and the others speeding away on the roof, and smiled leisurely. The shadow avatar has already lured the 3 generations of Hokage away, and the Hokage building at this time can be said to be defenseless for Uchiha Pan. Uchiha Station, the battlefield at this time has changed. With the death of a large number of ninjas of the Uchiha clan, everyone found that ninjas below the shadow level could not give the slightest damage to the enemy in front of them, and with the arrival of the 3 generations of Hokage, they finally stopped the shadow doppelganger of the Uchiha disc. And Uchiha Pan's undisguised face also completely exposed his identity. Uchiha Pan, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan who has become famous in recent years, was killed by an enemy ninja during a dark mission a year ago. At this time, this genius ninja, who should have died a long time ago, appeared in the Uchiha clan with a powerful and strange power, and frantically slaughtered the clansmen of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Pan, you rebel of the rebel and kill so many members of my Uchiha clan, you are simply damned. Uchiha Pan, you actually faked your death and did not report it. You have already betrayed the Uchiha clan, betrayed Konoha village, and also asked the 3 generations of Hokage to intervene and kill this heinous Konoha rebel. Uchiha you, the 3 elders left behind by the Uchiha clan, shouted at the 3 generations of Hokage. This time, the loss of the Uchiha clan was too great. Almost 1/5 of the hundreds of ninjas left behind by Uchiha died, nearly 100 ninjas, and even the second elder Uchiha Yangon died at the hands of this evil beast. If it weren't for the 3 generations of Hokage bringing people to help in time, even he would have died in the hands of Uchiha, which had to make Uchiha, who was the 3rd elder of Uchiha, more angry. Uchiha disc? You're not dead? Why was it not reported to the village? Where have you been this year? Why slaughter your own people? Answer me. The 3 generations of Hokage stared at the Uchiha plate, looking at the ninjas in the field who were killed and injured, although they were all ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but this was also a ninja of Konoha village. This could not but make the 3 generations of Hokage angry. And the Uchiha disc is actually alive, but he buried the boy in front of him with his own hands. The 3 generations of Hokage clearly know that the Uchiha disc at the time was definitely dead, but now the boy who should have died has come back from the dead, and he is hiding from Konoha village, and he has committed such a serious crime, and the anger and murderous intent of the 3 generations of Hokage have filled the heart. 3 generations of adults. Long time no see. Uchiha Pan did not care about the group of Uchiha ninjas around him who wanted to kill themselves, and the 3 generations of Hokage with a murderous face casually discarded the blood-stained kunao in his hands, and smiled casually. 3 generations of adults, do you really not know why I did all this? Is there anything you can't tell the village, Uchiha Pan? Do you still have Konoha village in your heart? Are you still a ninja of Konoha village? The 3 generations of Hokage stared at Uchiha and shouted in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, Konoha village, Konoha ninja. As a ninja of Konoha village, that former Uchiha Pan has died fighting for Konoha village. And now, the Uchiha disc who came back from the dead only seeks justice for himself. Back then, the Uchiha high level and Danzo designed to kill me. Where is Konoha village? Where are your 3 generations of Hokage? Uchiha smiled dismissively, amused that the 3 generations of Hokage could still drink to themselves now. It's your 3rd generation Hokage-sama, sitting back and watching all this happen. It was Konoha village who betrayed me first. Now stop pretending to talk nonsense about the ninja of Konoha village. Uchiha Pan was unceremonious, and directly exposed the events of that year. Shut up, Uchiha disc. What evidence do you have to say that the Uchiha high level assassinated you? Don't make excuses for your malice. The more Uchiha knows that he can't let Uchiha talk anymore, the more Uchiha who knows the truth of the matter back then, the more this kind of thing affects the image of Uchiha's high level in the eyes of the Uchiha clan. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, Uchiha has already betrayed me Uchiha and betrayed Konoha village. Please ask the 3 generations to kill this villain, for me Uchiha, for Konoha to clear the scourge. Uchiha looked excited and shouted. Uchiha disc. Stop being obsessed, for the sake of Konoha's stability, you better tie up your hands. The 3 generations of Hokage also know that this matter can no longer be argued, and the priority is to quickly capture Uchiha Pan. No matter what fault the Uchiha clan and Konoha village had back then, but today Uchiha disc killed so many Konoha ninjas. In his heart, the 3 generations of Hokage have already given Uchiha disc a killing heart. Just as the 3rd generation Hokage was about to strike and kill Uchiha as soon as possible, at this time, a dark shinobu with a fox mask outside the field rushed forward and anxiously shouted to the 3 generations of Hokage, Lord 3 generations, the Hokage building and the root department have been invaded by the enemy at the same time, the Book of Seals has been taken away by the enemy, and the root department has also suffered heavy casualties. What? Who the hell is the enemy? How many ninjas are there? The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked. Konoha village had just ushered in 3 battles, and the Uchiha clan in the village was attacked by the Uchiha Pan, and now even the Hokage building and the root department were attacked, and the 3 generations couldn't help but ask. Shinobu Dark B, who came to report the message, was about to answer, when he suddenly saw Uchiha Pan surrounded in the field, wasn't the face of the boy the enemy who attacked the Hokage building in the route. Naruto-sama, it's him. It was the boy, it was this guy who attacked the Hokage building in the roots. Shadow Shinobu shouted. Uchiha Disc. It's you. The third generation of Hokage thought about it for a while, and immediately knew that he had hit the plan to move the tiger away from the mountain, and he could not hide his murderous intention for the Uchiha Disc that caused all this. The information files stored in the Naruto building and the root department were too important to be known by the enemy, let alone the ninja who had lost them. Ha ha. 3 generations of Hokage, it's too late to know now. My original embodiment should have already obtained the Book of Seals. It's too late for you to rush over now. The shadow avatar of Uchiha Pan laughed wantonly. Everything was done according to plan, and Uchiha Pan's heart was also painful. Today, not only did the Uchiha clan and the root department suffer heavy losses, and the hatred of the Uchiha clan and the Danzo framed themselves, but also got the coveted Book of Seals. Thinking about the powerful forbidden arts and ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, Uchiha Pan couldn't wait to immediately find a place to study it at ease. It's almost the same today, 3 generations. Uchiha, you, pick me up for the last move. Uchiha felt the few chakras in the shadow split's body, and he didn't see its imprints, and a small spiral ball the size of a fist and emitting a dark red halo quickly appeared in his right hand. Huo Dun, Kaon Spiral Pill. It is the fire spiral pill that the Uchiha Disc has studied and practiced over the past year, and the Uchiha Disc with the memory of the original work, of course, will not forget this powerful ninjutsu that can be performed without a seal, and it just makes up for the defect that it does not have a powerful attack ninjutsu. The dark red spiral ball did not shoot at the 3 generations of Hokage, but went straight to Uchiha Yu, and Uchiha Pan knew that this move could not kill the 3 generations, so he simply aimed at Uchiha Yu, who only had an elite shinobi. The Hoenn spiral pill that added the chakra nature change of the fire attribute was definitely not something that Uchiha Yu could resist. Too done, soil flow wall. Water escape, water array wall. Water dragon technique. Hoenn spiral pill destroyed Uchiha Yu's earth flow wall and the water array wall of the 3 generations of helpers in a row, and finally collided with the water dragon bullet technique used by the 3 generations, and finally wiped out everything. The dark red ball was only the size of an egg, hitting the shocked Uchiha Yu. The Hoenn spiral pill, whose strength is no longer 1, was added to its own death attribute chakra by the Uchiha Disc, and the strong corrosive aura still took away the unwilling Uchiha Yu. At this time, Uchiha Pan had already lifted the true shadow doppelganger technique and left with ease. This attack of the Uchiha Disc caused extremely serious turmoil to Konoha, and more than 100 ninjas died in the Uchiha clan and the root department, and the Book of Konoha's seal was stored in the Hokage building, which recorded countless powerful ninjutsu and forbidden arts since the establishment of Konoha, which was taken away by it, and countless secret information and hidden scrolls of the root department were swept away. On the same day, Konoha village implemented strict martial law, monitoring the enchantment and dark ninja dens throughout the village, and Konoha even issued an S-Class wanted order, listing Uchiha as Konoha's S-Class rebel and offering a bounty of 50 million. The news of the Uchiha Disc coming back from the dead, and the news of the big trouble in Konoha was quickly known by the other 4 ninja villages, and it spread throughout the ninja world, and countless people secretly gloated at Konoha village, and even listed the Uchiha Disc that caused all this as a strict alert object. After successfully obtaining the Book of Seals, killing the 2nd and 3rd elders of the Uchiha clan, and a large number of ninjas of the root department of the Danzo minions, Uchiha Pan did not pay attention to it, and immediately left Konoha village and headed for the frontline battlefield at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. The village of Iwahide in the Land of Earth raided the border of the Land of Fire, and this time it was the ninja force led by Orochimaru who went to the front battlefield to support. The Land of Fire is covered with forests, while the Land of Earth is full of rocky cliffs, but the battlefield between the 2 sides is in the center of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. If the ninja of Iwayne village want to invade the Land of Fire, they must break through the traps of Konoha ninjas in the forest of the Land of Fire and scout ninjas. And the ninja troops of Konoha village, plus the 2,000 ninjas of the reinforced Orochimaru, there are only more than 3,000 people on the frontline battlefield, and the head-on battle will definitely not be able to defeat the 5,000 ninja troops of Iwahide village. So far, the 2 sides have fought only one large-scale frontal war. Subsequently, Orochimaru adjusted his strategy, and the 2 sides continued to fight for small forces in the dense forest, and the Konoha ninja relied on the geographical advantage to block the ninja of Iwayne village at the border of the Fire Country. In the dense jungle, a 3-person squad of ninjas from the Uchiha clan is cleaning up the battlefield. Uchiha K, Uchiha Ling, and a Uchiha Shinobi Uchiha left the fire. The 3 of them have just defeated a 3-person invasion team from Iwahide village, and must clear the remaining information of the battlefield as soon as possible to avoid the IWA ninja who may come at any time. After all, the 3 people who had just experienced a big battle continued to adjust and rest. Uchiha Ling, you bastard, don't hurry up. Don't burden me if you want to die. Uchiha Ling, the captain who was standing on the side and monitoring the surrounding environment, looked at Uchiha Ling from the fire and shouted. And you, Uchiha K, you too waste, it's useless when fighting, now you dare to be lazy, hurry up. For Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, two civilian ninjas of the Uchiha clan, how uncomfortable Uchiha is from the fire. If it weren't for the orders of the clan elder, he would have brought these two civilian ninjas, thinking that the other party was already about to open the three-hook Jade Chakra Eye at a young age and enter the upper ninja level, and then think that he was in his 30s and had just entered the upper ninja. Uchiha was uncomfortable in his heart, and he was even more unpolite to the two brothers of Uchiha Chi. The civilian ninjas of the Uchiha clan, no matter how genius, still have to work under me. This bastard, sooner or later he will be killed. But a small endurance. If I didn't want to hide my strength, I would have beaten him all over the ground to find his teeth. Uchiha Ling quickly cleaned up the traces of the scene, and whispered while walking to Uchiha Chi. Don't be impatient, wait for Lord Pan to arrive, and then find him to settle the account, don't act rashly now. Uchiha Kai is also full of unhappiness for this Uchiha from the top of Uchiha leaving the fire, being embarrassed by this guy all the way. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, the anger in his heart has long been contained. You two bastards are still muttering something, don't hurry up yet. Uchiha, who was running in front, left the fire and saw the two behind him muttering there, and there was another scolding. You look good in the future. Uchiha Ling pouted, secretly saying in his heart. The three of them sneaked all the way, rested for a moment at a supply station, and then entered the dense forest to lay traps, monitoring and searching for the Yue ninja who infiltrated it. At the same time, in a dense forest not far from the three of Uchiha Chi, a 6-person ninja squadron was rushing in, led by the quasi-shadow-level powerhouse Kingto of Yue Village, and the remaining 5 people were composed of 2 upper ninja and 3 elite middle ninja, which can be described as Yue Village and its powerful raiding force. Captain Kingto, there are 3 chakra fluctuations ahead. It seems that the situation should be Konoha's reconnaissance team. One of the sentient ninjas in a group of rock ninjas suddenly looked at the mouth and reminded. Don't stop, fight quickly, solve the rest of Konoha's ninja before they find out. Our goal this time is to destroy the rear supplies of Konoha village, don't leave any traces. Ayatsuki, a young ninja dressed in a yellow ninja suit, ordered. Yes, the two sides soon met, and the IWA Shinobi squadron, reminded by the perception ninja, took the lead in launching an assault. Yikes! A large swath of shuriken shot at the 3 of Uchiha. It's IWA Shinobu, get out of the way. Although they were suddenly attacked, the 3 of them were all the upper shinobi of the Uchiha clan, and they had the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, but they were not damaged in the slightest, but the formation of the 3 was divided. Leave this guy to me, you guys quickly solve those 2 imps. Kingto ordered directly, and without stopping in his hand, he attacked Uchiha away from the fire. To done, Wangquan Marsh. To done, Earth Dragon Art. Kingto directly attacked Uchiha with 2 Earth Ninjutsu and left the fire, and its quasi-shadow strength was not an ordinary upper ninja that could compete, even if the enemy was a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Before Uchiha could react from the fire, he sank deep in the swamp, and a hideous Earth Dragon roared and rushed towards him. Avatar. Uchiha left the fire immediately with a stand-in technique and came behind IWA Shinobu, followed by a quick seal. Fire escape. Fire Dragon Bullet Art. The Fire Dragon swallowed the figure of Kingto in an instant, but Uchiha's expression changed greatly from the fire. Not good. Is it a rock and soil doppelganger? When, to done, the art of decapitation in the heart. A palm directly broke through the ground, pulling Uchiha out of the fire into the ground, and at the same time, the tumbling Earth Dragon slammed down. Solved. Kingto's figure emerged from the ground, clapped his hands, 2 screams suddenly sounded in his ears, Kingto's expression moved, the 2 little guys were also solved. Kingto turned his head to look, but his face suddenly became ugly. The 2 screams just now were the screams of the 2 elites of their own team before they died, and the 2 teenagers who thought they could be easily solved suddenly burst out of powerful strength, killing 2 of their subordinates in an instant, and now they are entangled with the other 2 upper ninja and 1 middle ninja. These 2 guys are actually Shangnan. Damn it! Looking at the 2 teenagers who were in the upper hand, Kingto's eyes were murderous. The 2 teenagers of the Uchiha clan have reached the upper ninja level at a young age, and this kind of genius ninja of the hostile ninja village must definitely be killed early, otherwise growing up will be the scourge of my Iwahide village. To done, aggravate the rock art. Kingto was murderous in his heart, and he unleashed a powerful ninjutsu without mercy. The sudden surge in gravity immediately made the figures of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling become sluggish, and the strong pressure almost made it impossible for the 2 to stand up, completely unable to dodge the attacks from all sides. Rumble. Even a shadow-level powerhouse who completely withstands so many ninjutsu attacks and shurikens will be hit hard, not to mention the 2 of Uchiha K, who are just upper ninjas. IWA Shinobu Battlefield. Kill them, leave immediately, the movement of the battle just now will expose us. Kingto's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he decisively ordered. 2 smelly boys, just let me guss and give you a pain. One of the Kami Shinobi and the IWA Shinobi had a hideous face, and 2 shuriken shot straight out. Looking at the rapidly dilated shuriken in the pupils, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling felt a pang of despair in their hearts. I didn't expect to die in such a place, Lord Pan, our brother can no longer serve you. Ding, ding. Suddenly, a shuriken shot from the woods, and immediately rescued the two dying. What man? King Tu's expression changed, and he said guardedly, the person who wants to kill me, have you ever asked me? Uchiha Pan. A thin and handsome figure slowly walked out from among the trees, and his figure came to the side of Uchiha Kei and the two. Master Pan. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling were overjoyed and cried out in silence, and the two knew that they were saved. Uchiha Disc. S-Class Rebel in Konoha Village. King Tu's face became even more ugly, his expression was extremely guarded, and he said without hesitation, it's a shadow-level powerhouse, let's withdraw. In the IWA Shinobu group, only King Tu, who was a high-ranking member of the IWA Shinobi village, learned about the incident that happened in Konoha not long ago, and for the Konoha S-Class Rebel in front of him, the shadow-level powerhouse Uchiha Pan, no one present knew better than him, and these people were not the opponents of this teenager at all. Want to go? Or stay? Uchiha Pan will not let these IWA Shinobi go, and the news of his appearance in the IWA Shinobu battlefield is better to be temporarily blocked. Blur. Uchiha didn't talk nonsense, directly blurred itself, and the dark red spiral pill in his hand shot straight out. The result of the battle is self-evident. In the face of the virtual state of the Uchiha disc, even the blue earth of the quasi-shadow strength and the rock ninja cannot attack the body of the Uchiha disc, and under the continuous short-distance teleportation of the Uchiha disc, even escaping is a luxury. Almost one-sidedly, in an instant, the remaining 4 ninjas of IWA Shinobu were all killed except for King Tu, and King Tu was also knocked unconscious to the ground. Uchiha Pan dragged King Tu's body to Uchiha Kei and the two, looking at the two who were seriously injured on the ground, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique in Uchiha Pan's eyes was activated. Blur. The almost fatal wounds on the bodies of Uchiha Kai and the two kept disappearing, and they recovered in an instant, and if they didn't look at the pale faces of the two, no one would believe that the two had just walked away from the ghost gate. Lord Xia. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling stood up a little weakly and said gratefully to Uchiha Pan, let's go. Let's go back to camp first. Uchiha waved his hand and led the two back to the frontline camp in Konoha village. After all, at this time, Uchiha Kei and the two were in poor condition and could no longer accept the fierce battle. The frontline camp of the IWA Shinobu battlefield in Konoha village, inside a tent. The blurred figure of Uchiha Pan appeared, and at this time, half a month had passed since Uchiha Pan rescued the two that day. The injuries of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling have long been made up, and the two of them are even more because of the previous fierce battle and the stimulation of dying on the day. The level of Sharingan has finally been promoted to Sangyu, and their strength has risen sharply, almost touching the realm of elite shinobi, which can make the two happy. And the Uchiha disc is not idle for half a month. From the King to Brain left that day, Uchiha disc successfully obtained the secret technique of the rock ninja village that has been coveted for a long time. Earth Done, the art of light and heavy rock, and Earth Done, the art of aggravating rock. For these two earth ninjutsu that can control gravity, Uchiha pays attention to its powerful auxiliary ability, and the Uchiha family is very proficient in illusion, fire ninjutsu and other aspects because of the blood boundary writing Wilai, but the Uchiha family also has its own flaws, that is, the ability of physical skills. Unlike the ninjas of the Naruto world, who do not attach much importance to physical skills, Uchiha Pan knows that when it comes to physical skills, its powerful power is almost comparable to the 6 paths. Just like in the later part of the original work, Matkai opened the 8-door dungeon, almost violently hit 6 spots, and the strength was terrifying. And for the cultivation of physical arts, Uchiha Pan also had his own plan early, such as Tsunade's strange power fist, Matkai's 8 gates dungeon, as well as IWA Ninja Village's light and heavy rock technique and heavy rock art, and Yunin's thunder ninja technique, all of which are the targets of Uchiha Pan. This time, as soon as I arrived at the IWA Shinobi battlefield, I ran into the high level of the IWA Ninja Village, and King Tu, who was a quasi-shadow, forcibly obtained 2 Earth secret techniques from his memory with his lifeless memories, which can be described as a huge gain. With these 2 Earth escape secret techniques, Uchiha can start to cultivate his physical skills, and the Earth escape, light and heavy rock art can reduce the gravity of the target, and can use this ninjutsu to fly off the ground. And to done, the art of aggravating the rock can increase the gravity of the target. The power is not exhausted. The Uchiha disc can change these 2 ninjutsu involving gravity into an auxiliary ninjutsu, freely adjust the gravity of the surrounding body, so that it can constantly adapt, to achieve the purpose of exercising physical skills. In addition, the body of Uchiha Pan is nested in the rear medical ninja unit in Konoha village to support the frontline battlefield, transforming into an ordinary medical ninja with true asterisk transformation techniques, and constantly learning and practicing medical ninjutsu. Ordinary medical ninjutsu knowledge, Uchiha disc, can be obtained from Konoha's medical ninja memory through lifeless memories, but medical ninjutsu is not like other types of ninjutsu. The practice of medical ninjutsu requires a large number of injured people. Uchiha was sure of it, and immediately mixed into the Konoha camp and practiced with the injured ninja of Konoha village. With the powerful eyesight of Sharingan, as well as his excellent chakra control ability, Uchiha Pan's medical ninjutsu is almost 1,000 miles away. With an endless stream of Konoha ninja experiments, after half a month, Uchiha-pan has almost completely mastered the basic medical ninjutsu. As for some of the more powerful medical ninjutsu, Uchiha didn't hold out hope either, and those ninjutsu could only be obtained from Tsunade. Camp Konoha, the gathering place of the medical ninja class, the wounded were carried in and out one by one, and in the huge tent, hundreds of medical ninjas were preoccupied with healing the injured ninja on the bed. At the side of one of the hospital beds, an ordinary young medical ninja of about 25 or 6 applied a green chakra full of life force in his right hand to the wound, but his left hand flexibly rotated the chakra scalpel, constantly sewing and mending it. Okay, next. Uchiha wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the auxiliary ninja on the side, "This medical ninja with an ordinary face is exactly what Uchiha-pan transformed. The secret ninjutsu of Iwane village, the light and heavy rock art and the heavy rock art that can only be practiced by ninjas above the elite upper ninja, Uchiha-pan especially improved into a ninjutsu that can freely control the magnitude of gravity based on these two ninjutsu that control gravity. To done, the art of gravity. Uchiha disc casts the earth escape, gravity technique, turns it into a technique and imprints it on his body, and controls the size and range of gravity he receives by changing the frequency of entering chakra, so as to achieve the purpose of exercising physical skills. After half a month of research and cultivation, Uchiha's physical fitness and strength at this time have been greatly enhanced, and he can fully adapt to the gravity environment of 5 times the size, without affecting his usual every move. It is foreseeable that over time, the gravity of the Uchiha disc itself will become stronger and stronger, and its physical ability will improve sharply and increase day by day. Igu, there's an emergency patient over here. Another wounded person was sent from the hospital bed, but his ninja costume was a ninja of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the ninja of the Uchiha clan had been seriously injured and unconscious, and the 2 blood holes in his abdomen were turned outward, and he could almost faintly see his internal organs squirming in it, and this injury was almost half a foot into the arms of the god of death. Idani, I'm afraid only you can save this guy. The auxiliary ninja on the side was sweating profusely, and the high-intensity continuous work made his face tired, but when he looked at Uchiha-pan, who was dressed in a white medical ninja suit, his eyes were full of respect. Nearly 100 medical ninjas in this battalion, the young Igu in front of him looks inconspicuous, but his medical ninjutsu ability is one of the best, especially during this period of continuous healing of wounded ninjas on the front line. Its medical ninjutsu ability continues to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye, and many almost certain wounded patients are saved by it. Everyone says that IS medical ninjutsu is almost close to Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninja of Konoha. You know, Tsunade-sama invented and created a lot of medical ninjutsu, and single-handedly established the existence of the medical ninja class in Konoha village, which shows that after the efforts of Uchiha-pan during this time, many medical ninjas admire him. Leave it to me. Uchiha disc is silent, but there is a hint of playfulness under his eyes. The guy of the Uchiha clan, well, that ninjutsu can be experimented on this guy. On the contrary, this guy did not heal himself, and he was also dead. Uchiha-pan first cleaned and sewed up the injured area with a chakra knife and chakra silk thread, and then used palm cactus to begin to accelerate the repair and fusion of stimulated cells, and the auxiliary ninja who had been watching closely on the side, saw the injured person's brows begin to flatten, his expression relaxed, and his gaze towards Uchiha-pan was more respectful. However, this auxiliary ninja did not find that at this moment, as the emerald green palm cactus chakra repaired the wound, a faint black brilliance flashed away, and Uchiha sneered inwardly, his eyes staring at the unconscious Uchiha ninja lying on the hospital bed. Death, the art of devouring life. With the help of the obstruction of the palm cactus chakra, Uchiha disc quietly performed a ninjutsu that had never been used before, the death ninjutsu developed because of his unique chakra attributes. Dead attribute, unique to the chakra attribute of the Uchiha disc, has an extremely powerful ability to corrode vitality. The Uchiha disc, after persistent exercise and exploration, finally completed the attribute change of its chakra, and with the control of the attribute change of the dead attribute chakra, the Uchiha disc has been able to freely grasp the power of the usual ninjutsu, adding ninjutsu with dead attribute changes and ninjutsu without adding dead attribute changes. The power of the two is not the same. In particular, the unique effect of the dead attribute chakra, the ability to corrode and wear out all life, is the nemesis of almost all living beings. Don't look at the Uchiha disc just entered a small part of the dead attribute chakra, the death ninjutsu imposed on this Uchiha ninja. In terms of power, if this Uchiha ninja is awake, it is easy to detect and resist, but now, in a complete coma without the slightest sense of resistance, this wisp of death attribute chakra was sent into the heart by the Uchiha disc, forming a secret technique lurking. Uchiha knew that this Uchiha ninja who had successfully applied the devouring technique, even if he woke up now, would not find the slightest problem in his body, but as time passed, the devouring technique would continue to lurk and grow, devouring his life. According to Uchiha's estimate, as long as it takes a month, this Uchiha clan's Zongnin will continue to age and die. The power of death is in line with expectations. It seems that the development of ninjutsu for this dead attribute is still very necessary. Uchiha thought to himself, turned to the auxiliary ninja on the side and said, "Come here today, I'm going to recover, chakra is running out. I didn't you go to rest first, the ninja class will have other medical ninjas to take over." Uchiha didn't talk nonsense, slowly walked out of the tent and returned to his residence. With the reason that chakra was exhausted, Uchiha left the medical office, but he thought that he could almost leave here. After more than half a month of practice, medical ninjutsu has now been fully mastered, and the bodies of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling have also recovered completely, and it is learned from the two people that Uchiha Fukiya was sent to the frontline battlefield of Cheyenne Village, followed by Uchiha Chiu, and the great elder Uchiha Hill was sent to the battlefield of Iwayne Village, and its whereabouts mission generally learned that Uchiha Pan no longer wanted to wait, and solved the old guy as soon as possible, and he could leave the IWA ninja battlefield. Uchiha Pan has an eagerness in his heart, although he is not afraid of the tactics of the sea of people because of the powerful power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. No one below the shadow level has no choice but to get himself, even if it is the shadow of the major hidden villages, he is completely unconcerned. But Uchiha Disc has not forgotten that the hidden danger of kaleidoscope chakra eyes, not promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes, with continuous use, their eyesight will continue to weaken, eventually causing blindness, and by then even the ability of kaleidoscope chakra eyes will be completely sealed. Solve the two guys of Uchiha Hill and Uchiha Fukiya as soon as possible, and then find a way to promote the eternal kaleidoscope sharing on, as well as the Book of Konoha seal, and also find a stable time to practice. Uchiha thought secretly. The temporary residents of Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling have long been waiting here, and after the two completed a day's reconnaissance mission, they were brought here by the shadow doppelganger of Uchiha Pan, Master Pan. When Uchiha Kai and the two saw Uchiha come in, they got up and said, "Orochimaru has ordered that the ninja of my Uchiha clan go to the rear of Iwahide village to destroy the enemy's supply line, and Uchiha Hill has decided to leave in the afternoon." The border between the land of earth and the land of fire belongs to the territory of the land of grass, but for the 5 major powers of the ninja realm, the rest of the small countries are completely ignored. Just like this invasion of the land of fire, the ninjas of Iwayne village all directly passed through the territory of the country of grass, and even stationed the supply line in the country of grass, and Konoha village also got this information a long time ago, but I don't know the specific route of IWA Shinobu's supply lines. More than a month has passed, and it has never been able to defeat IWA Shinobu head-on on the battlefield, and Orochimaru immediately ordered to destroy IWA Shinobu's rear supply line, thus gaining the advantage of the war. Among the Konoha ninjas, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have always been the elite of the elite, so Orochimaru gave this task to Uchiha Hill. As the great elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hill clearly knew that achieving great merit on the battlefield was conducive to the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, so he answered with his mouth full and personally led more than a dozen elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan to go. Among them are Usaibo Kai and Uchiha Ling. As the first door of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, which has the boundary of the bloodstain of the Sharingan, led by the quasi-shadow-level powerhouse Uchiha Hill, 3 upper ninjas, 8 elite ninja teams sneaked into the rear of the Kusanagi country IWA Shinobu, and in just 1 month, successively destroyed several IWA Shinobi supply lines, causing great trouble to the Iwayne ninja who were fighting on the front line. In response to the team sent by Konoha village, Iwayne village organized ninjas to reverse the destruction of Konoha village's supplies, while sending scouting ninjas to search for and block Uchiha Hill. IWA Shinobu and Konoha constantly attack each other, and various traps and lurks are constantly staged. The land of grass, a supply point for IWA Shinobu. 3 or 5 rock ninja corpses were piled aside, and several carts of food and grass weapons were set on fire in the raging fire. Uchiha Hill stood expressionless, looking at everything in front of him, but there was no joy in his heart. He was a quasi-shadow powerhouse, leading more than a dozen elites of the Uchiha clan, and in a month, he only destroyed a few small supply points in Yinyan village. This result was not obvious for the war between Konoha and Iwahide village, and Uchiha Hill was certainly not satisfied. Moreover, as Iwayne village continues to send scouts to scout ninjas, search for and block his own team, there are only 6 ninjas left in his own team. Uchiha Hill glanced at the people who were quickly cleaning up the traces, and a faint haze flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Ling, these 2 guys are really lucky. I thought that in this operation, these 2 brats who were only ninjas should not live long, but what they didn't expect was that these 2 guys actually accidentally awakened the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye and promoted to the upper ninja level. Thinking of this, Uchiha Hill was unhappy, and from the news from Konoha village, Uchiha Hill already knew that the unruly Uchiha disc was not only not dead, but also made a huge wave in Konoha. He opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha clan, entered the shadow level ranks, and killed many ninjas and several elders of the Uchiha clan. And the 2 guys of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling have followed Uchiha disc before, and there is a murderous plot hidden in the eyes of Uchiha Hill. Wait, as soon as this mission is over, I will send you to the Grim Reaper. Uchiha Hill Dark Road. Everyone in the audience did not notice the complicated thoughts of Uchiha Hill, but the body of Uchiha Pan, who had just arrived here, was illusory, but they looked at the look in Uchiha Hill's eyes. Humph. Looking at the appearance of this Uchiha Hill, there must be some vicious thoughts in my heart. I have left you for a long time, let's die today. Uchiha snorted coldly in his heart, his figure remained in a virtual state, and walked towards the unaware crowd. Coming behind a middle-aged ninja, Uchiha waved his right hand, and the pain in his hand quickly slashed through the neck and carotid artery of the middle-aged ninja. Ugh! With a scream, the middle-aged ninja of Uchiha, who was strong in ninja, did not have the slightest time to resist, and died tragically on the spot. It was too fast. From the glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of Kuwu's eyes to the time between Kuwu's neck, which almost exceeded the nerve reaction time of a ninja. The kaleidoscope pupil blurred ability of the Uchiha disc, used to slaughter the weak, is even more unguarded and more hidden than the Flying Thunder God technique of the Watergate. After all, no one below the shadow level can see the figure of the Uchiha disc, and only at the moment of the attack of the Uchiha disc will the weapon be realized. What man? Everyone in the field, who was originally calm, was startled by the sudden shock. The quasi-shadow level Uchiha Hill reacted the fastest, quickly jumped to the branch on the side, and shot straight down with a large shuriken. Ugh! There were two more screams in a row, and the remaining two upper shinobi except for Uchiha Hill, Uchiha K, and Uchiha Ling died instantly. Uchiha disc. The pupils in Uchiha Hill's eyes contracted sharply, and the strange scene in front of him had to make Uchiha Hill, who was still thinking about the information of Uchiha disc just now, react, and the only one in the ninja world who has such a strange ability is the damn Uchiha disc. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling were only vigilant at first, and when they reacted that it was Uchiha Pan coming, they immediately jumped to the side, blocked the retreat of Uchiha Hill, and shouted, "Master Pan, Uchiha disc! Sure enough, it's you!" Hearing the words of Uchiha Chu and the two, Uchiha Hill couldn't help but shout. His eyes instantly opened the three-hooked jade chakra eye form, constantly scanning the movements around his body. Great elder, but it's been a long time. Uchiha Pan showed his figure and calmly looked at the Uchiha Hill in front of him. Back then, it was this guy, together with Uchiha Fukyu and Danzo, who designed to kill the former Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan, what do you want? Uchiha Hill said inwardly. Kill to pay for your life. Uchiha Hill, today is your time to die. Uchiha didn't want to talk nonsense, and a teleportation came to Uchiha Hill, and the dark red Hoenn spiral pill in his hand slammed down. The pupil teleportation, which is comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique, has added a spiral pill with the nature of the fire attribute. Its power is not at all something that the Uchiha Hill of quasi-shadow strength can resist, not to mention that the Uchiha disc also added the chakra nature of the dead attribute to it. Uchiha Hill, who had completely withstood the blow of Hao Yan's spiral pill, smashed the ground into a large pit with a radius of 10 meters. Master Pan. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling came to the front and said in awe. Every time they saw Uchiha make a move, the two of them had a feeling that the Pan Master was getting stronger and stronger. Whether it was the weird and powerful kaleidoscope pupil technique, or the Muji ninjutsu just now, killing a quasi-shadow powerhouse with one move, it also caused such a destructive pothole. Uchiha nodded, but did not say anything, but turned his head to look at an inconspicuous stone forest in the jungle. Oniki, it's actually coming out. Uchiha Pan quietly looked at one of the rocks and said lightly, "Little ghost, you can actually see through my earth escape union technique." I saw that the ordinary rock instantly turned into an old man in an earthen yellow vest. It was the third generation of the earth shadow of Union Village, Oniki. I also didn't expect that Oniki you actually dared to leave Union Village and come to the front line, and you are not afraid that Union Village will be raided. Uchiha looked at the old man in front of him with interest, and said jokingly, "There are two people in the village, Lao Ziai and Han, and the old man wants to see which one is so bold and dares to attack Union Village." Oniki didn't care, confident in the defense of Iwahide Village. "However, I heard that your Kana has sent a team of ninjas to specifically destroy my IWA shinobi supply line, and the old man originally wanted to solve these bugs this time, but he didn't expect to let the old man see such an interesting scene. Little ghost, the old man is very interested in you." Oniki squinted and looked Uchiha up and down. What Uchiha did in Konoha had long been spread throughout the ninja world, and Oniki was quite happy about the disaster that happened in Konoha Village. "I'm also very interested in the blood succession elimination of Union Village. Let's see the power of the dust escape today." Uchiha Pan knew that if he didn't let the old guy in front of him retreat, it would be difficult for the three of them to leave here smoothly. Although Uchiha Pan can now be said to be the enemy of Konoha Village, the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend, and for the old guy Oniki, Uchiha Pan is still quite jealous. The power of the dust may not be clear to others, but Uchiha knows that its power is far above ordinary S-class ninjutsu. "Little ghost, the old man is also very interested in the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes of your Uchiha clan, so let the old man see and see." Oniki Masashi do. For Oniki, who has experienced the era of Uchiha, the legendary kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha family is enough to make himself vigilant. After all, the original Uchiha Madara ended the chaotic world with a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes and 1,000 hand pillars and suppressed the entire ninja world. To done, aggravate the rock art. Oniki came up and gave a control ninjutsu. To done, the art of gravity. Facing the sudden increase in gravity around him, Uchiha smiled and controlled the surrounding gravity to normal levels in a blink of an eye. Tudun, the art of light and heavy rock. Tudun, Earth Dragon strangling technique. The blow was fruitless. Oniki did not stop, his figure flew into the air, and one by one the Earth ninjutsu bombarded the Uchiha disc. Huo Dun, Kaon Spiral Pill. The Uchiha disc smashed out another fist-sized pill, shattering all the ninjutsu in front of him. Oniki looked at Uchiha's move of Muji ninjutsu. The power was so great, he couldn't help but gasp for air. This power is almost ready to catch up with your own dust. Oniki, let's use your dust. Uchiha looked up and said lightly, and in his hand was a ball that was even bigger than just now, the size of a basin. Little ghost, pick me up this trick, the art of stripping the original realm. Oniki froze, and a cube of light fell directly from the middle of his hands. Huo Dun, Kaon Spiral Pill. Uchiha threw out the huge ball in his hand. The dark red spiral pill collided with the dust ninjutsu that shot straight down. There was no earth-shattering roar and explosion, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be quiet. Then, the dark red spiral pill and the transparent shining cube disappeared together. Silently, all the grass and trees in a radius of tens of square meters turned into powder, and the dazzling light rushed straight to the sky. Even the warring IWA shinobi and Konoha ninja in the distance saw the pillar of destruction light standing upright in the sky. Report. There is a powerful chakra fluctuation in the territory of the grass country. Both the sentient ninjas of Konoha and Iwahide village sensed the strong chakra fluctuations in the distance and quickly reported them. What happened behind IWA Shinobu? The Dark Department immediately sent a small team to find out the situation. The Great Snake Pill looked at the gradually dissipating air mass of destruction in the distance, and thought in his heart that if something bad really happened behind IWA Shinobu, it would be a favorable opportunity to counterattack Iwahide village. And the frontline commander of Union Village is the quasi-shadow powerhouse Lois of the head of the Dark Department of Union Village. That direction is the direction where the 3 generations of adults go. Who is fighting with the 3 generations of adults? Lois pondered in his heart. As the commander of the IWA Shinobu frontline, Lois had long known that 3 generations of Tokage-sama had come to the frontline battlefield. Not only because the rear supply was damaged, and the war with Konoha village was in a stalemate, but also because, not long ago, I learned that the quasi-shadow powerhouse of Iwayne village, Kingtu, died unexpectedly, and I don't know who did it. In order to prevent Konoha village from sending other strong people, the 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki came to the battlefield in person. There are 3 generations of adults who personally make a move. No matter what strong people Konoha is still hiding, you don't have to pay attention to it. Lois was full of confidence in the 3 generations of Tokage, and did not send someone to check, but ordered to his command, the 3 generations have solved the enemy, now it is our turn to solve Konoha's ninja on the frontline battlefield. This time, 3 generations of adults personally intervened to stop Konoha's Great Snake Pill. We must take this opportunity to break through the defense line of fire in one fell swoop, Lois said in a deep voice. Yes, defeat Konoha and conquer the land of fire, where Uchiha and Oniki are fighting. The earth was lifted, the trees fell to the ground, and the surrounding area was a mess. The 3 of Uchiha stood on the surrounding treetops, looking at the 3 generations of Tokage Oniki floating in the air. Is this the power of blood succession elimination, and it is better to meet and be famous? Uchiha said admiringly. Little ghost, I didn't expect that in addition to the kaleidoscope pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, you also have such a powerful fire ninjutsu. Oniki was also strongly shocked by the fire ninjutsu that could block his dust ninjutsu just now. No one knows better than Oniki the power of the dust ninjutsu passed down from Iwahide village. Oniki, your dust power is indeed worthy of the name, and you will have a chance to divide the victory and defeat in the future. Uchiha Pan experienced the power of dust ninjutsu, and did not want to fight senselessly, and immediately took Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling and gradually left. Uchiha Disc. The Uchiha clan is really a terrifying family, and those eyes are really terrifying. Oniki knows that it is difficult to keep the Uchiha Disc by himself, thinking of the strength of the Uchiha Disc at a young age, and thinking of the Uchiha who used to traverse the ninja world, his heart became even more jealous of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, this Uchiha Pan and Konoha village have become enemies, and it will not be my IWA Shinobu village that will have a headache in the future, but Konoha village. Ha ha ha. When Oniki thought of this, his heart was more comfortable. It was really that there were too many strong people in Konoha, and almost every generation there were new genius ninjas. Oh, are they the 2 guys from Uchiha Pan and the 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki? Inside Konoha's command tent, Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand. His expression was slightly different, and then he seemed to think of something, and he laughed. It's for Uchiha Hills. However, the 3 generations of Tokage Oniki suddenly came to the frontline battlefield. It seems that the war in Iwayne village cannot be solved quickly for a while. It depends on whether the war with Sand Hidden Village can quickly achieve results, otherwise the situation in Konoha is worrying. The Big Snake Pill will not forget that there are 2 big ninja villages on the side, Union Village and Wien Village. but he is always staring at the reality of Konoha village. War. How fragile life is, these ninja villages will only repeat these meaningless things. On the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Pan and his group of 3 traveled all the way north, gradually moving away from the Iwa Shinobu battlefield. With the speed of 3 people, in just 10 days, they had already arrived at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Shi and Ling, the 2 of you pass through the Land of Rain and go to the country of bears in the west of the Land of Rain, where there is a small ninja village, Zingian Village. Uchiha decides to go to the frontline battlefield of Konoha Village and Tsunohide Village alone, and let Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling go to Zingian Village. Kai and Ling, the 2 of you secretly control the daimyo of the Bear Country and the Hoshihide Village, and when I solve Uchiha Fukyu, I will go to fight you. Yes, Master Pan. After Uchiha arranged the task to be entrusted to Uchiha Kei, he separated from them and went alone to the frontline battlefield of Konoha Village to fight against Sand Hidden Village, Mt. Kikyo. It had been 3 months since the invasion of the Land of Fire by the village of Suna, and the Konoha ninja and the shinobu were engaged in a fierce battle around Mount Kikyo. For 3 months, not only did the village not invade the Land of Fire, but it was defeated by the Konoha ninja led by Tsunade. Among them, Konoha's Wei Feng Shui Gate crisscrossed the battlefield with the time and space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God art, which was called Konoha's Golden Flash by the Sand Hidden Village, and the Sand Hidden Village even issued an order to abandon the mission and escape if it encountered Konoha's Golden Flash. Similar to the Wei Feng Shui Gate, the Uchiha family of the Uchiha family, with its powerful Sharingan and the teleportation technique known as the First Instantaneous Body, made great achievements in the battle with the Saiyan village, and was known as the Instantaneous Stopping Water. With Tsunade's medical ninjutsu to restrain the puppet toxins of the Tsunohide village, and under the leadership of 2 powerful ninjas, Wave Split Watergate and Uchiha Shuaizu, Konoha almost defeated the Tsunohide village to the point where he could fight back. By the time Uchiha arrives at the Sand Shinobu battlefield, Konoha is almost completely defeated by Tsunohide village. Uchiha Pan knew that the famous Battle of Kurito Mountain and the 3 battles of the ninja world was coming, and the Wei Feng Shui Gate killed more than 50 upper shinobi in Sand Hidden Village in one battle with the Flying Thunder God technique, and there were countless middle and lower shinobi, completely laying the foundation for the victory of the war between Konoha and Sand Ninja Village. Bofeng Shuman also achieved great merits, and after the abdication of the 3rd generation of Hokage, he successfully succeeded to the position of the 4th generation of Hokage. But all this has nothing to do with Uchiha Pan, who came here for only one purpose this time, that is, to kill Uchiha Fukyu and completely break the obsession left by his predecessor. At the same time, after passing through the Land of Rain, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling finally came to the Land of Bears, where Zingian Village is located. Ninja Continent, in addition to the 5 major foreign countries, among the 5 major countries, there are also more than a dozen small countries, large and small, and each small country will imitate the 5 major countries and establish its own national ninja village as a military force to defend against foreign enemies. The country of bears, a small country with a projectile, the Zingian village that guards the country of bears, has just been established, and the 2nd generation of Star Shadows is only the strength of elite shinobi. Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling trekked all the way to the mountains, first lurking up to collect information about the Land of Bears and the Hoshihide village. As a small country and small ninja village that almost no one pays attention to in the ninja world, intelligence information is easy to inquire about. After carefully studying the information, the 2 immediately decided to control the daimyo of the Bear Country first, and then use the name of the daimyo to go to Hoshihide village. With the strength of Uchiha Chi, they can actually sweep Zingian Village, and the reason why it is so troublesome is because the location of Zingian Village is too difficult to sneak into. Zingian Village, established because of a meteorite star falling from the sky, the 1st generation of Star Shadow with the effect of the meteorite of star, developed a chakra-materialized ninjutsu, known as the Peacock Magic Method, with the help of the embodied chakra attack, defense, and even flight. Therefore, Zingian Village is built in a central valley surrounded by cliffs in the country of bears, which is not only hidden in location, but also the ring-shaped abyss around the valley is bottomless, and it is filled with dense corrosive poisonous gas all year round. Only with the help of the Peacock Magic Method of Zingian Village, ninjas can fly in from the air, completely eliminating the invasion of ninjas without flying ability. It can be said that Zingian Village is an excellent place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. After discussing and deciding Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling, they immediately set off, and without any twists and turns, they controlled the daimyo of the Bear Country, and those star ninja who protected the daimyo of the Bear Country were just a few middle shinobi, and they were not at all the opponents of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling at this time. After controlling the daimyo of Kimono Country, Uchiha Kei and the 2 immediately went to the location of Hoshihide Village. With the identity of the daimyo of the country of bears, Uchiha Kei, who disguised himself as an ordinary attendant, was successfully taken into Hoshihide Village by Hashinen, who welcomed the daimyo. Zingian Village, although known as a national ninja village, the number of ninjas in it is really pitiful. In addition to the ninjas who go out on missions, there are only about 100 ninjas stationed in Zingian Village, of which only 3 have reached the level of upper ninja. With the strength of Uchiha Chi and Uchiha Ling, after completely understanding the internal situation of Xingyian village, the two without scruples were ready to directly attack the high level of Xingyian village. In Xingyian village, Xingying office residence. Xingying was looking at the daimyo of the Bear Country in front of him with a puzzled expression, and said, "Your Excellency daimyo, I wonder what important matters are discussed in my Xingyian village this time." "Yes, Your Excellency daimyo, there is something important that needs to be personally run by His Excellency daimyo, and call your guardian shinobu Shirakawa Naka Shinobu to inform him." In other words, this time His Excellency the daimyo traveled. "How come your guardian shinobi did not accompany the protection? This is also too dangerous," the dark captain of Xingyian village said, as if he had discovered something. His expression gradually became guarded. The daimyo of the country of bears suddenly sweated profusely, secretly crying in his heart, but there were two fiery stars staring at him behind him. "What do you tell me to say?" At this moment, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, who had always disguised themselves as daimyo attendants, looked at each other, immediately unlocked the transformation technique, jumped out, and drank in their mouths. "Of course, it's because His Excellency the daimyo's guardian ninja are all dead." The sudden attack of Uchiha Kai and the two did not have much effect on the Star Shadow and the Dark Captain Yanida, who had already been on guard in their hearts. Bite! Bite! Boom! Hoshi Kage, Dark Force leader Yanida, and another blue-robed shinobu flew the shuriken shot with a kunao strike, and their figures jumped, firmly enveloping Uchiha Kai and the two. "Who are you?" Xingying shouted with a murderous look. "Whatever you do so much, defeat us and we won't know." Uchiha Ling smiled and said to his brother Yushaibo beside him, "Brother, let's fight quickly." "Well, Star Shadow and the Dark Captain are handed over to me, and the rest of the one is handed over to you. Solve it as soon as possible." Uchiha Chi held Kuwu in his hand and said indifferently, "Okay. Mere trifle." Uchiha replied with a smile, kicking the shivering Kimono Kuni daimyo on the side and throwing him into the corner. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Uchiha Ling directly attacked the blue-robed shinobi of Xingyian village with a fire ninjutsu. "Humph. Fine death." The blue-robed shinobu sneered, and a substantial chakra armor boiled around his body, and two purple dragons composed of chakra went straight to Uchiha Ling. Rumble. Uchiha Ling dodged the attack of the chakra purple dragon with a jump, and the imprints in his hands kept coming. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire art. The raging flame Phoenix rushed directly towards the chakra purple dragon, and Uchiha Ling did not stop, and it was another earth escape. The earth flow wall blocked the purple dragon that attacked in the other direction. Thundered. The fierce collision directly smashed the house, and in the smoke, a dangerous smile hung on the corner of Yushaiboling's mouth. A streamer shot straight out, and the shuriken with the detonation charm directly crashed into the blue-robed ninja. Boom, ha ha ha. A detonation charm also wants to break my peacock magic method, go and die. The blue-robed shinobu took advantage of the opportunity and directly commanded the two purple dragons, surrounding the Uchiha Ling group in the field, and then quickly squeezed up. Boom! A flash of white smoke flashed, and Yuji Bowling's figure immediately collapsed. Not good. Is it a shadow avatar? When? The blue-robed ninja was shocked, and the purple dragon hurried back, trying to protect himself, but it was too late. Too done. The art of decapitation in the heart. Uchiha Ling had just used the smoke to cast a doppelganger technique to deceive the blue-robed ninja, and his real body fled directly to the ground, smoothly pulling him into the ground and trapping him. Uchiha Ling's figure jumped out, and without hesitation, he gave the blue-robed ninja who was still struggling a blow attack. Fire escape, dragon fire art. Rumble. The blue-robed ninja, who could not resist, directly endured this ninjutsu and immediately passed out. Uchiha Ling solved his opponent, immediately looked around, and rushed towards the ninja who rushed towards this side of the Hoshihide village. And at the moment when Uchiha Ling made a move, Hoshi Kage and Yanida also attacked Uchiha Kai at the same time. For Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, Hoshi Kage and Yanida did not look down on each other because of their age, but paid more attention to it. Since its establishment, Xingyian village was invaded for the first time, which had to make Yanida, the dark captain of Xingyian village, murderous in their hearts. Peacock magic method, double dragon combo. Peacock magic method, chain bondage. Hoshi Kage and Yanida control one and attack one together. The materialized purple chakra turned into chains and directly bound Uchiha Kei's body, followed by two purple dragons strangling down. Rumble. Uchiha's body suddenly shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. Humph. I thought how powerful it was, and it was solved with one move directly. Yanida glanced at it with disdain, and the purple dragon that spread out from his body immediately retracted. Died directly? Then capture the other one alive. Ask who it is and what purpose they are for coming to my Xingyian village. Is it? Do you really kill me again? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Yanida. What? Yanida only felt that his eyes were flickering, his body was bound by chains, and he couldn't move at all, and not far away, the figure of Star Shadow was on the ground, and he had passed out. It's an illusion. Yanita reacted and looked shocked when, obviously, I didn't see you make a seal. Uchiha walked out from the rear, the cold kunao in his hand against Yanita's throat, and the red eyes of the three-hooked jade chakra slowly turned. The art of the Xia follower. The first time you look at me, you have already been hit. It's the Sharinan of the Uchiha clan. Before Yanita could finish speaking, Uchiha reached out and knocked him unconscious. Then, Uchiha walked not far ahead, where Uchiha Ling was constantly attacking with fire ninjutsu. There were more than a dozen star ninjas lying around. Brother, if you don't come again, I won't be able to hold on. Uchiha Ling shouted with some disordered breath. Let's do it together and solve it as soon as possible, Uchiha said. In addition to the Hoshi Kage, Yanita, and the blue-robed ninja, Xingyan village is some middle ninja, lower ninja, and has not mastered any ninjutsu, just relying on the Kunao Shuriken and basic ninjutsu in his hand. After facing the joint attack of the two elite upper ninja of Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, a large illusion jutsu, a fire ninjutsu, can no longer resist, and finally was defeated and captured. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling bound many ninjas in Xingyan village and imprisoned them all in the secret prison of Xingyan village, and at this time, it can be said that they have completely controlled the survival of Xingyan village. Is Konoha village going to attack my bear country, and actually send your ninjas from the Uchiha clan to invade Hoshihide village? After waking up, Xingyan was full of despair and roared angrily. First of all, please be quiet. Uchiha Ling held Jiro's legs, sat on the chair and glanced at the many ninjas in the secret prison lightly, and then said, secondly, please make it clear that our brothers are neither the ninjas of Konoha nor the ninjas of Uchiha. Impossible. Will those eyes of yours still have a fake? Yanita asked angrily. I wonder what you want to do when you attack my Xingyan village. Star Shadow asked the doubts in his heart. It's nothing, it's just that the adults want your Xingyan village and even the entire bear country to submit, so our brothers are here, Uchiha Ling said with a smile. Impossible. Star Hidden Village and Bear Country cannot submit to anyone. Star Shadow was so angry that his beard turned up, and the ninjas of Xingyan village and the surrounding cells were also angry and shouted and cursed one after another. If you don't surrender, then die, choose another daimyo, and cultivate another group of ninjas, Uchiha Ling said disdainfully, a group of fools who couldn't understand the situation. I am willing to submit, my lord, I am willing to submit. The daimyo of Kimono Kuni was also among them, and when he heard Uchiha Ling's words, his face turned bloodless, and he immediately shouted, well, it seems that there are still people who know the current affairs. Wait, whether you surrender or resist to death, when the adults come to Xingyan village, they will naturally deal with you. Uchiha Ling stood up and walked towards the outside of the cell. Who is the adult in your mouth? Hoshikage shouted at the distant Uchiha Ling. Uchiha-sama. The cold voice came slowly, directly crushing the anger in the hearts of everyone in Xingyan village. The people of Xingyan village, who knew the strength and reputation of Uchiha Pan, immediately gave up resistance. The reputation of Uchiha Pan has long spread throughout the ninja world, killing hundreds of ninjas of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, making a big disturbance in the Konoha Hokage building and the root base, and successfully escaping in front of the three generations of Hokage. Not long ago fought with the three generations of Tsuchikage in the land of Earth, and the two sides were even more invincible. At this time, the strength of the Uchiha disc, in the eyes of the small country and the small ninja village, is equivalent to the shadow in the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Hearing that the Uchiha disc is about to settle in the star-hidden village of the country of bears, everyone in the Staryan village can't help but show a trace of bumps and a trace of expectation in their hearts. The Third Ninja World War continued, and Union Village and Wien Village closely watched the battles between Konoha, Iwahide Village, and Sand Hidden Village. As the first Sand Hidden Village to open 3 battles, at this time, it has become more and more unable to resist the attack of Konoha ninjas, and the defeat has been revealed. At this moment, seeing that Konoha was about to defeat the Sand Hidden Village and win the war, the Cloud Hidden Village of the Land of Thunder and the village of the Water Country of Mist Hidden Village, which had been standing still, launched an attack on the Land of Fire one after another. Union Village, Wien Village could not bear that Konoha Village easily won the 3 battles. You know, Konoha Village not only occupies the richest country of fire in the ninja world, its economic ability and military strength are the first in the ninja world, and Konoha Village won the final victory in the ninja world in World War II, and after the war, it got a large number of booty, and its strength has far exceeded the other 4 major ninja villages. If Konoha Village defeats Sand Hidden Village and then gathers forces to attack Iwayne Village, then it is foreseeable that in this Third Ninja World War, Konoha will be the final victor, get more war compensation, and greatly increase its strength. This is unbearable for Union Village and Mistian Village, who are interested in dominating the ninja world, so at this critical moment, Union Village and Mistian Village have successively sent ninja troops to attack the Fire Country, preparing to seize wealth in Konoha Village. For a moment, the situation took a sharp turn, and Konoha Village was attacked by the other 4 ninja villages almost at the same time, and the situation was precarious. The three generations of Hokage immediately mobilized the remaining Uchiha ninjas and Hinata ninjas in Konoha village, together with more than 4,000 ninjas stationed in the Dark Department and Hina ninjas, to the border of the Land of Fire, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water. Kirito Mountain, Konoha village front camp. One of the three ninja with golden ponytail and childlike big breasts, Senjutsu Tsunade's brows furrowed, and his face was very ugly when he looked at the intelligence in his hand. Yun Shinobu, Mist Shinobu, these bastards. Tsunade's angry punch smashed the office desk and the tent to smithereens. Inside the tent, a sunny young man with short blonde hair, and Uchiha Shueishui, who was dressed in a ninja suit of the Uchiha clan, looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This is the first table to be broken by Tsunade-sama. Master Tsunade, what we can do now is to fight back the Sand Hidden Village as soon as possible, and then support the battlefield of Union Village and Wien Village, Uchiha said in a deep voice. Let's have another large-scale battle in this Kikyo Mountain. This time, it will completely destroy the Cheyenne Village. Bofeng Shuman's eyes showed strong confidence. Watergate, stop the water. Immediately lead people to attack the Cheyenne Village station. Completely defeat the Sand Hidden Village. Tsunade commanded with a wave of his hand. The Konoha ninja quickly mobilized, no longer engaged in skirmishes with Tsunahide village, but directly gathered an army and attacked Mt. Kikyo and went to the Sand Hidden Village station. The frontline headquarters of Cheyenne Village, the fourth generation of Kazekage, got the news that Konoha village had come directly to the station at this time, and it seemed that it was about to have a large-scale battle with its own side. The fourth generation of Kazekage knew Konoha's intentions, and when he knew that Union Village and Mistun Village also sent troops to attack Konoha, in the face of the Cheyenne Village, which had already shown its defeat, the fourth generation Kazekage had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Be sure to block this wave of Konoha's attack. As long as you resist Konoha's attack this time, then the victory or defeat of the war with Konoha may be reversed. Above Mt. Kikyo, Uchiha floated in the air, quietly watching the vast ninja army below. On the side of Konoha and the side of the Sand Hidden Village, thousands of ninja armies are entangled with each other, and countless waves of ninjutsu attack each other. In the face of such a large-scale battle, in the face of the overwhelming ninjutsu of the enemy, even the upper ninja cannot resist alone, and only with the help of a large number of ninjas can they attack and defend. Several rounds of large-scale ninjutsu attacks on both sides took hundreds of ninja lives from each other, and soon, Konoha ninjas and Sand ninja were intertwined with each other. At this moment, it was a short battle. In order not to hurt their own ninjas, large-scale ninjutsu is no longer applicable, but single ninjutsu such as physical arts and illusion is the first choice. I have to say that Konoha village is worthy of being recognized as the first ninja village in the ninja world, and under the condition that there are nearly 1,000 fewer ninjas than Sand Hidden Village, Konoha ninjas slowly occupy the top of the battlefield with their even better quality of Sand ninja. Cheyenne Village is also trying to resist, although not some areas of the battle fall into the downwind, but there are also some places. Cheyenne Village has the absolute upper hand. If the battle situation develops in this way, even if Konoha Village wins, it will be a crushing victory, and it will not be able to completely defeat Sand Hidden Village. Bofeng Shuman's hand pierced the heart of a Sand ninja, but his eyes swept the entire battlefield. Tsunade-sama and the four generations of Kazekage fought fiercely together, and it was impossible to tell the winner or loser in a short time. Konoha ninjas and shinobu attack each other, and although they have a slight upper hand, it is completely impossible to completely defeat shinobu. Bofeng Shuman's gaze was abrupt, and he looked at a Sand ninja puppet army composed entirely of upper ninja not far away, and with the help of the puppet art that was not afraid of death, he wantonly killed the ninja of Konoha. An idea swept through Bofeng Shuman's heart, but his figure involuntarily shot straight away. Shout! The kunao imprinted with a special technique streaked through the air and stabbed directly at the Sand ninja who was hiding behind the puppet, and was easily dodged by the Sand ninja. Looking at the special kunao shot into the dirt, the upper shinobu of the Sand Shinobi village was shocked in his heart and shouted sharply, "Be careful, it's the special kunao of Konoha's Golden Flash, quickly destroy these kunao." But it was too late, and a flying thunder god technique of the wave Feng Shui Gate suddenly came to the Sand ninja surrounded by puppets. Shout! 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 One by one, the special kunao was thrown around by the wave Feng Shui Gate, and although some of them were shot away or even destroyed by the ninjas of the Sand Hidden Village, the purpose of the wave Feng Shui Gate had been achieved. Flying Thunder God Technique Second Stage. I saw that the figure of the wave Feng Shui Gate suddenly disappeared, and in an instant appeared in a nearby scattered kuwu. The cold kuwu in his hand cut through the dark cold wind, directly pierced the Sand ninja, a superior ninja, and followed. The figure of the wave Feng Shui Gate disappeared again in an instant. Fast! It's so fast! With the help of the second stage Flying Thunder God Technique, the speed of the wave Feng Shui Gate has exceeded the reaction speed of many Shangnin. A golden flash had just appeared under his eyes, and the icy kunao had already taken away the life of Shinobu. The figure of Bofeng Shui Gate continued to shuttle on the battlefield, like a golden ghost demanding life, which instantly defeated the puppet troops of Cheyenne Village. Bofeng Shuman's figure stopped abruptly, his breathing was sharp and rough, the black kunao in his hand was stained with blood, drop by drop fell to the ground, and more than 10 Sand Ninja Shinobu in 4 or 5 years slowly fell down at this time. More than 50 upper shinobi died almost at the same time, and fell to the ground at the same time, and the huge puppet force of Cheyenne village was also quickly destroyed after losing command. This kind of scene that broke out in an instant was extremely shocking even in this kind of large-scale battle between countries. However, after the shock, the ninja of Konoha village burst out with a stronger fighting spirit, and the ninja of Sand Hidden village, who instantly lost the puppet force and more than 50 upper ninja combat power, was full of despair and panic. The situation of the battle opened instantly, and the ninja troops of Sand Hidden village collapsed almost instantly. And the Wave Fang Shui Gate that has just completed a big feat, after performing the second stage of Flying Thunder God technique and killing many ninjas in the Sand Hidden village, the chakra in one body has been exhausted, panting, and standing in place, but none of the surrounding Sand Ninja dared to step forward to attack. All the Sand Ninja looked at the golden figure standing still in the field, and their expressions were full of fear and panic. The fourth generation of Kaze Kage, who was fighting Tsunade, saw the ninja of the Sand Hidden village continue to rout, and a touch of helplessness and despair flashed in his eyes. The fourth generation of Kaze Kage forced Tsunade to retreat with one move, and his figure jumped away and shouted, "All the ninjas of Sand Hidden village, retreat!" Tsunade, my Sand Hidden village admitted defeat. The fourth generation of Wind Shadows made a decision immediately, in order to preserve the combat power of Cheyenne village. At this moment, there was no need to make some senseless sacrifices. Tsunade was overjoyed in his heart. The moment he saw the instant outbreak of the Wave Fang Shuman, Tsunade knew that the war with the Sand Hidden village had been won, but at the moment when he heard that the fourth generation of Wind Shadow Exit surrendered and admitted defeat, Tsunade couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Konoha's ninja obey the order, stop the attack, and close the battlefield, Tsunade ordered without hesitation. The two sides quickly stopped fighting, and the ninja of Tsunahide village stepped aside dejectedly, while the Konoha ninja closed the battlefield and accepted the surrender of Tsunahide village. The Battle of Mt. Kikyo ended with a victory for Konoha village. Konoha's Golden Flash Wave Fang Shui Gate is even more famous in the ninja world, and the second stage Flying Thunder God technique has instantly killed more than 50 Sand Hidden Murakami ninja, and it has shocked the entire ninja world. After signing a series of defeat regulations, the ninjas of Sand Hidden village quickly retreated and returned to the Land of the Wind. When the third generation of Hokage learned the news, he immediately ordered Tsunade and the others to prepare to leave for the Kumo Ninja Battlefield and the Mist Ninja Battlefield to support Konoha's frontline ninjas. In the Battle of Kurito Mountain, Uchiha Pan looked at it the whole time, but Uchiha Pan did not intervene in it, but quietly watched the Flying Thunder God technique performed by Wave Fang Shuman. Although Uchiha Pan got the Book of Konoha seal, from which he also got the Flying Thunder God technique, watching the cultivation to the second stage of the Flying Thunder God's Wave Fang Shui Gate on the spot can get better guidance. Uchiha Pan was not in a hurry to solve Uchiha Fukyu. Before killing Uchiha Fukyu, Uchiha Pan suddenly thought that it seemed to be mentioned in the original work. Uchiha Fukyu also opened the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye, and it was in the 3 battles of the ninja world that he opened it because he witnessed the death of his friend. To this end, Uchiha deliberately observed Uchiha Fukyu secretly. Although in the Battle of Mt. Kurito, Uchiha Fukyu behaved very ordinarily, only showing the strength of elite upper shinobi, but under careful observation of Uchiha Pan, he felt the powerful pupil power hidden from his body, and Uchiha Fukyu's chakra amount was far more than that of normal elite upper shinobi. At this point, Uchiha Pan knew that as the patriarch of Uchiha, Uchiha Fukyu had opened the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Uchiha Pan knew from memory that he had no brothers and sisters in the Uchiha clan, so he cut off the promotion of Eternal Kaleidoscope by transplanting the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye of his relatives, but for the Eternal Kaleidoscope promotion method handed down by the Uchiha family, Uchiha Pan did not believe it. The Uchiha family had previously only Uchiha and Uchiha Senna opened the kaleidoscope, and Uchiha Madara was able to promote both eyes to eternal kaleidoscopes by transplanting the kaleidoscope of his younger brother Senna, but this does not mean that only by transplanting the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes of relatives who are related by blood can the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eyes be promoted. Uchiha decides to see if he can use Uchiha Fuku's pair of kaleidoscopes to promote his kaleidoscope after killing Uchiha Fuku. Camp Konoha. Uchiha's ninja have a special camp, which is placed separately from the other ninjas in Konoha. In one of the tents in the center, Uchiha Fukyu sits at a table and meditates. In this ninja world war, in order to increase their prestige in Konoha village, the Uchiha clan sent almost most of the ninjas in the clan to the front line. Although the war with Tsunahide village Konoha was won, Uchiha Fukyu was not happy at all. To say that on the battlefield of Shinobi, it is not Tsunade, who is the commander of the front, nor Uchiha who is the number 1 gate in Konoha, but the Golden Flash, Wave Fang Shuman. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fukyu's heart was unwilling. This war, how many lives of the Uchiha clan were paid, but the result was unsatisfactory. Although the genius ninja in the clan, Uchiha Shisui also showed great strength, and he accidentally awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, but all this was covered by the light of a civilian ninja in Konoha. Moreover, the information from Konoha village that the Uchiha Pan who was framed by himself and Danzo jointly caused a huge blow to the Uchiha family during this time. A large number of elite ninjas and even clan elders in the clan were killed, and the prestige of the Uchiha clan was almost trampled on the solace of his feet. Uchiha Disc. This mongrel, don't think that the kaleidoscope chakra eyes of your awakened Uchiha clan can do whatever you want, just wait. I Uchiha Fuku can kill you once, and I will definitely be able to kill you a second time. Uchiha Fukiya touched his eyes, feeling the powerful evil pupil power in them, and muttered to himself with a fierce expression, "Is it? Our clan elders are still daydreaming when the sky is still light." A cold voice suddenly sounded inside the tent. "Who is it?" Uchiha Fukiya was startled abruptly, and looked warily in the direction where the voice came from. A young man in a black auspicious cloud suit stood quietly in the doorway, with a sneer on his face. Although he hadn't seen him for more than a year, Uchiha Fukiya recognized the identity of the teenager at a glance. "It's you, Uchiha Disc. You are so daring, since you dared to appear in front of me. Let you pay for the many ninjas who died in my Uchiha clan today. When you die, your kaleidoscopic chakra eyes will also be dug up, and the supreme power of the Uchiha clan is not something that you, a rebel, can have." Uchiha Pan looked helpless, looking at the confident Uchiha Fukiya and said lightly, "Uchiha Fukiya, I never knew that you were so good at dreaming, just by those eyes of yours." Uchiha Fukiya was taken aback when he heard this, and then revealed a confident smile. "Ha ha ha. Uchiha Disc, don't think that only you will awaken the kaleidoscope. I Uchiha Fukiya is the clan of the Uchiha clan, the patriarch. The bloodline is far stronger than you, a lowly commoner, and my kaleidoscope chakra I must be more powerful than your kaleidoscope." The black and white pupils of Uchiha Fukiya's eyes changed rapidly, and he instantly opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and the powerful and evil pupil power filled the entire camp, and then spread out. The strong momentum rushed straight to the sky, and a coercive pressure belonging to a shadow-level powerhouse suddenly alarmed the nearby ninja of the Uchiha clan. "What people?" "Yes, it's a clan elder." "Who is that person? Is it an enemy?" "It's Uchiha Pan, that traitor to the Uchiha clan." "Ah, this guy still dared to come here, and the patriarch killed him." The ninjas of the Uchiha clan saw the situation inside the tent and quickly gathered around. "Don't act rashly, wait for the clan elder to order." Uchiha Aki's eyes flashed with a strange light, stopping the Uchiha ninja who was about to move on the side. Seeing the order of the captain of the Dark Guard beside Uchiha Aki, the Uchiha patriarch, the ninjas who kept coming from the Uchiha clan resisted the desire to strike, and just stared at the Uchiha Disc with murderous eyes. "Uchiha Disc, today I will let you see the true power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fukiya shouted, and the black and white pupils in his eyes quickly transformed into a blood-red strange pattern. "Ah, have the clan elders also awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye? Patriarch, make a move. Kill this rebel of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Pan ignored the Uchiha ninja who was full of insults and scolding on the side, and just stood there quietly, looking at the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fukiya's eyes with interest. "What is the ability of this guy Uchiha Fukiya's kaleidoscope chakra eye? Let me have a good look." "Uchiha Disc. Die." Uchiha Fukiya gulped, and his hands quickly froze. "Fire escape, how fireball technique." A super huge ball of flame rushed forward. Looking at the fireball that was almost 4 or 5 times larger than the ordinary how fireball technique, the scorching temperature rushed to his face, and Uchiha's eyes flashed. One of the abilities is to enhance the power of the fire. It seems that it can increase by about 5 times. Uchiha's figure flashed, and a teleportation left the place, came to Uchiha Fukiya's side, and kicked over. Rumble. Boom. The huge fireball burned the tent almost instantly, rushing straight out of the tent. Seeing that Uchiha's figure disappeared instantly, Uchiha Fukiya's expression changed, and his hands blocked in front of him, blocking Uchiha's kick. "Die." Uchiha Fukiya's eyes were kaleidoscopic in chakra, and his eyes turned rapidly. I saw that the huge fireball that had originally rushed into the distance actually changed direction rapidly and smashed towards the location of the Uchiha Disc. "Ha! Is this the ability to control flames?" The abilities of the eyes really complement each other. Uchiha must have known the ability of Uchiha Fukiya's eyes to be kaleidoscopic in his heart. Although it is very powerful, the power of the superposition of the ability of the eyes is even greater, but it is greatly reduced to its own threat. Uchiha Disc is afraid that Uchiha Fukiya will awaken some soul and time and space abilities like other heavenly gods and divine powers, and when encountering that kaleidoscope ability, even Uchiha Disc must be careful, and one careless will suffer a big loss. However, this kaleidoscopic pupil technique that increases amplitude and controls fire is powerful, but for the Uchiha Disc, which has the eye of reality and the eye of time and space, the threat is no longer much of a concern. "Fire escape, how fireball technique. Fire escape, how fireball technique." Uchiha Fukio successively cast 9 more powerful fireball techniques, and for a time, 10 gigantic fireballs in the field danced in the air, as if 10 days were in the sky, and the temperature around them increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the Uchiha ninja who was surrounded by one side couldn't help but keep retreating. That's awesome. Is this the ability of the Patriarch Kaleidoscope to awaken? It's so strong. He actually increased the power of the How Fireball technique, which only has C-level ninjutsu, to A-level ninjutsu. That guy can't hide now. Patriarch, kill this guy soon. Many ninjas of the Uchiha clan looked excited, and looked at Uchiha Fukio with awe. Die. Uchiha Disc. Uchiha Fuku also controls a gigantic fireball, blocking the surrounding dripping water. Although the fireball is huge, under the control of Uchiha Fukio's kaleidoscope pupil power, the speed is indeed extremely fast. Uchiha Disc continued to teleport, shuttling everywhere, but almost all of his figures quickly shifted as soon as he appeared. It was really that these fireballs were chased too closely, and I saw that the field was a fiery red, and 10 fireballs crisscrossed, and their speed was so fast that almost the entire field was filled. The figure of Uchiha turned into one phantom after another, constantly shuttling. Uchiha Disc. Stop struggling in vain, suffer death. Uchiha Fukio was full of spirit and laughed. Humph, then it depends on who died. Uchiha Pan was also chased irritated, with murderous intent in his eyes. His figure teleported, and he came to Uchiha Fukio's body, and at the same time his body was weakened, and he pinched the cold kuwu in his hand and stabbed out. Finally no more. Uchiha Fukio's eyes showed mockery, and a circle of red chakras suddenly appeared around his body. As soon as the red chakra appeared, it turned into a skull-like substance, protecting Uchiha Fukio's entire person. Be able to be left. Uchiha Disc. See the supreme power of the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fukio laughed excitedly, his expression was hideous. The kun in his hand was blocked by the red chakra skeleton, and behind him, huge fiery fireballs flew out. Shout! Shout! Rumble! 10 fireballs swung by, quickly passing through the position of the Uchiha Disc, and then exploded with a bang. A huge explosion resounded in all directions, and waves of fiery red flames rushed straight into the sky. Hiss! The figure instantly appeared in the distance, but the Uchiha Disc at this time was a little embarrassed. Uchiha's body stumbled, blood gushed out of the air, feeling the pain of his whole body as if it was melted, but there was no wave in Uchiha's eyes. Although the Uchiha Disc has blurred the body, this can only be immune to half of the power of the attack of the shadow-level strength Uchiha Fukio. But after being increased by the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fukio, even if only half of the power remained, it was enough to damage the Uchiha Disc, let alone 10 in a row. Seeing this, Uchiha Fukio laughed wantonly, and did not care about the blood that was constantly left in his eyes, as if a devil from hell laughed viciously. Uchiha Disc. Today is your time to die. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is not something that a rebel like you can have. Let me die. Sunang's left transformed into a huge arm, and his palm directly grasped the Uchiha Disc. As soon as the materialized huge palm grasped it, it clenched Uchiha's body tightly. Uchiha Fukio was about to use force to crush Uchiha Pan's body, but saw Uchiha Pan looking at him flatly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Fuku, do you really think you can kill me so easily? But die. Uchiha Disc. Uchiha Fujaoka slammed his huge left palm hard, as if to drive away the uneasiness in his heart, wanting to kill the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Boom! The figure of the Uchiha Disc suddenly turned into smoke and dissipated. What? It's a shadow doppelganger. Uchiha Fukio looked shocked. Swish! A black figure instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Fukio, which was the body of Uchiha Disc. The previous Uchiha Disc was just a shadow avatar, a chess piece used by the Uchiha Disc to test the kaleidoscope ability of Uchiha Fukio, and the real Uchiha Disc body has been waiting for a one-hit killing opportunity. Blur! Uchiha snorted coldly in his heart, and the kaleidoscope of his left eye turned rapidly, and the ability to transform reality into illusory turned to the left of the Sunang in front of Uchiha Fukio. I saw that the Sunang, materialized by chakra in front of Uchiha Fukio, instantly broke a gap, as if the chakra materialized and it suddenly disappeared. It was the ability of Uchiha Pan to blur the Su energy that protected Uchiha Fukio to the left, forming a short-lived passage. Without waiting for Sunang's left chakra flow to repair, the figure of Uchiha Pan disappeared instantly, and the next moment, it appeared inside the huge Su Ninjuo left. As soon as Uchiha Fukio's eyes flickered, the figure of Uchiha appeared in front of him, and the position of the two was almost face to face. It's over. Uchiha's leisurely voice was transmitted to his ears, and Uchiha Fukio only felt a cold in his heart, and the strength of his whole body seemed to fade in an instant, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. The cold kumu directly pierced Uchiha Fukio's heart, the gigantic whisker energy disappeared to the left. Uchiha looked at the corpse in his hand, stretched out his right hand, the chakra scalpel dug into Uchiha Fukio's eyes, quickly put the kaleidoscope chakra eye into a glass bottle, and received the glass bottle into the space of the right eye. Patriarch. Ah! Patriarch. Stop. Uchiha disc. Only at this time did the surrounding Uchiha ninjas and the Konoha ninjas who had already arrived exclaimed. The battle reversed too quickly. One moment Uchiha Fukiya showed his terrifying strength, almost crushing Uchiha disc. The next moment, Uchiha disc instantly overturned. Its speed exceeded everyone's expectations. Others, even if they wanted to help, it was too late. Seeing that his eyes were gouged out, and the body of Uchiha Fukiya, whose heart was pierced, was thrown by Uchiha Pan casually and smashed to the ground, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were furious. Even the other ninjas of Konoha looked at Uchiha Pan with hatred. After all, the Uchiha clan is also a member of Konoha, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was actually killed under the gaze of many Konoha ninjas, and at the moment when Konoha had just won the battlefield of Sand Ninja Village, it was too damaging to Konoha's morale and self-esteem. Uchiha disc. You bastard. Tsunade, who was the commander of Konoha's front, was completely furious, and what Uchiha did today was simply punching Konoha in the face. Tsunade's figure came quickly, and his right hand was raised high, and the terrifying chakra was hidden in his right hand. Monster fist. Rumble. A series of terrifying rifts appeared in the earth, and Tsunade's terrifying strange power, even Uchiha didn't want to give it a try, and his figure shifted instantly, avoiding Tsunade's attack. Sister Tsunade, your temper is still so short-tempered. Ah, bastard. Give me a stop. In the face of Uchiha's haunted time-space pupil technique, Tsunade angrily pursues the figure of Uchiha Pan, but he is always helpless. Uchiha disc teleported to a canopy of a surrounding tree. The goal has been achieved. Uchiha disc does not want to do unnecessary entanglement, and decides to leave directly. The figure just appeared, and Uchiha was shocked in his heart, and the figure disappeared in an instant. A golden flash appeared, and the figure disappeared instantly. A black kunao instantly streaked by, and the figure of Uchiha Pan flashed away. The figures of Uchiha Pan and Bofang Shuman kept appearing and disappearing, and the figures of the two were almost invisible, only to see a black figure and a golden figure in the woods constantly flickering. The two of them have a flying thunder technique, a time and space pupil technique teleportation. On the speed is almost comparable. The figures of the two dare not appear to stay for a moment. The two sides start a speed battle. As long as anyone is one step slower, the enemy's Kuwu will instantly kill himself. Bite. Bite. Knock knock. The fierce collision of Kuwu and Kuwu. In a moment, Uchiha Pan and Bofang Shuman have already fought dozens and hundreds of times. The figures of the two suddenly appeared, both standing on tall branches and bushes, each staring at each other. This kind of rapid battle of time and space ninjutsu, if you are not careful, the battle will end in an instant. Watergate, you can't help me. Uchiha Pan said lightly. Pan, why have you come to this point? What can't let 3 generations of adults be in charge? You know that 3 generations of adults have always valued you. Bofang Shuman's face was complicated. Looking at the Uchiha disc in front of him, his expression was full of helplessness. Uchiha Pan and Watergate were both descendants of the 3rd generation of Hokage before, valued by the 3rd generation of Hokage, and also did missions together in the dark part of Konoha, and the two sides used to be very familiar partners and friends, but they didn't expect to face each other today for life and death. Maybe it used to be, but 3 generations have already given me up. Watch me go to ruin. Uchiha Pan completely inherited the previous memory, and there was a little emotion in his heart, but this emotion was instantly erased from his heart by Uchiha Pan. Now I, who has returned from death, is no longer the Uchiha disc I once was. All grudges and hatreds have almost been broken, and from now on, I Uchiha Pan no longer lives for anyone in any force, and I Uchiha Pan only lives for myself. Wave Fang Shuman vaguely knows some things about the Uchiha disc, and seeing this, he is also helpless in his heart, and he also has an opinion in his heart about the original decision of the 3 generations of Hokage, but for the Uchiha disc to constantly cause damage to Konoha, Watergate's heart is also full of anger. Pan, I won't let you go today, just let me see how strong your strength has been in the past 2 years? Bofang Watergate looked serious, holding the Flying Thunder God in his hand. Watergate, why bother? If I want to go, you can't stop me, you are sure to waste your time on me. Uchiha shrugged and said helplessly, how do you know if you don't try? Shout. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger Art. Uchiha knows that it is useless to say anything at this moment, only to determine the victory with strength. Swish. Swish. The figure of the Uchiha disc continued to teleport. The golden flash and the black figure were constantly entangled, the kunao in each other's hands constantly collided, and fierce sparks filled the entire forest. Uchiha's figure did not stay in place for a moment. Almost as soon as it appeared, it disappeared immediately. Both Uchiha Pan and Bofang Shuman have mastered the art of time and space, and distance has no concept in their eyes, and now the two sides are competing with factors such as consciousness, speed of reaction nerves, chakra amount consumption, and even the rhythm of battle. As long as one link goes wrong, that person will lose in an instant. Bite. Poof. The two sides have another confrontation, only this time Uchiha chose to lose both. The bodies of both sides were separated and stood apart among the lush foliage. Pan, it's really your style. Feng Shuman covered his bleeding left arm, with complexity in his eyes. Both lose, but I have the advantage. Watergate. Uchiha Pan's abdomen also had a wound, but at this moment the wound quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Pan just looked a little pale, and said with a smile, "Watergate, I said you couldn't stop me." The battle between Uchiha Disc and Watergate ended because of the defeat of Uchiha Disc, but the injury of Uchiha Disc will affect its speed. But although Uchiha Pan is more seriously injured, it has the ability of kaleidoscope of left eye, and Uchiha Pan's injury is as good as the beginning in an instant. Moreover, at this time, the positions of the two sides have reached the edge of the woods, and it is also the edge of the range of the Flying Thunder God that has just been laid down by the Wave Feng Shui Gate. At this time, the Wave Feng Shui Gate can no longer stop the departure of the Uchiha Disc. Watergate, today's battle with you is very painful, but it ends here. Uchiha Pan glanced deeply at the Watergate, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the blonde figure that was rushing after him. Sister Tsunade, Uchiha will make amends to you again in the future. Ha ha ha. The figure of the Uchiha Disc teleported several times in a row and disappeared without a trace. Ah, bastard, Uchiha Pan, you bastard, stop for me. Tsunade, who had a golden ponytail, was furious, his eyes fixed on the direction where the Uchiha Disc had disappeared. Tsunade-sama, sorry I didn't stop him. Let's think about how to report this to the village. Feng Shuman looked a little downcast, and said to Tsunade with a wry smile, "What else can I say? Tell the truth. Let the 3 generations of that guy solve it himself, and bear the sins he created himself." Tsunade replied angrily, and walked back angrily. Plate. Hey. At the border of the river country, the figure of Uchiha Pan came out of nothingness. Uchiha couldn't help but cover his left eye, and the severe pain stimulated his brain nerves one by one, and a stream of blood flowed out of the left eye frame, looking like a demon soul. Feeling the rapid blurring of vision in his left eye, Uchiha knew that he had damaged his eye by using his left eye too often this time. However, the Uchiha Disc did not seem impatient at all, sensing that the glass bottle containing the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fukiya was quietly located in the space connected by the right eye, and the Uchiha Disc felt a little impatient in his heart. "I hope these eyes don't disappoint me," Uchiha muttered. This time the Sand Ninja battlefield and the group, both goals have been achieved. Uchiha Fukiya was finally killed by himself, and even the awakened kaleidoscope chakra eye was snatched by himself, and also fought with the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Although the continuous battles made me a little overwhelmed, it was all worth it. Uchiha Pan did not rush to the road, but first found a hidden place to recuperate, and only after his strength was restored, Uchiha Pan walked towards the Land of Rain. A month later, passing through the Land of Rain and the Land of Birds, Uchiha finally came to the Land of Bears. Bear Country, Star Shadow Village. Uchiha Pan came to the location of Star Shadow Village, and seeing the geographical location of Star Shadow Village, Uchiha Pan felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. It is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there is no cliff to see outside, and there is a valley basin, which is really hidden. Swish! Uchiha teleported, and his figure suddenly passed through the area filled with poisonous gas and came to the interior of Star Shinobi Village. At this time, in Singing Village, only some sporadic ordinary people were still walking on the streets, but they also looked cautious in the past, and their expressions were full of confusion about the future. A month ago, 2 powerful ninjas came from the village and not only defeated the ninja lords of Hoshikage Village, but also imprisoned them in a secret prison. In the past month, although the 2 powerful ninjas have not made any movements and have always stayed in the Star Shadow Village, the ordinary civilians in the Star Shadow Village have an unstoppable panic in their hearts, not knowing what the future holds. Uchiha Pan looked at the depressed scene in the Star Shadow Village, frowned slightly, and then walked towards a chakra in the sense. In Star Shadow Village, in a secluded house, Uchiha kept writing plans in his hands. When he first came to Hoshikage Village, Uchiha learned that Uchiha Kei and the 2 did not dare to act rashly after controlling the daimyo of Kimono country and a kind of ninja in Hoshikage Village, but just waited for their arrival. Uchiha did not blame the 2 too much, and immediately rewrote the 3 upper shinobi in Star Shadow Village, including Star Shadow. After that, with the assistance of the 3 people of Star Shadow, he successfully controlled the entire Star Shadow Village, and finally dealt with the affairs of Star Shadow Village. However, for the plan of the Bear Country, Uchiha does not want to imitate the one country one village system that is currently mainstream in the ninja world. In Uchiha Pan's view, the existence of a ninja is really a waste of labor just as a combat tool. With the ability of a ninja, even if it is an ordinary lower ninja, its production ability is far 10 times more than that of ordinary people, not to mention the more powerful middle ninja and upper ninja. The one country one village system of the ninja world, in Uchiha Pan's view, is completely inconsistent with the ruling structure in his heart. Therefore, Uchiha Pan thought of writing down his ideas and leaving them to Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling to implement. At this time, more than half a year has passed since the Sand Ninja village attacked Konoha and provoked the Third Ninja World War. Not long ago, the Sand Shinobi village was the first to submit a surrender to Konoha, but the battle between the Iwa Shinobi village and Konoha was invincible, while the Yunnan village and the Mist Shinobi village launched wars against Konoha one after another. The third Hokage soon signed a peace treaty with the Shinobi village, and then sent Tsune to lead the troops to the battlefield of Kumo Ninja village, where the Wei Feng Shuiman was transferred to the Great Snake Pill to deal with the Iwa Ninja battlefield, while Konoha's Inuga Butterfly Group and the Uchiha clan ninja were transferred to the battlefield of the Mist Ninja village. The Great War in the ninja world is in full swing, and the small country far west of the continent, the territory of the Country of Bears, is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. The Land of Bears was renamed the Land of the Stars. Uchiha completely abandoned the system of one country and one village in the ninja world, and instead concentrated political, economic, and military power to form a highly unified system of rights. With Hoshihide village as the center, the entire Hashinoku is divided into three major systems: a military institution composed of powerful ninja troops, an economic department composed of farmers, merchants, and workers, and a political institution composed of regional and town management and rule. Among them, the economic and political departments, Uchiha Pan can only use the lower shinobi and middle shinobi of Xingyan village and some of the noble personnel who have turned to themselves to thoroughly supervise and govern the Star Country. Fortunately, the Star Country is not very large, and it is enough to transfer 50 ninjas in Star Yin village. These people are responsible for the stability of the Star Country, monitoring changes in the Star Country, expanding the agricultural, commercial, and industrial development of the Star Country, and collecting taxes. As a military institution valued by Uchiha Pan divides it into two aspects. Xingyan village recruits 100 civilian children of the Star Country or war orphans every year, and trains them for free for 1 year to teach the basic knowledge of ninjas, such as chakra extraction, three-body art, shuriken art, and some weak ninjutsu. Genius ninjas are selected from them, and the rest will be sent to various parts of the Star Country after a year to serve as special productive forces. In the future, the study of ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusion will depend on one's own efforts, and Uchiha Pan specially set up a ninjutsu resource sales point in Xingyan village, and stipulated that all kinds of ninjutsu are prohibited from being exchanged and transmitted to each other, so as to obtain wealth and support the expenses of Xingyan village. After all, these people who have learned the basics of ninja, their labor ability is far better than ordinary people, and the speed of creating wealth is much higher than ordinary people, and they are completely capable of increasing their own strength and obtaining the corresponding ninjutsu knowledge. Uchiha pays attention to the elite route, and cultivating a shadow-level ninja is much more useful than a group of shinobi in the lower ninja, and there will always be some ninjas with extraordinary potential. Although this mode wants to cultivate a shadow-level powerhouse, it is completely to hit the big luck, but Uchiha Pan is not worried. At this time, it is in the Third Great War of the Ninja World, more than 10 years before the beginning of the original plot. With the memories of the past life, the Uchiha disc can completely find some strong people who will shine in the future, and they are still unfound, and the pearl is hidden. Even if there is no forgeable material in the Country of Stars, Uchiha Disc is not afraid. There are also Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling next to Uchiha Disc. For the potential talent of the two, Uchiha Disc also has great expectations, and it is completely possible to advance to the shadow level. As for below the shadow level, the real battle is not as big as imagined. When you don't see the peak of the Xiao organization, 1 super shadow, 7 or 8 shadow level peak rebels, almost against the 5 major powers and occupy the upper hand. In the later stage, 1/6 realms, the entire ninja world. Uchiha Pan is not worried about his future strength at all, so he doesn't care about the number of low-end ninjas at all. As long as a few shadow-level ninjas are cultivated, at that time, Xingyan village will be another Xiao. Of course, any reform process will always touch the interests of a large group of power groups, and endless obstacles and conspiracies will constantly obstruct it, which Uchiha disdained. After all, the world of Naruto is still a supernatural world, and the strong are respected, and the law of the weak is more cruel and unscrupulous than the real world. Uchiha Pan completely pursues the idea of a great man who comes out of power with a gun, and directly sends a ninja squad to live and die if he goes against me. The reform of the Star Country lasted for half a year before it gradually subsided, during which countless lives disappeared, the old power groups were killed and scattered, and the power system belonging to the Uchiha clan was initially established. The bloody wind and even the earth-shattering changes in the Country of Stars did not cause a little fluctuation in the ninja world, and now the eyes of the large and small forces in the ninja world are firmly fixed on the Ninja World War, staring at Konoha, Iwa Shinobu, Cloud Shinobu and Mist Shinobu. The Third Shinobi War had been going on for a year at this time, and the war had come to an end. The ninjas, economy, and materials of the major ninja villages were all seriously consumed in this war that swept the 5 great powers of the entire ninja world. Among them, Konoha village fought against the other 4 ninja villages at the same time with the strength of one village, and the price paid was completely nerve-wracking, and Konoha had already consumed the fruits of victory in World War II. However, all this will come to an end, and all perseverance and hard work will be rewarded. In the Iwa Shinobu battlefield, Konoha and Iwa Shinobu were entangled for too long, until the arrival of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, which gradually tilted the balance of victory towards Konoha. And in the end, in an operation of the Wave Wind Watergate class, the most important supply line of Iwayne Village was cut into sections, and all the supply materials were burned, and Iwayne Village finally could not resist, and the third generation of Tokujoniki immediately ordered Iwa Shinobu to retreat, calling it Konoha. This is the famous Battle of Kaminakamushi. Kakashi obtains the Sharingan, Uchiha takes the soil on a path of no return, and Haranoran's fate is doomed. After this battle, Konoha won the war with Iwahide Village, and also planted the seeds of countless tragic events in the future. With the victory of the Iwa Shinobi battlefield, Konoha Village finally pulled out his hand and mobilized more ninjas to participate in the Cloud Ninja battlefield and the Mist Ninja battlefield. And in these wars, there is one person's light that covers almost everyone in Konoha, that is, Konoha's Golden Flash Wave Feng Shui Gate. The decisive force for victory in the Sand Ninja battlefield and the Rock Ninja battlefield. After coming to the Cloud Ninja battlefield, the Wave Feng Shui Gate was the combination that defeated the Cloud Ninja village in a battle, and the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Spiral Pill completely shocked the entire ninja world. And because the three generations of Thunder Shadow were besieged by thousands of people in Iwa Shinobu, and died of exhaustion in 3 days and 3 nights of the war, this unexpected event happened. Union Village could no longer hold on, and made a sound of peace to Konoha. Immediately after, Mist Hidden Village saw that the general trend had passed, and it was difficult for him to fight against Konoha, who was strong and powerful, and also withdrew from the border of the Land of Fire and returned to the Land of Water. The Third Ninja World War soon ended with Konoha's final victory, and Konoha Village fought against the 4 major ninja villages of Sand Shinobi, Iwa Shinobu, Cloud Shinobu, and Mist Shinobu with the strength of one village, and the strength shocked the ninja world. Although Konoha's peak powerhouses are not as good as those during World War II, the emergence of a new generation made up for the emptiness of Konoha's power in time. Golden Glitter, Wave Feng Shuman. Instantaneous Water Stop, Uchiha Stop Water. Inoka Butterfly Group, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaisa, Yamanaka Haiki. Sharinan Kakashi, Kiki Kakashi. Ever since Uchiha Pan made a big fuss in Konoha and killed Uchiha Tamigaka and Uchiha Hill in the Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobi battlefields, Uchiha Pan has stayed in Hoshihide Village and no longer goes out. In addition to occasionally following the progress of the Shinobi War, Uchiha Pan is in control of the reform process of the Star Country while devoting himself to crazy research. The Book of Seals taken from Konoha Village, the many occult materials obtained in the root section, and the most important one, a pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes belonging to Uchiha Fukyu. All this requires the Uchiha disc to spend a lot of time digesting and absorbing it, and the last thing that the Uchiha disc lacks now is time. For most of the year, although the strength of today's Uchiha Pan is still at the peak of the shadow level, at that time, whether it is the kaleidoscope's ability or its own various ninjutsu and secret arts, it has been changed from shotgun to cannon, reaching the extreme of the current stage, and almost half of his foot has stepped into the threshold of Super Shadow. I have to say that after reading the book of Konoha's Seal, all kinds of powerful forbidden arts and ninjutsu, their powerful effects simply shocked the Uchiha disc. Although he had long known the general forbidden arts in the Book of Seals, until he really saw all the forbidden arts in ninjutsu, Uchiha Pan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. For the second generation Hokage who created these forbidden arts in ninjutsu, between the 1,000 hands, Uchiha Pan was really impressed. This guy is simply more terrifying than the big snake pill, if in reality, it is completely Einstein's level. The art of Flying Thunder God, the art of darkness, the art of telescope, the art of rebirth of dirty earth, the art of spiritualization, the mutual multiplication initiation charm, the ghoul seal, and a large number of water-done S-class ninjutsu, mu-done S-class ninjutsu. These powerful ninjutsu have given Uchiha Pan countless sparks of inspiration, whether it is directly learning to practice, or researching and creating his own ninjutsu, all of which have enriched the ninjutsu mastered by Uchiha Pan. Previously, Uchiha Disc relied more on his kaleidoscope chakra eye ability when fighting, and his own kaleidoscope ability was more reflected in the auxiliary, and did not have much advantage over attacks. If the kaleidoscope ability is removed, the Uchiha Disc will only have a fire escape how and spiral pills attack before. When encountering Uchiha Fukyu, the ability to control flames, Uchiha Pan can only hold back and use the ability to use the kaleidoscope to sneak attack and win, but his own ninjutsu is too single, and the combat methods are not rich enough. But now, with a large number of ninjutsu and forbidden arts borrowed from the Book of Seals, Uchiha Pan has greatly enriched his abilities. From the Flying Thunder God art, the Eye of Time and Space in the right eye has formed an ultra-long-distance teleportation. Compared to the Flying Thunder God, as long as it is the place where the Uchiha Disc has been or even knows the approximate direction, you can teleport in any place, making up for the defect that you can only teleport for a short distance before, and don't rush too easily in the future, and no longer have to run hard. From the technique of telescopes, the Eye of Time and Space of the Uchiha Disc has formed a void mirror that monitors all the movements between heaven and earth, and the Uchiha Disc calls it the treasure mirror of heaven and earth, which can observe any place in the ninja realm, showing a scene with a radius of 100 meters. As long as the strength does not exceed a large realm level of the Uchiha Disc, they cannot avoid the monitoring of the heaven and earth treasure mirror, and all the Information around them is displayed in the mirror. And for the art of rebirth of dirt, a forbidden technique that is so powerful that it is against the sky, Uchiha Pan knows that the art of rebirth of dirt on the Book of Seals is not perfect, and it cannot be controlled after summoning the Revenant, so Uchiha Pan did not cultivate it, and was ready to wait until the Great Snake Pill perfected it in the future, and then traded it to practice. Despite this, combined with the art of soil rebirth and ordinary psychic techniques, the Eye of Time and Space of Uchiha Disc has formed another pupil technique, two realms of spiritual communication. The two realms of spiritual communication, as the name implies, can use certain mediums to teleport creatures and even revenants in different spaces, and can also reverse teleport themselves. The kaleidoscope writing wheel Eye of the Uchiha Disc suddenly increased three powerful abilities because of the Book of Seals, and for the Eye of Void Reality, the Uchiha Disc has not made much progress, on the one hand, because of insufficient time, on the other hand, because of the frequent use before, the vision of the Void Eye of his left eye has been in a blurry state, so the Uchiha Disc does not dare to use it too much. In the past half a year, Uchiha Pan has only further applied the original blurring ability to chakra, and its own chakra can be blurred, which can avoid the observation of perspective eyes such as white eyes and chakra eyes, and perfectly hide strength. And the previous original virtual itself and virtual foreign objects, Uchiha Disc also conceived two powerful abilities. One is the destruction of all things, using the ability of virtual to illustrate all things in heaven and earth in an instant, which is equivalent to erasing their existence from heaven and earth. The other is just the opposite, is the mirror flower, which is to use the ability to transform the virtual and the real, create everything from nothing, manifest in reality, form a real illusion, confuse the enemy, can be virtual and real, people cannot be prevented. It's just that all this exists in the theoretical stage, and if you want to implement it, I'm afraid you will have to wait until Uchiha Disc promotes the eyes to the point of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and completely solves the worries of vision. The Book of Seals brought a lot of benefits to the Uchiha Disc, and the various scroll information collected from the root of the Tenzo also got unexpected surprises from the Uchiha Disc. The art of sealing, the root part of the group has collected a lot of sealing techniques. The art of sealing, passed down from the Vortex family, legend has it that the sealing technique of the Vortex family is extremely powerful, causing panic and fear among all forces in the ninja world, and finally during World War II, with the tacit consent of many forces, the country of Vortex was destroyed, and the Vortex family was almost extinct. Since then, the sealing technique of the Vortex family has gradually been lost, that is, Konoha village still retains an inheritance because of his first wife, and Uchiha did not expect to get this unexpected surprise from Danzo. There are 6 sealing techniques obtained by Uchiha Pan, which are the 4-elephant seal, the 5-element seal, the Bagua seal, the enchantment 4-square sealing array, the enchantment 5-element sealing array, and the time and space enchantment. These sealing techniques, the Uchiha Disc was handed over to Uchiha Chi, and Uchiha Ling them, let them study successfully, and then portray them into Xingyian village, establishing an enchantment array like a wooden leaf that shrouded the entire Xingyian village. At this time, Xingyian village had already changed its appearance, and all the ordinary residents who originally lived in Xingyian village had moved to villages and towns in Star Country. With the help of a large number of ninjas, Xingyian village first squeezed the earth and leveled it to become more solid and stable. The Uchiha Pan divides Xingyian village into a central building, inner perimeter, outer perimeter, and border defense area. The central building is a place for the office of Hoshihide village and even the land of Hoshi to discuss things, and a large number of ninjutsu, forbidden and occult scrolls are collected. The inner perimeter, where all the ninjas and their families live, are tightly guarded around the central building. Laboratory areas, tight areas and training sites were also built in the inner perimeter. In the current inner area, there are only Uchiha Disc, Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Ling, the original Star Shadow Meteor, the original Dark Captain Yanida, and the Blue Star 6 who like to wear blue robes, which looks very deserted. On the periphery, there are 100 orphans and civilian children of the Star Country who are recruited by Xingyian village every year to live and study. The outer perimeter is tightly enclosed by the inner perimeter, which is 10 times larger than the inner perimeter, and there are a large number of dormitories, training grounds, libraries, and other living measures, and every year there are 10 junior shinobi who stay here to teach these children the basics of ninja. Because of the suppression of many rebellious aristocrats and rich during the reform, Xingyian village has obtained a lot of wealth, which is enough to supply the development of Xingyian village for 10 years, and when the policy reform of the Star Country is perfected, a large amount of fiscal revenue every year will be enough for Xingyian village to develop and grow better. Compared with the current one country one village policy in the ninja world, the ninja village in charge of a powerful military is subject to the control of a daimyo, and all economic resources are controlled and distributed by the daimyo, and even powerful ninjas usually have to take on some miscellaneous tasks to support themselves, which is really a waste of ninja energy and time. And the country of stars now, most of the ordinary ninjas are also released to engage in production, and the village of stars trains 100 ninjas every year. The purpose of the Uchiha Disc is to slowly turn everyone in the country of stars into ninjas, and the learning knowledge of ninjas is gradually removed, not to mention how powerful the civilians are, but the productivity will also become rapidly powerful because of the role of various basic ninjutsu. This brings more wealth resources. Uchiha Pan did not have any opinion in his heart, and he only firmly controlled ninjutsu in Xingyian village, but popularized ninjutsu so that ordinary people could gradually access and use it. The border defense area of Xingyian village was established in the original natural poison gas cliff of Xingyian village. And this, I have to mention the Xingyian village enchantment array that Uchiha ordered to establish. With the help of the research and development of the sealing technique of the Vortex family and the ideas of Uchiha Pan, the enchantment array of Xingyian village is divided into the 5-element sealing array of the perception category, the 4-square spacetime and space sealing array that seals the transfer of space, and the supergravity technique array used to assist cultivation, and the triple enchantment array shrouds the entire Xingyian village in a spherical shape. The 5-element sealing array was composed of countless enchantment and 5-element sealing techniques, densely covering the entire inner periphery, and poisonous miasma area of Xingyian village. Based on the chakra attributes of the 5 elements of wind, water, fire, earth, and thunder, the super-large sealing technique is enough to find any hostile ninja who invades and hides in Xingyian village, so that it cannot hide. Only those ninjas whose chakra attributes transcended the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder could completely avoid the perceptual power of this 5-element forbidden array. And this kind of person, there is only one kind of person in the ninja world, that is, a 6-level powerhouse who has mastered the fusion of yin and yang attributes and fused a chakra into 6 attributes, otherwise it is an ordinary person who has not yet refined the chakra, and his body also contains 5 hidden attributes. The Sifang time and space forbidden array is composed of countless enchantment quadripartite sealing techniques fused with the time and space techniques, which is also densely packed throughout the inner and outer periphery of Xingyian village and the poisonous miasma area. Its role is very single, that is, within the enchantment, any space ninjutsu cannot be used, and the space is imprisoned and suppressed, whether it is from the inside to the outside, or from the outside to the inside, it cannot be transmitted with space ninjutsu. This is also a special order of Uchiha Pan, and he personally joined the formation of research and depiction, that is, to prevent the ninja with space ninjutsu from raiding. Just like Konoha village, Uchiha took soil in and out of Konoha many times, and was not detected by Konoha village. Of course, the ninjas in Xingyian village who know the art of time and space will engrave specific techniques on their bodies to avoid the influence of spatial confinement. The last hypergravity array, this ninjutsu array was completed by Uchiha alone, borrowing from his own earth escape, the art of gravity. The technique of gravity is imprinted in the entire Xingyian village, and the scope also covers the entire Xingyian village, and most of the area usually only maintains twice the gravity environment. And some special training grounds, ninjas can transport chakra to the ported port according to their own requirements, adjust the size of gravity. This is also the reason why when the Hoshihide village was rebuilt before, Uchiha ordered the Earth Ninja to strengthen and compact the entire Hoshihide village, and now even the buildings and other supplies in the shinobi village are built with special materials. Only in this way can they withstand this gravity environment. However, the strongest area of the entire hypergravity array is at a height of 100 meters and 5 meters deep underground, as well as the cliff poisonous miasma at the boundary of Xingyian village, and its gravity environment has been frantically adjusted to 100 times the size by Uchiha. 90% of the natural energy that the entire hypergravity array usually absorbs has been supplied to these hypergravity areas, firmly guarding the entire Xingyian village. In a 100-fold gravity environment, even if the physical fitness of the Uchiha disc at this time has adapted to the 10-fold gravity environment, it will be instantly suppressed and imprisoned, and pressed into powder, not to mention ordinary ninjas. This kind of environment, I am afraid that the 6-level powerhouses in Nagato who has mastered the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation in the future can withstand it. Although in order to arrange these 3 terrifying enchantment arrays, the resources consumed by it consumed almost half of the wealth that Uchiha Pan had collected, the results were also very satisfactory to Uchiha Pan. It can be said that no one in the current ninja world can easily invade Xingyian village, although it is small and not famous, but in the future, the place where Xingyian village is located will definitely become a forbidden place in the entire ninja world. Xingyian village, outskirts. Groups of children between the ages of 5 and 10, led by Naka Shinobi Sensei, are practicing basic physical arts at one training ground after another. For most of the year, it was enough for these children and ninjas to adapt to twice the gravity environment. I think that when these children and Naka Shinobu first entered Xingyian village, it was almost very difficult to move, and most of the day was spent in rest. Now, these children and ninjas are gradually adapting to this environment, although they still can't exercise for a long time, but ordinary daily life has been fully adaptable. When a year later, these children graduate, and their strength, especially physical ability, is definitely far beyond that of ninjas of the same level. The ultragravity array, this earth enchantment art created by the Uchiha disc, played a significant role in the development of the ninja of Xingyian village. Not to mention the peripheral children who grew up in this environment, it was Uchiha K and others, and their strength has also grown at a significant rate in the past half a year. At this time, Uchiha Chi and Yuji Bo Ling have been able to train in a 3-dimensional gravity environment, and their physical fitness has been doubled stronger, resulting in their physical ability has been significantly enhanced. Now the strength of the two has reached the peak of elite upper ninja, and the amount of chakra has reached the level of quasi-shadow, close to the strength of the shadow level. As for the other three people of Meteor Star, Yanita, and Blue Star, their strength has also reached the level of the general ninja of the 5 villages, and in the case of receiving a large number of ninjutsu given by Uchiha Pan, the 3 Meteor Stars, who originally only had 1 or 2 peacock magic techniques, were also insufficient for their own flaws and improved their strength. But because the 3 of them used to rely on the meteorite star in Xingyian village to speed up the refining of chakra, their own potential has long been seriously consumed, although Uchiha Pan cured their physical hidden dangers with medical ninjutsu, but the strength of the 3 people may stop at the elite upper ninja, and there is no shadow level. The strength of everyone in Xingyian village is improving, and the Uchiha disc that has been staying in Xingyian village for half a year is even more terrifying in strength. In addition to the addition of several kaleidoscopic chakra eye pupil techniques, Uchiha Pan also created 2 powerful ninjutsu based on his past life knowledge. Xingyian village, in a cultivation field in the inner perimeter, Uchiha Pan stood in the middle of the field. Uchiha Pan, who was wearing a black-red cloud imperial god robe, his eyes were now tightly fixed on the constantly rotating electric chakra in his right hand. The blue chakra spun rapidly, making circular movements around the arm of the Uchiha disc, but in the hand of the Uchiha disc was suspended a delicate deep black kunao. Kulu is suspended in the palm of his hand, and it is right in the center of the chakra current that is constantly rotating around him. The Uchiha disc controlled the bursting thunder attribute chakra, allowing it to form this constantly rotating form, which was not much more difficult than practicing the form of the spiral pill. Suddenly, Uchiha's eyes flashed, and his heart moved, and he drank low. Lay done, electromagnetic cannon. A flash of light crossed, and the Kulu in Uchiha's hand had disappeared. Rumble. High in the sky, the supergravity area 100 meters high seemed to be hit hard by something, emitting a loud roar, and then, the supergravity area within 10 meters was blasted through a passage, the air was blasted out of cracked traces, a terrifying vacuum channel straight to the sky, and finally the clouds in the depths of the sky were scattered, splitting a huge hole, warm sunlight through the cloud gap, shining down, shrouding the entire Xingyian village. Boom! All this scene only happened in an instant, the electric flint exceeded people's reaction time, and then, a terrifying roaring gas explosion sounded, which was the sound after Kuwu pierced the air at 10 times supersonic speed. Uchiha looked at everything in front of him, an excited smile appeared on his face, and then laughed. Lay done, electromagnetic cannon. A Super S-level single ninjutsu, its power is almost beyond the fire developed by Uchiha disc, Kawan spiral pill. Under one blow, after penetrating a 100-fold gravity area within a range of 10 meters, it shot straight into the depths of the clouds, blasting open a terrifying channel, especially the speed that was unreliable, 10 supersonic speeds, even the Uchiha disc himself could not react. The speed is too fast, I am afraid that only before this ninjutsu attack to avoid the bearing, otherwise, once the electromagnetic cannon is not fired, it can only wait for death, and even if it is death, I am afraid that it will not be able to react. In the face of this terrifying speed, anything that stands in the way of Ku will be blasted to pieces. This thunder electromagnetic cannon has finally been fully developed, ha ha ha. Uchiha Pan laughed wantonly, happy. In the process of developing this ninjutsu based on the theory of electromagnetic cannon knowledge in previous lives, even Uchiha Pan spent a lot of time and energy, and finally fully mastered the regulation of the thunder attribute chakra, and burst out the terrifying blow just now. In Xingyian village, the roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the scene that ran through the clouds of heaven and earth shocked everyone. What is it? Oh my god. What happened? It's so beautiful. It is sent from the inner perimeter area. Could it be that Lord Pan is experimenting with a new technique? It's much scarier than before. Has Master Pan's new technique been successful? That's awesome. Many children and ninjas who were training in the periphery looked at the air passage in horror, and talked about it. Everyone knew that this was the supreme ruler of Xingyian village, and Lord Pan was experimenting with new techniques again. This happened often in the past half a year. From the first time it caused panic and discussion, now everyone has become accustomed to seeing this situation, but every time they will emit awe-inspiring admiration, and the prestige of Uchiha is deeply imprinted in the hearts of these children and ninjas. It's just that this time the movement is too big, and everyone can't help but panic again. But the scene that runs through heaven and earth is too shocking. Has Master Pan's new technique been successful? What a terrifying power. Uchiha K, who was discussing ninjutsu with everyone in the inner perimeter, exclaimed, his eyes full of awe and joy. Even the hypergravity area in the air is penetrated. This power, the new technique studied by adults, is so powerful. Uchiha Ling on the side looked excited, happier than if he had practiced a ninjutsu himself. This is the Pansama who he is willing to follow for the rest of his life. He actually developed such a terrifying ninjutsu. So strong. This power can probably penetrate the entire Xingyian village with one blow. The eyes of the 3 of them were also shocked. Uchiha disc has been studying new techniques for half a year, and the movement caused by each time is getting bigger and bigger, until today, the completely perfect thunder, electromagnetic wave, its powerful power for the first time appeared in the ninja world, and only more than 100 people in Xingyian village witnessed all this. Swish! Uchiha Disc Right Eye Pupil Technique, Time and Space Art, Two Realms Psychic. The special kunao that had long since flown to where it flew was teleported over, and Uchiha looked at the delicate kunao in his hand that was smaller than the ordinary kunao, and looked carefully. The terrifying blow just now, under the supersonic speed, there will be a terrifying friction between Kuwu and the air, but this Kuwu has not undergone any obvious changes. Uchiha Disc knows that under the power of the electromagnetic gun, ordinary metal may not fly far, and it will be damaged in high-speed friction, which will seriously affect the power of the electromagnetic gun. Therefore, with the ability of the Eye of Reality, Uchiha first blurred a large number of ordinary Kuwu and extraterrestrial meteorite stars, and then quenched the essence in the illusory, and then fused everything to create this Kuwu, and then realized it into reality. In addition to Lei Dun, electromagnetic cannon, during this time, the second ninjutsu created by Uchiha Pan is Lei Dun, electromagnetic induction. Thunderbolt, electromagnetic induction is created by the principle of the relationship between electromagnetism and the induction of the planet's magnetic field. This perceptual ninjutsu, knowing the principle, is relatively simple to study, and the Uchiha Disc has been thoroughly perfected 3 months ago. Lei Dun, electromagnetic induction. In the body of the Uchiha Disc, the chakra of the thunder attribute was distributed in a special form, and in an instant, countless information poured into the mind, with the Uchiha Disc as the center, and the scene with a radius of tens of kilometers appeared in the mind. The inner periphery, and border of Xingyian village are poisonous, and then cover the distance. All the information about the situation is revealed and clear. Uchiha glanced at it and turned off electromagnetic induction, and this large-scale perception ability to maintain for a long time would also consume some energy. Swish! The figure of the Uchiha Disc disappeared, and reappeared deep in the underground of the central building of Xingyian village. This is a special laboratory specially built for yourself by Uchiha Disc, and there are many ninjutsu scrolls and experimental equipment from Uchiha Disc. The Uchiha Disc came to the experimental table, and there was already a shadow avatar of the Uchiha Disc busy. At this time, the shadow avatar of the Uchiha Disc took off his surgical gloves, threw aside the human experimental materials in front of him at will, and glanced at the Uchiha Disc itself. The shadow doppelganger couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "I said the body, you just throw me alone to work in this dark laboratory, so that there is no public morality. Okay, don't complain, what happened to the secret art you studied?" Uchiha asked with a serious face. "It's already done, just wait for you to come." The shadow avatar knew what the body cared about, and said speechlessly with his hands spread, "So concerned, it has been delayed until now. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come back now." Uchiha also ignored the complaints of his shadow avatar, and talked to himself, which was really not a fun thing for a long time. Uchiha dissolved the shadow avatar's technique, and the shadow avatar immediately turned into nothing, and one memory experience after another was sorted out and fused into the body's mind. Uchiha Pan's eyes flashed, and after absorbing the memories of the shadow avatar, Uchiha Pan knew that the secret technique he cared about the most, the ninjutsu that absorbed the power of the Sharingan Eye pupil, had finally been studied and created. For this reason, the shadow avatar wasted the dozens of pairs of ordinary chakra eyes that Uchiha had collected before. However, it was all worth it, and with this secret technique, the art of interpretation, his kaleidoscope chakra eye could finally be promoted. Secret art, the art of interpretation. The principle of the secret art studied by the shadow avatar is very simple. First, the Sharingan is blurred with the void eye, and all the useless components in the Sharingan eye are eliminated in the blurred world. Only the purest pupil power without any impurities is retained, and then these pure pupil power are perfectly integrated with their own Sharingan with the secret technique. Uchiha Pan carefully examined it, found no loopholes, and immediately made a decision, ready to absorb Uchiha Fukiu's kaleidoscope chakra eye. Swish! Taking out the glassware stored in the space of the right eye, Uchiha turned on the kaleidoscope mode with both eyes, and stared at the glassware in his hand, the same pair of scarlet kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Blur! The entire glassware was instantly illusory, and then turned into a bubble, which was illusory by the Uchiha Disc and appeared in the world of nothingness. Separation. Extraction. Uchiha's body shape is also blurred, controlling everything in the illusory world, easily turning glassware and culture liquor into nothingness, and then removing useless ingredients in Uchiha Fukiu's kaleidoscopic writing wheel eyes, including the residual information that originally belonged to Uchiha Fukiu's gene. In the end, there were only 2 scarlet and black air currents left in front of Uchiha's eyes, which were the powerful and pure pupil power contained in each pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Secret art, fusion technique. Without hesitation, Uchiha immediately cast a secret technique against the 2 clouds of air flow in front of him. I saw 2 clouds of air flow mixed with black and scarlet flowing towards the eyes of the Uchiha Disc, and soon completely fused in. The figure of Uchiha appeared in the laboratory, his eyes closed, feeling the newly appeared powerful pupil power in his eyes slowly fusing with his original pupil power, slowly transforming his own eyes, and a sense of coolness was filled with coolness. Uchiha sensed a little, knowing that this situation would probably last for a day, so he simply closed his eyes and waited in this underground secret room. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. In the secret room, Uchiha's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. As if a bright light flashed, the original six-way hook jade connected pattern in Uchiha's eyes changed instantly, and 3 new hook jades were slowly squeezed out, squeezing the original 6 connected gujad to the periphery, and the 3 newly appeared gujad were also connected to each other, occupying the inner ring. Between the black dot in the center, the 3 hook jade in the inner ring, and the 6 hook jade in the outer ring, countless black thin lines are hooked to form a more complex and weird pattern. The change in his eyes was quickly completed, and Uchiha felt the surging pupil power in his eyes that was far stronger than before, and his heart was excited. Finally, his kaleidoscope chakra eye was promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, and the gradually blurred vision of the left eye was now restored to the original, and it was clearer than before, and he could see finer particles in the air. At the same time, just after the promotion of the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha disc, Chakra, who had already reached the peak of the shadow level in his body, broke through a threshold in an instant because of the strengthening of his spiritual power, and almost doubled in an instant, and the powerful momentum spread out from the Uchiha disc, filling the entire underground laboratory. Super Shadow Class. The strength of the Uchiha disc finally broke through the shadow level at this time and entered the ranks of the Super Shadow level. Uchiha Pan also entered the realm of the 1000 hand pillars and Uchiha Spot, surpassing the shadow level, and suppressing the strength of the ninja world with 1 person against 1 village. Uchiha Pan gradually became familiar with the skyrocketing strength, slowly controlled it, felt the endless pupil power in his eyes, even the pupil technique contained in it was strengthened. At this moment, Uchiha Pan truly stood at the peak of the ninja world, and no longer needed to worry about the so-called 5 ninja villages. Next, you can finally complete the plan in your heart without any scruples. The figure of the Uchiha disc instantly disappeared and appeared in front of Uchiha Kai and the others in the induction. Swish! After explaining the many arrangements of Xingyian village, Uchiha left Xingyian village. After spending most of the year dormant in Xingyian village, Uchiha finally thought quietly after his own strength broke through the super shadow level. First of all, Uchiha Pan came to various places in the Star Country and observed the development of the Star Country. After checking it, Uchiha was also satisfied in his heart. After more than half a year of turmoil and reform, the country of stars has finally stabilized, and the development of various places has exploded with the help of the ninja profession with great ability. The power of ninjutsu has really been applied to civilian production in the country of stars, and in the face of a large number of ninjutsu of ninjas, whether it is the use of soil to tidy up farmland, roads, or irrigation, drinking, and the use of various attribute ninjutsu, the agriculture, industry, and commerce of the country of stars have burst into strong passion. Countless ninjutsu have been applied to production and innovation by the wisdom of the vast number of people, and ninjutsu is no longer just a tool for killing and fighting. Uchiha Pan silently looked at the situation of the Star Country and left the Star Country. At this time, the Third Great War of the ninja world had just ended, and the major ninja villages were silently repairing the post-war wounds. Countless ninjas were killed, a large number of civilians were implicated and displaced, and countless orphans were born in the war. In addition to Konoha village, because of the victorious country, he received a large amount of post-war compensation materials and was able to quickly restore his strength. Among the defeated countries, the situation of Cheyenne village, Yinyan village, and Weian village is indeed not very good. On the one hand, it is necessary to subsidize the families of a large number of ninjas who died in battle, and on the other hand, it is necessary to retrain the ninja team to supplement the combat effectiveness of the hidden village. Land of Water, Mist Hidden Village. The village of Mistyan suffered heavy losses in this 3 battles, and although the timing of the battle was very good, it had no choice but to run into the more heaven-defying Konoha village and was severely hit by Konoha. Not only did a large number of ninjas die, but the 7 people of the high-end combat power of the Mist Ninja Sword were killed by Konoha's Mate explosive seed. With a large amount of materials and the consumption of ninjas, the Mist Hidden Village now has to implement an elite strategy, that is, the famous Blood Mist Village. And the first to bear the brunt is the major bloodstained families in the village who have been disobeying the command of 3 generations of Water Shadow. In the end, the butcher knives of the 3 generations of Water Shadow pointed to the major bloodstained ninja families, and a large number of bloodstained ninjas were slaughtered, including the famous Shui Wuyu clan in the country of water. Uchiha walked slowly on the land of water, and white snowflakes continued to fall, dyeing the entire earth white. Uchiha Pan is constantly wandering around the land of water, borrowing the pupil technique of the heaven and earth treasure mirror to find his target. One day, Uchiha Pan came to a remote village, under the snow. The situation in the village that should have been cold and deserted seemed noisy at this time. A large number of village names, armed with hoes, shovels and other weapons, surrounded a residential house with great force. Uchiha glanced at it from a distance, as if he had thought of something, and cast the heaven and earth treasure mirror pupil technique on the distant village. A circular barrier appears on one side of the void, revealing the scene that is happening in the distance. Dozens of village names, led by a middle-aged man, kept approaching the house with iron tools, and inside the thatched house, a blood-stained woman's body fell to the ground, no longer lifeless, and in the corner of the house, a teary-eyed little girl, wearing a worn cotton jacket with her back against the wall, looked at the people in front of her with a terrified expression. "Don't, Daddy, don't, woo. Mom!" The little girl's miserable cry did not attract the sympathy of the adults. "Kill her! Kill this devil! Kill her! Or we will all die! Kill her!" The crowd was excited, the adults' eyes were red, and they roared fiercely, looking at the little girl's gaze full of murderous intent. The middle-aged simple man in the front, holding a hammer dripping with blood in his hand, was the little girl's real father. After knowing the devil's ability of his wife and daughter to carry bloodstains, the man did not care about family affection at all, and did not hesitate to lead the villagers to come, and just killed his wife with his own hands. "Go and die, you devil!" The middle-aged man held the hammer high and smashed it down hard. "Ugh!" The little girl looked at the man in front of her desperately, feared to the extreme, looked at the blood-stained hammer that kept falling in front of her, and couldn't help but close her eyes and exclaim, "Click!" In an instant, a powerful force was stimulated, centered on the little girl's body, and the space with a radius of 10 meters was frozen in ice. Dozens of villagers with bloodthirsty and excited looks were frozen together with the middle-aged man and the little girl, and the strong cold instantly killed the adults, but the little girl had already passed out. Looking at everything that happened in the heaven and earth treasure mirror, the corners of Uchiha's mouth turned up slightly. "Finally found you, Shiro." Uchiha teleported to the thatched hut destroyed by ice thorns. The eternal kaleidoscopic pupil technique in his eyes was cast, teleporting out the little girl in the ice, and sinking the corpse in the ice into the earth. Looking at Shiro in his hand who had passed out due to the blood-stained power of the awakening explosion, Uchiha smiled, and his figure disappeared instantly. In a town in the land of water, Uchiha appears at an inn with Shiro. After placing Bayan, who had fallen asleep, in the inn, Uchiha bought some children's clothes, shoes, and hats, and stayed here. Day and night passed, and Shiro finally woke up. After a brief period of confusion, the white look that recalled everything became frightened and sad. "Mom! Father! Everyone is dead. It was killed by Bai, he really is a demon, and everyone hates Shiro." The little girl kept muttering, her expression full of sadness, despair, and helplessness. Uchiha couldn't help but touch the little girl's head, and said with a gentle expression, "Shiro, follow me in the future." "My lord, you don't hate white?" Baitiri asked hazily, but there was deep hope hidden in his eyes. "Shiro is a person with the power of the devil, everyone hates Shiro, even his father." Shiro's voice became lower and lower. "Do you mean so? The power of the devil? Then Shiro and I are really the same kind of people." "Of course I don't hate white." Uchiha Pan had a dark red spiral pill suspended in his hand and said with a smile, "Ah, adult, you too." Shiro saw the spiral pill in Uchiha Pan's hand, his expression was stunned, and he carefully glanced at Uchiha Pan's eyes, seeing the gentle and affirmative eyes. Shiro's heart was also full of sunshine. "Adults, please take care. The country of water is full of snow all year round, and on the ground, two figures, one large and one small, slowly appear." Uchiha Pan slowly walked on the snow with Shiro, and Shiro's small hand tightly grasped Uchiha Pan's right hand, almost trotting to follow the footsteps of the teenager. "Okay, let's get here today." Uchiha stopped and looked at Shiro, who had reached his limit. "Whew, call, Pan-sama, Shiro. You can continue, keep exercising." Baizayaxio's face was covered with sweat, and he said breathlessly, "Shiro, I said yes." Uchiha glanced at the little girl calmly, and saw that the little girl slowly lowered her head, and couldn't help but smile angrily. "Let's go, we can hurry." "Yes, Master Pan." Bai knew that Master Pan was going to teleport with himself, and he could reach any place in an instant, but he was not walking slowly like now. Uchiha grabbed Shiro's small hand, and his figure disappeared instantly, coming to a town in front of him. First found a hot spring to take a good bath, the two of them soaked in a hot spring. The little girl Bai was extremely shy every time, her face was red and hid in the spring water, and she didn't know if it was hot or shy. Uchiha Pan looked at Shiro, who was only 4 or 5 years old, and couldn't help but sigh. The children of the Hokage world are really precocious. After soaking in the hot spring and finding an inn for a big meal, Uchiha took Shiro to live in a separate courtyard. In the past month, since Uchiha found Shiro, he has almost always rushed for a while and rested for a while. During this period, Uchiha will teach Shiro some basic knowledge of ninjas, such as chakra refining, three-body art, and the use of blood boundaries. Bai did not live up to the expectations of Uchiha Disc. Talent is far beyond ordinary people. Uchiha Disc teaches very easily. These knowledge little girls can remember 2 or 3 times, and then it is hard practice and proficiency. It's just that Shiro is still just a child and can't exercise for a long time, otherwise it will affect the normal development of the body, so every time Uchiha Disc will control Shiro's practice time. Otherwise, the little one is a dead brain, and every time he has to exercise until his body can't bear it. Bai, practice here today, rest. Uchiha controlled the changing chakra form in his hand, and glanced at the little girl who was sweating in training not far away. Yes, Master Pan. The little girl's face seemed to be very unwilling, but she still obediently obeyed Uchiha's words and came to the young man. Master Pan, is not too tired, you can still practice for a while, just a little. Shiro stood aside and breathed a little, pleading with some hope. Don't even think about it, you are still too young, excessive practice will overwhelm your body, let's stop here today. Uchiha replied without thinking, pretending to be viciously frightened. Do you want to grow up with flat chests and no ass and not tall, and you can't grow into a tomboy? Well? White. Master Pan, Bai's face turned red from the teenager's teasing, and he stomped his foot on the spot. Go to the dispenser and get something to eat, I'm a little hungry. Pan said lightly, and his attention turned to the chakra thread in his hand. Yes, Pan-sama. Shiro was still a little embarrassed and ran out. Master Pan is fine, usually very warm, but from time to time he will say something that makes people shy, which is too hateful. After a while, Shiro came with a large amount of food. Master Pan, the treasurer has long been ready. Let's eat together. Uchiha took back the chakra, touched the white little head and said, I don't know if I have been with Shiro, a gentle and shy child, for a long time. Uchiha Pan found that his recent mood has returned to the plain and gentle of his previous life, unlike when he just came to the Hokage world, full of vigilance, calculation, and killing. You can eat it too, adult Pan. Shiro happily ran over, sat next to the boy, and said with a smile, I'm so happy to eat, just now I look aggrieved. Bai, are you actually a snacker? Be careful to grow up to become a fat chick. Master Pan. White. Woo. White, don't eat it. Okay, amuse you, there is no humor cell at all. It seems that this aspect still needs to be strengthened. In the courtyard, the teenager and the little girl laughed and played, as if they were brothers and sisters. Another month later, in an ordinary inn in a large market town not far from where Wien village was located, Uchiha Pan was dressed in a black background red cloud imperial god robe, sitting at the door of the house, surrounded by hazy chakra silk threads. These silk threads were thinner than hair, almost invisible to the naked eye, constantly entering and exiting the boy's body. Uchiha was partly focused on his chakra, and partly at the little girl in the courtyard. The little girl was dressed in a white robe, small red cotton shoes, and a white hat, standing in the courtyard with a serious expression. Doppelganger. The white hands are extremely fast. Boom! An identical white suddenly appeared in the field. Shiro looked at the boy next to him and nodded to himself, smiled and dispersed the doppelganger, and then his hands were sealed. Transfiguration. Boom! The little girl in the field suddenly disappeared, and a young man who thought he was wearing a black imperial god robe appeared, and his appearance was exactly what Uchiha Pan looked like, not bad at all. Uchiha nodded appreciatively again and motioned for Shiro to pass. Boom! Bai lifted the transformation technique, did not stay, and immediately formed a hand seal. Avatar. Bai's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving a log in place, but Bai's figure instantly appeared next to the young man. Yes, you have mastered the three-body technique perfectly, and the amount of chakra has also been extracted to the number of shinobi, which is already equivalent to the general shinobi Murashita. Uchiha touched Bai's little head in admiration and said, Master Pan, and what? Shiro also has a ninjutsu. Bai leaned on the young man's warm palm and ran to the courtyard. Ice escape, ice shuriken art. Bai made a complicated handprint and drank low. In an instant, 3 transparent shurikens formed by cold ice appeared in the air and shot out rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 sounds in a row, the cold ice shuriken was not only extremely fast, but also powerful, accurately hitting the bullseye 10 meters away in the courtyard, and piercing the wooden bullseye into the stone wall behind. Oh, White, can you already control your blood-stained boundaries? Uchiha raised his eyebrows and looked at Shiro in admiration. Sure enough, he is a person who has awakened the boundary of the ice escape bloodstain of the Shuiwuyu clan, only 5 years old, and it has only been 2 months since he came into contact with learning ninjutsu, and his strength has already reached the lower endurance, and he has also mastered some applications of Bingduan. Master Pan, Bai can help you in the future. Bai performed an ice ninjutsu once, and the consumption was not small, but he ran to the young man happily and said firmly, Land of Water, Mist Hidden Village. As the 5 hidden villages of the ninja world, Mist Hidden Village is located in the depths of the sea, far from the mainland, and the traffic and environment are extremely harsh. Because of its geographical location, the information about the Mist Hidden Village is also the most difficult to obtain in the ninja world. Uchiha took Shiro all the way straight and headed towards the village of Mist. Now, the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura should be controlled by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Pan was thinking about his heart, and for the enemies he was about to face, Uchiha Pan did not have fear in his heart, but had a strong fighting intent. What about the former ninja world Shura? Uchiha Pan, you are already old, and the current ninja world is no longer your world. Uchiha's heart was boiling, and his excitement grew. Master Pan, what's wrong? Shiro on the side shook the boy's arm and looked at Uchiha suspiciously. It's okay, it's just that it's possible to meet a senior soon, and I'm a little excited, Uchiha replied with a smile. Master Pan's senior? That must be a very powerful person, Bai asked with interest. Well, that's a very powerful ninja. Uchiha Pan thought of Uchiha's past and future in the original work, and his heart was also full of respect for him. Uchiha Ban, whether it is strength, strategy, and heart, can be described as the first in the ninja world, but his vision is a little worse, and he has been blackened for a lifetime. Uchiha touched Bai's head and teased, but it's still not as powerful as our Bai. Our Bai is a person who can use ice escape. Ah, Master Pan, don't do this. Shiro is angry. Shiro shouted with a blushing face. After following Uchiha for a few months, Shiro, who was a little shy and gentle in nature, couldn't stand the boy's funny teasing from time to time. Ah, our Bai is actually going to be angry. Quick, let me see if Bai is angry and not cute. Lord Pan, ha ha ha. The two came to the border of Weian village with a smile, and Uchiha immediately hid the figures of himself and Shiro. I came to find someone, but I didn't want to fight with Weian village, or it was better to hide. The two figures were in the gap between the unreal and the real, and without attracting anyone's attention, they easily entered the misty hidden village. In fact, with the ability of the eternal kaleidoscope of the Uchiha disc to write the wheel eye today, the virtual eye of the left eye performs the blurring pupil technique. Even the shadow level powerhouse cannot detect that the Uchiha disc is a figure breath, that is, the super shadow level powerhouse can barely detect it. And in the mist hidden village, all the ninjas, including Mizukage, do not have this strength, and only Uchiha Madara, who is hidden in the shadows, may detect it. Is this the misty hidden village? It's so deserted. Bai pulled the boy's hand, a little puzzled. Under the blood mist policy of the fourth generation of Water Shadow, the ninjas in the village kill each other, so they usually seem cold and cold. Uchiha sighed. It is not to lament the misdeeds of the fourth generation of Water Shadow, but to lament that Mist Hidden Village, one of the 5 hidden villages in the ninja world, was manipulated by outsiders to look like this after the leader Water Shadow was controlled. On the streets of Weian Village, there are ninjas in pairs, and there is no prosperity and noise of Dayan Village at all. On the street, ordinary people also look indifferent, refuse to be thousands of miles away, and rarely talk to each other. Uchiha walked around with Shiro, looking at this unique hidden village. In the middle of nowhere, the mist ninja that Uchiha casually knocked unconscious was still on the ground, and the kaleidoscope of his eyes was revealed. Lifeless memory. In Uchiha's mind, countless memories emerged, and these memories were the memories of the comatose Sharingan in front of him. Lifeless memories can not only modify, delete, and weave memories, but also have the most basic function of viewing memories, which can reveal all the memories of a person from childhood to adulthood, without the slightest secret. Uchiha Pan quickly looked at the memory of the ninja in front of him. Some daily and useless information was directly skipped, and finally, Uchiha Pan saw the information he wanted. Is the 4th generation of Water Shadow ready to attack the Annihilation Kagaya clan? It's really time. Uchiha Pan saw a scene in Sharingan's memory, which was the scene of the gathering of the high level of the fog. Uchiha thought about not killing this Kami Shinobu, so he left the place with Shiro and stopped at the border of the village of Mist. This is very close to the station of the Kagaya clan in the Mist Hidden Village, and Uchiha Pan is not in a hurry to bring Junmuro out. Only after the Kagaya clan is destroyed and Junmuro loses the meaning of existence, it is the best time to subdue him. Yes, Uchiha Pan came to the land of water this time, and its targets were none other than Shiro and Junmuro. The two amazingly talented ninjas in the original book are at a low point in their lives and in trouble. 2 days later, at night, dark clouds covered the entire land, without the slightest bit of starlight. The Kagaya clan station, late at night, except for some patrolling ninjas, the clansmen have gone to sleep. Shrouded in pitch black night, countless dark parts of the fog with grimaces and masks surrounded the Kagaya clan. Silently, one by one, dark ninjas shuttled through various houses, taking away one life after another. What people? Yes. Enemy attack. The mournful shouts resounded in the quiet night, and finally the ninja of the Kagaya clan noticed that something was wrong and shouted loudly. As the movement continued to grow, the foggy dark part led by the 4th generation of Water Shadows was no longer hiding, and countless torches were lit, trapping the entire Kagaya clan inside and outside. The Kagaya clan is born with a strong physique, and has a strong blood-stained boundary corpse vein, which can control the growth and hardness of their bones, and they are all strong in physical skills. However, compared to the entire Weian village, the strength of the Kagaya clan is still weak, and it has been sneaked and killed a large number of clansmen before. At the Kagaya clan station, the sounds of fighting, weapons colliding, and ninjutsu explosions continue to sound. Most of the clansmen of the Kagaya clan are rigid in their brains, and once they fight, they will fall into the demon seal. Facing the siege of ninjas several times their own in the dark part of the Mist Hidden Village, the Kagaya clan did not hesitate to confront. One by one, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan were besieged and died by 3 or 5 ninjas, and the bodies were piled up, and after several hours of this raid battle, it finally came to an end, and the Kagaya clan was left with only a few powerful ninjas still fighting wildly. but the end was already predetermined. After the great clan of Weian village perished and the Shui Wuya clan, the Kagaya clan with the same name finally ushered in its end tonight. Whew! Fumed not far from the Kagaya clan station, in a jungle, a small and thin figure ran rapidly. Quick, over there, don't let go of that little devil of the Kagaya clan. Finally, the young figure accidentally fell to the ground and was surrounded by 4 dark ninjas who were chasing after him. Stinky boy, look where you're still running. Be careful, this kid is very powerful, killing many of our ninjas in the dark department. A ninja with a ghost mask on his face reminded loudly. The Kagaya clan will be extinct tonight. A cold female voice sighed. The young and thin figure was full of stubbornness in his eyes, holding the bone kunao in his hand, standing like a cornered little wolf. Pan-sama, is this the Junmaro you are talking about? Just as the 4 dark ninjas were about to strike and kill the target as soon as possible, a child's voice suddenly sounded on the side without warning. What people? The dark ninja's expression changed drastically, and he drank sharply in his mouth, and his figure quickly turned to the source of the voice to be on guard. A black-robed teenager held a little girl in a white robe, and the two were standing on a branch on the side, watching everything condescendingly. Who are you? A dark ninja stared at Uchiha and asked. Ching, be careful, these 2 people are outsiders, a female voice reminded. Uchiha didn't pay attention to the 4 misty dark parts, but instead looked at the young child in the field, Kagaya Junmaro. One of the main goals of Uchiha's trip was to perfectly awaken the powerful bloodstained boundary of the Kagaya clan, the genius ninja of the corpse and bone vein. Junmaro, the Kagaya clan has completely perished, how about following me from now on? Looking at the little boy's face that had not changed from beginning to end, Uchiha-pan saw the confusion in the depths of Junmaro's eyes, and couldn't help but speak. Junmaro, who has been imprisoned by the Kagaya clan since he was a child, and used as a secret weapon, has always been full of the will to be demanded, and now, the Kagaya clan has been destroyed, and Junmaro's young heart is suddenly overwhelmed. When he heard the black-clothed boy who suddenly appeared ask, Junmaro's heart suddenly lit up. Do you need me? Junmaro asked with a serious expression. Of course, I came for you, Junmaro, you will be my subordinate in the future. Uchiha replied in the affirmative in his heart. You have eyes like mine. Bai on the side tilted his head to look at Junmaro, smiled gently, and the 2 pairs of clear and transparent eyes suddenly looked at each other. Junmaro was looked at gently by Bai, his little face couldn't help but blush, and he lowered his head embarrassedly. Our Shiro's charm is really powerful, even Junmaro was stunned by you. Uchiha-pan looked at such an interesting scene in front of him, and his mouth couldn't help but flower again. Bastard! Who are you? Dared to sneak into my mist-hidden village and suffer death. Looking at the 2 strangers in front of him talking unscrupulously, without putting himself and the others in his eyes at all, a dark ninja could no longer bear it, and the shuriken in his hand suddenly shot out. Shout! The shuriken passed through the boy's figure, as if it was half illusory. Is it an illusion? Untie! The dark ninja who shot disrupted his chakra flow, but there was no change. It's not an illusion, just suddenly appeared without the slightest trace. Moreover, that little girl has a chakra amount of forbearance in her body, but this teenager's body is empty, without the slightest trace of chakra, just like an ordinary person. Another dark blue reminded in a deep voice. Oh, is it a sentient ninja? Uchiha glanced at the ninja who made a sound, his eyes swept and suddenly found the clue. Ha! It's the white eyes of the Hyaga clan, transplanted the day after tomorrow. It turns out to be you guy. As soon as Uchiha thought about it, he knew about the blue who had transplanted a white eye in the Weian village. This guy is by no means an ordinary person, everyone be careful, another female ninja said warily. Swish! The kaleidoscope pupil technique in Uchiha's eyes cast and brought Junmaro's figure to his side. Uchiha-pan pulled Shiro with one hand and Junmaro with the other, and said with a smile, everyone, see you soon. Water dragon bomb. Uchiha was about to leave, but the female ninja under the tree did not hesitate to attack. The 3 of Uchiha did not dodge in the slightest, and the huge water dragon rushed straight forward, passing through the bodies of the 3, and then breaking the trees in the distance. But the 3 of Uchiha were not damaged in the slightest, quietly watching all this, as if they were phantoms. What? This guy. Dissolution, the art of dissolving monsters. The girl ninja in the dark part changed her expression, her hands were sealed, and a large amount of liquid spewed out from her mouth, and rushed over. Uchiha still did not dodge, but his expression froze, and he carefully glanced at the girl with a grimace. Under the power of the eternal kaleidoscope, the girl's face could not be hidden in the slightest, and Uchiha-pan saw the girl with enchanting turquoise eyes behind the ghostly mask, and he already knew the identity of the other party in his heart. I didn't expect that I could actually meet the future 5th generation Water Shadow Jiaomio here, and now Zaome, who is still a girl, already has a hint of future maturity and enchantment, and it is indeed worthy of being a famous beauty in the Hokage world. This guy, is it a ghost? Seeing that even his own bloodstained boundary dissolving ninjutsu had no effect at all, and he couldn't touch the other party at all, Terumi's face became extremely ugly. Beauty, don't be angry, keep up the good work, come here today first, and come to play with you later, Uchiha said playfully, looking at Terumi's face under the mask full of shame and laughing wickedly. None of you want to leave. A gloomy figure suddenly sounded, and in the rear, a figure shot rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it came to the field. Lord Mizukage. The four of them shouted in surprise and came behind this person. The person who came was silver-haired and purple-eyed, but he had the appearance of a child, and his expression was full of pride. It was the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura in Wien Village. Lord Watershadow, this person is weird, our attacks can't touch each other's bodies at all, and even Ching's ability can't see through the other party's secrets. Terumi quickly told Mizukage Yakura some of the information she had. Yes, Yakura's eyes glanced at Uchiha carefully, and the essence flashed in his eyes. Uchiha did not hide his appearance during this trip, although he had not appeared in the ninja world for more than half a year. His information should have been known by the 5 villages of the ninja world. The four of Terumi did not discover their identity. On the one hand, they did not care, and they did not expect that Konoha's S-class rebels would suddenly come to the land of water. Uchiha Disc. What is the purpose of you, Konoha's S-rank rebel, who dares to come to my mist-hidden village? Yakura looked like a child, but his voice seemed mature. Of course it's for him. Uchiha glanced at Junmuro on the left, and asked playfully, I don't know who is your back to the 4th generation of Mizukage. What do you mean? When the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura heard this, his expression changed greatly, and his eyes stared at the Uchiha disc, as if he wanted to see something. Of course, Uchiha-pan will not say that he knows from the original book that Yakura has long been controlled by Uchiha's chakra eye. Of course it's the one who controls you at this time. Uchiha was speechless, and turned his head to Terumi, who had already been shocked. This ninja with white eyes, why don't you look at the situation in your 4th generation water shadow brain with white eyes? What? Ching's expression was full of disbelief, and he looked at Uchiha in horror, and couldn't help but glance at Yakura beside him. Listening to the meaning of this Uchiha disc, the shadow of his hidden village was actually controlled by someone. This is impossible. Ching shook his head in disbelief. Ching, take a look. Among the four, only Terumi looked ugly, as if the doubts that had always been in his heart had been explained, and ordered Ching. Ah, Terumi-sama, you. B. Ching looked at Terumi suspiciously, and then opened his eyes in shock, and looked at Yakura, who had been silent. Under the perspective of the white eyes, Ching clearly saw a strange chakra entrenched in the mind of the 4th generation of Water Shadow Yakura, and even the 3 tails in the body of the 4th generation Water Shadow were also controlled by this chakra. It's actually true. For generations of adults are actually controlled by someone. Ching lost his voice and shouted, his face difficult to see. It turns out that the 4th generation of Water Shadow Lord has long been controlled by someone. No wonder the blood mist policy is implemented in the village. Terumi suddenly realized, and then looked at Yakura with murderous intent, or the person behind Yakura, and shouted, who are you? At this time, Yakura, who had not spoken after Uchiha-pan revealed the fact, spread his hands and said in a deep voice to Uchiha-pan, I was actually discovered by you. You shouldn't have been in front of me today. Uchiha pointed to his beautiful eyes and said lightly. Yes. Kaleidoscope Sharinan was indeed able to detect my presence, and this time I was careless. Yakura said, glanced at everyone in the field, and said, but it's still time. As long as you all kill here, no one will know about this. Tail beastization. As soon as Yakura finished speaking, he immediately controlled the 3-tailed Isofu in his body and cast the tail beastization. The rich chakra suddenly covered Yakura's whole body, and 3 substantial chakra tails swayed behind him. Seeing this, Uchiha shook his head and said to Shiro and Junmaro on the side, stay here and don't move, just for a while. Uchiha didn't want to entangle with Yakura, and as soon as his figure moved, he had already teleported to Yakura's side. Done, the art of gravity. Uchiha-pan was printed on Yakura's back with one hand, and black spell runes were already imprinted on his body. The drastically enhanced powerful gravity instantly imprisoned Yakura in place, and his figure slowly fell into the ground. Ugh! Yakura's body erupted with a more intense chakra, entered a state of complete tailed beasthood, and with the help of the power of the 3 tails in his body, finally collapsed the gravity technique. Rumble! After the complete tailed beast, Yakura's figure has long disappeared, and what appeared in place was a huge turtle with 3 huge tails. It was the 3-tailed beast Isofu. The powerful chakra swept in all directions, and the 3-tailed Isofu let out a roar. However, without waiting for the 3 tails to attack, Uchiha-pan used the gravity technique just now to make Yakura and even the 3-tailed figure immobile. The dazzling lightning chakra in his right arm rotated rapidly, and a delicate black kunao in his hand pointed directly at the 3-tailed. Done, electromagnetic cannon. The black ku was suddenly turned into a phantom, and a terrifying vacuum channel instantly penetrated the huge body of the 3 tails, splitting its entire body in half, and then rushed into the distance without stopping, penetrating a huge mountain. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! A huge roar sounded, and then a long air boom sounded in the air. Strong air flow and wind pressure filled the entire heaven and earth, and the four figures of Zaome were repelled by this violent wind pressure. But the four people did not pay attention to their own embarrassment at this time, looking at the white passage compared to it, the huge three-tailed body that was split in half not far away, and the collapsed mountain peak at the end of the distant line of sight. Well, what a terrifying power! What kind of ninjutsu was that just now? Terumi's heart was full of shock. Originally learned that the fourth generation of water shadows in Mist Hidden Village was controlled by someone, and then the fourth generation of water shadows were controlled to completely tail beasts. Terumi was still full of anger and solemnity in his heart, as a result, that Uchiha Disc cast a move of thunder ninjutsu, killing Mio Iso with one blow, and crashing a mountain peak. Zhao Mio and the others have to wonder if they have been an illusion, especially Qing, who has white eyes, can see more clearly, and his heart is more shocked. When did such a terrifying ninjutsu appear in the ninja world, killing a powerful and terrifying tailed beast with one blow? Watching the huge body of three-tailed Isofu slowly emitting countless tiny chakra light masses, Uchiha knew that Mitsuo Isofu had died under his electromagnetic cannon, and chakra returned to heaven and earth. I am afraid that it would take more than 10 years to reappear. Mio's body quickly dissipated, and Yakura's body fell to the ground. Mio Isofu was killed, and as a human pillar of Yakura, his life also came to an end, but Yakura did not have fear of death in his expression, but just looked at Uchiha with a shocked face. Is that thunder ninjutsu just now actually killed Mio with one blow? Uchiha's figure appeared beside Shiro and Junmaru, looking at Yakura lightly, and the kaleidoscope of pupils in his eyes shot out. Now we can have a good talk. Uchiha's consciousness instantly entered the depths of Yakura's consciousness space. In the darkness, two figures appeared here, which was Yakura's consciousness space. A teenager, one dying, two pairs of identical blood-colored chakra eyes looked at each other. I didn't expect that such a genius as you actually appeared among the descendants of my clan, the wrinkled old man said flatly. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Uchiha Spot. The young man looked at the old man in front of him without the slightest surprise, and suddenly said in his mouth, "Oh, you were not surprised to see me at all, and guessed my identity, as if you had known it for a long time. Interesting." Uchiha Madara stared at the boy with a compelling glint in his eyes. The person who can control the three tails and the fourth generation of water shadows at the same time, except for the kaleidoscope chakra eyes of the Uchiha clan, no one in the ninja world seems to be able to do it, and the one who opens the kaleidoscope in the Uchiha clan and looks like you is the only one who looks your age. It seems that only you Uchiha Spot. Uchiha Pan said unhurriedly. What's curious, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan Izanagi can reverse life and death. It's too simple to deceive the world, and whether you are dead or alive, what does it matter to me? Uchiha Pan said without care. Ha ha ha. Fun and fun. There is actually an interesting person like you in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Pan. It seems that I am going to get to know you again. Uchiha heard the boy's explanation, and his heart was shocked. Seeing that he can guess his identity at first glance, and can guess that he used his Izanagi to fake his death to escape, this mind is really terrifying. This kind of person either takes it for his own use, or he must solve it as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely affect his plans in the future. If Uchiha Pan knew what Madara was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. He only knew all this according to the plot of the original book, and he didn't expect to make Uchiha Madara so jealous. Uchiha Ban's heart turned 1,000 times, and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Pan, then what do you think of this ninja world? Uchiha's heart moved, hearing Uchiha's question. After a little thought, he knew that this guy was ready to fool himself, but didn't Uchiha choose Obito as a helper now? Ninja world. What do you think? Since the emergence of the ninja world, large and small ninja villages have been constantly at war. World War I, World War II, World War III, war and death moments have filled the entire ninja world. This is a cursed world, isn't it? Uchiha said in a deep voice. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Uchiha asked playfully. As long as you are in this world, do you still say that it has nothing to do with you? Uchiha looked at the young man's indifferent attitude, and his heart was angry, and he asked. Yes. What does it matter? The big and small countries in the ninja world are at war, fighting life and death. What does it have to do with me? I can go to a secluded island in the sea, live happily with the people I love there, and then watch a large group of fools in the ninja world go to fight and kill one after another. Think about it, is really lonely life like snow. Uchiha is talking nonsense in his mouth, constantly stimulating Madara. Damn, do you think that those ninjas who have been killed by you, their relatives and comrades will let you go? Hatred and hatred will continue to spread. No matter where you hide, they will find you. Uchiha drank loudly, as if to wake up the boy. So, Uchiha tilted his head, looking at Uchiha's excited look, and couldn't help but laugh secretly in his heart. Madara looked really funny. This is a cursed world, and hatred cannot be stopped. Uchiha recounted his point of view. If we want to change this world, we can only build a new world, a world without hatred, a world where everyone can be happy. Uchiha Pan, help me, let's build that wonderful world together. Uchiha looked at the boy eagerly and said loudly. I'll go. Madara won't do the pyramid scheme waste, Uchiha complained in his heart. You're talking about infinite monthly reading. In the secret room of Nanga Shrine, the forbidden place of the Uchiha clan, the piece is said to be a proverb left by the six immortals. Uchiha rolled his eyes and said, "You have actually seen that stone tablet, and you know so much information, it seems that your eyes have been elevated to the level of an eternal kaleidoscope." Uchiha took a deep look at the young man in front of him who always looked indifferent, and his heart became slightly jealous. Since learning a year ago that a rebellious teenager has appeared in the Uchiha clan and has also opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Uchiha has begun to pay attention to the Uchiha board to see if it can be used as his pawn. But after only a year, the growth rate of Uchiha's strength is beyond Uchiha's imagination. Its strength has unknowingly reached the point between himself and the thousand-hand pillar, and it can almost be said that it is a one-step ninja realm. Uchiha has a murderous intention in his heart. If he can't persuade this Uchiha disc to join him this time, and fight for the exhaustion of life, he must also strike once to remove this obstacle, otherwise all his plans will be affected. Since you know all the roots of this ninja world, you should work with me to realize the Eye of the Moon plan left by the six immortals and create the world of your dreams, Uchiha said in a deep voice. 3 questions? I have 3 questions in my mind. Uchiha raised his right hand and gestured 3 fingers. What doubt? Uchiha looked at Uchiha in bewilderment. First, how can you be sure that the stone tablet must have been left by the 6 Dao immortals? Uchiha said the first question, although he knew that the stone tablet was indeed left by the 6 Dao immortals, and the content on it was later modified by the Black. Uchiha still raised this question, wanting to see why Uchiha-ban believed what the stone tablet said so easily. That stone steel was handed down by the ancestors of my Uchiha clan, and the message in the clan said that it was left by the 6 immortals, and the content of the stone steel requires the power of the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye to fully see. With this magical power, who else can make this kind of stone tablet except the 6 immortals? Uchiha said in a deep voice. It's scary to have no culture. Madara actually believes in history. Don't you know that history is tampered with? Uchiha complained in his heart. You have to know that the 6 Dao immortals also have a younger brother and an even more terrifying mother, so you won't be so sure. The second question, since the 6 Dao immortals know all this, why don't they do it themselves, but leave a stone tablet for future generations to do? Uchiha asked. The events of the 6 Dao immortal period have long been legendary, and no one knows the specific situation, but I just need to know that this method can achieve true peace in the ninja world. Uchiha didn't expect Uchiha to ask such a question, and although he couldn't answer it himself, it didn't affect his intention to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Alright. I didn't expect you to be a pacifist. Uchiha's face also became serious, and he looked at Uchiha's gaze with a hint of respect. Although I have read the original book for a long time, I can't help but sigh in my heart at this moment. Who would have thought that the boss Uchiha-ban, who would have caused trouble in the entire ninja world in the future, would have such a pure starting point? The third question, after the implementation of the Moon Eye plan, the human spirit fell into the fantasy world, so how can the body left outside reproduce and give birth to a baby? Uchiha asked. In Yakura's consciousness space, there was silence for a while. I don't know how long it took, Uchiha's old voice sounded. At that time, people's spirits will be happy and even multiply in the fantasy world, and the external body will be integrated with the divine tree, and they will be completely eternal. Banyi, I said, can you not make it up in my face? Where did you see these words? Uchiha-pan also thought that his question would stump Uchiha Madara, but he didn't expect Uchiha-ba to give himself such an answer. Ahem. Although there is no specific explanation in the stone tablet left by the 6 immortals, according to the characteristics of the divine tree and the principle of that illusion, it will theoretically be the result, I said. Uchiha also looked slightly embarrassed, but he still didn't change his original intention. In a word, it's dry. It's child's play. This plan is related to the future of mankind. Madara, you don't do an experiment in advance. If something goes wrong, then it is not to make the world peaceful, but to let the world perish. Uchiha-pan said unceremoniously. Enough. There can be no mistake in the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha-pan, you said so much. Do you want to stop my Moon Eye plan? Uchiha looked gloomy, as if Uchiha had an affirmation and was about to start immediately. Who said that I want to stop the Moon Eye plan? I just think about the future of mankind with an objective and pragmatic attitude. Uchiha-pan said with a straight face, as if the person who just now didn't care about the current situation in the ninja world was not himself. Besides, how can you let go of such an interesting thing as the Moon Eye project? Uchiha-pan watched Uchiha-ban's face turn from cloudy to clear, and smiled secretly in his heart. I agreed to the Eye of the Moon project, but I want to work together in a different way. Uchiha-pan said suddenly. Oh? How do you want to work together? Uchiha asked, looking puzzled. Madara, yeah, why did you say this ninja world became what it is today? Uchiha did not say it directly, but suddenly changed his tone and asked Uchiha-ban. As for the question of the Uchiha disc, Uchiha Madara, who has been studying this question all his life, answered without hesitation. Ninjas are a group of people who are hated and cursed, and the ninja world is also shrouded in this hatred and curse. Along with death and killing, hatred spreads, resulting in war, and war breeds more hatred, and then eventually destroys the whole world. Well said. So how can this hatred and hatred be addressed? Uchiha asked again. Uchiha looked at the boy quietly and did not answer. Say whatever you want. I mean, Banyi, you haven't thought about how to solve this problem, except for the Munai project, Uchiha said. In order to end the chaotic killing, I and Zuma established Konoha village together to realize the system of one country and one village, but the development of the ninja world over the years has proved that this method is wrong, and the ninja world is still full of killing all the time. Uchiha recalled the past glory years with some emotion. If we remove the concept of the ninja realm and only look at the situation in the territory of the Land of Fire, then how is the current situation in the Land of Fire compared to the Sengoku era? Uchiha asked abruptly. During the Warring States period, ninjas were already a family and fought with each other, and although the current Fire country also competed with other powers, all ninjas and civilians lived peacefully under the rule of daimyo and Konoha. What do you want to say? Uchiha didn't know what the purpose of the boy's words was. I mean, you and the original Hokage have almost achieved their original goal, but because of the selfishness of vision and human nature, they are one step behind, Uchiha said in a deep voice. Just looking at the country of fire, the ninjas and civilians in its territory are peaceful as a whole, but in addition to one country of fire, there are 4 other big countries and many small countries in the ninja world, so the peace of the country of fire has been broken. You mean? Uchiha seemed to have thought of something, unable to believe it. The reason is very simple. There are disputes between people, but the people of the family will negotiate with each other to solve them. There are disputes between one family and another family, but within a village, they will also negotiate and resolve. There are disputes between one country and another country, and this requires a larger existence to unify their disputes. This ninja realm needs an existence above all kingdoms and ninja villages, and this ninja realm needs great unification. The voice of the Uchiha disc was high-pitched, and a sound shook the Uchiha spot. The reason why you and the original Hokage failed is that they did not unify all the territories in the ninja world, all the families, all the ninjas, but they only occupied the most fertile land in the ninja world, the country of fire, and did not care about the country of wind in a desert, the country of earth with harsh terrain, the country of water in the remote area, the country of thunder in the highland climate, leaving those ninjas and civilians who were rejected by the country of fire. They only gathered with each other, like hungry wolves staring at the fat piece of meat of the country of fire. There is no way around this. Even if the entire ninja world was unified, those bad places still have to be inhabited, and there can never be complete fairness between people, so I want to build a fantasy world where everyone can get everything they want, and only in this way can true peace be achieved. Uchiha shouted loudly, as if to strengthen his convictions. It was really Uchiha's words just now that shook Uchiha's heart. You also know from that stone tablet that the 6 Dao immortals hold the power of creation and annihilation, and ninjutsu is handed down by the 6 Dao immortals, but the ninjutsu world is now only using the power of ninjutsu to kill, but does not use it to exert the function of creation. Uchihapan's voice was low and narrated slowly. The ninjutsu of Mu Dun and Shui Dun can improve the barren desert, the power of Tu Dun can transform the terrain and connect the mainland and overseas, the power of fire can smelt metal for production, the power of Wind Dun can change the climate. Almost all ninjutsu in the ninja world can be used on creation, but no one has ever done it. Uchiha disc. I have to say that your idea shocked me, but the difficulty of transforming heaven and earth with manpower is even more difficult to implement than the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha looked shocked, but still persuaded the boy. This junior of his own, the teenager of the Uchiha clan, gave himself too much shock in today's conversation, and Uchiha couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So I said before about a different way of cooperation. Uchiha smiled and looked at Uchiha and said seriously, you say 3 methods? In addition to my Munai project, the Ninja Realm Grand Unification plan you just mentioned, you actually have a 3rd method. Uchiha was once again shocked in his heart. The desire and ambition that he wants to realize in his life, after thinking hard all his life, he still got a method from the stone tablet left by the 6 immortals, and today, the young man of Uchiha Pan easily said that there are 2 more ways, and the first method is still possible, which has to make our Madara have an illusion, as he lived to the dog for so many years. What's the 3rd method you say? Uchiha said bitterly. Well, the 3rd method is the simplest, I call it, the Doom Plan. Uchiha replied. Plans for annihilation? What the hell is this idea? Uchiha said angrily, unable to believe his ears. You also said that hatred and hatred spread throughout the ninja world. There is no way to solve it. People always live in a curse, passed down from generation to generation, without beginning or end. Uchiha waved his hand and explained to Uchiha. And the carrier of these hatreds, curses, and hatreds is human beings themselves, so if you want to completely solve it, the only way to solve it is to kill all the ninjas in the entire ninja world, leaving only a few civilian seeds, some people who have not yet been contaminated by these hatred and hatred. In this way, over time, human beings can slowly continue to multiply and grow, and those hatreds and hatreds will be completely buried. Uchiha spread his hands and said calmly. Even people like Uchiha who would not hesitate to kill everything for the ultimate peace were completely stunned by Uchihapan's words. What a dangerous idea this is, and what kind of person can say such things as extinction without changing his face? At this moment, Uchiha only felt a strong sense of jealousy and even a trace of fear for the teenager in front of him. Do you know what you're talking about? Uchiha disc. Uchiha roared, his eyes filled with anger and excitement. What kind of madness did he have today, so he would talk to the madman of Uchiha Pan? Am I wrong? Couldn't this approach succeed? Uchiha Pan said lightly. Don't limit yourself to a short time, this method is also feasible in the long run, and I didn't say I would definitely carry out this plan. Uchiha shook his head and continued, we can proceed step by step. The Moon Eye Plan and the Grand Unification Plan are implemented at the same time. Which plan succeeds first, the rest of the plans are nullified. If both plans fail in the end, then implement the Annihilation Plan. How? Uchiha Pan, your plan to destroy the world will not have a chance to be implemented, and the Moon Eye Plan can directly achieve the purpose of peace, Uchiha said in a deep voice. Then it settled, Yakura's consciousness space is about to collapse, we'll talk about it in detail later. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha, and the figure instantly left the consciousness space. This guy, I don't know if it's right or wrong to cooperate with him, I don't have much time. Uchiha's voice slowly muffled. Although the two of Uchiha talked for a long time, it was only an instant in the outside world. Yakura's life is finally over, and Terumi and the others look at Uchiha with complicated eyes, with fear and hatred. Uchiha Pan was in a very happy mood at this time, although the development of things was out of his own plan, and instead of fighting with Madara, the two reached a preliminary intention to cooperate. Xiaomiu, why look at me with that look? I helped you remove the 4 generations of water shadows controlled by people, shouldn't you give me a grateful hug? Uchiha looked at Terumi and the others playfully, and smiled with an angry expression. No matter what, Lord Yakura is the 4th generation of our mist-hidden village, Uchiha Disc, you not only killed him, but also let our mist-hidden village lose the 3-tailed Isofu, whether it is the guy who dares to play and control the 4th generation of adults, or you Uchiha Disc, our mist-hidden village will not let you go. Terumi shouted angrily, her expression full of anger. Cut, don't be ignorant of the good heart, if I hadn't killed Yakura just now, you would have been killed by him a long time ago, and you are still complaining about me here. Uchiha touched Shiro's head and said again, did you say so, Shiro? What the adult said makes sense, this matter cannot be blamed on Lord Pan. I didn't expect the teenager to suddenly ask himself, a little flustered, but still defended the teenager. You bastards, you are not welcome in my Wian village, let me go. When Terumi heard this, her anger could hardly be concealed, and she coldly shouted at the 3 of Uchiha Pan. Sure enough, 3 sentences exposed the nature, and even the dirty words came out. Uchiha pretended to sigh, and then looked at Terumi with a pitying face. I saw that you look pretty and are going to take it back to be a little wife, but now I regret it, you have no chance. Listening to this teasing words in his ears, and seeing Uchiha Pan's expression of your loss, Terumi couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately a ninjutsu killed him. Boiling, the art of clever mist. The white-hot mist rushed to his face, and looking at Terumi's angry and corrupted appearance, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh anymore. Ha ha ha. Zhao Mei, be gentle in the future, I will still accept you again. Uchiha Pan carried a helpless Shiro and a somewhat confused Junmaru, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Pan, you bastard, stop the old lady and don't go. I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces and feed the ninja. Not to mention Terumi's anger, Mizunoku and Mist Hidden Village were in turmoil because of the sudden death of the 4th generation of Mizukage and Mio Isofu, and in the end, Terumi became the 5th generation of Mizukage Village under the recommendation of the high level of Misttide Village. And Uchiha Pan has long left the land of water with Shiro and Junmaro. With the ability of time and space art, Uchiha Pan and the others have arrived in the territory of the Fire Country almost in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Pan was not prepared to directly use his time and space ability to bring Shiro and Junmaro to Xingyian Village, but was ready to take the 2 of them from the land of fire and travel all the way to the land of stars. Along the way, you can slowly teach some basic knowledge, you can also let the 2 children Shiro and Junmaro increase their experience, and Uchiha Pan himself wants to take a good tour of the ninja world and relax himself. Between the land of fire and the land of earth, there is a small country of Kusanagi, and the country of Kusanagi has also established its own ninja village, Kusanagi Ninja Village. Because of the weakness of the country of grass, the economic ability is not enough to support and train so many ninjas, so they have to absorb many wandering ninjas from outside, and their military strength is not strong, and they have always wandered between major powers, relying on political left and right sources to survive. At this time, in the territory of the country of grass, a group of 3 people ran rapidly in the jungle. At the head are 2 children of 5 or 6 years old, a little girl in a simple white robe, the other is a little boy in white clothes and pants, blue belt. The boy of the 2 runs calmly, a trace of sweat on his forehead continues to fall, but the afterlight from the corner of his eyes glances at the little girl not far behind him from time to time, and the body that is moving forward slowly slows down a little. Compared to the boy, the little girl was much more embarrassed, sweat-stained with clothes, but her expression was full of perseverance and fighting spirit, staring at the back of the boy in front of her and running. At the end, a young man wearing a red cloud robe on a black background was running with a smile on his face. White, come on, there are still 10 miles to go. The boy spoke in encouragement. Yes, Master Pan, I can. Bai's expression was for a while, and his body seemed to be injected with new power, slowly accelerating. The three figures rushed, and in a blink of an eye, they had already completed the last 10 miles. Stop. That's it for today's running plan, take a break. Uchiha stopped and said. Whew, finally done. Shiro slowly stopped a little breathlessly, walking slowly to calm his breathing. Yes, Master Pan. Junmaru also gasped, but quickly adjusted. Junmaru, your corpse vein blood-stained boundary is so strong, and the gravity it bears is twice mine, but Shiro still can't keep up with your speed. Shiro looked at Junmaru with some envy. Shiro, you are also amazing, now it is much better than some time ago. Junmaru comforted. Shiro, don't envy Junmaru, everyone's talent is different, and the ability to be good it is different, as long as you play to your strengths. Junmaru's corpse bone vein itself is the blood-stained boundary of the body strengthening class, and it is normal that the physical fitness is stronger than you, Uchiha said from the side. Bai, as long as your physical fitness and physical ability reach the general level, you don't drag your feet, the main exercise is still your ice and blood limit, Uchiha said. Yes, Lord Pan, but Lord Pan is more powerful, and it is easy to withstand 10 times the gravity of Bai, and it is already very difficult for Bai to withstand twice the gravity. Shiro looked at the boy with some adoration. The three of Uchiha Pan walked all the way in the ninja world, and all the way they were all exerted by the gravity technique of Uchiha Pan, and no matter what they did, they were subjected to gravity far greater than the outside world. Shiro is in twice the gravity environment, Junmaru is in a quadruple gravity environment, and the Uchiha disc is subjected to 20 times the gravity at all times. Let's rest here for a while, let's start building a temporary camp together. Uchiha clapped his hands and said. The three of them cleared a clearing and found branches and logs to build a wooden house, and the three of them were busy and finally got the temporary accommodation ready before dark, and Junmaru and Shiro also hunted some wild beasts in the forest, and found some dried fruits and dead wood. At night, the three of them gathered around the campfire, eating wild fruits and roasted meat, talking to each other, telling each other about their daily progress and talking about what they saw along the way. For most of the year, this situation has been happening almost every day, and although the conditions are simple, whether it is Uchiha Pan, or Bai and Junmaru, the three of them feel a burst of warmth in their hearts. Shiro, don't always eat only fruit, eat more barbecue, you look at yourself, you are a few months older than Junmaru, and now you are half a head shorter than Junmaru, and you will really become a dwarf in the future. Uchiha routinely teases Bai every day and enjoys it. Master Pan, Shiro is a girl, and of course her height development is not as good as Junmaru. Shiro explained a little helplessly that Shiro felt a pang of helplessness for Uchiha Pan's hobby of teasing him from time to time, and there was also a hint of joy in his heart. Lord Pan's appearance is too much different from usual, but Bai still likes such a Lord Pan. Junmaru was silently eating the barbecue on the side, but his eyes were gentle as he looked at the teenager and the little girl on the side. For most of the year, Bai and Junmaru's strength has not only stabilized at the level of Zongnan, but the most important thing is that the relationship between the three of them is deepened, as if they are brothers and younger siblings, and they are deeply bound to each other. In this regard, Uchiha Pan also felt a burst of incredulity. Originally found Shiro and Junmaru just wanted to find two potential subordinates for themselves, but he didn't expect that after getting along, he really fell in love with these two sensible children. Shiro's gentle and kind, innocent and cute, not only careful but also very sensible, and Junmaru, although he usually looks cold and unsmiling, but in his heart he cares and respects Shiro and Uchiha very much, acts decisively and bravely, and is a little boy with hot feelings but restrained. After getting along with them for most of the year, the negative emotions originally caused by the mass killing in his heart gradually dissipated, and the whole person slowly returned to a normal mentality. After the three of them had eaten, they found a clearing and lay side by side on the grass, looking at the brilliant starry sky in the sky, and the three of them had no entertainment, and every night like this, quietly recounting each other's dreams. Swish! Uchiha was silent, and in the electromagnetic induction that had been turned on long ago, a faint aura fled forward, and three slightly stronger ninjas were constantly chasing and killing behind. Of course, this kind of strength is only relative to the fleeing aura in front of him, and it is just an ant for Uchiha Pan, and even the current Shiro and Junmaru can easily defeat them. What people! Junmaru's strength is slightly stronger than Bai, and he has recently discovered the aura that is constantly approaching in the dense forest. Bai was stunned at first, and then he heard some strange sounds in his ears, and his eyes followed to look in that direction. A small figure entered the eyes first. The little girl was dressed in tattered clothes, red hair, and fell to the ground with a desperate look, but she was startled by the three people of Uchiha Pan who suddenly appeared in front of her, and her body that was still running accidentally tripped by a bulge on the ground. Swish! 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 In the dense forest under the dark night, Uzumaki Xiangfo's looked desperate, and there was a hint of death in his eyes. Even if he died here today, he would not go back, thinking of his painful life in Kayan village every day, thinking of his mother being exhausted alive to protect herself, and this fate befell him not long ago. This time he took the opportunity to escape from Kayan village, and Xiangfos also held the idea of becoming a benevolent if he did not succeed. However, there was also a glimmer of hope in the desperate Xiangfos' eyes, and this hope was the three people who were quietly watching him not far away. Xiangfos, who inherited the physique of the Whirlpool family, in addition to its strong medical ability, can naturally sense a certain range of chakra breath, and because of this hidden ability, Xiangfos can escape under the strict supervision of Kayan village. Before, Xiangfos suddenly sensed 3 breaths not far away during the escape, 2 of which chakra had reached the level of Zhongnan, and the remaining one did not have chakra, but the feeling to Xiangfos was more dangerous than the 2 breaths next to it. Thinking of this, Xiangfeng couldn't help but glance at the boy who was obviously the head of the 3 strangely. This guy is an ordinary person, but why does it give me a strong sense of fear? Xiangfos had doubts in his heart, but it was still important to save his life at the moment. Xiangfos got up with a nervous expression, ran to the side of the 3 of Uchiha, and stopped under Junmaru's bone knife, and a strong prayer appeared on his small face, as if he wanted to grasp the life-saving straw. Red hair, this powerful life force, is this swirling phosphorus? Uchiha sat up and looked the little girl up and down with interest. Junmaru on the side had already taken out the bone knife and held it in his hand, looking at the sudden 4 people with an indifferent expression, while Shiro's vigilance was mainly focused on the 3 ninjas in the rear, and Shiro had pity in his heart for the little girl who wanted to get close to him and was a little afraid. Master Pan. Bai turned his head and called out to the teenager, with a glimmer of hope in his expression, and when he saw the desperate eyes of the little girl, Bai thought of himself at the beginning. Shiro, Junmaru, the after-dinner movement is coming, kill those 3 guys. Uchiha smiled and glanced at Bai, pointing to the 3 ninjas of Kusanagi village. Shout! There are still 3 rabbit cubs here. Seeing the secrets of our Kayan village, it seems that I can't keep you. The 3 Kusanagi village ninjas said with murderous expressions. Corpse bone vein, 10 fingers piercing. Ice escape, ice shuriken art. Yikes! A large area of bone spurs and ice shurikens came together, sealing off all the space of the 3 Kusanagi villages. Junmaru and Bai looked cold, and launched an attack without hesitation. The 3 Kusanagi village did not expect that 2 children of 5 or 6 years old would suddenly erupt into this attack, and most of the attention of the 3 was on the teenager like Uchiha, and they were immediately hit. Although they dodged most of the bone spurs and ice shurikens in time, the 3 still suffered some damage. After the scene, Uchiha no longer paid attention. In front of Shiro and Junmaru, 2 Naka shinobi with powerful bloodstain abilities, the fate of the 3 Naka shinobi who had been injured in Kusanagi village was already doomed. As expected, with the cooperation of Shiro and Junmaru, Shiro continued to use the ice escape shuriken to suppress the 3, while Junmaru performed terrifying physical attacks at close range, and the 3 Kusanagi ninjas did not last long before they were quickly killed. Uchiha sat down on the ground and beckoned, beckoning the little girl with a frightened look in front of him. What's your name? Fragrant phosphorus, swirling fragrant phosphorus. The little girl's body shivered a little. It's really her. Uchiha said secretly in his heart, glanced at the little girl who was a little afraid of himself, smiled gently, and said, sit down. Shiro and Junmaru will be solved soon. Xiangfo sat down, turned his head and glanced to the side, watching the 3 hateful guys dying continuously. There was no trace of fear in Xiangfo's expression, some were just happy. It's these guys who keep hurting themselves and killing their mothers. Here, eat a piece of barbecue to suppress the shock. When Xiangfo heard this, he looked back and saw Uchiha holding a huge still steaming roast meat in his hand and handing it to himself. Xiangfo looked stunned, tears gradually left in his eyes, holding the huge barbecue, while nibbling, howling and crying. Uchiha was stunned by this sudden scene, crying and laughing at the appearance of the little girl, which is really similar to the character in the original book. Woohoo! It's so delicious. Whining. So impressed. My lord, you're so nice to fragrant phosphorus. Xiangfo whimpered, and his expression became close to the young man, no longer afraid at the beginning. Eat slowly. Uchiha said with a smile. Master Pan, it's been solved. Shiro and Junmaru solved the 3 ninjas, cleaned up the corpses, and came to Uchiha, but with some curiosity in his eyes, he looked at the little girl who was nibbling on the roasted meat. Ha ha. Shiro, Junmaru, this is Uzumaki Kabu, and it will be our companion in the future. Uchiha introduced the 2 with a smile, and looked at the little girl who was stunned after hearing his words. Funny, I just served it with a piece of roast. Poof. Looking at the little girl Xiangfo who was completely stunned, Bai, who knew the evil taste of the teenager, couldn't help laughing, and stepped forward and said gently, hello Xiangfo, I'm Shiro. Junmaru said coolly. Uchiha disc. Uchiha said the same. The 3 of them looked at the little girl. Xiangfo froze stunned, wiped a handful of tears and snot, and shouted happily, Vortex Xiangfo, I will swirl Xiangfo. Ha ha ha. Under the darkness of the night, bursts of laughter sounded, and the 4 talked to each other for a long time. Mainly Xiangfo himself was there to tell his own experience. After accidentally encountering Uzumaki Kakashi, the four of Uchiha left the land of grass and headed towards the land of rain. Because of the addition of Xiangfo's, the speed of the four of Uchiha Pan is even slower, mainly because Xiangfo's has just come into contact with cultivation, although he has the strong physical quality of the Uzumaki clan, but after all, the age is more than 1 year younger than the Junmeru, and the speed naturally cannot be compared with the three of Bai. However, the Uchiha disc is not in a hurry, and he does not feel anxious all the way. After all, for the current Uchiha Pan, its strength has reached a peak, and it is not a matter of a day or two to break through, and this kind of weight-bearing walking journey is also helpful for the enhancement of physical skills. The Uchiha disc opens the eternal kaleidoscope, Yin Dachin, the strength enters the super shadow level, and then if you want to break through, you have to get the immortal body, Yang Dun Dachin, and fuse the power of Yang Dun and the power of Yin into one. You can form the power of the 6 realms and enter the 6 realm levels. The system of physical arts, in the eyes of the ninja world today, is only an auxiliary ability in the ninja system, although every ninja will have some physical skills, but it does not put them on the same level as ninjutsu. Although the Thunder Ninjutsu of the Thunder Shadow secret transmission of Union Village involves physical skills, it fundamentally belongs to the category of ninjutsu, and in terms of power, even when the 3rd and 4th generations of Thunder Shadows are the strongest, they are only the power of the peak of the shadow level. And the only physical art in the ninja world that has reached the 6th level is the 8-door Dunjia developed by Konoha Mate Day. Although the 8 doors Dunjia has various defects and restrictions, it requires years of physical exercise, requires strong physical fitness, and each outbreak can only last for a short time, and the 8-gate Dunjia array that finally touches the 6 powers still has the fatal flaw of exhausting light force, but all this cannot cover up the powerful power of the 8-gate Dunjia physical technique. And because during the 3 world wars, Mater Dai was in the Mist Ninja battlefield, and used 8 Dun armor to kill 4 of the 7 people of the Mistjin village's ninja knife, and the combat power not only stunned the Mistjin village, but also shocked the imagination of Konoha village. You must know that before this, Mater Dai has always been under the name of Konoha's 10,000 years of ninja, and its strength can be imagined in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. After the outbreak of Mater, Konoha also found some ninjas who were good at physical arts to practice after studying the 8 doors Dunjia and practiced, but in the end they still could not meet the terrifying physical qualities required by the 8 doors Dunjia, and because of its various defects and powerful power, Konoha sealed it. This is all what happened after the Uchiha disc got the Book of Seals, so until now the Uchiha disc has not obtained the powerful physical technique of the 8 doors Dunjia, but this does not mean that the Uchiha disc has neglected the exercise of physical skills. Since Uchiha Pan obtained the Earth Escape secret technique from the King of Iwayne village, he has researched and developed the gravity technique, and the plan to exercise physical skills has long been included in the usual training by Uchiha Pan. Now almost a year has passed. For such a long time, the Uchiha disc has been subjected to increasing gravity all the time. From the beginning of double gravity, the physical fitness of the Uchiha disc has not only increased, until now it bears 20 times gravity without changing color. At this time, Uchiha's physical fitness has reached a terrifying level, and with the strength and speed of the physical explosion alone, it can already be comparable to ordinary elite upper ninja, and the physical defense can also ignore some sea-level physical attack ninjutsu. However, Uchiha Pan is a little dissatisfied with this. The physical ability of the elite shinobi is unilaterally useless for his current self, but combined with the power of pupil art and ninjutsu, it is terrifying. But with the continuous improvement of physical fitness, monotonous gravity training, the help it can embody is getting slower and slower. The main thing is that the body of the Uchiha disc cannot withstand the increasing gravity indefinitely, and the explosive period of physical growth has passed, and the next step is to rely on the accumulation of time to slowly increase. Uchiha Pan was thinking about when he would go to Konoha and Union Village, take a look at the 8 gates Dunjia and Thunder Dun ninjutsu, and enhance his physique from other aspects. Uchiha Pan took Shiro, Junmaro, and Kakamai and walked in the territory of the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, a rain that rains all year round, because it is located at the junction of the 3 major countries of the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind. There are frequent wars, and the civilians living in it are miserable. A group of 4 walked on a muddy road, and Uchiha was surrounded by a materialized chakra, leaving himself independent from the rain and sludge, and walking behind. Junmeru, who was in the front, looked resolute step by step, allowing the rain to wet his clothes, and Shiro, who was followed by him, held a transparent ice umbrella in his hand, covering the attack of the wind and rain, and then in the rear, Kakeru walked pitifully on the side of Uchiha, looking at the young man's refreshing appearance from time to time, and then looking at his clothes that were drenched. His expression was full of grievances. "Ah, how the hell is it raining all the time? When is the end?" Xiangfo's wailed. "Phosphorus, hold on. When you get to the market town, you can rest, which is also a basic exercise." Shiro turned his head and looked at Xiangfo's tenderly, encouraging and comforting. "Ah, I will never come to this Land of Rain again, and this rain will not see it stop." Xiangfo's complained, looking pitifully at the boy next to him. Master Pan, can you? Don't even think about it, I'm the same. Don't you see that Junmaro accompanies you? Of course, you can also learn the same as Shiro, or control chakra like me. In short, find a way yourself. Uchiha Pan didn't wait for Xiangfos to finish, so he refused. Humph. Lord Pan is really hateful. Xiangfos has just refined a little chakra, and it won't be white. Xiangfos kept complaining, unwilling to run forward quickly, wanting to end this damn rainy journey as soon as possible. Ha! Uchiha couldn't help but feel amused. Ha! What a terrifying chakra fluctuation ahead. Uchiha's expression moved abruptly, and a powerful chakra fluctuation was suddenly sensed in the electromagnetic induction, and its power was almost at the level of a super shadow. This powerful chakra fluctuation, isn't it? Uchiha's figure shook, came to the white three, explained a little, and teleported towards the sense position with the three of them to cast a spatial pupil technique. The land of rain, in a remote valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains, and in the valley lie dozens of ninjas in black robes, who have long since died. Above the side of the valley, dozens of ninjas with gas masks were brutally killed, running around with a fearful expression, but they could not escape the pursuit of a dragon-shaped phantom, and finally fell one after another, leaving only hideous faces. The dragon-shaped phantom shuttled around, chasing down the slaughterers of these ninjas, and at the source of the dragon-shaped phantom, a terrifying figure tens of meters tall stood quietly between heaven and earth, most of the body protruded above the ground, hideous heads, countless closed eyes, 10 limbs that seemed to be cut off, and the terrifying mouth swallowed the Deo phantom, which was absorbed into the ninja soul. The huge body is all woody, and a black metal rod is projected from the body, and countless branches at the forks are connected to a figure in front. This is a red-haired, withered face of the young man's figure. The teenager is ordinary. The only thing that attracts attention is the pair of reincarnation eyes with purple halos. On the side, a girl with blue hair and a paper flower is looking at the teenager with a sad expression, with worry in her eyes. Nagato's face twitched. It was the pain caused by the outer golem constantly extracting his own chakra and life force. At this time Nagato's 2 legs were blown up because of Hanzo's detonator trap being blown up, but Nagato did not care about his state at all, just looked at a figure full of grief and murderous intent. Nagato, how are you? Konan, sadly holding Yahiko's body, looked worriedly at Nagato, who had fallen to the ground. Just today, the Xiao organization suffered heavy losses under the ambush of Root led by Tenzo and Yunin led by Hanzo, and what made Zionen's heart most painful was that Yahiko sacrificed his life to save himself. Now Nagato uses the power of the Eye of Reincarnation to repel the enemy, consuming a lot of life force, but still allows the 2 culprits, Danzo and Hanzo, to escape, and Nagato's legs are also burned. Zionen, take Yahiko's body and let's go. Hanzo will definitely return. My power has been exhausted, and I can't kill him anymore. Nagato's voice was no longer the shy and introverted of before, full of dead indifference, and there was only a trace of warmth in the gaze that looked at Konan. Yahiko is dead, but I will inherit Yahiko's will, and from today on, I will be the god of the ninja world. Nagato's deep reincarnation eyes erupted with a strong momentum, and then slowly fell silent. Uchiha took the 3 of Shiro to teleport to the side of the valley one by one, and at a glance he saw a large number of dead ninjas in the valley. Some are dressed in costumes of red clouds on a black background, some are Yoshinobi wearing gas masks, and some are ninjas wearing cat face masks. Uchiha's heart was instantly clear, knowing that the person who had just burst out of that power was indeed Nagato with the Eye of Reincarnation, and today was the day when Nagato walked into the dark side and incarnated as the god of the ninja world, and it was also the turning point when the Xiao organization completely fell into darkness. Come out! White! Uchiha Pan looked to the side of the valley and said coldly. Uchiha Pan, you were actually able to spot my traces, and you really deserve to be a character that Madara-sama admires. A white figure slowly appeared from the ground, looking at Uchiha's face with curiosity. Today's matter is Madara's handwriting. Is that boy Madara's chosen person? Although Uchiha was asking by Ju, his tone was affirmative. Yes, Nagato is the person chosen by Madara-sama to inherit the Eye of Reincarnation, and an important pawn to resurrect Madara-sama in the future. Baiju had long been informed of the existence of the Uchiha disc by Uchiha Spot, so he did not hide anything about these. His condition is not very good, since he is Madara's chosen person. I will go and see him. Uchiha Pan said calmly. Uchiha Pan, don't do something bad. Baiju looked at the Uchiha disc with some concern, guessing the intention of the Uchiha disc to contact Nagato. Don't worry, I won't say much, just contact in advance. After all, you still have to cooperate in the future, don't you? Uchiha glanced at Baiju, and his indifferent eyes surprised Baiju. Then don't bother, Madara-sama is still waiting for news. Baiju's body slowly sank into the ground. Uchiha watched Baiju disappear until there was no Baiju figure in electromagnetic induction, and then chased Nagato and Konan with the 3 of Bai. Deep in the deep wandering cave, this is the secret headquarters of the Xiao organization, and it is also where Nagato, Konan, and others used to live. Deep inside the cave, Konan sat preservation of Yahiko's body and helped Nagato lie down, bandaging him and cleaning his wounds. What people? Nagato suddenly shouted, and a pair of purple reincarnation eyes stared at the outside of the cave door, murderous and hidden. Xiao Nan also looked drastic. At this time he and Nagato were physically and mentally exhausted. Chakra had not yet replied. If it was an enemy, he would die today. Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open, and 4 figures in a row slowly entered it. The young man at the head calmly looked at Xiao Nan and Nagato, whose faces had changed greatly, and after spreading his hands to show that he had no intention of attacking, he said lightly, "The movement in the valley before was too big. I was just attracted to see who could have such great power. You are here for my reincarnation eye?" Nagato asked with a murderous face, and the pupils in his eyes did not start. "Don't be so nervous. If I want to win the eye of reincarnation, I won't talk to you so much, and besides, other people's things, I'm not interested." Uchiha glanced at Nagato's eyes lightly and said with disdain, "Who the hell are you and what do you want to do?" Xiao Nan said coldly, "I just don't want the strong people who have been hard to appear in the ninja world to suffer such a heavy blow. Come and help. Doesn't it mean that charcoal in the snow is more precious than icing on the cake?" Uchiha said with a smile, and his figure shook and came to Nagato's side. "Let's quietly accept my help." Uchiha suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum, suppressing Nagato and Zionin, who had changed his expression greatly, and then put Nagato down on the bed, covering Nagato's legs with his palms. The sudden powerful momentum instantly suppressed Zionin's movements, and even Nagato's reincarnation pupil power, which was originally going to fight to the death, was blocked for a moment. Feeling the powerful momentum of the Uchiha disc, Nagato knew that the strength of the person in front of him even exceeded the strength when he summoned the outer path golem, and it was not at all what he could resist now. Moreover, after subduing himself in an instant, feeling a trace of pain gradually appear in the intuition of the loss of his legs, looking at the emerald green chakra that covered it, Nagato completely let go of his intention to resist. Feeling Nagato and Konan's vigilance let down, Uchiha put away his momentum, concentrated on medical ninjutsu, and began to carefully treat Nagato's legs. The chakra scalpel continuously blocked most of Nagato's pain nerves, and Uchiha treated for half an hour before bandaging Nagato's legs. "Your legs will almost fully recover after a month of rest." Chief Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and said to Konan, who were staring at the side with a worried face, Thank you for saving Nagato." Zionin's expression finally showed a touch of joy, and Nagato recovered his health, which is probably the only thing that Zionin has encountered today. "Thank you." Nagato felt the sensation of his legs and thanked Uchiha, but there was still a puzzled expression. "I'm Konan, this is Nagato, I don't know you guys are." Xiao Nan also had doubts in his heart, but he was not guarded. Just with the momentum that the young man in front of him just burst out, it is not that he and Nagato can resist, and if there is any attempt, they will not come to heal Nagato, and they can be forcibly captured, such as Nagato's reincarnation eye. Uchiha disc. Xiao Nan and Nagato looked shocked, and then realized. In the ninja world, there are only those who are well known and surnamed, and those who can have such a strong strength and look like a teenager. It seems that in addition to Kanaha's 4th generation of Hokage wave Fang Shuman, that is, the nightmare of the Uchiha clan, Kana has S-class rebel Uchiha disc. And Bo Fang Shuman has bright golden hair, but the boy has black hair and black eyes, and his identity is about to come out. "Don't look like a ghost, I don't need you to be much older, meeting his fate, just get acquainted," Uchiha said with a smile. "I didn't expect that the Uchiha disc, who was listed as an S-class rebel by Kanaha, and the nightmare of the Uchiha clan, would be such a person, I thought," muttered Konan's disbelief. "Why, think I'm 8 feet tall, my face is like a demon, my hands are ruthless, and I eat children." Uchiha stretched his head to Xiao Nan's ear and suddenly spoke. "Ah, it's not what you say. Just didn't expect you to help me and Nagato." Xiao Nan was startled, a shyness flashed on his face, and he glanced at the boy in annoyance. "Didn't I say that? That's for Nagato's strength, and I don't want a strong man in the future to die. Otherwise you think I'll be so kind." Uchiha Pan looked haughty, holding his head high and said, "I look at Master Pan to see that someone is beautiful, and they don't have a good heart." Suddenly, Xiangfos, who had not spoken on the side, spoke. "Oh, it's amazing, I didn't expect that our white was not jealous," and a certain little girl who had not yet grown actually jumped out. Uchiha Pan said unhurriedly, not embarrassed at all, and looked at Xiangfos with an unhappy face and smiled. "Xiangfos, you look at me with such a bitter grudge, are you ready to provoke Shiro's position?" Uchiha Pan's words directly provoked the two people, which immediately made Bai and Xiangfos embarrassed. "Master Pan, you are angry again in vain." Bai looked at the boy a little embarrassed and a little helplessly. "Ah, does this have anything to do with white? It's obviously Master Pan, you're not right, and I will grow up in the future." Xiangfos almost jumped and shouted loudly. "Okay, let's talk about it when you're older. Obediently went to play with Shiro, didn't you see me talking about business, but you interrupted." Uchiha rubbed his phosphorescent red hair vigorously, and turned to look at Nagato and Konan, who were staring at him and the others dumbfounded. Seeing the smile, "The child is not sensible, where did he just say?" Uchiha continued as if nothing was happening. "Oh, I said that saving Nagato is just a good relationship with you, and maybe we will become friends in the future. Uchiha panted. We're already friends. Konan said gently, looking at the way the four of Uchiha were playing with each other. It was as if he saw his former self, Nagato, and Yahiko. Yes, we are already friends. Nagato's voice fluctuated slightly. That's really something to celebrate. I didn't expect to make friends everywhere. I'm really popular. Uchiha said with a gentle smile, not forgetting to be narcissistic at the end. Several people temporarily settled in the cave, and after helping Nagato and Konan deal with some of Shaku's troubles, they left the land of rain with Shiro, Junmaro, and Kakari. During the period, Uchiha Pan promised to join Xiao's team and chose a Suzaku's ring. Originally Uchiha Pan was also ready to personally kill Hanzo, but Nagato asked to kill Hanzo with his own hands to avenge Yahiko, so Uchiha Pan did not take care of much. Hanzo, with Nagato's ability to initially control the Eye of Reincarnation, did not have to pay attention to it at all. Since the four of Uchiha left the land of rain, passed all the way through the land of birds, and finally entered the land of stars, the road was calm and quiet, without the slightest twist and turn, and after more than 3 months, everyone finally came to Xingyian village. Is this the Xingyian village established by Lord Pan? It's finally here, and you finally don't have to work hard. Xiangfos exclaimed excitedly. Although Bai and Junmaro did not speak, there was also a trace of excitement in their expressions, and they finally arrived at the Xingyian village that Lord Pan said, and in the future, this will also be the home of themselves and others. Don't bother, there is no girl's look at all. You look at how gentle Shiro is, you are looking at yourself, more like a boy than Junmaro. Uchiha slapped his forehead. Since receiving the fragrant phosphorus, his own team has hardly been quiet. This little guy is too capable of tossing. What is the appearance of no girls? I am also very gentle when I am quiet. As for Junmaro, that guy just looks more sissy, so this girl won't compare with him. Xiangfos shouted without fear of death. Xiangfos, it seems that you have recently improved your physical skills. Junmaro glanced at it and said, this girl is an auxiliary ninja, who would practice physical arts such as something that only causes developed limbs. Xiangfos shook his head and killed a group with a word. Don't be poor, come to me. It's difficult to enter and exit Xingyian village by ordinary methods. The corner of Uchiha's mouth twitched, not wanting to listen to the little girl's group sarcasm anymore, and immediately opened his mouth to end the topic. Under the leadership of Uchiha Disc, the three teleported into Xingyian village in a time and space, and the perception enchantment of Xingyian village also immediately sensed the breath of Uchiha Pan and others. Uchiha Pan first sent someone to settle the three of Bai, and then Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling reported to them the development of Xingyian village and Star Country in the past year. Lord Pan, the situation in the country of stars has attracted the attention of some countries. In the past 6 months, many foreign ninjas have entered the country of stars. Although they cannot enter the village of stars, there are still some rebels in the country of stars who have issued tasks to ask foreign ninjas to attack people holding important positions in the country of stars. Uchiha spoke out about his recent troubles. Kai, how much do you think the situation in the star country has been exposed? Which forces probably know? Uchiha asked. Lord Pan, now only the surrounding small countries and the two great powers of Earth Country and Wind Country know about the situation of Star Country, but they don't know that Star Country is ruled by Lord Pan, and they only think that it is an internal dispute in Star Country. Uchiha Kai said based on the information he had. Since the part has been exposed, there is no need to cover it up, except for the core star hidden village. It doesn't matter if they know my existence. For those ninjas who lurk and invade the territory of the Star Country, you and Ling are responsible for eliminating them, and if there are enemies that cannot be solved, report them to me immediately. A cold color flashed in Uchiha's eyes. The country of stars, this place of its own, anyone who dares to reach out and touch it, must be prepared to be chopped. Time passed like water, and another 2 months flickered by. Star Country, Star Hidden Village. Shiro, Junmaro, and Kazuya were personally taught by Uchiha Pan, so they also lived in the inner area. With all kinds of equipment, places, and resources in Xingyian village, under the condition that Uchiha Pan is almost always watching and teaching, the strength of the three has improved rapidly. It's just that the age of the three is still too young, and the chakra that can be extracted is difficult to extract after reaching the level of middle ninja. However, the Uchiha disc is not very anxious. The amount of chakra cannot be improved. Just train the three of them to control the level of chakra, climb trees, tread water, sleep with ropes, and even the last various morphological changes. Uchiha disc has unreservedly cultivated the three people. For the cultivation direction of the three, Uchiha Pan is also divided into 3 directions according to their respective natural hobbies. Shiro, with the boundaries of ice and blood, has a strong talent for water, wind, and ice ninjutsu, and Uchiha Pan will also give Shiro the earth ninjutsu he mastered and the water ninjutsu obtained from Yakura's memory. Let him practice freely. For the practice of ice duin, in addition to the bloodstain ninjutsu inherited by Shiro himself, Uchiha Pan will also say some directions that he thinks are feasible, and ask Shiro to try it one by one and form his own things. Junmaru, with the bloodstain boundary of the corpse vein, because of the perfect awakening, Junmaru also suffered from bloodstain, and Uchiha-pan can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause after using medical ninjutsu and even the pupil blurring technique to help him heal, although it can be suppressed, but it cannot be completely solved. After in-depth study, Uchiha-pan knew that this was because Junmaru's physical fitness could not bear the powerful bloodstain of the perfect corpse bone vein. In this regard, Uchiha-pan could only find a way to let Junmaru get a complete immortal body in the future, and only the strong physique of the immortal body could perfectly withstand Junmaru's corpse bone vein. Junmaru is good at physical skills, and Uchiha directly threw Junmaru into a gravity training ground that can be adjusted up to 30 times, and after teaching all the Konoha physical arts he knows, let him practice freely. The last vortex of fragrant phosphorus, because of the physique of its vortex family, Uchiha-pan taught the most and most seriously, and every time he tired the little guy of fragrant phosphorus and shouted unfairly. Uchiha Disc taught all of the Vortex clan's sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu he had obtained from Konoha to Kakamai, and specially trained Kachiha's physical skills, especially the ability to escape and dodge. In Uchiha's vision, Shiro, Junmaru, and Kakeru will form a team in the future, with Kachi assisting in sensing, healing, sealing, and other auxiliary intelligence, Shiro being responsible for large-scale suppression, confinement, and long-range attacks, and Junmaru being completely responsible for melee attacks and decapitation kills. To this end, Uchiha often takes the three of them out of the village to hunt down and kill the foreign ninjas who invaded the Star Country, and train the three of them to cooperate with each other and combat their actual combat ability. On this day, the Uchiha disc is suspended in the air, quietly looking at the starry sky at night. Electromagnetic induction is turned on, sensing all the movements between heaven and earth within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Recently, the Uchiha disc will be like this almost every day. The feeling of being integrated into the heaven and earth is very wonderful, is a rare entertainment recently discovered by the Uchiha disc. Ha! Uchiha Aki actually used a space-time pupil technique that I used to transcribe the seal for him. The Uchiha disc was suddenly awakened by a space-time fluctuation, and a subtle space-time fluctuation around him disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a piece of paper appeared in the air and slowly flew over. Uchiha casually pinched the paper, swept his gaze, and looked at the information on the paper. The Nine Tails Rebellion, it's actually tonight. Uchiha's expression changed abruptly. The Nine Tails Rebellion launched by Uchiha Obito affected many people in Konoha, and also affected the direction of development after the ninja world. In tonight, the death of the 4 generations of Hokage Fang Shuman and his wife, the birth of new Ajura and Indra reincarnations, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha completely turned into confrontation and a series of other events. This kind of thing Uchiha-pan will be involved in it no matter what. Swish! Uchiha immediately launched ultra-long distance teleportation, and his figure instantly disappeared in Xingyan village, and then reappeared, and he had already arrived in front of Uchiha Aki who was in Konoha. Master Pan. Uchiha Chiu, who had been waiting in the secret room, stepped forward and said quickly, Lord Pan, just now Konoha was suddenly attacked by the Nine Tails, and his subordinates used your pupil power. You did the right thing. Tonight's Konoha is worth my visit in person. Almost as soon as Uchiha appeared, the powerful and evil chakra was sensed in the electromagnetic force field, which was destroying in Konoha village, and Uchiha-pan sealed a space-time pupil force into Uchiha Aki's eyes, instructing him to hide well tonight, and his figure went towards the sense location. The figure of the Uchiha disc reappeared, and he had reached a remote place not far from Konoha village, where a wooden house was located, and there was a powerful sealing enchantment around the wooden house not far away, but this could not stop the Uchiha disc with the art of time and space. Uchiha's body remained blurred and turned without attracting anyone's attention after teleporting. In the open space outside the wooden house, 2 figures were fighting. A golden-haired figure in a white imperial robe is none other than Konoha's 4th-generation Hokage Wei Fang Shuman, and another figure wearing a black robe with a spiral-pattern monocular mask on his face. It is the blackened Uchiha Obito. At this time, the former master and apprentice were fighting together. Uchiha's body was suspended in midair, quietly watching the 2 of them calculate and fight each other, without the slightest intention of interfering, but there was a trace of amazement in his eyes when he looked at the 2. Wei Fang Shuman, a civilian origin, its talent is amazing. If not for Uchiha-pan as soon as he crossed over, it would almost be on the opposite side of Konoha. Uchiha-pan may choose to assist Wei Fang Shuman, reform the entire Konoha village, and then change the situation of the ninja world, but now it can only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha-pan also has some pity in his heart. As for Uchiha Obito, although Uchiha-pan really does not agree with his feelings, he is really amazed at the talent shown after Obito blackened. Uchiha-pan's memory is that Obito is known, compared to Uchiha-pan, who was a genius of the Uchiha clan back then. Obito's performance is not at all like a person of the Uchiha clan, and his talent is completely an ordinary person, and has always been the crane tail in the ninja school. But after blackening, just relying on a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Obito's strength progress is terrifying to the extreme, and what is even more terrifying is its sudden change in mental wisdom, completely unable to see the previous amusing idiot. The battle between Obito and Watergate ended up winning with Wei Fang Shuman, and one blow of propeller pill wounded Obito. Ahem! Sure enough, it was the golden flash of Konoha, and it could actually seize the moment I materialized and hurt me, powerful. Although Obito was injured, he still did not flee immediately, but stood on a rock and said in a deep voice to the Watergate, however, the Nine Tails have been channeled by me to the center of Konoha village, and Konoha will eventually be destroyed by the Nine Tails. Bofang Shuman did not reply, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared in front of Obito's body, under a palm print. Contract seal. Watergate let out a low gulp. Have you engraved the Flying Thunder God technique on my body? Also lifted my grip on the Nine Tails. Feeling that the psychic contract with the Nine Tails was lifted, Obito no longer dared to stay for a long time, and his figure was absorbed into his alien space for a while. Seeing that the mysterious person suspected of being Uchiha was repelled, Watergate was not happy in the slightest, and a Flying Thunder God figure left instantly and came to the Hokage cliff. Looking at the Nine Tails, which was raging on the border of Konoha, Watergate looked gloomy. It can't go on like this, Konoha's losses will continue to expand, and this guy will be removed from Konoha. Roar! The Nine Tails are very upset now, and their tyrannical mood is high. After being released from the seal, he was controlled, and then he was constantly attacked by ninjas such as Konoha, although he could not hurt himself, but he made himself very painful. Die! You bastards! The Nine Tails were furious, and immediately prepared to completely destroy these annoying ants in front of them. The nine-tailed hideous mouth rises to the sky, and the endless chakra mixed with natural energy forms a huge black energy ball, which is the ultimate move of each tailed beast Jade. Swish! At the moment of emergency, the Wei Feng Shui Gate finally arrived, and teleported the Nine Tails and the tailed beast Jade together with the Flying Thunder God spacetime enchantment. Rumble! Deep in the distant forest of Konoha, an explosion that resounded through the sky covered a large area of trees. Roar! Watergate! The Nine Tails looked angrily at the golden figure in front of him, and another tailed beast Jade gathered in his mouth. Psychic! Watergate pressed his palm in the air and summoned his psychic beast, Toad Wentai. The body of a huge toad like a small mountain smashed the body of the Nine Tails under him, and the tailed beast Jade that was still condensing in the mouth of the Nine Tails was also interrupted on the spot. Wentai, you first suppress the Nine Tails for a while and buy me time, Watergate solemnly said. Nine Tails! I can't last long. Although Toad Wentai said this, he did not hesitate in his hand, and the weapon slammed into the Nine Tails below his body. Stinky Toad! The Nine Tails was furious, and was immediately entangled by Toad Buntai. Swish! Watergate's figure quickly disappeared, and quickly appeared with the dying Juzine and the little Naruto in his arms. Boom! At this time, Toad Buntai returned to the psychic world physically injured, and Juzine struggled to step forward. Sealing Technique King Kong Blockade. The huge enchantment blocked the surroundings, and the golden chakra chains with the power of sealing suppression firmly imprisoned the huge body of the Nine Tails. It is worthy of being a Whirlpool clan, as a human pillar force after being extracted from the bodytail beast, it can survive for so long, and can also cast such a powerful sealing technique to seal the Nine Tails. Powerful. Uchiha Pan, who had always blurred his body in the enchantment side. Inheriting the power of the six Dao Immortal Yang Dun, whether it is the Thousand Hands clan or the Vortex clan, the powerful vitality and chakra amount of its clan are really enviable, even coveted. Uchiha didn't have the slightest intention of interfering, so quietly watched as Watergate cast the ghoul seal, sealing his soul with half of the Nine Tails, and sealing the other half of the Nine Tails into Naruto's body, and the Watergate couple pinned their hopes on their son. Silently, the figure of Uchiha Pan manifested from the void and walked to the dying Watergate couple. Is this the Grim Reaper? Watergate, you still got to this point. Uchiha Pan looked at the shadow of death behind the Wei Feng Shui Gate and said calmly, It's Uchiha Pan. How could he appear here? Could it be that the Nine Tails was controlled by him? The three generations of Hokage and the others who had already arrived outside the enchantment looked shocked and angrily looked at the young figure inside the enchantment. Pan, I didn't expect you to come too. Watergate looked a little surprised and didn't care at all. But Yoshine's face changed drastically, struggling to protect the little Naruto beside him. I was there when you fought him, Uchiha said. Is it? It seems that you are strong again, Plate. Watergate looked a little bitter, and then asked the guy who summoned the Nine Tails with a mask, Do you know? Well, but I can't tell you about Watergate. Uchiha shook his head, his expression was also a little complicated, looked at Watergate and said, It's a pity that it's too late. If I and Konoha don't come to this step, I will definitely save you today, and assist Watergate your powerful Konoha, but unfortunately now I can only let you die, and then I can only rely on myself. Plate, ahem. What do you want? When Watergate heard this, he looked a little worried. Today not only appeared a masked man who was good at the art of time and space, controlling the Nine Tails in a vain attempt to destroy Konoha, but now listening to the meaning of Uchiha disc, he will not easily stop Konoha. Konoha lost himself in Kushina after tonight's disaster, and it is even more difficult to resist these two. Don't worry, I won't make a move tonight. Uchiha took a deep look at the Watergate couple and the little Naruto who was still crying, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. The conversation between the two was very fast, and when Jushine withdrew the enchantment and the three generations arrived with several dark parts, they could only see that the figure of Uchiha Pan disappeared completely. Watergate, Juzine. The somewhat old faces of the three generations were full of sadness at this time. Konoha had just won a difficult victory from the three battles of the ninja realm, and the young fourth generation Hokage had just reigned for a year, and he died here tonight. Thinking of Konoha's injury from the Nine Tails ravages, the three generations were full of murderous intent, and said hatefully, Uchiha Pan, I didn't expect that he actually took advantage of Jushine, and when the Nine Tails seal weakened, he released and controlled the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, this bastard. I will definitely not let him go. Ahem. Three generations, the Nine Tails is not controlled by the Uchiha disc, but a masked man, everything tonight is caused by him, the danger of this masked man is not under the Uchiha disc, the three generations must be careful. Coughing up blood at the mouth of the water gate, his breath slowly weakened. Three generations, Naruto will be handed over to you. Watergate held little Naruto to the three generations, and just after explaining everything, his soul was devoured by the Grim Reaper behind him. Konoha is destined to not be peaceful tonight. The strength of the Nine Tails ranks first among the nine-tailed beasts, its destructive power is terrifying, and the losses Konoha suffered tonight are even more than the damage suffered during the three wars of the ninja realm. Uchiha Pan was only a send-off tonight, neither interfering in the battle between Obito and Bofang Shuman, nor saving Watergate and Juzine. It's not that Uchiha Pan is afraid of ruining the development of the plot, but in the future, Uchiha Pan will attack Konoha sooner or later, so even if he appreciates the wave wind and Watergate again, Uchiha Pan will not do such a thing as an enemy. Uchiha Pan walked quietly in the forest outside Konoha, leaving one of his shadow doppelgangers in Konoha before leaving. Tonight Konoha died a large number of ninjas. Uchiha Pan's shadow avatar changed into one of the dead kami shinobi, and he would not be suspected at all. Suddenly, a spiral vortex appeared in the void in front of the Uchiha disc, and a person in a black robe with a vortex monocular mask appeared in the waves of space, blocking the way of the Uchiha disc, and the person who came was Uchiha with soil. Uchiha stopped and looked at the person calmly. Uchiha Pan, I didn't expect you to come to Konoha tonight, the masked man said with Obito. I've been waiting for you for a long time, only now. Uchiha Pan said lightly. Oh, you know I'm going to come to you? Obito's pupils shrank, for the boy in front of him, who was not much older than himself. Obito's heart was full of vigilance, and in time and now he also awakened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, controlled the powerful spacetime pupil technique, and got the full cultivation of Uchiha spot, but in the face of Uchiha disc, Obito still had no certainty of victory in his heart. Well, I just appeared to see the last sight of the water gate, also to let you know my existence. Uchiha glanced at Obito and explained lightly. Uchiha, and you mentioned me, it seems that you have a different opinion, Uchiha said with a playful smile. I just want to know about the famous Uchiha disc in the ninja world. What is your strength, so that you can cooperate better, right? Uchiha said in a deep voice. Ha! Your voice is really not at all like it used to be. Obito. Uchiha directly pierced Obito's identity. You actually know my identity, did Uchiha tell you? Obito's voice was full of gloom, and the feeling as if someone had lifted everything to cover up, like looking at a clown, made Obito's heart full of murderous intent. Humph. Let me see how the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan has grown in strength after betraying Konoha. Obito's figure rushed towards Uchiha. Uchiha's eyes flashed, but his body did not blur and rushed directly towards Obito. In the night, the two figures passed through each other as if they were in different dimensions, and neither touched each other. Bite. At the moment of separation, the kunao in Obito's hand suddenly slashed behind him, blocked by the Uchiha disc that had long been on guard. Uchiha disc, why don't you use your pupil technique that can also be blurred? Oh, I forgot, your blurred pupil technique doesn't seem to be able to defend against the attacks of powerhouses of the same level. Obito said with a wanton laugh. However, my pupil blur can't touch me, it's stronger than yours. Don't look like a villain, bring soil, Uchiha replied without care. He doesn't use blurring, just to better feel the power of Obito's kaleidoscope divine power, so that his eye of time and space can absorb its ability. Otherwise, with his current strength that is one level higher than Uchiha Obito, he can completely let Obito personally experience the feeling that he can't touch the enemy, Uchiha complained in his heart. Obito's figure constantly passed through Uchiha Pan's body, attacking from various unexpected angles, but all of them were Uchiha Pan's excellent physical speed dodging and blocking, and occasionally almost hurting himself. This had to make Obito hate in his heart. Swish! The figure of Uchiha Pan instantly appeared on the side, dodging Obito's constant attacks. Why, can't you bear it? Obito was a little puzzled, and said a little proudly. Don't be so narcissistic, Obito. I just thought of a flaw in your pupil technique. Uchiha Pan said lightly, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Obito's body, and his hand was stretched out without a single stretch, directly inserted into the heart of Obito's voided body. That is to be restrained by the physical ninja who is faster than you. The kunao in Uchiha's hand was in the center of Obito's heart like this, his face was facing Obito's mask, and he looked at Obito's rapidly shrinking blood-colored pupils with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Swish! 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 Uchiha Pan's body was facing Obito like this. No matter how Obito moved his figure, Uchiha Pan maintained a speed one step faster than him, and Kuwa was always in the center of Obito's heart. Swish! Obito's figure is constantly changing, but he has never been able to get rid of the entanglement of the Uchiha disc, and he retreats, and the Uchiha disc follows the forward, and the Uchiha disc moves forward, and the Uchiha disc retreats with it. The two held a relative position for a minute. Obito could no longer bear it, and immediately leaned quickly towards a large tree, and then appeared already standing on the high branches of the tree. It's useless, even if the physical speed of the physical ninja is faster than me, there are some places that cannot be followed through, Obito shouted. Swish! But you can't get close enough to kill these physical ninjas. The figure of Uchiha Pan instantly appeared in front of Obito's body again, and there was no bitterness in his hand, and he stabbed towards Obito's heart. Kamui. At the moment when Kuwa was about to touch Obito's body, Obito drank loudly, and a constantly rotating vortex suddenly appeared in his right eye, and the powerful attraction imprisoned Uchiha's figure, and then inhaled into the vortex deep in the eye socket. Whew! Call! Obito took a rough breath, and when he saw that he had finally taken Uchiha's body into the divine power space unexpectedly, Obito laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Pan, I didn't expect you to lose at my hands. When you reach my divine power space, your life and death are in my hands. In the Kamui space, this is an alien space attached to the main space of the ninja world, which belongs to the alien space controlled by Uchiha with Earth Kaleidoscope Chakra eyes, and there is nothing in the space except for countless three-dimensional rectangular squares. In the quiet alien space, Uchiha stood quietly, his eyes constantly scanning, feeling the strange sensation that constantly flooded his right eye, and the fluctuation perception of space was gradually absorbed and digested. In an instant, a special space-time pupil technique automatically formed in the right eye of the Uchiha disc. Based on the space with Earth Divine Power Space as the template, the space pupil technique evolved into the Uchiha disc also has a different space of its own that allows life to survive. The kaleidoscope of the right eye of the Uchiha disc itself comes with a space, and as the Uchiha disc continues to absorb new time-space techniques, the size of the space continues to grow, and when the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha disc is promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope, the size of the space instantly skyrockets by more than 10 times. Now, the size of the space contained in the right eye of the Uchiha disc has more than half the area of the Fire Country. After absorbing the divine power space technique with Earth, the space that belongs to the Uchiha disc has grown by 1%, and the most important thing is that at this moment, this space has been able to store living things, just like the Shinwei space with Earth. The Uchiha disc can use this space of its own to use it as a springboard to instantly reach any place in the ninja world, and it can also forcibly absorb and transfer others, but like the Kamui pupil technique with soil, the process also takes a little time, and it is easy to be targeted and attacked by enemies, and it is not convenient to teleport over long and short distances that the Uchiha disc already has. The Uchiha disc felt the space connected by his right eye. The space was empty, except for the yellow earth in a radius of a kilometer in the center. There was nothing on the yellow earth, not even a single grass grew, and there were countless items large and small suspended above the space, which were important items and some daily necessities stored in the space by the Uchiha disc himself. Finally, this space has finally evolved to this step, living creatures can survive, and a piece of land has appeared, and Uchiha Pan's heart is also excited. This is the rhythm of the development of the world. Then decorate this space with the sun, moon, stars, flowers and trees, etc. This space will be no different from the ninja world and the outside world, although it is still very far from all this, but this space now has this trend of change, and there are some plans in Uchiha Pan's heart. Swish! Another vortex appeared, and then a figure with Earth appeared in the Shinwei space. Obito's high voice sounded, and the figure stood a certain distance away from Uchiha's disc. Uchiha disc, this is my alien space. As long as I put you here, even if I don't do anything, after a period of time, you will die of lack of water and food, Obito said proudly. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Uchiha Pan, you have finally lost at my hands. Uchiha got what he wanted, and now he was in a good mood. Looking at Obito's smug appearance in front of him, he stretched out his right hand and took out an apple from the space of his right eye and nibbled it. What do you say? I didn't hear it very clearly, you say it again, Uchiha said with a smile. Even if you have some food on you, how long can you last, and in this divine power space, you still have to tense your nerves all the time. I will attack at any time, haha. Obito was stunned, and then said fiercely, click. After eating the last bite of apple, Uchiha threw it casually, glanced at Obito, and said, it's boring. Two realms are well informed. The eternal kaleidoscope pupil technique in Uchiha's eyes was cast, and his figure instantly disappeared into the divine power space under the horror of the earthy face. Outside, the figure of the Uchiha disc appeared instantly, and immediately after, the figure with the soil also appeared in place. Uchiha Pan, you were actually able to escape from my divine power space. The face under the soil mask was complicated, and his voice was bitter. What escape? Obviously I went to your alien space, and now I am back in the ninja world. Do you really think that your pupil technique that takes a little time to activate can absorb me? Uchiha Pan said angrily. The power of Obito's Shinwei pupil technique is good, but not to mention that his eye of time and space is a little restrained to his pupil technique, that is, those who limit time will also greatly reduce the power of this pupil technique with soil. Didn't I see that even the Wave Feng Shui Gate found a way to defeat Obito who performed the divine power pupil technique? Obito, take me to meet Uchiha. That guy is running out of time, and I have something to ask him, Uchiha said. Humph. Uchiha didn't say he wanted to see you. Obito resisted a little. Then do you still want to implement the Moon Eye plan, or you will do it alone? Don't say that I don't cooperate to make trouble for you at that time. Uchiha Pan's face turned cold and threatened. Humph. I hope that after meeting Uchiha, you can still say these words, Obito said with some annoyance. Let's go. Both of them are proficient in the art of time and space, and the rush is also extremely fast, with Uchiha leading the way, and the Uchiha disc senses the spatial fluctuations left by Obito, followed closely behind. It didn't take long for the two to arrive in a cave buried deep underground. Swish, swish, Madara, yeah, I've come to see you. At a glance, Uchiha Pan saw the huge 10-tailed body shell outer path golem in the center of the cave, and the old figure connected to the body of the outer path golem, Uchiha Spot. Yo, bring soil, you bring someone. A figure who was all white and wearing no clothes shouted at Obito. It was Baiju. Uchiha Pan, I didn't expect you to come with Obito. I still want to wait for a while to ask Baiju to bring you. Uchiha's old voice sounded, and he looked at Uchiha Disc calmly. Knowing that you couldn't hold on, I just happened to run into Obito, so I followed. After all, there is still cooperation between us. Uchiha said. Oh, is it? Obito, how about you go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails? Uchiha asked, looking at Obito. The 9 tails were sealed by the 4th generation of Hokage again, but the 4th generation of Hokage and the couple also died, and Konoha definitely suffered a heavy loss this time, Obito said with hatred. Shidemu? Hee. It doesn't matter, the 9 tails will be deposited in Konoha first, and now is not the time. Uchiha didn't care much. After all, there was still a long time before his plan. Uchiha Pan, you came just in time. In the rest of my time, explain some plans clearly, and some things still need your cooperation. Uchiha looked at Uchiha and said in a deep voice. That's exactly what I mean, and I also want to ask you about some ninjutsu knowledge about Sharingan. Uchiha said. When I came to see Madara, it was secondary to discuss the cooperation plan, and the main thing was to learn some ninjutsu knowledge from Uchiha Madara. Madara has a rich collection in his life, and the secret art of writing chakra, the cultivation of yin and yang, and some unique forbidden techniques involving the golem of the outer Dao, etc., are all Uchiha's eyes. In the dim underground cave, under the huge outer path golem, an old figure stood quietly. Uchiha Disc, Obito, black and white, the preparation of the Eye of the Moon plan is left to you, Nagato's growth, the collection of tailed beasts, and the resurrection of me without the slightest mistake. Uchiha's old face had a pair of calm eyes looking at the 3 people in front of him faintly. Yes, Madara-sama, I will definitely help Dish and Obito complete the plan. Half body black, half body white. Black and white never replied. And La, Banyi, you can go with confidence. The next meeting will definitely surprise you, Uchiha said with a smile. Obito, in the future, you will walk the ninja world under my name. Uchiha didn't care about black and white and Uchiha Disc, and said to Obito. Obito, whose half of his face was pressed into cracks, picked up the spiral mask in his hand and brought it to his face without hesitation, saying, from today onwards, my name Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, then it's all up to you. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha immediately disconnected himself from the golem of the outer Dao. Losing the chakra that the golem of the outer path kept offering, Uchiha's life finally came to an end, and his figure slowly fell. The kaleidoscope in Uchiha's eyes quietly opened, but the pattern under his eyes was covered by the beautiful pupils he carried, and with the blurring ability of his left eye, Uchiha Pan instantly got a strand of hair from Madara's corpse and put it into his alien space. Ah, it's finally over, and it's time for me to leave. Uchiha stretched out casually, and said to Juwa Obito, I'll go first, there is something to call Baiju to contact me. After Uchiha finished speaking, he waved his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared into the cave. Uchiha Pan, I hope you really cooperate with us, otherwise, I will definitely not let you go. Obito has always had a distrust of Uchiha and doubts about the cooperation that Uchiha said. Madara-sama has his plans, Uchiha Disc is not something we need to consider for the time being, the most important thing now is Nagato, definitely a little gloomy. For the 3 plans that Uchiha Pan and Madara had mentioned, Heiju had already learned from Uchiha Ban's mouth, and for the young man of Uchiha Pan, Heiji also had jealousy in his heart, but as long as he waited for the Eye of the Moon plan to succeed and his mother was resurrected, everything would be a foregone conclusion. On the border of the Land of Fire, among the many small countries bordering it, there is a country called Otonoko, and some time ago, Otonakoku established its own ninja village, Otohide Village. In the country of sound, not far outside the village of Otoin, a young man wearing a black imperial robe was walking slowly, looking in the direction of Union Village. The boy is Uchiha Pan, and the big and small forces in the ninja world may not care much about the establishment of Otohide Village, but Uchiha Pan knows that this Otoha village is a Konoha S-class rebel ninja, Orochimaru single-handedly established, and is its most important stronghold. After the 3 battles in the ninja world, during the election of the 4th generation of Hokage in Konoha Village, Danzo was jealous of his identity as a 3rd-generation disciple, a strong contender for the 4th generation of Hokage, so Danzo revealed the information of Orochimaru's secret research on human forbidden arts, and was listed as an S-class rebel by Konoha Village, so Orochimaru sentenced Konoha, but as a result, the 4th generation of Hokage was recognized by the Wei Fang Shuman. Thinking of this, Uchiha Pan had to sigh at the psychological shadow area of Danzo. Konoha Village under the leadership of the 3 generations, Danzo and other old guys, is getting weaker and weaker, and the endless genius ninja are consumed in the high-level political struggle sacrifice. Fortunately, I walked decisively at the beginning, otherwise I would be uncomfortable in Konoha now. Uchiha looked gloating. Oh, the big snake pill is really here, good fellow. Not long after the establishment of this hidden village, so many wandering ninjas have already gathered. The Uchiha disc sensed the information in the electromagnetic field, looked for a while, and the figure disappeared instantly. Yin Village, a secret underground laboratory in the village. Orochimaru was dissecting a ninja's body alone, constantly putting some parts and organs into and out, and this ninja was still howling miserably, watching his internal organs being pulled out, his expression full of despair and panic. Swish! The space changed, and the body of the Uchiha disc blurred, and instantly appeared in front of the big snake pill. With the strength of the Uchiha Pan's super shadow at this time, it was too easy to hide the big snake pill in the blurred state. Uchiha did not immediately appear to see Daishin Meru, so he remained in a virtual state, as if a ghost looked up and down the laboratory inside and outside, and then looked at Orochimaru's experiment, watching Orochimaru excitedly transform the unlucky ninja, with an interested light in his eyes. This guy of the big snake pill is really talented, he is really too perverted. Watching the big snake pill stretch out his long tongue from time to time and lick it indiscriminately, and his eyes radiated a wolf-like light, Uchiha Pan snorted, it was too heavy to taste. Finally, as time passed, the miserable ninja was finally freed, and Orochimaru didn't care about the failure of his experiment, and after recording the experimental data of this experiment, Orochimaru was about to open his mouth to call his subordinates to send in a new experimental subject, and Uchiha knew that he could not wait any longer. Big snake pill, you take it slowly first. I have something to find you. The figure of the Uchiha disc instantly appeared in the laboratory. The big snake pill's expression was first startled, and then when he reacted to who it was, he looked at the person with surprise on his face. Pan, your strength has soared. It actually escaped my perception. You can still find me, Orochimaru exclaimed. Che, with your devoted look, a ninja can hide it from you. Uchiha Pan did not explain, but instead ridiculed the big snake pill, and said, Big snake pill, we talked about the good deal before, now I came to you. Oh, what do you want when you come to me? I'm very interested in those eyes that coil you. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Pan's eyes flashing with essence, and his tongue licked his lips involuntarily. No hurry, big snake pill, you clean up first. I'll see what good things you have later, and we'll trade later. Uchiha pointed to the blood stains on Orochimaru's body and said, Wait a moment for that plate. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he quickly cleaned up and took the Uchiha disc to another secret room. What does Pan want? I've got a lot of experiments. The big snake pill was not afraid of Uchiha's robbery, and directly brought the teenager to his core secret room. The art of soil rebirth, the research results of the cells between the pillars, and the big snake pill, your psychic beast 10,000 snakes. Uchiha Pan did not talk nonsense, and directly said his purpose. Dirt rebirth, intercolumn cells, it seems that what you value this time are taboo things. However, 10,000 snakes are my psychic beasts, and I don't think you need 10,000 snakes with your strength. Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, We finally said about the matter of 10,000 snakes. I want to know how far you have studied the great snake pill for the cells of the rebirth of the soil and the first generation of Hokage. Uchiha asked. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. These 2 forbidden forces, although they have achieved a little results, they are still far from practical use. The big snake pill did not hide it, and directly told Uchiha Pan about his current research progress. The art of rebirth of dirt was developed by the 2nd generation Hokage according to the psychic art, and was listed as a forbidden technique by Konoha because of blasphemy of the soul of the dead, and now it has only perfected this forbidden technique to the point where it can successfully summon the dead and reach the point of preliminary control, but it cannot exert the peak power before birth, and its power is greatly reduced. The Great Snake Pill set his research progress and problems on the art of soil rebirth. Oh, is it already possible to take preliminary control? That's already very good, Big Snake Pill, you are really powerful. When Uchiha heard this, he was slightly pleased in his heart. The technique of soil rebirth has been perfected by the Great Snake Pill to the point that it can control the deceased, which has reached its own requirements. As for the temporary inability to perfectly exert the strength of the deceased before death, Uchiha Pan does not care much, in this regard, as long as you find the direction, spend some effort to completely perfect it. I want the research materials of the dirt rebirth technique, I don't know the research of the original Hokage cell. What step have you entered the Great Snake Pill? Uchiha asked next. The cells of the original Hokage began to be studied and used when they were in Konoha, and an imperfect experimental subject was born, and the guy from Tenzo also successfully cultivated and transplanted a right arm, and the research data is quite a lot, but it still cannot be used perfectly. There is a certain danger, it will be eroded by the powerful vitality of the cells of the original Hokage and finally assimilated. Orochimaru was also a little annoyed, and he was also full of desire for the powerful power of the original Hokage, but the danger was too high. It's okay, with the big snake pill your experimental data, it is more convenient for me to continue research. I want both, Uchiha said. Orochimaru smiled, took out 2 scrolls from a wooden cabinet engraved with the sealing technique in the laboratory, looked at Uchiha Pan and said, I wonder what you are going to trade with. Konoha's Book of Seals, 2 pairs of 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes, I am ready to trade these 2 things, Uchiha said. It seems that you have been prepared. Then trade it. The big snake pill looked excited, and immediately agreed to the deal. Uchiha took out a scroll that had copied the book of Konoha's seal and 2 pill bottles containing the Sharingan and handed it to Orochimaru, and took the scroll in Orochimaru's hand. Both of them accepted the thing satisfied. I don't know what you just said about the 10,000 snakes. The big snake pill sealed the scroll and the medicine bottle, swallowed it directly into his abdomen, and asked. The big snake pill has not forgotten that the Uchiha disc just said 3 things. For the last thing that involves his own psychic beast 10,000 snakes, the big snake pill has all kinds of speculations in his heart. It stands to reason that although the 10,000 snakes are also a powerful ninja beast, but for the current Uchiha disc, it should not be a much needed psychic beast. I wonder what this guy wants 10,000 snakes for. Just some blood of 10,000 snakes is enough, I'll study it, Uchiha Pan said lightly. 10,000 snakes, this guy's blood, I used to study some leftovers, you need to give it to you directly. The big snake pill looked a little puzzled, but still threw a tube of blood directly to the teenager. Since the smooth transaction is completed, then I will stay soon, and I will have the opportunity to trade again in the future, Uchiha Pan said lightly, and then his figure gradually disappeared into the air. I'm looking forward to trading with you next time. The big snake pill was also very satisfied with what he got this time, looking at the disappearing figure of the disc, with eagerness in his eyes. Compared with the research materials he paid, although the power involved is relatively taboo, but after all, it is a semi-finished product, and whether it is the art of soil rebirth or the intercolumn cell, the big snake pill knows that the Uchiha disc himself has long been obtained, and now he just took away his own experimental data. As for some of the blood of 10,000 snakes, the big snake pill is completely unconscious. But he got Konoha's Book of Seals and 2 pairs of 3-hook jade chakra eyes from Uchiha Pan, these 2 things that Orochimaru has long coveted, but he has never had the opportunity to get, and now from Uchiha Pan, Orochimaru can't wait to enter the laboratory immediately to study it properly. Thinking of this, the big snake pill did not have the slightest hesitation and immediately entered his laboratory. Star Country, Star Hidden Village, Central Building. Located in a secluded enclosed space beneath the central building, Uchiha's own laboratory. A shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc has been residing here for a long time, conducting various research experiments, and various experimental equipment and precious data scrolls in the laboratory are neatly arranged. In the laboratory, the shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc hummed a small tune, slowly recording data on the experimental table, and then stopping for a while to continue the previous experiment, fiddling with various instruments. The shadow avatar glanced at the body, rolled his eyes, and did not stop the experiment in his hand, but his mouth shouted, "Don't stand there and talk without back pain. What's the matter today? Give, this is the research data of the big snake pill for the intercolumn cells, see if it is helpful for your research." Uchiha disc also ignored the complaints of his shadow doppelganger, and placed a scroll directly on the table. "Oh, ontology, you have taken experimental data from the big snake pill. Just as my research on intercolumn cells has reached the last moment, with these data should be able to help you smoothly get the power of the immortal body." The shadow avatar finished the experiment in his hand, unlocked the scroll and looked at it. "By the way, don't go out in the recent period, I will find you after researching," the shadow doppelganger said without raising his head. Xingyan village, in a courtyard covering hundreds of square meters in the inner area, the figure of Uchiha Pan appeared instantly. This is Uchiha Pan's own residence, although the area is not large, but Uchiha Pan can feel a strong warmth here. In addition to Uchiha's own bedroom, Shiro, Junro, and Kakato also lived here. Usually, when Uchiha Pan himself comes out, the shadow doppelganger in the laboratory lives here, occasionally teaching the 3 of them training at leisure. More than a few months have passed since Uchiha left Hoshihide village for Konoha, mainly because Uchiha has been there for a long time. At this time, the three of Bai were not in the star-hidden village, and the Uchiha disc had already known from the induction of the electromagnetic force field the moment he returned, and also knew from Kana that the three of them followed Ling to the territory of the Star Country to hunt down the infiltrated ninjas. After 2 years of development, the Country of Stars has already changed greatly at this time, and the control of the Country of Stars and the Village of Stars is also increasing day by day, and those ninjas who were sent into the Country of Stars cannot escape the tight intelligence network of the Country of Stars, and these ninjas have also become the targets of ninja combat in the Village of Stars. 2 days later, Ling took Bai and the three of them back to Xingyian Village together. Lord, Master Pan. Everyone gathered in the small courtyard of Uchiha Pan and talked about each other's experiences. Mainly Uchiha Pan listened to Ling and their story, although these Uchiha Pan had long been known from the memories of the shadow doppelganger, but Uchiha Pan still listened carefully, and also learned about the strength progress of each person. Bai, Junmeru, Xiangfos, I won't say much about the three of you. This stage is mainly a period of physical development. There is no need to pursue the growth of strength, and the level of control of chakra can be continuously improved. Uchiha first instructed the three little guys. Qi and Ling, you have now reached the threshold of the shadow level. Next I will provide you with a unique trial to help you open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. You are ready. Uchiha Pan said to Uchiha Kai and the two, the kaleidoscopic chakra eye in his eyes quietly opened, and he launched a pupil technique under the cover of May Pupil. Limited monthly reading. Uchiha was silent, instantly pulling the two into the fantasy realm. Limited monthly reading is an illusion technique that Uchiha Pan learned from Uchiha Spot this time, and it is an illusion pupil technique developed by Uchiha Disc imitating infinite moon reading, and Uchiha Pan changed the nature of this illusion after obtaining this illusion technique. The original limited monthly reading is to pull the spellcaster into a fantasy world where the heart longs for beauty, but the limited monthly reading cast by Uchiha Pan completely simulates the real world, and the caster will not feel the falsehood of the world, and in it, all the good things in the caster's heart will be slowly destroyed by invisible forces in a coincidental way, making the caster finally feel hopeless and painful illusions. Uchiha Disc changed this illusion technique not to deal with enemies, but tailored for the Uchiha family, specifically to help open the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling, who were cast by Uchiha Disc limited moon reading, did not notice the slightest, neither of them felt the slightest difference in their world. After talking in the small courtyard, the two said goodbye to Uchiha Disc and returned to their residence. The lives of the next two are no different from usual. Xingyian Village is still the Xingyian Village, and the people around them have not changed in the slightest, but as time passes, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling feel the world's sense and malice. In the fantasy world, a year later, in an ordinary outing experience, the three of Bai went out alone and were ambushed and killed by the ninjas of Iwayne Village, and then Uchiha Pan led the battle between Hoshihide Village and Iwayne Village, although he successfully defeated Iwayne Village, but many ninjas in Xingyian Village were also killed. During the war, the familiar people around him died one after another, and after that, the other four shinobi villages felt the threat of the Star-Hidden Village and joined forces to attack the Star Country. In that battle, Uchiha was outnumbered and finally died. His brothers were also severely damaged, everything they protected was destroyed, and the intense despair and pain flooded their hearts. In the real world outside, after Yushibo finished speaking to Qi and Ling, their expressions suddenly dispersed, and their minds fell into the world of illusion. Uchiha Pan supported the two fallen bodies and put them into the guest bedroom, and Uchiha Pan said to the three of Bai, Junmeru, Xiangfu, the three of you look at Kai and Ling, they should be unconscious for a while. Master Pan, Qi and Ling are they? Shiro looked at Uchiha with some doubt, not knowing what had just happened. Yes. Master Pan, just now the two guys Qi and Ling seem to have been hit by illusion, and chakra is disordered. Kagura has Kagura heart eye, and although his perception range is not large because of his young age, he still feels the strange situation just now at close range. Just you, little girl. Uchiha knocked on Xiangfa's head and explained to the three, don't worry, it was I who cast the illusion on Kai and Ling. Looking at the more puzzled gazes of the three, Uchiha smiled mysteriously and said, when Qi and Ling wake up, I'm afraid they will enter the shadow level. Shadow level. What illusion is so powerful? Lord Pan will also cast one on me. Xiangfo shouted, holding the boy's right hand and shaking it continuously. Xiangfos, are you sure you want me to cast it on you? Uchiha glanced at the little girl playfully, stunned by fright, and then shook his head repeatedly. No need, I'd better wait for the two guys of Qi and Ling to wake up. Ha ha. You don't have to envy, Qi and Ling have reached the quasi-shadow level strength, only half a step away from the shadow level. The illusion I just performed is just helping them open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on themselves. Uchiha explained. Sherinan, it's really an enviable power. Xiangfos pouted and said with some envy. Don't envy others, you each have your own bloodstain ability, developed to the extreme, not necessarily weaker than the Sherinan, work hard. Uchiha touched the heads of the three little guys. During this time, Xiangfos, you use medical ninjutsu to supplement the nutrition of Qi and Ling, and Bai and Junmeru also take turns to take care of them, about 10 days. Uchiha ordered. Yes, Master Pan. The three answered. Time passed, and on this day, before Kai and Ling woke up from the fantasy world, Uchiha was suddenly startled by the memories that flooded into his mind. In the laboratory under the central building of Xingyian village, the figure of Uchiha disc instantly appeared. Almost at the moment when the shadow avatar transmitted the memory, Uchiha Pan had already arrived here impatiently. The cells between the original Hokage thousand hand pillars, the yang power of the immortal body, have finally found a way for me. Uchiha silently sorted out the memories in his mind, and from it he got a way to perfectly fuse the power of the immortal body in the cells between the columns. It's very similar to the previous fusion technique. After reading the memories in his mind, Uchiha Pan already had a detailed idea in his heart. From the beginning of getting the inter-column cells from the root of the group, the Uchiha disc has begun to contact and study these primary cells, especially after the Uchiha disc was promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope. Knowing how the power of the six paths was formed, the Uchiha disc let his shadow avatar put most of his energy on the study of inter-column cells. If you want to get the yang power of the perfect immortal body from the cells between the columns, combine the yin power of your eternal kaleidoscope, and fuse the only one to enter the 6 levels. After obtaining the research data of the big snake pill on the inter-column cells a few days ago, the shadow avatar, which was only 1 foot away from the door, finally completed the perfect application of the inter-column cells without the slightest hidden danger and sequelae. It is necessary to first cultivate a large number of inter-column cells, and then use the ability of your virtual and realize to purify and extract the most core life force, obtain a perfect immortal human body seed, integrate this seed into the body, initially reach the foundation of the immortal human body, and then combine the immortal art to absorb a large amount of natural force cultivation, and finally evolve a perfect immortal human body. Uchiha browsed the whole process of the immortal body, and couldn't help nodding secretly, although the process seemed very complicated and troublesome, and there were many processes to go through, but the result was perfect. There were almost no twists and turns in the middle, and an ordinary human body could be directly cultivated into a yang immortal body. Then let's start. It just so happens that the shadow avatar has cultivated a large number of inter-column cells before, and the amount is enough for 2 or 3 people. Uchiha went to a culture vessel in the lab and took out a large amount of emerald green material. These are pieces of meat cultured from inter-column cells, which contain strong vitality. Blur. The Uchiha disc turns these emerald green pieces of meat into illusory, and only in the illusory world, the Uchiha disc can quench and purify these pieces of meat at will, completely removing the part of them that contains the will information between the 1,000 hand pillars, and extracting the purest core life force that only contains the essence of the immortal body. The Uchiha disc carefully purified and quenched these inter-column cells, and after the Tea Kung Fu, finally everything was completed, and in the illusory world, 2 emerald green seeds with a strong breath of life floated in the palm of the Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan breathed a sigh of relief and realized the 2 seeds. Looking at the 2 emerald green seeds in his hand, Uchiha Pan laughed. Ha ha ha. Finally completed. I didn't expect that the virtual and real transformation of just 2 seeds consumed 3% of my pupil power, but everything was worth it. Uchiha Pan said excitedly. Immortal human seed, fuse with me. Uchiha put away one of the seeds and pressed the other directly towards the heart. Silently, the seeds glowing with an emerald green halo were so directly integrated into the heart of Uchiha's disc. In an instant, Uchiha only felt a strong breath of life gushing out from his heart, spreading to the 5 internal limbs, bones, blood, muscles and even hair and skin, and a refreshing feeling from the soul to the body instantly spread throughout the body. This feeling came and went quickly, and soon dissipated again, as if nothing had happened. But Uchiha knew that he was different from just now. Not only the chakra content in his body had skyrocketed by nearly 1%, but the most important thing was the surging vitality that could be vaguely felt in his body, lurking and waiting for the moment when the fish leaped into a dragon. Feeling the breath of life that could be felt everywhere around his body, Uchiha knew that it was the force of nature that permeated the ninja world, and it was also the main force for his future development of the immortal body. It worked. Next is the art of immortals. Uchiha felt the changes in his body and looked excited. He already has the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Yin Dun Dachin, and now he has the immortal body seed. The power of Yang Dun has begun to contact, and when he cultivates this immortal body to Dachin, then it will be the moment for him to enter the 6 realm levels. Uchiha disc put away the divergent mind, did not hesitate, directly took out the blood of 10,000 snakes obtained from the big snake pill. With the help of this blood information, Uchiha disc directly communicated to a mysterious space. 2 realms psychic. Using the blood information of 10,000 snakes as the medium, the Uchiha disc directly performed the time and space pupil technique, connecting itself to the place where the 10,000 snakes were located, and the figure of the Uchiha disc instantly disappeared in the laboratory, reappeared, and had already arrived in a dark underground space. This is one of the 3 long-standing secret spaces of the ninja world, Dragon Cave. The figure of the Uchiha disc instantly appeared in the Dragon Earth Cave, descending on the head of a huge purple snake that was winding its body. Roar! What people dare to disturb the rest of your uncle 10,000 snakes? The sleeping body of the large purple snake with 6 sharp horns on its head sensed the human aura that suddenly appeared above his head, and suddenly stood up the snake body. 10,000 snakes? This is Longdi Cave? The boy's voice appeared light and peaceful. Of course, this is the Dragon Land Cave, isn't it? Human, how did you appear in the Dragon Earth Cave? 10,000 Snakes was a little puzzled, and then the snake's pupils straightened, and he roared angrily, "Bastard, you actually dare to stand on the head of your 10,000 snake uncle? Be quiet." Uchiha frowned, and the force under his feet suddenly exerted, and the powerful force instantly crushed the huge body of 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes struggled their bodies angrily, but no matter how they twisted and flipped their bodies, the top of their heads seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and they couldn't move at all. "If you don't want to die, just behave." Uchiha Pan controlled the power under his feet to increase by another point, and said lightly, "With Uchiha's physical fitness today, the physique that is fully adapted to 20 times gravity, the physical strength it brings is no less than the power of Tsunade's strange power fist explosion, and suppressing a 10,000 snake is like playing. Who are you and what are you going to do?" 10,000 snakes quickly realized the horror of the comber, and said in a soft tone, "Take me to meet the White Snake Immortal," Uchiha said. In the Dragon Earth Cave, countless winding passages and caves are densely packed throughout the underground space, and in these passages, densely packed poisonous snakes and giant pythons can be seen swimming and entangled everywhere. Uchiha Pan stood on the huge head of 10,000 snakes all the way forward, and the surrounding giant python vipers respectfully avoided when they saw 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes were forcibly oppressed by the Uchiha disc, and they were extremely unhappy, and they went on a rampage all the way, and they didn't care about those weak snakes who couldn't dodge. They just wanted to quickly send the star above their heads to the White Snake Immortal and let the White Snake Immortal teach this guy a lesson. The huge body of 10,000 snakes carried the Uchiha Pan all the way, and after a while, they had already reached the deepest part of the cave, and finally, one snake stopped alone in a huge underground space. In the huge underground space, a pure white giant snake that was larger and thicker than the body of 10,000 snakes hovered its body. Its golden pupils were half open, and the entire snake body was lying quietly on a huge stone seat. "White Snake Immortal, this human wants to see you," 10,000 snakes said respectfully. "Oh, humans, except for the little guy of the big snake pill, there are actually humans who have come to my dragon cave again." The White Snake Immortal opened his half-narrowed snake pupils and looked at Uchiha. "White Snake Immortal, I came for the immortal art of the Dragon Earth Cave," Uchiha Pan said flatly. "Oh, immortal art is a dangerous thing, but since you want to learn, of course I will leave it to you. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you." The Great Snake Immortal did not refuse. After all, in the long life of the White Snake Immortal, there are still many humans who come to Longdi Cave to seek the art of immortals, but most of them cannot withstand the erosion of natural energy and turn into stones and die, and the White Snake Immortals also want to see if the human boy in front of him, who brings a sense of threat to himself, can learn the immortal art of Longdi Cave. The White Snake Immortal first handed Uchiha a scroll, which recorded the unique cultivation method of immortal art in the Dragon Earth Cave, and then said to the 10,000 snakes on the side, "10,000 snakes, you take this human to the Snake Cave. The cultivation of the art of immortals requires the snake liquid in the snake cave to soak the body to assist. 10,000 snakes will take you over. As for whether you can succeed in cultivation, then I wish you good luck," the White Snake Immortal said to Uchiha again. 10,000 snakes left with Uchiha and came to an underground cave again. The huge cave is filled with most of the snake sap, and the large and small stone snakes inside are densely packed, but there is no living snake to survive. This is the Snake Cave, and these stone snakes are the consequences of your human failure to cultivate the art of immortals, humans. My immortal art in Dragon Earth Cave is not so easy to cultivate. Ha ha ha. 10,000 snakes looked at the young man with some playfulness, and said indignantly, "Then don't worry about 10,000 snakes, okay, you can roll." Uchiha crossed his body for a moment, came to a snake statue and sat down on the head, and drank in his mouth. "Humph, Uncle Ben is not here to accompany you." 10,000 snakes quickly left with some embarrassment. In the silent snake cave, Uchiha sat cross-kneeled, took out the scroll that the White Snake Immortal had given him, and looked at it carefully. The cultivation steps of the immortal art of Miyama Mountain in the memory of the Uchiha disc are basically the same, and the cultivation of the immortal art of Longdi Cave is also to first calm the mind, then assist the snake liquid to perceive natural energy, and finally absorb and store the natural energy in the body. However, the Uchiha disc has absorbed the immortal human seed, and now it can sense natural energy, so there is no need for those preliminary preparations, and the Uchiha disc mainly looks at how to absorb natural energy and preserve the content of natural energy. Soon, Uchiha Pan had already written down the method he wanted, thought carefully in his heart, and after feeling that there was no doubt about everything, he immediately began to cultivate. Without using the snake liquid in this snake cave to assist, so that those ugly patterns and snake horns will not appear after the cultivation of the immortal body is completed. Uchiha thought of the appearance of the immortal in the middle and late stages of the original work, and shook his head. Uchiha closed his eyes and began to cultivate the art of immortals for the first time, immediately perceiving it with all his strength. In an instant, the natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave, which was more abundant and vast than the ninja realm, appeared in the perception of the Uchiha disc, as if the natural energy like a wave was gently induced by the Uchiha disc. Rumble. In the depths of Uchiha's heart, a loud sound sounded. The surging natural energy was like water that burst into Uchiha's small body. The body of the Uchiha disc is like a black hole, out of control, frantically devouring the surrounding natural energy. As soon as these natural energies enter the body of the Uchiha disc, they immediately become docile, and then absorbed by the body of the Uchiha disc, without causing the slightest impact damage to the Uchiha disc. Uchiha didn't expect this to happen, and the imaginary natural energy riot didn't happen at all. Uchiha Pan's heart moved, and he immediately knew the reason. After all, he fused a perfect immortal human body seed. It can be said that now the physique of Uchiha Pan has initially awakened the immortal body, but it lacks the irrigation and pouring of natural energy, making it a perfect immortal body. And now the Uchiha disc has found a way to absorb natural energy, and it immediately comes to fruition. These natural energy are delicious supplements for themselves, and there is no danger like ordinary people absorbing natural energy. After sensing his physical condition for a while, Uchiha immediately increased his horsepower and fully absorbed the natural energy of the outside world. Rumble! A huge roar sounded in the snake cave, and under the full absorption of the Uchiha disc, the surging natural energy suddenly became even more frantic, forming a huge energy vortex centered on the body of the Uchiha coil. The huge movement continued to spread, frightening the countless snakes living in the cave of Longdi and fleeing in all directions, not knowing what was happening. In the depths of the Dragon Earth Cave, the White Snake Immortal felt the surging natural energy around him flowing rapidly in one direction, and his expression also showed a touch of shock. This is the location of the Snake Cave. It's that human. It's a terrifying guy to absorb natural energy so madly, and not be washed away by the tyrannical power of natural energy. What's the situation? Let you not let Uncle 10,000 Snakes sleep. The body of the 10,000 snakes that had just fallen down suddenly stood up, startled by the movement around them, and then looked incredulously in the direction of the snake cave, and said, "It's the damn human who actually made him succeed, and made such a big movement, damn bastard." In the cave of the Dragon Land and the Snake Cave, the figure of the Uchiha disc sat quietly. This state has been maintained for a long time, and Uchiha Pan has not felt the passage of time, completely immersed in the continuous growth of his immortal body. "Human, it's time for you to go." A huge voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Uchiha's heart, pulling the young man's mind back to reality. White Snake Fairy. What do you mean? Uchiha Pan woke up from his cultivation, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his face was unhappy, and he looked at the White Snake Immortal who appeared in the snake cave and asked, "Human, you have been cultivating for more than 3 months. The natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave is almost absorbed by you." The White Snake Immortal was also annoyed in his heart. Since this human teenager came to the Dragon Earth Cave to learn the art of immortals, how did the White Snake Immortal care? No matter whether it was successful or not, it would not affect the Dragon Earth Cave, who knew that this guy was so ferocious. In just over 3 months, he absorbed most of the natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave that far exceeded the concentration of the ninja realm. In the current Dragon Earth Cave, the natural energy in it has been greatly reduced, almost the same level as in the ninja realm, and I don't know how long it will take to recover, and the White Snake Immortal is very heartache in his heart. To know that the abundant natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave is the root of ensuring the reproduction and strength of the snake tribe ninja beasts in the Dragon Earth Cave, and now it is so troubled by the Uchiha disc, the White Snake Immortal will drive people at the beginning if he doesn't feel that he can't beat this human being. And after such a long time, the White Snake Immortal also knew that this human being was by no means cultivating the art of immortals. This guy was cultivating the immortal body with the help of natural energy. Immortal human body and immortal art, don't look at the two are very similar, but the effect is indeed very different. The art of immortals, as long as the natural energy is smoothly absorbed and stored in the body, the natural energy absorbed is not much, and the time maintained when using the art of immortals is also short. But the immortal body is different. It is the transformation of the essence of the body. Once the cultivation is successful, it can be permanently maintained in the state of the immortal body, and this not only needs to awaken the special physique, but also needs to absorb a huge amount of natural energy growth and evolution. It's been 3 months, how fast time flies. Uchiha was stunned. He didn't expect that. He just felt that he had been cultivating for a while, but the outside world had passed so long. There is not much natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave, and the next cultivation, you can carry out in the ninja realm, the White Snake Immortal said with some heartache. If the natural energy content in the Dragon Earth Cave is 10 now, then there is only 1 natural energy content left in the Dragon Earth Cave now. It actually takes so much natural energy, it seems that the growth of the immortal body will take a long time. Uchiha felt it, and immediately knew why the White Snake Immortal was so eager. The natural energy in the current Dragon Earth Cave has almost decreased to the normal level in the ninja realm, and after absorbing the massive amount of natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave, the immortal body has just reached Xiao Chang, and there is still a long way to go from the final perfect immortal body. After absorbing the seeds of the immortal body, the Uchiha disc could only be regarded as having just awakened the immortal body, and now after more than 3 months of crazy cultivation and absorbing a huge amount of natural energy, the immortal body reached the small stage, and the chakra content in the body increased 5-fold, and the Uchiha disc sensed that the life force contained in it was more powerful, and the physique became tougher and stronger. It's time to go, White Snake Immortal, thank you for your help. Uchiha Pan knew that cultivating in the Dragon Earth Cave would not help much, and immediately prepared to leave. Human, what's your name? As the first human to learn the art of immortals in the Dragon Earth Cave, this immortal will remember your name, the White Snake Immortal asked. Uchiha Disc. Uchiha replied, and the pupil technique was cast, and his figure instantly disappeared into the Dragon Earth Cave. Uchiha Disc. Is it someone from the Uchiha clan? It is worthy of being the bloodline of the 6th Dao Immortal Datomuyu, the White Snake Immortal muttered. Xingyan Village, where Uchiha lived. The figure of Uchiha Pan appeared instantly, raised his head and squinted slightly, looking at the sun high in the sky. Ah, I haven't been in the sun for a long time. I didn't expect that after taking so long this time, these two guys Qi and Ling would have woken up a long time ago. Uchiha stretched his waist, did not use electromagnetic induction, and walked towards the courtyard. Ah, Lord Pan, you're back. Bai was about to go to the training ground and was surprised to see the teenager entering the courtyard. Bai, Qi and Ling, are they awake? Uchiha beckoned and asked. Master Pan, Qi and Ling woke up after 10 days of slumber, but they didn't find Lord Pan at that time. Shiro replied. They should still be training in the second training ground now. Master Pan, Kai, and Ling really opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Bai, you go and call Qi and Ling to come to me. Uchiha Pan entered the room and said to Shiro. Yes, Pan-sama, Bai Ying Dao. Shiro came to the training ground, informed Uchiha Kei, and found Junmaro and Kai, and everyone came to Uchiha Pan's residence together. Master Pan, you're back. Uchiha Pan looked at Qi and Ling, feeling the powerful pupil power hidden in the two, and knew that the two of them had successfully opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Qi, Ling, it seems that the limited monthly reading can really help you open the kaleidoscope, Uchiha said. Master Pan. Kai and I were about to collapse in that fantasy world, as if all the pain had been encountered by us, until Kai and I opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye and automatically woke up from that world, and we didn't know that it was all illusion. Uchiha Ling's voice was a little scared. I told you that the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan needs to be very strong emotional power. You guys are good, after all, everything is illusory, and there is no real experience that makes you painful, Uchiha said. I always knew that opening the kaleidoscope is not simple. I didn't expect to need to go through this, even if it is the fantasy world, Ling, and I don't want to go through it a second time, Uchiha Kai said with some emotion. Yes, in that fantasy world, you are all dead, Lord Pan, Uchiha Ling said suddenly. As expected, Uchiha glanced at Ling angrily and asked, let's talk about it. What is the kaleidoscopic ability of the awakening of the two of you? Hey, Master Pan or not, you will never think how powerful kaleidoscope abilities of Kai and I are. Uchiha Ling said that his kaleidoscope was a little excited, and he asked Uchiha a little ostentatiously. If the kaleidoscope's ability is not powerful, then you are a waste, Uchiha Pan said angrily. I said that the ability of kaleidoscope awakening is determined by each person's own situation. Ling, you are the best at fire ninjutsu, Qi, you are the best at illusion, and the kaleidoscope's ability must be related to this aspect. Uchiha thought about it and said. Yes, Master Pan, I have 2 kaleidoscopic pupil techniques. One is an illusion doppelganger, which can be divided into 3 fantasy doppelgangers with all my strength, and one is an illusion body. The essence and the phantom body are not separated from each other. As long as one survives, it will not die. Uchiha elaborated on his kaleidoscopic abilities. Well, it's very powerful, but a wide range of ninjutsu is the nemesis of your 2 pupil arts. Pay attention to it in the future. What about you? Uchiha Pan couldn't help but admire Kai's ability, thought about it and reminded again, and turned his head to look at Uchiha Ling. Hey, my kaleidoscope pupil technique is similar to what you guessed, Lord Pan. One is a fierce flame, which can increase the power of fire by about 5 times, and the other is to add earth life, able to control all flames. How about it? Powerful. Uchiha was proud. When Uchiha Pan heard Uchiha Ling's narration, he looked at Uchiha Ling with a strange light in his eyes, and said with a strange expression, the power of 1 amplification flame, 1 controlling flame, and the combination of 2 abilities are very powerful. But, Uchiha paused and said, Ling, are you sure you are not related to Uchiha Fukyu? I remember that the kaleidoscopic ability of Uchiha Fuku's awakening is exactly the same as yours. How is this possible? Kai and I are biological brothers, we are both civilian children of the Uchiha clan. How can we be related to Uchiha Fukyu? Uchiha Ling suddenly exclaimed. That's a coincidence, but these 2 pupil techniques are quite suitable for you, and with their assistance, your strength will increase significantly. Uchiha Pan also knew that what he had just said was just a joke, and he could only sigh that there were no wonders in the world, and even the coincidence that the kaleidoscope pupil technique was the same was met by himself. Then, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling demonstrated their kaleidoscopic pupil technique again, and their powerful ability made the three who were watching from the side envious. Kaleidoscope's ability must be mastered, and the strength of our Uchiha ninja clan is almost all based on the Sharingan, Uchiha said. Chi and Ling successfully opened the kaleidoscope, and their strength entered the shadow level, and when they became proficient in their own abilities, their combat power could reach the peak of the shadow level, which was also a happy thing for Uchiha Pan. With Uchiha Chi and Uchiha Ling, the high-end combat power of Xingyian village is enriched, and many things do not need to be done by themselves, and Chi and Ling are now able to stand alone. Don't think that you have reached the peak of the Uchiha clan by opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. I will tell you about the path after the kaleidoscope chakra eye next. Uchiha looked at Kai and Ling and began to inform the two of them of some precautions. Kaleidoscope chakra eyes will damage vision every time they perform pupil surgery, and with the continuous consumption of pupil power, eventually a pair of chakra eyes will be blind, and then the kaleidoscope's ability will also be sealed, so when fighting in peacetime, you should use the kaleidoscope rationally, don't waste it excessively, Uchiha said. What? How so? Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes actually have such hidden dangers. Uchiha Ling suddenly shouted when he heard it. Master Pan, if this is the case, then when both eyes are completely blind and the kaleidoscope is sealed, our strength will also be greatly reduced. Uchiha K was also a little frustrated. After so many tribulations and pains, he finally opened the legendary kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha family, and his terrifying ability did not disappoint him, but now he knows that the kaleidoscope chakra eye has such a hidden danger, and Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling are really in a complicated mood. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha clan is extremely powerful. Once opened, it can directly have the strength of the peak of the shadow level, but at the same time, it also contains fatal flaws. The more you use these eyes, the closer you get to the darkness, Uchiha Pan said, and there was also a sigh in his heart. Didn't he face the continuous decline of vision in both eyes, but fortunately he got Uchiha Fukia's kaleidoscope chakra eyes, and with the help of his pupil power, he successfully promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope, completely solving the hidden dangers of both eyes. Looking at Chi and Ling, who looked a little confused, Uchiha smiled and said, but don't worry too much, this hidden danger is not impossible to solve. Master Pan, is there a way to fix it? Uchiha Kai looked shocked and hurriedly asked. It scared me to death. It turns out that there is still a way to solve it. Master Pan, what is the solution? Uchiha Ling patted his chest, relieved and asked. The next stage of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Uchiha said. Eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chi and Ling asked suspiciously. The eternal kaleidoscope is the next stage of the kaleidoscope, and once the Sharingan is promoted to the eternal kaleidoscope level, there will be no hidden danger of vision loss, and the pupil power contained in the eyes will become stronger. Uchiha explained. This eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye should be difficult to improve. Uchiha asked. No, it's actually relatively simple. Uchiha smiled and said with some meaning. Simple? So what to do? Pan-sama. Uchiha Ling asked urgently. You only need another pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, and after absorbing the pupil power in them, you can complete the breakthrough. Uchiha looked at Chi and Ling, another pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling looked shocked and shocked. Master Pan, this is very simple. The Uchiha family has only now awakened a few pairs of kaleidoscopes. Where do we go to get new kaleidoscopes? Uchiha Ling wailed, and then looked at Uchiha Kai. Brother, if our vision disappears one day, you will absorb my eyes, Uchiha Ling said in a low voice. Ling, don't talk nonsense. Uchiha Kai was moved. I said, you guys listen to me first, okay to finish what I said, Uchiha said with his forehead propped up. Oh, yes. Master Pan, you must have a way, right? Could it be that Lord Pan already has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in his hand? As if thinking of something, Uchiha Ling looked at Uchiha Disc excitedly. Immortal body. As long as you have the body of the immortal of the Thousand Hands clan, you don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha directly said the solution. The body of the immortal of the Thousand Hands clan. Is it the original Hokage awakened immortal body? Uchiha asked with a shocked look. Yes, it is the blood-stained boundary of the Senju clan with the same name as our Uchiha clan, immortal body, Uchiha said. Isn't the blood-stained boundary of the original Hokage Mu Duen? Uchiha Ling asked with some doubt. Mu Dun is just a blood-stained boundary developed between the Thousand Hand pillars with the help of the immortal body, and the Thousand Hand clan really inherits the immortal human body, Uchiha explained. But at present, I only have one immortal human seed here, and the cultivation of immortal human seed takes time. You two don't have to worry. Uchiha took out an emerald green seed and placed it in front of everyone. Is this the immortal seed? What a strong breath of life. Chi, Ling, and the others all looked curiously at the small emerald green seed in front of them, and everyone only felt a wisp of warm breath constantly emanating, but Xiangfos found the powerful and restrained life breath in it, and couldn't help but exclaim. I am going to give this immortal human seed to Junmaro first. After all, the sooner Junmaro's physical condition is treated, the better. Uchiha Pan handed the immortal body seed in his hand to Junmaro. Ah, can this immortal human seed cure Junmaro? That's great, Shiro said happily. The immortal body can comprehensively improve the physical fitness of ninjas, and can completely cure Junmaro's bloodstained disease. Uchiha nodded, and said to Junmaro, who was a little excited on the side, Junmaro, touch the seed with your chakra, you can absorb it. Yes, Pan-sama. Junmaro took the immortal human seed, and a chakra gushed out of his hand. As soon as chakra touched the emerald green seed, Junmaro felt a strong warm air flow down his chakra, pouring into his body, and quickly spread to his internal organs, bones, blood, muscles, and even hair and skin. A feeling of comfort from the soul to the body spread throughout the body in an instant, and this feeling came and went quickly, and soon dissipated again, as if nothing had happened. But Junmaro knew that he was completely different from just now. Not only his chakra content skyrocketed to the point of elite patience in an instant, but the pain that had been entangled with him completely disappeared, and the powerful power filled his entire body. Thank you, Master Pan, I seem to be fine. Junmaro carefully felt his body and thanked Uchiha Pan. This is the cultivation method of the art of immortals. At present, your immortal body is only equivalent to a preliminary awakening, and the art of cultivating immortals can continue to be developed. The Uchiha disc handed Junmaro another scroll, which was sorted out by the immortal art that Uchiha disc obtained from the White Snake Immortal. Yes, Master Pan. Junmaro took the scroll. Ah, Junmaro, your chakra has actually skyrocketed to the point of elite shinobi, Xiangfo said with some envy and some jealousy. Master Pan, it's not fair. Shiro and I also want immortal human seeds, and now Junmaro has completely surpassed us. Xiangfo tugged on the boy's sleeve and shook it. It takes a while. Immortal seeds need a lot of intercolumn cells. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the laboratory to help my shadow avatar. Uchiha rubbed his red hair and smiled. I'll go right away, Xiangfo suddenly said urgently. Okay, I'll be the first one to use it for you then. Uchiha waved his hand and said to everyone again, okay, you guys also go to each other to cultivate. Everyone left one after another. Everyone's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and Junmaro couldn't wait to cultivate immediately and control the skyrocketing chakra as soon as possible. Watching everyone leave, his shadow avatar also took Xiangfo's to the laboratory, and one of the next main tasks was to cultivate a large number of intercolumn cells. True * multi-shadow avatar technique. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dozens of shadow doppelgangers appeared in place, and Uchiha Pan completely divided his chakra evenly. Looking at the 10 shadow doppelgangers in front of him, Uchiha immediately ordered one of the shadow doppelgangers to go to Konoha village, disguise his identity and lurk, and disarm the shadow doppelgangers left by the previous Nine Tails rebellion, absorbing all the memories of this time. Although Konoha village has Uchiha Aki as an eyeliner, Uchiha disc needs to always grasp the movements of Konoha village, and also wants to select some geniuses from Konoha village and collect them for their own use. After all, Konoha village in the ninja world can be described as the cradle of genius ninjas. Konoha village doesn't know how to cherish geniuses, so let me Uchiha take it. Uchiha disc left a shadow doppelganger on the bright side of Xingian village, responsible for the usual teaching of dialogue and others, and also handled the affairs of the Star Country by the way. As for the remaining 8 shadow doppelgangers, Uchiha sent them all out and scattered them to various hidden places in the ninja world, assisting them in cultivating immortal arts and accumulating natural energy. The body of the Uchiha disc is stationed in Xingian village, fully cultivating the art of immortals, so that the body and the shadow avatar will not interfere with each other when scattered, and can better absorb natural energy. The things in Xingian village are in the process of Uchiha calming down to cultivate, and time passes quietly. And the ninja power in Xingian village is also slowly accumulating, and as time passes, it will eventually descend to the ninja world and shock the world. In Konoha village, the shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc teleported from a long distance and quietly came to the village. Uchiha Pan first met with Uchiha Aki and informed him that this shadow avatar would stay in Konoha village for a long time, and after informing him of his chosen appearance and identity, this time Uchiha Pan disguised himself as a Naka shinobi of Konoha village and a teacher in Konoha ninja school. After Konoha stabilized, Uchiha Pan lived a teaching life while secretly dominating the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. During the 3 wars, Uchiha Pan strongly killed Uchiha Fukio and most of the high-level elders of the Uchiha clan, and the strength of the Uchiha clan decreased significantly, and as a member of the high level of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chiu, the captain of the Uchiha clan's Dark Guard, took over the position of patriarch. This is also the reason why Uchiha Pan did not bring it back to Xingian village. With Uchiha Chiu, the contemporary patriarch, as an internal response, it can be said that the current Uchiha clan is completely in the hands of Uchiha Pan. Later, Konoha experienced the Nine Tails rebellion, and the Uchiha clan was ostracized by the high-level and villagers of Konoha village, and the situation of the Uchiha clan, whose strength was greatly reduced, became more and more difficult. Uchiha Pan did not forget the 2 guys of the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo, and the reason why he did not kill the two of them was only because Uchiha Pan knew in his heart that for these two, the three generations valued the peace of Konoha, and Danzo valued the supreme power of Konoha. Therefore, Uchiha Pan will not kill them easily, but will let Sandai and Danzo see their dreams shattered with their own eyes, and there is no better revenge than this. Pan-sama, since the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Konoha High Level has moved the Uchiha clan station to the edge of Konoha village, isolating us from most of our practice in the village, and the work of the Konoha Garrison Department controlled by the Uchiha clan has progressed more difficultly, and the villagers are all repelling the clansmen. Uchiha Aki bowed his head and reported. As expected, the current situation of the Uchiha clan has been formed since the second generation of Hokage. Although the third generation is also very jealous of the Uchiha clan, he does not have any intention of extinction against the Uchiha clan, but that guy in Tenzo has a bad heart, he is greedy for the power of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Pan said lightly. The two talked in the Uchiha clan's residence, and like this, Uchiha occasionally came to discuss the current situation in Konoha village with Uchiha Aki. Pan-sama, are we just watching those high-level people in Konoha village target the Uchiha clan like this? Uchiha Chu said with some anger. Ha! Since the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village has deteriorated to this point, let's completely expose this relationship to the sun. Uchiha said with a leisurely expression. Lord Pan, in this case, wouldn't those high-ranking people in Konoha suppress Uchiha even more, and then those civilians would probably also stand on our opposite side? Uchiha Chu asked with some doubt. No, by then, Konoha's high level will be even more reckless, for the overall peace of Konoha. As long as the Uchiha clan does not rebel, I am afraid that the third generation of that guy will compromise, Uchiha said with a smile. You can order the clansmen of the garrison department to specifically stare at the clan of Sarutobi and the Shimura clan, you can deliberately find something to target them, and make things as big as possible. On the other hand, you can also collect some secret information in the village. There are many Konoha ninjas who died in high-level political struggles, and make these public. Feel free to do it boldly. As long as the Uchiha clan is not caught by the three generations of them, it will only be them who will be uncomfortable in the end. At that time, the three generations and others will definitely find you in exchange for conditions, and you can also ask for some benefits at the right time, Uchiha added. Yes, Pan-sama. Uchiha Chu looked excited, and he couldn't wait to order it immediately. By the way, Uchiha Shisui is now serving in the dark department of the third generation. Uchiha Pan asked suddenly. Yes, the water stop was sent by me to the three generations of dark parts as heirs, Uchiha Aki replied. In the future, there is no need to send clansmen to the third generation or Tuanzang subordinates, those high-level brainwashing methods are very powerful, be careful not to steal chickens and lose rice, Uchiha reminded lightly. Master Pan, you mean stop the water? He has rebelled. Uchiha Chu was shocked. Who knows? And beware of Uchiha stopping the water, he is likely to have opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, be careful that he secretly cast illusions on you to change your will. Uchiha Pan said this, and his heart moved. I don't know if other heavenly gods can change the will of Uchiha Chu, who has been immortalized by himself, and he must go to see Uchiha Shueishui when he finds time, and his eyes can't let the group hide. The strength of the water stop can be said to be the strongest person of the Uchiha clan now, with the name of the instantaneous water stopper. If he defects, it will be a big blow to the current Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chu said with some hatred. It's okay, I'll personally strike at the critical moment, Uchiha Pan said, and then glanced at Uchiha Chu, and said, Chu, you leave a shadow doppelganger, the body will go with me. Yes, Pan-sama. Although he didn't know what Uchiha wanted to do, Uchiha Chu answered without hesitation. Uchiha Pan took Uchiha Aki to his residence, silently cast the illusion of limiting the moon reading on him, and put his body into his other dimensional space. Uchiha Disc also does not know if Uchiha Chu can open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye this time. You must know that the opening of the kaleidoscope requires a strong talent, not to say that any three-hook Jade Uchiha clan, Uchiha Disc can help it open the kaleidoscope by casting a limited monthly reading. If so, the Uchiha Disc would have artificially created a large number of kaleidoscopes long ago. The clansmen of the Uchiha clan, opening the chakra eye, from 1-hook Jade, 2-hook Jade, 3-hook Jade to kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, not only requires strong emotional strength, but also personal talent. Otherwise, Uchiha's clan would have already appeared a large number of chakra eyes and even kaleidoscopes. Do you think that after 3 consecutive ninja wars and years of ninja career, those Uchiha ninjas will not encounter something that stimulates them? Uchiha Chu has already opened the 3-hook Jade writing wheel eye, and his qualification understanding is also at the top of the Uchiha family, but compared to those who opened the kaleidoscope when they were teenagers, Shueishui, Itaki, Chi, Ling and others, whether Uchiha Chu, who is in his 30s, can successfully open the kaleidoscope, Yushibo Disc really dare not assert. Everything depends on Yushibo Chu himself. Under the speculation of the Uchiha Disc, the most easy age for the Uchiha family to open the kaleidoscope is between 12 and 20 years old. People in this age group, the mind is not yet sound, the worldview is also growing and stable. When encountering a strong stimulus, it is also the easiest to stimulate the potential power of the chakra eye. Before the age of 12 or 13, one is still under the protection of the elders, and it is not easy to encounter strong stimulation events, and the body has not yet developed to a certain point, and the hardware cannot keep up. After the age of 20, as the age increases, the worldview and mind are already stable and fixed, and they will involuntarily control their emotions when encountering things, so the older the Uchiha ninja, the more difficult it is to stimulate the potential of the Sharingan. Autumn, the conditions have been given to you, whether you can open the kaleidoscope or not, everything depends on you. Medi, the highest achiever of the exophysical technique of the Hokage world in the original book except for the Itsuki family. In Konoha's third training ground, Matkai, who has graduated from ninja school and become a shinobi, is sweating in handstands around the training ground. Dressed in an army green underwear vest, thick eyebrows, watermelon head hairstyle, and unique shape, Uchiha Pan saw this Konoha's physical arts expert at a glance. Of course, the current Matkai has only been a lower ninja for less than 2 years, and he will not be able to use ninjutsu or illusion at all, even in terms of physical skills. It is only the level of lower ninja. 901, 902, 903. Matkai focused on the handstand palm press, and the goal was set at 1,000 as always. Boom! The severely exhausted physical strength made Matkai finally unable to support it, and his arm fell to the ground with a soft arm. 912 strokes. If you haven't completed 1,000 palm presses, then run 5 laps around Konoha village at full speed. Youth needs blood. Drink. Medi was not depressed, his body jumped up, and although his body was tired, Medi still looked excited and began to run, shouting bloody sentences in his mouth, motivating himself. Uchiha kept blurring himself, driving behind Medi without interrupting his training. Looking at the young Medi who finally ran 5 circles around Konoha village under the setting sun, Uchiha Pan's heart was also full of admiration. People who work hard in this world are worthy of respect, and although Uchiha Pan himself is also very hard, he will occasionally relax, which is far inferior to Medi's long-term and unremitting efforts. No wonder you can surpass Kakashi later in the plot and burst out such terrifying power. Just with this as always, Medi, your future should not be wasted in the rotten system of Konoha, Uchiha muttered. Matkai returned home, soaked a bowl of ramen alone and ate it, ready to do some more after-dinner exercise. Mati, Uchiha Pan did not hide his appearance in the slightest, and directly appeared in front of Matkai. Who are you? Why did it suddenly appear in my house? Matkai asked with some doubt. Uchiha was stunned. It stands to reason that Konoha village lists himself as an S-class rebel, and as a ninja in Konoha village, he should have his own wanted picture book, and he will not recognize himself. Uchiha Pan thought a little in his heart, and immediately thought that this guy Medi seemed to have faced blindness, and Uchiha Pan was speechless for a while when he thought of this. Let's just come, Uchiha secretly said in his heart, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique of his eyes was directly unfolded. Lifeless memory. The invisible pupil force entered Metkai's memory soul, and Uchiha Pan first took a general look at Metkai's memory, from which he obtained the physical technique of the 8 doors of Dunjia, and then began to modify and delete Metkai's memory, and finally forcibly changed Metkai's will to make him loyal to himself. Master Pan. Mati only felt his heart shake, and then he recognized the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. As if it was sacred in his heart, Matkai looked at Uchiha Pan with reverence, and cried directly with excitement, Pan-sama, you have finally come to Konoha to see me. I leaned, forgot to change this guy's funny side. Watching Matkai cry and cry, Uchiha's cheeks twitched, and his heart was speechless. Stop, don't cry. Stand aside. Talk well. Uchiha drank. Yes, Pan-sama. Mati wiped tears and shouted abruptly. Akai, the shadow avatar of mine will always stay in Konoha village. You can find me directly if there is anything. Uchiha rubbed his temples and said, yes, Pan-sama. Done, the art of gravity. Uchiha printed a palm on Matkai's body, cast the gravity technique for him, and informed him of the chakra frequency that controlled the technique, and soon stayed, and left immediately. This guy Mati is simply a late-stage patient of middle school 2 disease, even lifeless memories have not changed his mentality. Uchiha Pan does not want to stay with him for a long time, middle 2 disease can be contagious. This guy is still in the growth stage, and the 8-door Dunjia has just opened the first door of the disciple now, and it seems that he has to find a way to accelerate his strength progress. Uchiha returned to his current residence in Konoha, still thinking about Meti. With the gravity technique I put on him, Metkai's next cultivation progress should improve a lot, but this is not enough. After the immortal human seed is cultivated, giving one to Meti can solve the problem of his chakra scarcity, and also greatly improve his physical fitness and resilience. After thinking about Metkai's affairs, Uchiha turned his attention to the 8-door Dunjia he had just obtained. His shadow avatar is no different from the entity, there is flesh and blood, and Uchiha Pan wants to try cultivating the 8 doors Dunjia first to see how this forbidden technique helps his strength. Although Uchiha Pan was ready to cultivate the 8 gates of Dunjia, he did not start immediately, but first studied this physical technique. Combined with the cultivation experience obtained from Matkai's memory, Uchiha Pan groped for 2 days in a row before he began to cultivate. Konoha Village, deep in the Forest of Death, inside a secret stronghold. This is a temporary residence established outside Konoha Village after Uchiha Pan has just crossed over, and it is located in a remote location. No matter what you do, you can avoid Konoha's perception enchantment. 8-Gate Dunjia. Open the door, open. Hugh door, open. Raw door, open. Hurt the door, open. Duman, open. Jingman, open. Rumble. The surging chakra continued to burst out as the Uchiha disc opened the portals in the body, and the turbulent chakra could not completely suppress the control even with the terrifying chakra control of the Uchiha disc, and the strong airflow rushed around. As the Uchiha disc opened to the 6th gate, the powerful momentum continued to sweep through the jungle, stirring up waves of chi. Can the shadow avatar only open to the gate at present? It should be the first time to cast, and after proficiency, you should be able to open the 7th door. Uchiha felt the internal condition of his body and secretly calculated. However, although the opening of the gate has greatly improved the strength and speed of the body, for the current self, it is still not convenient to perform pupil technique. The 8-door Dunjia only has an amplitude increase effect on physical skills, and Uchiha estimates that even if he opens the 8-door Dunjia to the point of shock, his strength and physical skills will barely reach the point of super shadow, and his power cannot surpass his ninjutsu and pupil art, but it can also be used as a whole card for himself. After all, sometimes this kind of rigid physical attack is also needed, and for the 8th gate of the 8-door Dunjia, the 8-door Dunjia array, although Uchiha Pan longs in his heart, he also knows that it is not something that he can use now. If you open the 8th door, I am afraid that this shadow avatar will instantly explode and die, and the 8th door will wait until the immortal body of his own body is completed. Time passed quietly, and half a month had passed. In the alien space, the figure of Uchiha Pan appeared on the desolate yellow earth, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Chu lying on the wooden bed. This is. Uchiha Chu suddenly opened his eyes, and the 3 jade chakra eyes in his eyes turned rapidly, evolving into a completely different pattern. It is the kaleidoscopic symbol of the Uchiha family. Chu, it seems that you are lucky and successfully opened the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Pan said lightly on the side. Master Pan, it was an illusion before. Uchiha Chu, who completely woke up, thought a little in his mind and guessed the approximate nature of the matter. Feeling the powerful and surging pupil power in his eyes, Uchiha Chu did not have much joy in his heart. After experiencing many things in the fantasy world, Uchiha Chu also knew the price to bear to open the kaleidoscope. Fortunately, everything just happened in the fantasy world. Uchiha took Uchiha Aki out of the alien space and came to the depths of the forest outside Konoha Village. Test your kaleidoscope pupil technique. Uchiha Pan glanced at the stunned Uchiha Chu and said, "Yes, Pan-sama." Uchiha Aki replied, "Shadow." Uchiha Chu's body instantly turned into a dark shadow, clinging to the shadows of the forest. Uchiha's heart moved. If he hadn't seen Uchiha Chu turn into a dark shadow with his own eyes, he wouldn't have felt a person hidden in the shadow of this silent forest at this time. Just like now, Uchiha Pan knows the dark shadow that Uchiha Chu turned into, but he can't sense the slightest abnormality of this shadow, just like a real shadow. You must know that the Uchiha disc at this time is a super shadow level existence, and how powerful the perception of its vicinity is. Even if it is only a shadow avatar present now, it is stronger than the powerhouse at the peak of the shadow level. Eye of reality. The Uchiha disc directly opened his eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, and when he looked at it with the vision of the virtual and real eye, he immediately saw the existence of that shadow, exuding a strong halo. Uchiha must know that his virtual eyes look at things, which is divided by the strength of the sense of existence, but he can see through Uchiha Chu's pupil technique. But after all, he will not open the kaleidoscope for a long time, and he will be concealed in his normal state, which shows the strength of the kaleidoscope pupil technique opened by Uchiha Chu. This is completely the best ability to lurk and assassinate. Not bad, there should be a second pupil technique. Uchiha disc knows that the two pupil techniques of the kaleidoscope generally cooperate with each other, and for Uchiha Chu's other pupil technique, Uchiha disc is also a little curious. Shadow jump. Uchiha Chu felt the message coming from his eyes, and immediately cast a second pupil technique. In the field of vision of the void eye of Uchiha, I saw that the dark shadow that represented Uchiha Chu's sense of existence disappeared in an instant, and appeared in the shade of a tree a few meters away. Then this dark shadow continued to disappear and appear, and the distance between each interval increased, until it finally disappeared in the eyes of Uchiha Pan. Is this shadow space? Time and space jump. As long as there is a shadow, you can reach it instantly. What a powerful ability. Even with Uchiha Pan's state of mind, at this time, he was shocked by the kaleidoscopic ability of the subordinate awakened by himself. Turning into a shadow, which can make no one perceive, shadow jumping, able to jump in all shadow space, this is a real powerful pupil technique that combines spying, assassination, escape and other abilities. Under the gaze of Uchiha disc, a dark shadow appeared instantly, and then the shadow slowly deformed, revealing the figure of Uchiha Chu. Ugh! Uchiha Chu exclaimed in pain and couldn't help but cover his bleeding right eye. You have just awakened a kaleidoscope, and excessive use will cause damage to your eyes, Uchiha explained. Yes, Pan-sama. The subordinate was curious and jumped to the outer surface of the fire with the help of shadow space. Uchiha said, a little embarrassed and a little excited. This kaleidoscopic pupil technique is too powerful. With these two abilities, his strength can completely assassinate a ninja at the peak of the shadow level. The two returned to Konoha village and Uchiha quietly became his own Konoha teacher. In addition to occasionally teaching Meti, he also silently watched Uchiha Aki lead the Uchiha clan to fight back against the high level of Konoha. After opening the kaleidoscope, Uchiha smoothly entered the ranks of the peak of the shadow level with his strength, and his heart was even more proud. According to the crooked ideas given by Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Aki really took the personnel of the Konoha garrison to specifically target the clan members of the Konoha high-ranking family. During this time, if there was anything in Konoha that the villagers were talking about, it was only the garrison of the Uchiha clan that forcefully captured some special ninjas and put them in prison to be punished. And these special ninjas and even villagers are all from the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Mito clan and the Shinji clan, and these four major families are the high level of Konoha at this time, the three generations of Hokage, the leader of the Root clan, and the two high-level advisors of Konoha. You have to say that there is nothing tricky in this. Who can believe it? You must know that when the garrison ninja captured these ninjas and civilians, these high-ranking people in Konoha dispatched the dark departments and subordinates around them to block them. But it was the collision between the two that made the status of these high-ranking people in the minds of civilians in Konoha be questioned during this time. Uchiha specially sent people to keep an eye on those who really violated the management regulations of Konoha village, and even if they didn't, they secretly sent their clansmen to design and frame, and even Uchiha personally took action. Using the masters of the Uchiha clan to deal with those weak ninjas and even ordinary people, of course, is hand-to-hand. And the regulations violated by these people are not a serious matter. At most they will be detained by the garrison and slightly punished, but the identity of these people is extremely sensitive. Moreover, during this time, the Uchiha family almost stared at the people of these families, but did not pay much attention to the other people in Konoha village. How could this kind of sign not make the villagers of Konoha village talk about it? Everything the garrison does is in compliance and can't gossip, but this sense of targeting is almost unabashed. Boom! In the council chamber of the Hokage building, a gloomy-looking Danzo slammed the wooden table in front of him. Those bastards of the Uchiha clan are so blatantly targeting our family. Are they trying to rebel? Tunzo shouted loudly. It was really during this time that the guys of the Uchiha clan garrison were angry in their hearts, and the ordinary clans and ninjas of the Shimura clan were arrested into the garrison one after another, although they were quickly released, but in a blink of an eye, they would be found by those guys and arrested again. The Uchiha clan is in charge of the Konoha garrison and is responsible for managing security in Konoha village, but they actually use this right to be so arrogant and domineering, causing Konoha people to stir up now. I propose to remove the position of the Uchiha clan garrison, Koharu said hatefully. Inheriting the second-generation Hokage's defensive suppression of the Uchiha clan, these people did not have a good impression of the Uchiha clan, not to mention that the clansmen of their own family were treated like this time. Although they are the high-ranking members of Konoha village, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Dormitory clan, and the Mito clan are only small families, and the members of the clan are rare, at most more than 10 people, and now they are so targeted by the Uchiha clan, and the life of the clan is also suffering. 3 generations. The recent movements of the Uchiha clan have shown their different intentions, and we have to prevent even worse things from happening. Mito also agreed to punish the Uchiha clan. Ape Fly. The Uchiha clan must be severely punished, and if they continue to indulge, their ambitions will be even higher. Eventually threatens Konoha. Tuan Zhang said sharply. The Uchiha clan is an important member of the village, and they can't be easily moved. Things have not yet reached that point, and this time the garrison did not violate the regulations in arresting people. What we have to do is to restrain the clansmen and stop doing anything illegal. Sandaime glanced at Tuan Zhang sternly, and said in a deep voice. Ape Fly. Although there is no evidence, but many people are actually framed for design, this must be done by the Uchiha family. Blindly retreating will only fuel Uchiha's arrogance. As long as Ape Fei lead the Dark Ninja, I lead the Root Ninja, together to strike, can definitely eradicate Uchiha. Tuan Zhang's eyes were murderous and said strongly. Stop. Danzo. Put away your dangerous thoughts. The 3 generations were furious, stood up directly, and their momentum directly burst out and suppressed on Tuan Zhang. It wasn't until Danzo slowly lowered his head that Sandaime put away his momentum and said in a deep voice, this incident has been known to everyone in Konoha. There is nothing wrong with the personnel of the garrison. Danzo, how do you want the villagers of Konoha to see us? The 3 generations are not unaware of the targeting of the Uchiha clan this time, but the Uchiha clan did not have the slightest flaw in this matter, and they also made a lot of noise about things, which made the 3 generations of Hokage feel a big headache. But for the Uchiha clan, we can't relax our vigilance. Their danger is getting more and more serious, Koharu said in a deep voice. I will send the Dark Ministry to closely monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. The third generation agreed, and then shouted to the door, "Stop the water, you come in." A teenager with a dark mask walked in and got down on one knee. 3 generations of adults. Shisui is a rare peace-oriented person in the Uchiha clan, inheriting Konoha's will of fire, and is also the peak master of the Uchiha clan. I will send Shisui to personally monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan, and can directly stop the movements of the Uchiha clan when necessary. The third generation said in a deep voice, "Uchiha, stop the water. How can you stop the Uchiha family from moving?" The old man had a hard time believing him. Tuanzang looked gloomy at the boy who bowed his head in front of him and asked in a loud voice, "With the power of my eyes, when necessary, I will use other gods to modify Uchiha Aki's will and instill in him the will to assist Konoha." Uchiha raised his head, directly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel in his eyes, and said calmly, "These eyes? It's a kaleidoscope." Sandei and the others talked in secret, discussing how to deal with the affairs of the Uchiha family, but this scene was being watched by the 2 people at this time. In the house of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha and Uchiha Chu sat opposite each other, and a transparent circular light curtain appeared in midair, and the scene of 3 generations and others talking was appearing on the light curtain. It is the pupil technique performed by Uchiha Pan, the heaven and earth treasure mirror, that clearly displays the sound of these pictures. Looking at the scene as if it were a live broadcast, Uchiha Aki's face was full of coldness. Uchiha Shisui, this traitor, actually wants to change my will with another heavenly god. There are also 3 generations in Tuanzang. These damn guys treat my Uchiha clan like this. It seems that I have done a little soft-hearted during this time. Uchiha Chu gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "If you don't make me feel good, I won't let you guys go." The other gods of Uchiha stopping the water still have to be careful. You don't want to see the water stop with your real body during this time. Just leave a shadow doppelganger to deal with affairs in the clan, and the body will make some secret arrangements. At this time, the Uchiha clan has some things that only you have the ability to do. Uchiha Pan said lightly, "Master Pan, what to do next? I must make it difficult for this group of high-ranking people in Konoha to sleep." Uchiha said in a deep voice, "Next, you must completely imprint the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the high level of Konoha in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, and also make the Uchiha clan stand in a reasonable position." Uchiha smiled mysteriously. Not to mention that the 3 generations and others have severely demanded many clansmen. The Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Uchiha Aki, a shadow-level powerhouse who has now opened a kaleidoscope, has always targeted the high-level families of Konoha. During this period, the 3rd generation negotiated with Uchiha Aki, sternly asked the Uchiha family not to use any crooked brains, and sent the Dark Department to closely monitor the daily work of the Security Department. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan did not want to let the high level of Konoha grab their handle, and their actions became more cautious and careful, although they still sent people to focus on the high-level family of Konoha, but it was difficult to catch any violators. Only occasionally Uchiha Aki would personally frame 1 or 2. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the high level of Konoha fell into a freezing point for a while, and as time passed, this relationship stalemate had spread not only in Konoha village, but even the rest of the ninja world, and the ninja village knew about the hidden dangers in Konoha village today. Many national ninja villages have set their eyes on Konoha village, and this tense situation makes the high-level people in Konoha even more afraid to act rashly, and the 3 generations of Hokage have to give in to the Uchiha family. Under the instructions of Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Aki received permission from the 3 generations to send some ordinary clansmen who did not open the Sharinan from the Uchiha clan station to various parts of Konoha village, mixing with ordinary villagers in Konoha, and engaged in some catering and fruit business. Hey, Madara wants to take the infinite moon reading to create an illusory world, and now I will also create a virtual world that belongs to my Uchiha disc. In Xingyan village, Uchiha played with the purple crystalline round mirror in his hand and laughed wantonly. However, creating a virtual world based on the memories of a previous life requires a lot of material resources. Uchiha thought silently. Although there is an illusory world in the virtual mirror itself, and the rules of the world can be changed by themselves, it is useless to just be an empty world, and it takes a lot of chakra and pupil power to create everything out of nothing, and it is impossible to create a vast world by relying on its own strength. Moreover, how to connect the people who are all over the ninja world is still a difficult problem. The unlimited energy support must also be solved, and the specific planning of the World Uchiha Disc must also be carefully considered. A day later, Yushibo Pan appeared in the central building of Xingyan village, ordered the finance department to set up a technology company, fully developed scientific and technological products, and ordered the personnel of the intelligence department to notify Qi, Ling, and others to return to Xingyan village. 3 days later, Uchiha Pan's residence was in a small courtyard. Master Pan. The group of 5 returned to Xingyan village one after another and came to Uchiha Pan. Calling you back this time is an important task for you to do, Uchiha said. Kai and Ling, you 2 lead the ninjas of the Star Country to destroy the Ghost Country, the Snow Country, and the Ghost Country in the west of the Star Country, and then rule these places according to the pattern of the Star Country. Uchiha ordered to Kai and Ling. Yes, Pan-sama. These three countries are all small countries, and there is no military power in the country, and with the power of our Star Country, they can definitely be conquered quickly. Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling answered loudly. Xiangfos, you are responsible for forming a medical force in Xingyian village, in addition to researching and developing medical ninjutsu, assisting my shadow avatar to study various blood-stained boundaries and secret forbidden arts in the ninja world. I will provide relevant knowledge and materials. Uchiha turned his head and instructed Xiangfos to say, "Ah, it's such a blessing to be able to work with Lord Pan, but why Shadow Doppelganger?" Phosphorus shouted. Junmaru, Shiro, you are responsible for collecting all kinds of blood-stained boundaries, secret arts, forbidden arts, and other resources in the small and medium-sized ninja villages in the ninja world. I will ask the intelligence department to cooperate with you. As for the 5 great ninja villages, my shadow avatar will personally strike. Uchiha thought for a moment, and then sealed 2 teleportation pupil spells to Shiro and Junmaru's bodies. These 2 pupil techniques can help you escape the danger, directly teleport to the Staryan village, and when you run out, my shadow avatar will be added to you again. Yes, Pan-sama, Junmaru said firmly. Master Pan, Shiro and Junmaru will definitely complete the mission. Bai replied seriously. Now, act now. Uchiha waved his hand, and everyone dispersed one after another. Yushibo Pan was not too worried about everyone's actions. With the current strength of Chi, Ling and others, against those small ninja villages and small countries, as long as they were not too careless, they could retreat with their whole body, which could also help them improve their strength as soon as possible. The most important thing in the virtual world is the body of the 10 tails, the dragon vein containing huge energy, and the kaleidoscope that Uchiha is about to open. Uchiha thought in his heart, taking everything into account. The 10 tails, as the embodiment of the natural energy of the ninja world, absorbs natural energy to grow, and even gives birth to the fruit that is the source of chakra. The body of the 10 tails also has the instinct to absorb natural energy and chakra, which can be used as a force to support the growth and evolution of the void mirror. The dragon vein, which contains its huge and vast attributeless chakra energy, is the essence of the earth for a long time, and this terrifying energy can be used as the foundation for the Uchiha disc to open up the virtual world and the void mirror. Uchiha's kaleidoscopic chakra eye, which contains the eyes of the moon reading, and the spiritual world pupil technique naturally evolved inside it, is what Uchiha really values. Although the Uchiha disc can cast a similar fantasy world such as limited moon reading, what the virtual mirror needs is the essential imprint as the root, so that it can operate autonomously and open up an infinite virtual world. However, the current Uchiha Atake has not yet opened the kaleidoscope, so the Uchiha disc put this matter to the end, and the 10-tailed body and dragon vein are the priority to obtain. The Uchiha disc also did not ink, and immediately teleported to the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain is rainy all year round, and more than 4 years have passed since I first met Nagato and Konan. As soon as Uchiha Pan appeared in the rain-hidden village in the Land of Rain, he sensed the chakra aura of Nagato and Konan. Good fellow, he has really entered the Yuin village. It seems that Nagato has killed Hanzo and replaced him. Uchiha chuckled and teleported towards the position in the senses. Yuin village, inside the tallest building. Here is the new base of the Xiao organization established by Nagato and Xionin. Swish! Inside the house, Nagato and Konan were discussing things in Yuin village, when suddenly there was a spatial fluctuation, and the figure of Uchiha Pan instantly appeared in front of the two. What people? Trey, it's you! Nagato's eyes were cold, and when he saw the person coming, he immediately put away his guard. Big brother Pan, there you are! Xiao Nan said in surprise. Nagato, Konan, long time no see. Uchiha greeted with a smile. Big brother Pan, we haven't seen each other for almost 4 years. You are still a member of the Xiao organization. Xiao Nan complained a little. Ha ha, I'm not coming. Did Xiao Nan miss me? Uchiha quipped with a smile. Humph, who knows if you came because of something. Konan, looking at Uchiha suspiciously. Uchiha touched his nose awkwardly and said with a bitter smile, Xiao Nan is really a female 18 changes. My fault, it's all my fault. Pan, we know that the organization has recruited 4 more members after you left. You will get to know each other later. Nagato chimed in, defusing Uchiha's embarrassment. The 3 chatted together for a long time. Nagato and Konan told Uchiha Pan about the situation of Yuin village and Xiao's organization, and Uchiha Pan also told the 2 about his movements and the situation of the Star Country. From Nagato, Uchiha learned that the 3 members who joined the Xiao organization were indeed Kakuto, Red Sand Scorpion, and Dried Persimmon Ghost Scorpion in the original work. Nagato and Konan, however, were surprised by the development model of the Star Country controlled by Uchiha Pan, and Uchiha Pan also used this to explain part of his views on the future of the ninja world, and both sides rejected the existing ninja system dominated by the 5 major powers of the ninja world. Uchiha Pan stayed in Yuin village for half a month, and also met with Kakuto, Scorpion, Ju, and Ghostfish. The current mission of the organization is to make money, form small mercenaries, help small countries complete their tasks, and receive a small amount of money. Uchiha Pan knew that Nagato was going to seize the mission market of the 5 major ninja villages, and then slowly suppress the development of ninjas in the 5 major countries. After all, the current 5 major countries are a one country, one village system, and ninjas have no other economic resources and can only accept entrusted tasks from the outside world, and Nagato's move to preempt tasks at a low price is completely malicious competition. During this period, Uchiha also stated the purpose of his coming this time, cutting a large piece of limb from the outer path golem summoned by Nagato, and successfully obtained the body of the 10 tails. Since Uchiha Pan has important things to do and is busy with his own development and takes care of the Star Country, Nagato also agreed to the independent development of Uchiha Pan, and did not team up with the rest of the Xiao organization to do tasks, but only asked that when the Xiao organization needed it, Uchiha Pan needed to reach out to help. After bidding farewell to Nagato and Konan, Uchiha set off again to the Land of the Wind. With the time and space pupil technique to hurry, it didn't take long for Uchiha to find the location of the Dragon Vein. Lulan, an oasis in the interior of the great desert of the Land of Winds, was once a small and prosperous country. But when Uchiha Pan arrived here, what came into view was a desolate and deserted ruins, and the Lulan ancient kingdom, which was once a green land, had been flooded by wind and sand and completely disappeared into the world. Uchiha walked on this ruin, electromagnetic induction sensing everything around him, and his attention was completely focused deep underground. Suddenly, in the electromagnetic induction of the Uchiha disk, there was an area deep in the ground in front of which there was a huge chakra, and this huge chakra seemed to be sealed by something, lying introverted and quietly deep underground. Found it. Uchiha's eyes flashed, his figure disappeared instantly, and he appeared again and had come to the depths of the earth. Is this the Dragon Vein? Uchiha Pan looked at the huge liquid flowing quietly in the underground space in front of him, glowing with a dark purple halo, and the surrounding area was sealed by a series of intertwined sealing techniques. What a powerful chakra! This guy is really comparable to the chakra of the 10 tails. Uchiha carefully felt the chakra contained in the Dragon Vein, and was secretly happy in his heart. Such a powerful chakra energy is simply infinite, and it can fully support his needs to open up the void mirror. Watergate sealing? Let me see, it's the enchantment 4-way sealing array of the Vortex clan. With a glance, Uchiha knew what the sealing technique for sealing the Dragon Vein was, and his heart also settled down. Next, let me see the power of the Dragon Vein that can penetrate time and space. 4-way sealing formation * solution. Uchiha opened his eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and the eye of time and space in his right eye looked closely at the Dragon Vein. Rumble. As the enchantment quadripartite sealing array was unlocked by the Uchiha disc, the terrifying chakra energy instantly burst out, and a brilliant beam of light rushed straight to the sky, and then above the Dragon Vein, a terrifying unparalleled suction force swept in all directions, instantly sucking the Uchiha disc in. Even if the Uchiha disc had been mentally prepared, the terrifying power that erupted from the Dragon Vein, with the strength of the super shadow of the Uchiha disc at this time, only resisted for a while, and could no longer support being sucked in. Rumble. The terrifying chakra fluctuations were fleeting, the body was constantly torn apart, and it was instantly intact under the repair of the Dragon Pulse chakra, and a strong sense of vertigo continued to strike, and the Uchiha disc still supported the consciousness, and all the consciousness was placed on the eye of time and space in the right eye. A mysterious fluctuation was recorded by his right eye, and a pupil technique was formed in his eye. Boom! Uchiha Pan's body fell down, smashing a puff of dust, but Uchiha Pan's heart was full of excitement. Ha ha ha! Finally recorded it, this is the pupil technique of time. Dragon Vein, you are really my lucky star. Uchiha patted his clothes without caring and stood up, but his mind was aware of the pupil imprint that had just formed by the eye of time and space in his right eye. Uchiha Pan knew that the power that burst out in the moment when the Dragon Vein was unsealed would run through time and space, bringing him to the past years, and he had already started the idea of traveling through time and space in his heart, but he didn't expect to really let himself succeed. Go back in time. You can reverse the time flow of the target itself, and adjust the length of time according to the delivery of pupil chakra. Uchiha carefully felt the information of this pupil technique, and his heart was full of excitement. That's not right. The power of the Dragon Vein is endless, and it can support the reverse flow of time, but with my pupil power and chakra volume, I don't know how long I can reverse the current for a long time. Uchiha thought of this and frowned. Let's experiment. Uchiha thought about it and decided to find a place to settle down first and explore his pupil technique. Uchiha Pan looked up and looked around, one after another tall towers were lined up, and this was the ancient kingdom of Lulan in the past. Uchiha Pan did not have the heart to manage the affairs of Lulan Kingdom, he arrived in advance, then the 100 feet in the original work would not have the opportunity to come here again, and today's Lulan is still as stable as ever. Uchiha didn't have any other thoughts, and directly teleported away. In a hidden jungle in the Land of Fire, which is uninhabited, Uchiha Pan has specially arranged a sealing enchantment around it to prevent accidents. At this time, there were several experimental tools placed next to the Uchiha disc. A live little mouse, a comatose mountain thief, a comatose upper shinobi. Let's experiment with dead things first. Uchiha took out an ordinary kunao. Go back in time. I saw that the delicate kuwu quickly degenerated, quickly disintegrated into pieces of iron debris, and finally turned into powder. The time of bitterness has been set back a whole year. Uchiha got this information from his right eye. This time, the Uchiha disc only used Issei's pupil power to cast a time reversal, and the time regression caused by this kuwu was exactly 1 year. Let's experiment with the effects of different materials, different sizes, different living plants, and different strengths on pupil art. The Uchiha disc continued to experiment. After casting a time reversal on a giant tree, a little mouse, a mountain thief, and a shinobi in turn, and finally the Uchiha disc was even directly used once against the area with a radius of 1 meter and a radius of 10 meters in the forest, and with the same pupil power and chakra amount, the Uchiha disc also obtained the information in the induction respectively. The experimental data obtained on the bodies of Giant Wood, Little Mouse, Mountain Thief, and Upper Shinobu let Uchiha know that there is no difference between dead things and living bodies in strength, and the physical condition of these experimental subjects has been reversed a year ago. However, from the memories of those two mountain thieves in Shangnan, Uchiha also knew that the pupil technique of time reversal could not act on the souls of living beings, but only changed their physical state, and did not affect their own strength. Just like that upper shinobi, although the physical age returned to a year ago, the strength remained at the point of the upper shinobi, and Uchiha knew from his memory that this guy was promoted to the upper shinobi half a year ago, and a year ago it was only at the level of the elite shinobi. For the size of the experimental area, under the same pupil force, as the experimental area increases, the power of time reversal also plummets. In other words, if the Uchiha disc wants to reverse the time of the area within a radius of 10 meters for a year, the pupil power consumed is 100 times more than the time of a year in the area within a radius of 1 meter against the current, almost increasing geometrically. However, Uchiha thought about it and knew that it was normal, otherwise he directly cast time reversal on the whole world, that would not be against the sky. Then, the Uchiha disc continued to recover pupil power, and then used 50% and 80% respectively to exert all the pupil power against the flow of time, and found that the length of time regression was directly proportional to the relationship between the size of his output pupil power. 1% of the pupil power can go back to a year ago, 50% of the pupil power can go back to 5 years ago, and all the pupil power can go back to 10 years ago. Uchiha finished the experiment, but in his heart he pondered how this pupil technique could help him. It can restore the aging person's body to youth, so that it is almost a different kind of immortality. The first thing that came to mind about Uchiha was this: the ability to live forever. This trick can also be directly performed on people under the age of 10, directly beating him to the state of fertilized eggs. Even if he still maintains the strength of his body, he can't use it. Uchiha thought maliciously. I don't know if this trick is useful for myself, let's experiment a little first. Although the Uchiha disc has generally understood the role of time reversal, it is still very cautious to use it on its own. The Uchiha disc controlled the size of the pupil power, the first time just retreated his body 10 minutes ago, and then found that everything was normal. The reverse flow of time also had the same effect on himself. Without any consequences, the Uchiha disc did not continue to use it against himself. He is now exactly 18 years old, which is the age of physical maturity and youthful vitality, and Uchiha is very satisfied with this state. Does he have to change himself from a new Kawaii Gentai? Uchiha finished the experiment and began to think about the current situation. This world doesn't know if it's the parallel time and space of the Hokage world or really back in time, or be careful, if it is really the history of the original world, if you accidentally change it, you will be inexplicably erased. Uchiha Pan was very worried about the existence of the spacetime refutation theory, and made up his mind not to let his existence affect this spacetime. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Uchiha Pan's figure blurred, looking at Sandei and Tenzo and the others who were only in their early 20s at this time, and rolled their eyes speechlessly. It's actually back to the period when World War I had just ended and 3 generations had just succeeded Hokage, which is more than 30 years of retrograde. World War II and the Ninja World War will not begin until another decade or two. Uchiha pondered in his heart. During the First World War of the Ninja World, too many strong people died in the 5 major countries. The second generation of Hokage Senju, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon and the second generation of Tokage Endless all died, and the ninja world was stable for 20 years before the Second Ninja World War broke out. Now is the period when the high-end combat power of the ninja world is greatly damaged, and with my strength, no one can find me at all. When Uchiha thought of this, he began to plan in his heart what to do. By the way, Banyi is still at the peak combat power, and the Eye of Reincarnation should not have been opened yet, but his strength is not much different from me at this time, and he must be careful not to be bumped by Banyi. Uchiha's heart moved, and he thought of Uchiha. At the border of the Land of Fire, the figure of Uchiha Pan appeared instantly. Keeping his body blurred, as soon as the Uchiha disc appeared, he unfolded his electromagnetic induction, and the information and scenes with a radius of hundreds of kilometers appeared in the mind of the Uchiha disc, and the scenes in the cave located deep underground somewhere were also perceived. Banyi, this guy has been staying here at this time, he really endures loneliness. Sensing the familiar chakra aura of Uchiha, Uchiha complained. Leaving a shadow doppelganger to monitor the movements of Uchiha from a distance, the Uchiha disc body immediately began to travel to various places in the ninja world, secretly collecting various bloodstained boundary materials, copying and remembering various ninjutsu materials. Just like the second-generation Hokage, Mizukage and Tsuchikage who died not long ago, as well as some well-known ninjas who died in battle, Uchiha disc unscrupulously collected some of their corpse materials, and these resources, in the era of Uchiha disc, have long been turned into dirt and blurred. The Uchiha disc is like a ghost that shuttles through the ninja world, and information is constantly collected in history that will die in the future, such as the country of whirlpools that will die in World War II in the future. Uchiha Pan also specially rushed to the country of Vortex, and secretly copied a large number of sealing techniques from the hands of the Uzumaki family, which is still in its prime, which are all things that are difficult to obtain in later generations. It took a full year for Uchiha to finally be able to obtain resources that would not cause historical changes. In the ancient country of Lulin, a torrent of purple chakra burst into the sky in the abandoned building. This force came and went quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Ahem! Finally back! A voice sounded at the location where the power had just exploded. It was the Uchiha disc that had just returned from the past. Uchiha stretched out and looked at the dragon veins on the side. After an outburst, the dragon veins suppressed by the seal had calmed down, and the purple energy liquid slowly flowed deep in the earth. Uchiha retracted his gaze and touched his right eye, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. The short spacetime channel formed by the outbreak of the dragon vein. I got the pupil technique of time reversal when I went back to the past, and I got the pupil technique of time passage after returning, which is to experience both time backwards and forward, Uchiha muttered. In the process of returning to the present time and space with the help of the power of the dragon vein, because time is a positive flow, the second time pupil technique was actually formed by the Uchiha disc, time passing. The passage of time is the opposite of the reverse flow of time, and there is not much difference in other aspects, except that time is rewinded, and the other is to advance time. This trip to the dragon vein, the harvest can be described as beyond Uchiha Pan's own imagination. If he had known that the dragon vein could be of such great help to him, Uchiha Pan would have come over long ago. Now I'm not busy collecting the dragon vein, let's see if the information I left in the past time and space is there. When Uchiha left the past spacetime, he left 3 secret messages and a shadow avatar of his own, as an experiment, to know whether that past spacetime was a parallel space. Swish! Uchiha's figure disappeared instantly, and began to go to 3 secret locations to check. These 3 hidden places were specially chosen by Uchiha Pan, located in a remote and sparsely populated place, and will not be destroyed by unexpected factors such as natural disasters such as war. In the underground space of the ancient kingdom of Lulin, a metal panel is quietly buried here, and a row of Chinese characters is written on the metal panel. Uchiha Pan to visit here. The Hokage building in Konoha village, one of the ordinary stones in the building body, has a line of Chinese characters secretly engraved on the surface. I know the secret of the Hokage. Deep underground in Xingyan village, a stone tablet buried deep in the dirt also depicts a list of Chinese characters. The ownership of this place belongs to Uchiha Pan. After looking at these 3 places separately, Uchiha already knew in his heart that the past spacetime he returned to really belonged to historical spacetime. Fortunately, history was not changed without permission, otherwise the consequences are really unpredictable. Uchiha Pan was in the underground space of the Lulin ancient kingdom at this time, and in addition to the metal panel that was deliberately left behind, an open scroll was also left in place. This is the scroll that the Uchiha disc left behind the shadow avatar to burn the information before, and there is not a word on the scroll, but the Uchiha disc already knows what this means, and the shadow avatar instantly dissipated when his own body left, and there was no time to write the information. This harvest is already enough to make my foundation more abundant. Let's deal with the dragon vein now. Uchiha felt those resources in his other dimensional space, and secretly calculated in his heart that these resources would be the foundation for his climb to the top. Uchiha disc came to the place where the dragon vein is located, and finally decided to completely take away this dragon vein. The dragon vein has the ability to shuttle through the past, although this ability has little effect on himself now, but Uchiha disc does not want to leave such a hidden danger here. If one day someone uses the power of the dragon vein to return to the past and change history, then they may disappear inexplicably. This dragon vein is still used as the energy for me to open up the virtual world, Uchiha said secretly in his heart. Having made a decision in his heart, the Uchiha disc immediately took action, directly cast the pupil technique and began to absorb the dragon veins, and the liquid with a purple halo was continuously sucked into the heterogeneous space of the Uchiha disc, and the Uchiha disc stored the energy of these dragon veins in the sky above the heterogeneous space and levitated. At this time, after absorbing the 2 time pupils of time reversal and time passage, the alien space of the Uchiha disk has skyrocketed to the point where it is slightly larger than the land area of the Land of Fire, and the huge space can easily absorb the entire dragon vein. In the alien space, the sky, which was originally dark, was plated with a layer of purple light at this time, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations surged in these purple liquids. Uchiha gained a lot from this trip, and after completely absorbing the dragon vein, he finally left satisfied. Swish! The figure of the Uchiha disk instantly appeared in Xingyian village. Although the Uchiha disk has been in the past time and space for nearly a year, but it is only a moment in the real world, so this outing, the Uchiha disk only took less than a month. Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling had just finished gathering the ninjas of the Star Country and had just begun to attack the land of Oni. For the strength of Uchiha Kai and the two, Uchiha Pan was not worried about the war of those three small countries at all. In the underground laboratory of the central building of Xingyian village, a shadow avatar of the Uchiha disk is experimenting, and since the Uchiha disk is ready to create the virtual mirror he wants, this avatar has put most of his energy into the preliminary preparations. How's it going? As soon as Uchiha appeared, he asked the shadow avatar about the progress. The three of I came back once, and the three little guys have collected the first batch of materials for small countries, but I haven't studied these things now. I think it's better to wait for the body to break through the 6 levels and then study. You can better develop and control the power of the 6 realms. The shadow doppelganger kept experimenting in his hands, and said in his mouth. At this stage, I am still studying various secret techniques and forbidden techniques in the ninja world, preparing the structure and function of the world in the void mirror. According to the spiritual secret techniques of the mountain family, the art of heart-to-body transmission, and the technique of heart-turning, 2 secret techniques of soul projection and soul sound have been developed, and with the help of the power of the virtual mirror, they are used to connect the soul consciousness of the living body within a large range to enter the virtual mirror, and can communicate from a distance with the power of the virtual mirror. There is also the spiritual transformation art that the second generation Hokage once developed, a rare secret technique in the ninja world that attacks the soul, although it has the defect of consuming its own soul, but placed in the void mirror, build a soul abyss, and use countless souls of the dead to perform the spiritual transformation technique, which is enough to wear out the soul of any living being. There is also a monetary economic composition, which requires a stable set of virtual currency, which is planned to be used in circulation in the virtual world, and eventually replace the current currency of the ninja world. I also copied most of the basic data in the ninja world, so that in the virtual world, various substances will have the same characteristics as in reality, and can be used indefinitely. The shadow avatar nagged to report his current progress to the body, and Uchiha just wanted to know a general situation, and did not want to delay the experiment of the shadow avatar. Otherwise, as long as the shadow avatar technique was lifted, all the memories of the shadow avatar would be known well. Now it's only the moon reading I left. It seems that I have to go to Konoha village myself. Uchiha pondered for a while, and then prepared to go to Konoha himself. Otherwise, with just one of his shadow doppelgangers, Uchiha Pan was worried that something would happen. Konoha village, although the ninja world has been calm in recent years, but Konoha village is a hidden edge. Especially since the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Aki, took office, the struggle with the high level of Konoha has completely become superficial, and even slightly prevailed to some extent. And in this environment, after the 3 battles of the ninja world, although the defeat and retreat, Union Village, which has been fighting with Konoha Village, finally sent people to sign a peace treaty. In the reception room of the Hokage building in Konoha, the Konoha side is represented by 2 advisors, Koharu and Mito Minion, led by the 3rd generation of Hokage, and the Union Village side is represented by an upper shinobu and 2 elite Naka shinobi. The 2 sides are working on the peace talks between Konoha Village and Union Village, which have been going on for 3 days. It's just that the 3 generations of Hokage on Konoha's side want to make a peace treaty with Union Village as soon as possible, but although the Kami Shinobu headed by Union Village has no objection on the surface, he has been delaying the time of peace talks and constantly picking out some small treaties to object. Today's talks between the 2 sides did not completely sign the peace treaty, and when Yunyin and his party returned to the temporary guest house in Konoha, the 3 generations pondered in their hearts, guessing the purpose of Union Village's continuous delay in peace talks. Let's send some dark parts to keep an eye on these cloud ninjas. Don't let them make any noise during the peace talks. The 3rd generation immediately ordered down. Konoha's temporary guest house, Union and his party returned to the house, and the upper shinobi led by Union first sensed the surrounding movement, and then sneered, Konoha's ninja still wants to spy on us, it's just delusional. These days, how is the intelligence inquiry of the Hyaga clan station? Union Shangnan asked to one of the Naka ninja. My lord, my subordinates have already found out the information about the Hyaga clan station. This is the layout drawing. The Hyaga clan, the contemporary patriarch Hinata, the next generation of clan heir is his daughter Hinata, who is only 5 years old now. A Zhong Shinobu took out a scroll pattern and handed it to Union Shangnan, and then informed him in detail about the information he had detected these days. Humph. The people of Konoha are really arrogant. They actually easily let us get such important information, taking advantage of the 3 generations of Hokage before they are suspicious of us. Tonight we will arrest the next clan of the Hyaga clan and bring back the White Eyes. Yoon Yinshang said quietly. At night, the Hyaga clan stationed. Located in a small house deep in the entire residential complex, a cute little girl is sleeping peacefully, with a smile on her little face, as if the dream world is so beautiful. Outside, a black-clothed figure wearing a mask flashed away, and after avoiding the sporadic patrol ninjas of the Hyaga clan, he smoothly entered the house. Looking at the sleeping little girl in front of him, a flash of excitement flashed in Union Shinobu's eyes, and then he picked up the little Hinata without hesitation, and his figure left Hinata's station quickly. The Hyaga clan never imagined that in the stable and peaceful Konoha village, such a thing would happen, that the next generation of clan heirs would be taken away by the enemy. However, after all, the Hyaga clan is a family with blood-stained white eyes, which can see through 360 degrees from a distance, and a Hyaga ninja who guards outside the clan's residence suddenly discovered the disappearance of Miss Hinata, and then the news was quickly spread to Hinata's ears. Boom! When Hinata Hayashi heard the news, he directly smashed the table in front of him with a palm. Bastard! As soon as the white eyes opened, with the strength of the Hyaga Hinata elite shinobi, the clan's 360-degree perfect white eye ability without dead ends, he immediately discovered a group of black-clothed ninjas who were about to disappear within the observation range of his white eyes, and Hinata was being carried by a ninja led by him. Hinata didn't have time to say anything more, and immediately rushed to chase. And the group of 5 people of the Union Ninja, after the leader successfully brought out the target person, did not hesitate, immediately left Konoha village, ready to go to the border of the country of fire, as long as out of the country of fire, evaded Konoha's pursuit, and smoothly converged with the joint ninja of Union village. Then this operation was completely successful. Union's group, the Union Ninja led by the upper ninja, the other 4 are the strength of the elite shinobi, although everyone is one step ahead and goes all out, but under the full pursuit of Hinata Hayashi's anger, the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. It's not good. There are ninjas from Konoha chasing behind, leaving 2 people to stop him. Union Kami Shinobu was the first to discover Hinata, who was getting closer and closer, and without hesitation, ordered the 2 Naka Shinobu under him to stop and block, and the remaining 3 of him continued to advance. It was really the white eyes of the Hyaga clan that were too important, and Union Village was extremely hungry for such strategic level resources, even if it cost everyone's lives. The obstruction of the 2 Union shinobi was no threat to the elite shinobu Hyaga Hayashi with white eyes and bloodstains, and under the anger of Hinata, it was almost solved in 2 or 3 faces, but in this moment, the figures of the 3 Union had disappeared within the white eyes of Hinata Hayashi. Hinata was extremely anxious in her heart, and her figure did not stop, still chasing after this direction. Quick! Having already thrown off Konoha's pursuers, we will soon reach the border of the Land of Fire, and when we converge with the ninja who Union took over, we will succeed, and Lord Thunder Cage will definitely reward us heavily. Union Shangren was excited in his heart, and he said encouraging words in his mouth. When the 2 panting Naka shinobi behind him heard this, they burst out at a faster speed, and the 3 of them continued to gallop. It's a pity, I don't think you have a chance to see your Lord Lei Ying again. Suddenly, a teasing voice suddenly appeared ahead. What people? Abominable, or was it caught up by Konoha's ninjas? Lay done, go to the ground. 2 thunder ninjutsu and a large group of shurikens were directly aimed at the young man. Shout! Shout! Rumble! However, whether it was a shuriken or a powerful thunder ninja method, it passed through as if it met the air, and then attacked the trees in the distance, but did not hurt the boy's body in the slightest. What? It's magic! Untie! Yoon Yinshang couldn't help but be shocked, and his first reaction was that he and the others had been hit by illusion. The young man calmly watched as the 3 of Union made futile resistance, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Swish! Spiral pill burst. Instantly appeared in front of the Union ninja, and before the 3 of them could react, a series of 3 spiral pills bombarded the Union ninjas. The boy was the Uchiha disc body that had just come to Konoha village a few days ago, and because the Uchiha disc had to wait for the transformation of the Uchiha attacker, the body had been maintaining the large-scale perception ninjutsu of electromagnetic induction that shrouded Konoha village. Sensing every move in Konoha village every day, Uchiha Pan silently watched the sunlight and darkness of Konoha, and also looked at the peace talks between Union village and Konoha village, but Uchiha Pan did not expect that Union and his party would lurk in the Hyaga clan tonight and kidnap Hinata, the cute girl. In the memory of Uchiha Pan, the original book seems to have mentioned Hinata's captivity, but in the end it seems to have been recovered by Hinata Hayashi, and Uchiha Pan was suspended in the air all the time and silently watched the development of the plot. But I didn't expect that Hinata Hayashi actually chased after him because of the obstruction of the 2 Union shinobi, and seeing that Union and his party were about to lead people out of the territory of the Fire Country, Uchiha immediately took action to save the Hinata girl. If such a cute girl is abducted back to Union Village, what awaits her will definitely be to gouge out her eyes and encounter the darkest human experiment in this world, and use Haibo Pan like this shy Hinata cute girl in her previous life. Of course, she would not allow such a thing to happen. Rumble! 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 Uchiha took Hinata from Union Shangnan's hand at an extremely fast speed, and looked at the three Union who fell to the ground indifferently. "It's you, Uchiha Disc. Lord Lei Ying will not let you go." Before Union Shangren died, he finally recognized the identity of Uchiha Pan, and after saying it with unwillingness and hatred in his mouth, he swallowed his last breath. "Then Lei Ying also knows it. And will I be afraid of thunder shadows?" Uchiha Pan was dismissive, not caring about the threat of the Union ninja before his death, and looked at the still sleepy Hinatamo girl. Hinatamo is still just a 5-year-old cute baby, with fleshy cheeks and cute blue pajamas. Why don't you take this opportunity to take Hinatamo girl away? Konoha didn't know I did it anyway, hee. Let's watch Konoha and Union Village dog eat dog. Uchiha looked at the cute Hinata girl, and his heart suddenly moved, and he had a bad idea. Swish! Uchiha took the sleeping Hinata girl to teleport away immediately, and not long after the two left, the anxious Hinata rushed to the scene, looking at the three Union ninjas who had long died in the field, but did not find the slightest trace of their daughter Hinata. Hinata's heart was full of despair. Although I don't know how the Union ninja died, there was no clue of Hinata under his white eyes, and the border of the fire country was already ahead. Unwillingly, Hinata continued to search forward, and finally even crossed the territory of the Land of Fire, and when the three generations led the Dark Division, Konoha and his party finally brought back only the soulless Hinata Hayashi. Not to mention how angry the Hayaga clan was. The next clan heir in his clan was actually taken away in Konoha village by the Union ninja who came to sign a peace treaty, and the blood of the Hayaga clan spread out in white eyes, which simply touched the counterscale of the Hayaga clan. Even the third generation of Hokage and other Konoha high-ranking people were full of anger in their hearts, and made a serious protest to Union Village, and severely demanded that Union Village hand over Hinata. At this time, Uchiha Pan, who had already returned to Konoha Village, returned to the Uchiha family station with the Hinata girl, and continued to monitor the every move of the Uchiha Itaki, while beginning to comfort the Hinata girl who woke up. "Brother, Hinata wants to go home, Hinata wants to be a father." The cute girl Hinata's eyes widened, tears flashing in her eyes, and she looked at the big brother in front of her. The current Hinata girl is confused in her heart. She obviously sleeps at home, who thinks of waking up and coming to this strange place, although the big brother in front of her speaks softly, but he just doesn't take himself home. Bad brother. Uchiha Pan didn't know that Hinata girl had defined herself as a bad brother in her heart at this time, and Uchiha Pan was also a little broken in her heart at this time. "Last night, I was hot, and I directly brought Hinata girls back, but now it's good. Hinata girls are shouting to go home, although they didn't cry, but these two tearful eyes have been looking at themselves. What is the matter?" Uchiha Pan looked at his Hinata sister paper with a look of anticipation, and slapped his brain. Uchiha Pan was thinking about whether to directly delete Hinata girl's young memories with lifeless memories. "Hey, let's take your time. Let's forget about the lifeless memory, in case the future shy Hinata is lost, Uchiha Pan will not regret dying." Uchiha finally decided to slowly appease Hinata's sister. "Hinata, do you know if you are with your brother obediently? If you are obedient, your brother will take you to visit your father when you are free. If you are not obedient, then don't think about meeting home again." Uchiha Pan can't help it, and directly threatens it. Woo, Hinata obedient, Hinata is going home." The tears in Hinata's eyes could no longer be stopped, and they flowed down in an uproar. "Don't cry. Hinata doesn't cry. Well, if he doesn't cry, now his brother will take Hinata home." Uchiha wiped the cute girl's tears in a little panic, and said urgently, "Really? That Hinata doesn't cry?" Hinata stopped her tears with pear blossoms in her eyes and looked at Uchiha with big eyes. Okay. It seems that it is impossible not to take you back." Uchiha picked up the Hinata girl and glanced helplessly at the little girl in his arms. Uchiha Pan eventually took Hinata girls to Hinata station secretly, but because of the blur, Uchiha Pan and Hinata's figures were not seen by anyone. Uchiha Pan went straight all the way, directly from the Uchiha clan station to the Hayaga clan station. Uchiha Pan held Hinata, but did not hide Hinata's meaning at all, and Hinata girl did not know until now that she was actually in Konoha village, not far from the Hinata family. "See your father. I didn't expect that your father was so ruthless that he didn't look for you well, and now he actually has the work to choose the next clan successor." Uchiha hugged Hinata and touched Hinata's somewhat lowered head and said. When Uchiha Pan rushed to the Hayaga clan with Hinata, it happened that Hinata Hayashi announced the decision to choose the newborn Hayaga Hanabi, that is, Hinata's sister as the next clan heir of the Hayaga clan, and it seemed that Hinata had given up the idea of finding Hinata. This situation was really good to be seen by Hinata, who was full of excitement to return to the Hayaga clan, and Hinata girl's expression immediately fell. Father Sama just can't find Hinata, and the Hayaga clan needs someone to inherit the mission of the clan. Hinata heard Uchiha's words, and although his little face was lonely, he still defended his father. "Brother, let's go," Hinata whispered. "Good. Let's go back. Next time Hinata's sister will bring you back if she feels homesick, and it's close anyway." Uchiha touched Hinata's head, and his figure disappeared instantly. Back at the Uchiha clan station, Uchiha called Uchiha Aki over. "Pan-sama, this is Hinata? Wasn't she kidnapped by the ninja of Union Village?" As soon as Uchiha Aki came in, he saw Hinata girl who was being held in his arms by Uchiha, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Didn't the Hyuga clan claim that it was the Union ninja who forcibly took Hinata? But how could this little girl be here with Master Pan now?" Uchiha Aki was puzzled in his heart. Hinata was snatched from Union last night, but Hinata Hayashi and the 3 generations of Hokage don't know about this, and their eyes are still on Union Village now. Uchiha Pan explained lightly. "Master Pan, are we going to meddle in this matter?" Uchiha Aki asked. "It is impossible for Lord Pan to call himself here for no reason. Lord Pan must be going to deal with these guys in the high level of Konoha again, but I didn't expect that Lord Pan actually snatched down the next heir of the Hyuga clan. It was really powerful." Uchiha Aki kept guessing in his heart. Union Village knows that they did not get Hinata smoothly. They will definitely bite the Union ninja who came to Konoha peace talks and die in Konoha, to force Konoha to hand over the murderer, and the target will definitely be aimed at Hinata, and the Hyuga clan is a supporter of 3 generations of Hokage. It can be said that it is the people of the Hokage family, plus now that the heir of the clan is lost, the biggest suspect is Union Village. You say in this case, what will our 3 generations of Hokage do to these high-ranking Konoha leaders? Uchiha play taste. The 3 wars of the ninja world have just subsided for a few years, and all villages are still resting and recuperating, although Konoha village has won the final victory in the 3 battles, but the ninjas in the village are also killed and injured, coupled with the rebellion of the Big Snake Pill in recent years, the death of the 4th generation, the Nine Tails rebellion, and the hostage of our Uchiha clan. The 3 generations of Hokage may finally compromise in order to seek peace, sacrificing the Hyuga clan, and Konoha's high level. I am afraid that this guy will not compromise. Uchiha Chu thought about it and said, since becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and being taught a lot of political struggle experience by Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Aki almost guessed the thoughts of these people in Konoha at this time. At that time, even if the Hyuga clan does not say anything on the surface, there will be a gap between the heart and the high level of Konoha, and the high level of Konoha will probably begin to guard against the Hyuga clan in their hearts. Uchiha Pan glanced at Uchiha Chu appreciatively and said, "Master Pan, the subordinates know how to do it." Uchiha Aki bowed and retreated. Hokage building, Union Village sent 5 more ninjas to negotiate with Konoha. 3 generations of Hokage, our Union Village kindly sent ninjas to Konoha for peace talks, but they were killed by your Konoha ninjas. It seems that Konoha Village does not want to reach peace with my Union Village, then our Union Village will not back down. The elite headed by Union Village said angrily. Union Village, in the name of peace talks, secretly kidnapped Hinata of my Konoha Village Hyuga clan, coveting the white-eye bloodstains of my Konoha Village. Is this the peace that your Union Village is for? The 3rd generation of Hokage forcibly held back his anger and said in a deep voice, "What Hyuga clan, what white eyes? Only 5 ninjas in my Union Village can snatch white eyes from your Konoha Village. It's simply a joke. I look at it as you Konoha who killed people, pouring dirty water afterwards." Yoon Yinshang said sarcastically, "Hand over the murderer of my Union Village ninja, otherwise Konoha will wait to fight with my Union Village." Boom! The ninja of Union Village used the name of peace talks, but he plotted to win the white eyes in Konoha Village, and now he dares to fight backwards, so that our Konoha Village is not afraid of war. The 3rd generation of Hokage shouted sharply, "Empty vernacular, what kind of plot to seize the white eyes is the words of your Konoha Village? What evidence do you have? But it is our ninja of Union Village who died in the territory of your fire country during the peace talks. It seems that your Konoha Village really thinks that the ninja world is dominant, and does not put the other 4 ninja villages in your eyes." Yoon Yinshang couldn't help but fade, stood up and shouted urgently. Union Ninja and the 3 generations and other high-level Konoha constantly negotiated, and the words of the 2 sides collided fiercely, and this extremely secret meeting scene was silently watched by the 3 of them. Where the patriarch of the Uchiha clan lives, Uchiha holds Hinata girls and Uchiha Aki and looks at the scene that appears in the mirror of heaven and earth. In the mirror, although the 3 generations of Hokage looked angry, they had indeed gradually fallen into the downwind between words. After all, Union Village has no fear, not afraid of a war with Konoha Village, and now the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow has succeeded to the throne for 4 or 5 years. Union Village has eased and stabilized from the accidental death of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, and Konoha Village is indeed internal and external. Several shadow-level powerhouses in the village either defected or died, experienced the Nine Tails rebellion, killed and injured a large number of ninjas, and their strength not only did not recover, but became weaker. The 3 generations of Hokage knew that what Konoha Village needed most at present was peace, and it took a lot of time to develop stably and wait for the next generation of ninjas to grow up, so they did not dare to start the war lightly, and in the face of the aggressiveness of the Union Ninja, the 3 generations of Hokage finally compromised. After several days of verbal exchange, the three generations of Hokage finally decided to sacrifice the interests of the Hyaga clan in exchange for the rare piece of Konoha village. And seeing the compromise of the three generations of Hokage, Union and his group of ninjas all showed contemptuous smiles on their faces, and Konoha village seemed to be just that. Only our Union village is the real #1 village in the ninja world. 65, Chapter 065, Master Pan. It's normal that the three generations will eventually compromise, but this guy from Tuanzang is actually so quiet this time, and I don't know what idea he is fighting. Uchiha Aki asked. Of course, this guy Danzo has an idea in his heart. He covets the position of Hokage, and now he wishes that the Hyaga clan of the Hokage family would suffer. Uchiha said. Even in the face of the coercion of the enemy country Union village, he will sacrifice the interests of Konoha village as a whole. I thought that Danzo really put the interests of Konoha first. Uchiha Chu said a little mockingly. This guy Danzo is in charge of the darkest root of Konoha, and he has always claimed to be secretly guarding Konoha, and it is really hypocritical to use this excuse to eradicate how many unaccustomed ninjas. Brother, will my father be fine? Hineda's somewhat worried voice suddenly sounded, and she looked at Uchiha expectantly. Don't worry, Hineda. Hineda is also the current patriarch of the Hyaga clan. As a member of the Hyaga clan, even if the three generations want to sacrifice the interests of the Hyaga clan to appease Union, someone in the Hyaga clan will stand up and die for your father. Uchiha's tone was full of emotion. It seems that this class exists in any world, and the eternal and unchanging law of inequality and the law of the jungle pervades every corner of the world. After the third generation waited for Konoha's high-level management to decide to compromise, Hineda was about to recruit him. Hayashi, for the sake of Konoha's peace and stability, we can't start a war with Union Village now. In order to appease Union Village, the Hyaga clan should still hand over a murderer. The three generations looked a little ugly and said slowly, Hayashi, I hope you can understand our decision. It is really not worth fighting with Union Village at this stage because of this matter. Mito Minion on the side said lightly. Hayashi, Apeface still didn't keep you. If my words would definitely not allow Union Village to be so presumptuous, it's a pity that Apeface is a third generation after all, and I can't refute his decision. Danzo said conspiratorially, looking calmly at Hineda. Tuanzang. Apeface's son shouted sharply, and his face became even more ugly. Hineda Hayashi hadn't spoken since she came in, and her face changed slightly after hearing the final decision of the three generations and the others, and her eyes flashed with an uncalm light. I know. Hineda said slowly. Before tomorrow morning, Hineda will definitely give a satisfactory answer to the three generations. Hey, Hayashi, for the sake of Konoha's peace, I can only wrong you, Ape Flying Sun said in harmony. Hyaga Hayashi left immediately, and Hineda Hayashi, who returned to the Hyaga clan, immediately summoned the elders and high level of the clan and said the decision of the Konoha high level. The Union ninja was killed by me. Tonight I will self-destruct and kill myself. Tomorrow morning you will hand over my body to the three generations of Hokage, and the next clan leader of the Hyaga clan will be succeeded by Hineda Hanabi, and you will fully assist her. Hineda said calmly. How can this be? Union Village not only kidnapped Hineda and spied on the white-eye bloodstains of my Hyaga clan, but now we want us to give them an explanation, which is simply too deceptive. An elder of the Hyaga clan said angrily. I think it's the three generations of Hokage who are confused. In order to thirst for peace in Konoha village, they actually chose to sacrifice the current patriarch of our Hyaga clan, and there is Miss Hineda, who was originally the next clan head, when my Hyaga clan is muddy. Another Hyaga elder said dissatisfied. That is, these high-level officials in Konoha did not help our Hyaga clan to get justice, but instead helped Union Village to oppress my Hyaga clan, which is really, the old man. One by one, the high-ranking elders of the Hyaga clan did not agree with Hyaga Hayashi's decision to sacrifice themselves, and held a strong grudge towards Kimahide village and Saname, and these high-ranking members of the Hyaga clan resented those high-level people in Konoha even more at this time. Shut it all up for me. This matter is so decided, no one is allowed to complain outside. From today onwards, my Hyaga clan will mainly protect themselves, and the battle at the top of Konoha will no longer have anything to do with us. Hineda shouted, suppressing everyone's condemnation. Patriarch, hand me over. As the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, you have a lot at stake. How can you be harmed so easily by outsiders? And as a person who has divided the family, my original mission is to protect the safety of the clan family, so let me replace you. Brother, Hineda said abruptly. Hineda Hayashi didn't expect that his younger brother, who was getting further and further away from him, would be willing to die in his place at this time. Brother, let me choose this time myself. After Hineda finished speaking, he quickly took out a sharp kunai in his hand and immediately inserted it into his heart. Poof! Bright red blood gushed out, and Hineda chose to cut himself off before everyone had time to stop it, and gave an explanation to Union Village instead of Hineda Hayashi. Day difference. Hineda rushed to the front and cried as she watched the dying Hineda. Brother, help me take care of Ninkai. tell him that this is my own decision, let him not be resentful, please. Hinata forced herself to finish the last sentence and finally closed her eyes. In Uchiha Aki's residence, the scene in the Heaven and Earth treasure mirror revealed all the scenes in the Hyuga clan. Seeing that Hinata chose to die instead of Hinata, even Uchiha Aki felt a strong shock in his heart, and Hinata, who had been staying in Uchiha's arms, exclaimed, "Ah, Uncle Hinata." Originally hearing his father Hinata say that he was going to commit suicide, Hinata was already very anxious in his heart, and his small mouth was about to cry out as soon as he deflated, staring at the scene in front of him. Unexpectedly, the plot turned around, and Uncle Hinata, who usually taught him, suddenly committed suicide, which made Hinata, who had never seen a dead person, unbearable, and screamed on the spot. Hinata committed suicide instead of Hinata Hayashi, which probably made the surviving Hinata Hayashi hate those high-ranking people in Konoha even more. Hey! Uchiha Aki looked inexplicable. Even if there is a rift between the Hyuga clan and the high level of Konoha, the attitude of both sides towards the Uchiha clan is still similar. The Hyuga clan has always claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha village, and of course there is no good impression of the Uchiha clan that is superior to it in comprehensive strength. Aki, you don't want to unite with the Hyuga clan to fight against the high level of Konoha. Uchiha Pan saw the calculation in Uchiha Chiyu's heart at a glance, and immediately opened his mouth to dispel his illusions. Even so, losing the Konoha high level supported by the Hyuga clan is a great thing for us, Uchiha Aki said. Okay, now that this matter has been decided, let me add fire. A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha's mouth. At night, when the moon was shining, most of the people in Konoha village had already slept. After coaxing Hinata's most sister to sleep, Uchiha came to a secret room. Uchiha sat down cross-kneeled, his mind falling into peace. Lifeless memory. Uchiha Pan unfolded this pupil technique, but this time Uchiha Pan was not aimed at someone, but shrouded the entire Konoha village with the scope of the immortal memory cast. The voice of the heart, like the heart transmission technique of the Yamanaka clan, suddenly spread throughout Konoha village. Uchiha Pan took the Union ninja he knew to Hinata. Hinata killed the Union ninja. Union sent people to attack. The compromise of the Konoha high level, the sacrifice within the Hyuga clan. What happened during this time was transmitted into the dream of every Konoha village people. With the power of dreams, Uchiha uses lifeless memories to expose the political sacrifices of Konoha's high level to the memories of all residents of Konoha and ninjas. Whew! I didn't expect that a large range of lifeless memories consumed pupil power so much. Just instilling some memories consumed a full 80% of my pupil power, but everything was worth it, and tomorrow I would like to see how those high-ranking people in Konoha would face those angry ordinary people. Uchiha muttered, then closed his eyes and began to slowly regain his pupils. The night passed, and it was another day, but this day in Konoha seemed a little strange. I actually had such a strange dream last night, and I still remember the scene in the dream. An ordinary resident opened the gate and was fiddling with the stall, but his expression was as if he was thinking about something strange, muttering to himself. Genshu, you don't even know what a strange dream I had last night, in which the 3 generations of Hokage-sama actually helped the people of Union bully the adults of the Hyuga clan. It's a little funny when I think about it now. An acquaintance passing by said to the true number who was unsure. What? You also had this dream, and I had this strange dream like you last night, as if I had witnessed it in person, and the adult of the Hyuga clan died in front of me like this. Genshu quickly put down the work in his hand and exclaimed. What? You have the same dream, Genshu, don't lie to me. The acquaintance said with some disbelief. Did you two have that dream too? I also had that dream last night, it's so real. Another pedestrian walked by, heard the conversation, and suddenly interjected. Me too, I had that dream too. What's going on? Did you all have that dream, and so did I? As time passed, the civilians everywhere in Konoha village gathered together, and they all knew that everyone actually had the same dream last night, and the ninjas of Konoha were full of horror in their hearts, especially those ninjas who knew some news. Their hearts were full of unease. You say, is that dream true, that the 3 generations of Hokage-sama combined with Union's people to force the adults of the Hyuga clan to death? Are you crazy? You can also dare to say such words, and be careful that the people in the dark will arrest you. That's it, don't say more. The residents of Konoha whispered, gradually beginning to believe that everything in the dream might be true. Wasn't it during this time that the ninja of Union came to Konoha village to talk? Although everyone did not dare to openly accuse the 3 generations of Hokage's methods, their hearts were full of disappointment in the practices of these high-ranking people in Konoha. Who doesn't want their village to be able to resist foreign enemies and protect everyone? But the high level of Konoha can just force an adult of the Hyuga clan to death with a slogan of peace, which really makes the ordinary people of Konoha feel uneasy. Even the Hyuga family, which belongs to the top family in Konoha village, can be sacrificed at will, so as an ordinary person, it is also possible to be sacrificed for no reason one day. Although some sensible people in Konoha village can understand the bitterness and practices of the 3 generations of Konoha's high level and others, the compromise and sacrifice of the high level political struggle still makes most ordinary people in Konoha village feel a chill in their hearts. Even the Konoha ninjas, who always followed the orders, were very uneasy, and this strange dream that happened last night was also reported to the high-level ears of Konoha. Uchiha deliberately eliminated those high-level people in Konoha last night and did not appear in their dreams, on the one hand, because these high-level officials knew everything about this matter from beginning to end, and on the other hand, they didn't want them to react in time. Boom! What do you say? Everyone in Konoha village had a strange dream last night, with all the things that happened during this time? After repeatedly confirming this matter, the 3 generations of Hokage's expression was full of anger and a trace of horror, and he angrily slapped the table in front of him. Who the hell is it? How did the population react? Did it cause any unrest? The 3 generations of Hokage asked repeatedly. Uchiha deliberately omitted these high-ranking people in Konoha and did not shroud them with lifeless memories, so the 3 generations and others did not know about this matter. And now the 3 generations of Hokage are anxious. This matter has happened to this point. The high-level political compromise is known by everyone in Konoha village, as if all the darkness and dirt in Konoha village have been put into the sun, and everyone has seen and even scolded. If this kind of thing is not handled well, Konoha village may fall apart, and the ninjas and people at the bottom will still believe the village. Sarutobi, last night's incident was not trivial. I suggest that the Dark Ministry be immediately sent to monitor all the large and small families in Konoha and rectify discipline in the village. I've sent the Root Department to closely monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. Danzo entered Hokage's office directly and said in a deep voice. Immediately behind the group were Konoha's 2 high-level advisors, Konoha Koharu and Mito Minion, and their expressions were also full of panic and anxiety. Today's Konoha can be said to have encountered the biggest crisis since its establishment, even if it is the 3 ninja world wars. In the face of the siege of the other 4 powers, there is no threat from this incident, which is the deadly force to disintegrate Konoha from within. 3 generations, this matter must be investigated, and the mastermind behind last night's dream must be found, Mito Minion said in a deep voice. 3 generations of adults, last night's large-scale dream appeared very strange. Its power is very similar to the heart and body transmission technique of my mountain clan, but it is more powerful than my family's spiritual secret art, and it can cover the entire range of Konoha at once. It must need its terrifying chakra support. It seems that there has never been such a powerful force in the ninja world. Yamanaka Heiki on the side of the Hokage's office said loudly, Konoha village, today is destined to be a lively day. After the 3rd generation of Hokage and other high-ranking Konoha officials learned what happened last night, the high-level political compromise and sacrifice incident had become a riot, and the high level of Konoha had decided to suppress this atmosphere after urgent discussion. Headed by the Dark Division, which directly belonged to the 3 generations of Hokage, and the Root Division, which was led by the Danzo Command, various elite shinobi led the team to every corner of Konoha's streets, monitoring the ninja families in Konoha village, especially the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan. The ninjas hide in hidden corners, listening to the movements and discussions of the resident ninjas in Konoha village, and if they find any verbal movements of resentment and hatred at the top, the ninjas of the dark and root parts will immediately quietly take them away for censorship. For a while, the atmosphere of Konoha seemed extremely solemn, and those ordinary residents and low-level ninjas who were frightened by this scene were indeed careful in their hearts, but the seeds of distrust had been quietly planted, and once nourished, this thought would quickly burst out, destroying Konoha village in an instant. The turmoil in Konoha village was finally temporarily suppressed by the deterrence of high-level forces, and after that, Saname and the Hinata clan issued a notice to all the villagers, and the Saname informed everyone of Konoha's will not want to go to war with Union village even if the Hyuga clan was sacrificed. The villagers of Konoha village has gone through 3 ninja world wars. How many excellent ninjas have been killed and injured, and how many families have been torn apart, and now it is hard to usher in peace. The old man will never allow Konoha village to have a war with Union village again, destroying the hard-won peace. One hope everyone can understand. The 3rd generation of Hokage stood on the Hokage building and said in a deep voice to the ninja of Konoha village who were densely packed downstairs. The remarks of the 3 generations of Hokage slightly calmed the uneasiness in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, but the people in Konoha village, who had lived in peace for a long time, have always been proud of Konoha village in their hearts, believing that Konoha village is the largest village in the ninja world, and even in the 3rd Shinobi World War, Konoha village can win with 1 enemy in 4. Now Union village first kidnapped the young children in the village, and then beat and killed the elite ninja of Konoha village, all because of the compromise and concession of the 3 generations of Hokage, which made the residents and ninjas of Konoha village a little unacceptable. Suddenly, a question arose from the silent crowd. My Konoha village is the largest village in the ninja realm, but now I am being bullied by the Union village that was once defeated in the hands of Konoha village, and the 3 generations can even sacrifice the Hyuga clan for peace today. I don't know who will be sacrificed for what one day. We ordinary civilians and ninjas are not as big as the Hyuga clan. Who knows, one day we will be sacrificed for inexplicable reasons. Death at the hands of the enemy is recognized, and if you end up dying in the sacrifice of your own village, I can't accept it. Yes. We can't accept it. Unacceptable. As the first questioning sounded, soon the hidden voices in the crowd came out one after another, pointing the spearhead at the three generations of Hokage, and the sudden change in the situation at the scene made the three generations of Mu's face completely gloomy. Three generations of Hokage can't protect us, we need new Hokage. We are not afraid of war, we don't want to die for no reason, our Konoha village is the largest village, why should we be afraid of other ninja villages? The fourth generation of Hokage has passed, and the village should elect the fifth generation Hokage. The voices in the crowd questioning the three generations of Hokage became louder and louder. These ordinary residents and even the low-level ninjas were short-sighted after all, and could not clearly understand the plight and weakness of Konoha village today. With the guidance of some ninjas with ulterior motives hidden in the crowd, they immediately surged up and launched a call for the abdication of the three generations of Hokage. The rapid riot of Konoha's residents alarmed the reaction of Konoha's high-ranking and dark ninjas, and one by one elite ninjas quickly emerged from the shadows, surrounded the entire Hokage building, and aimed their weapons at the crowd, wanting to carry out a suppression. Enough! The ninja of the dark part retreated. Don't aim your weapon at the person we're protecting. Although the third generation had an ugly face, he still shouted at the actions of the dark part. Looking at the pair of eyes under the Hokage building that looked at him full of contempt, the third generation of Hokage felt a pain in his heart, eased his breath and finally spoke. This compromise with Union Village sacrificed Hinata, an excellent ninja. It was the old man who was sorry for him and did not protect the ninja of Konoha village. But the old man will never regret doing this. The third generation of Hokage shouted, being able to protect most of the people in Konoha village can have a peaceful and stable life, even if it is necessary to sacrifice the lives of a small number of people. Where there are leaves, there is a fire. The light of the fire will illuminate the whole village, and when the fire is extinguished, new leaves will grow again. This is Konoha's will of fire. The voice of the three generations of Hokage gradually flattened, and after saying the will of fire in his heart, he took off the Hokage hat on his head with both hands, and said in a deep voice, this incident is sorry for the panic caused by the residents of Konoha village. The old man is sorry for the ninja who used dream ninjutsu to disturb Konoha's stability. The old man issued the last order in the name of the third generation of Hokage. Konoha village is fully wanted. Once the target is determined, any ninja of Konoha village must pursue and kill with all their strength, and issue a reward of 500 million to be wanted in the ninja world. The old man will step down from the position of Hokage from today onwards, and then he will notify the daimyo of the Fire Nation and the high level of Konoha to elect the fifth Hokage. After the three generations of Hokage finished speaking, he commanded the Dark Ministry to disperse the villagers of Konoha, and a storm finally ended with the abdication of the three generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki. Root Danzo half covered his right eye, his left eye flashed with excitement, looking at a group of ninjas kneeling on the ground in front of him. These are all Gen ninjas who belong to Danzo alone. You guys did a good job this time, with the help of the restless riot of the Konoha villagers to drive Sarutobi from the position of Hokage. Then the next election of the fifth generation Hokage, no one in Konoha village can compete with me anymore, and the fifth generation Hokage will be mine after all. Tunzo laughed loudly. Congratulations, my lord. Humph. When I succeed to the position of the fifth generation Hokage, I will definitely not be as weak as Sarutobi Hinata. The peace of Konoha village can only be built on blood and killing, and any threat to the great existence of Konoha village will be eradicated. Danzo had a murderous intention in his heart, thinking about what would happen after he succeeded Hokage. The resignation of Hokage in Konoha village and the selection of a new Hokage were soon reported to the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the daimyo of the Fire Nation urgently rushed to the capital of the country to discuss the current situation of Konoha village and the candidates for the fifth generation Hokage. In the daimyo mansion of the Land of Fire, in the State Council Hall, on the side of Konoha are Sarutobi Suzuki, Shimura Danzo, Kohara Sleeper, Mito Manita and Nara Shikasa, the five high-ranking officials of Konoha village, and the Fire Country is attended by the daimyo and the lords of major cities. The third generation of Hokage in Konoha village resigned before to be responsible for the turmoil of the villagers of Konoha village, and this matter has been officially passed. The daimyo of the Fire Nation said slowly, and then looked at the people who were pondering on the left and right and said, now as the fifth generation Hokage candidate in Konoha village, I wonder who recommended it from Konoha village. The current Konoha village is unstable, because of the compromise of the three generations to the Union village. The other four major ninja villages in the ninja world are all staring at the reality of my Konoha village. At this moment, Konoha village needs a strong Hokage successor leader to ensure the stability of the Fire Country, and the candidate for the fifth generation Hokage is none other than the old man. Shimura Danzo shouted in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the daimyo of the Fire Nation. For the leader of the root tribe of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo, the daimyo can be described as afraid of 3 points, and every time he sees Danzo's hideous expression and gloomy tone, the daimyo will feel a pang of fear in his heart. This Shimura Danzo recommended him to succeed the fifth Hokage of Konoha village. What do you think? The daimyo of the Fire Nation pushed the problem to someone else. Konoha village now needs a peaceful environment to wait for the rise of new ninja forces. Danzo's martial arts ideology is not suitable for Hokage's work, and the old man does not approve of it. Ape Flying Sun Chopper ignored Tuan Zhang's gloomy gaze and directly said what was in his heart. Sarutobi, today's Konoha village is almost on the edge of the cliff. Who else in Konoha village has this qualification, except for the old Fushi village Danzo? This ability can succeed to the position of the 5th generation Hokage. Shinmura Danzo stood up abruptly and shouted sharply. Sarutobi, currently no one in Konoha village has the qualifications and identity to succeed Hokage. In terms of strength and identity, I think Danzo can succeed Hokage. Mito Minion spoke. Yes, the starting point of Danzo is also for the strength and peace of Konoha, and only Danzo in Konoha village can take the position of Hokage at this time. Koharu also said in agreement. The old man proposed that Jiraiya be the candidate for the 5th generation Hokage, and he has also experienced the Second World War of the Ninja Realm, and has established many achievements for Konoha village, and he is also the teacher of the 4th generation of Hokage, and his prestige status is enough to assume the position of the 5th generation Hokage, Sarutobi said. Oh, Jiraiya? I know him, and it's okay to be Hokage too. The daimyo touched his chin and whispered. Jiraiya has been wandering outside since the end of World War II, even the 3 battles in the ninja world Konoha did not come back at the most difficult time. Who knows what Jiraiya has done outside the village all these years? If it is not for Sarutobi to stop him as a Hokage before, the old man will list him as Konoha's rebel and ninja. Try to ask how such Jiraiya can safely let him take the position of Hokage, Tuan Zhang said in a deep voice. Now that Konoha village has provided 2 Hokage candidates, Shinmura Danzo and Jiraiya, let's vote for the 5th generation Hokage in Konoha village. The daimyo coughed and said slowly. Please raise your hand if you support Shinmura Danzo as the 5th generation Hokage. Please raise your hand next to support Jiraiya as the 5th generation Hokage. Soon, the decision of the discussion came out, with 7 votes supporting Shinmura Danzo as Hokage, 6 votes supporting Jiraiya's succession to the Hokage, and Shinmura Danzo won the position of the 5th generation Hokage in Konoha village by a narrow margin of 1 vote. Among them, 4 of the 8 people on the Fire Country side support Danzo and 4 support Jiraiya, and both sides have the same strength, but on the Konoha village side, it is indeed Danzo, Koharu and Mizuto Minion who support Danzo, while Sarutobi Hinata and Nara Shikaka support Jiraiya. Despite this, the candidate for the 5th generation Hokage in Konoha village finally fell into the hands of Danzo. Then, I announced that the position of the 5th generation Hokage in Konoha village will be held by Shinmura Danzo, and then I will issue a letter of appointment. The daimyo stood up and said, Konoha village, Hokage building, ha ha ha. Finally, let the old man wait for this day, and the position of this Hokage finally took the turn of the old man Shinmura Danzo to do it. Danzo sat in Hokage's place and smiled proudly. Danzo-sama, no, it's the 5th generation Hokage-sama, the succession ceremony of the Hokage will be held tomorrow, and all the preparations are ready. A root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, Very good, tomorrow's Hokage succession ceremony should not make the slightest mistake. The old man will announce tomorrow, in front of all the Konoha villagers, that Konoha village is about to become strong under the leadership of the old man's 5th generation Hokage, and eliminate all provocative and threatening Konoha's existence, Tuan Zhang said excitedly. In addition, send someone to keep an eye on the movements of the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan. If you find any changes in these 2 families, the old man will allow you the right to cut first and then play. Tuan Zhang said to the subordinate who was subordinate. Yes, with the political change of Danzo about to succeed the 5th generation of Hokage, at this time, the dark power directly belonging to Hokage in Konoha village has been transferred from the Sarutobi son to Danzo, holding the 2 elite ninja forces of Konoha village's dark part and root, and there are already a large number of registered ninjas in Konoha village, and Danzo at this time holds almost half of the power of Konoha village in his hands. Although it will not be until tomorrow after the Hokage succession ceremony is held, Danzo can be regarded as the rightful 5th generation Hokage in Konoha village, but in essence, Danzo has mastered all the power of Hokage in Konoha village at this time. The night in Konoha village is particularly lively, and with the abdication of the 3 generations of Hokage, the Union incident, which was still making a lot of noise before, has gradually been digested by time. Konoha, in the Hokage building, at this time Danzo was still in the Hokage office watching all kinds of ciphertexts in Konoha village. These were confidential information that belonged to the custody of Hokage, although it was getting late, but at this time Danzo's heart was full of excitement, there was no intention to sleep, and his heart was filled with excitement that he had finally fulfilled his wish. Inside the Uchiha clan's patriarch's house, Uchiha Pan had just coaxed Hinata to sleep, and at this time, Uchiha Aki was watching everything in the Hokage building through the heaven and earth treasure mirror. Master Pan, this old guy of Tuan Zhang is probably extremely excited in his heart at this time, but he didn't expect that the position of Hokage would really be obtained by him in the end. Uchiha Aki looked at the scene in the mirror and said, Yes. At this time, a large number of strong people in Konoha village left and fell, the power of the new generation did not grow, and the 3rd generation of Hokage was pushed down by me, and Danzo as the 5th generation Hokage can be described as the right time and place, and no one in Konoha village can compete with him. Uchiha Pan said lightly, Pan-sama, are you just watching Danzo succeed Hokage? This old guy has always been eyeing my Uchiha clan, and he can't wait to get rid of it quickly. he will definitely not let me go easily when he becomes a Hokage. Uchiha Chu said with some concern. Although Uchiha Aki himself has opened the kaleidoscope, has a powerful kaleidoscope pupil technique, and transplanted immortal human seeds, his strength is at the peak of the shadow level, and at this time the power of Konoha cannot help himself at all. But Uchiha Chu is now also the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and he has to worry about the Uchiha clan. Then don't let this old guy of Tenzo succeed to the position of Hokage. Anyway, the Hokage ceremony has not been held yet, Uchiha Pan said indifferently. Master Pan, what do you mean? Uchiha Chu's eyes lit up and asked. It's time to reckon the hatred between me and Tenzo. It's been long enough to leave him alive to this day. Let me end him when he is most proud of his life. I believe Tenzo's expression must be funny. Ha ha, Uchiha said with a smile. Hokage building, Danzo sat on the Hokage seat and looked at the scroll in his hand. It's a pity that the Book of Seals was taken away by that bastard of the Uchiha plate, and many forbidden arts in the Book of Seals that are now re-included are not recorded, and the Uchiha family is a bunch of damn bastards. Tuan Zhang scolded in his mouth. If you want the complete forbidden technique of the Book of Seals, you can tell me. Maybe I'll give it to you. A teasing voice suddenly sounded. What people? Tuan Zhang was startled, and his figure instantly left the place and looked at the person cautiously. Uchiha Disc. It's you. Seeing the face of the person coming, Tuan Zhang said in shock. For this Uchiha Disc, which had caused heavy damage to himself and caused heavy losses to the root organization he created, Tenzo could be described as having a lot of hatred in his heart, but he still had a strong vigilance in his heart about the achievements that Uchiha Pan had achieved during the 3 wars of the ninja realm. For the Tuanzang who has been studying the Uchiha family for a long time, he knows that once the Uchiha family opens the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, its strength will increase sharply, completely reaching the peak of the shadow level, and the Uchiha Disc is the enemy who has already opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Uchiha Pan, you actually dared to sneak into Konoha and appear in front of the old man. Die here today. Tuan Zhang shouted loudly. Humph. Danzo, are you so loud that you want to attract the ninjas of Konoha? It's a pity that the dark parts of this Hokage Daishong have already been knocked unconscious by me. Don't rely on them alone. Uchiha said with a light smile. Moreover, in my eyes, Konoha village is just an existence that can be erased at will, and the #1 village in the ninja world is just a joke in the face of absolute power, and no one can save you today, Danzo. You! The ninja who cast a dream that night enveloped Konoha was you. Looking at the boy's arrogant and dismissive expression, the boy who brought him a strong death threat, Danzo seemed to remember something, and pointed at Uchiha in shock. Guessed it? Not stupid yet. Uchiha Pan said lightly. Damn, if you want your husband's life, it depends on how capable you are. Tuan Zhang was already highly vigilant in his heart and decided to strike first and completely solve the enemy in front of him. Wind escape, big breakthrough, rumble. A violent whirlwind violently blew towards the Uchiha Disc, and then completely opened the top floor of the Hokage building. It's useless, don't you know that my kaleidoscope pupil technique can blur itself? Uchiha ignored Tuan Zhang's wind and walked slowly. Abominable. Can't attack his body. It seems that he can only leave first. One day the old man must find the flaw in this guy's ability and completely kill him. Tuan Zhang thought in his heart, and as soon as his eyes moved, he thought of finding an opportunity to get out of here. Swish. Want to leave? Danzo. In front of my eyes, you can't hide any of your thoughts from me, and I said that no one can save you today. Uchiha's figure instantly appeared in front of Tuan Zhang, and his right hand reached out and clasped Tuan Zhang's neck, lifting his body high. Danzo. You die today. Decide. Finish. Uchiha Pan quietly looked into Tenzo's eyes and said word by word. Duh. With a force on his right hand, Uchiha instantly twisted Tuan Zhang's neck, threw his body casually, and stood quietly in place. Silently, Danzo's dead body disappeared, and then appeared alive in front of Uchiha Pan. Swish. Tuan Zhang's body just appeared, and before he could say anything to mock the Uchiha Disc, the young man's figure instantly appeared in front of Tuan Zhang, stretching out his right hand, the same movement, the same clasping of the neck. Why? Will you know? Tuan Zhang's eyes widened, and he asked unwillingly. The forbidden art of the Uchiha clan is Inagya. Can I, a member of the Uchiha clan, no less than you, after using up the only chakra eye in your right eye, don't struggle anymore. Tuan Zhang, die. Uchiha's expression was always as flat as water. Knowing all the whole cards of Tenzo, his own strength is far more than Tuan Zhang by a large level, and killing such enemies is everything in control for Uchiha Pan. Abominable. Uchiha Disc. For the peace of Konoha, the old man must kill you today. Danzo struggled to raise his hands and jerked his clothes away, his hands rapidly sealing. Die with the old man. For elephant seals. Duh. Uchiha completely twisted Tenzo's neck with his right hand and killed him, but Tenzo's 4 elephant sealing technique had already been activated, and it burst out violently at this moment. Rumble. With Tuanzang's abdomen as the center, the black ceiling halo instantly expanded into a ball, and then collapsed in an instant, forming a tiny point that was completely sealed, leaving only the Hokage building that had been eroded and destroyed in half. The destructive power of this scale is the technique of sealing the four elephants. Nara Shikaisa, who was standing in the ruins of the Hokage building and inspecting, said, "The four elephants sealing technique. It seems that Tuanzang has been killed. I don't know if he died with the enemy in the end." The ape flying son who rushed to the scene on the side said in a deep voice, "Who the hell invaded the Hokage building? It didn't alarm anyone, and it forced Lord Tenzo to perform a forbidden technique in such a short time." Ape Fei Ri Chop had doubts flashing in his heart, and asked with a somewhat uneasy expression, "Tomorrow is the 5th generation Hokage succession ceremony, but now Danzo was killed tonight. This is definitely no accident. Who the hell is targeting the Konoha village?" Nara Shikaisa is the most high-level thinker of Konoha, thinking about all the accidents that have happened in Konoha recently, and behind all this there is a trace of a secret and powerful ninja existence. Could it be that the person who killed Danzo-sama is the one who used his dream to disturb my Konoha village before, forcing the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama to abdicate? Nara Shikaisa guessed. The priority is to solve the matter of the regiment's hiding and dying. Tomorrow is the day of Hokage succession. Now that the regiment is hiding and dying, how to explain to the villagers and the daimyo? Mito Minion said in a deep voice. The regiment is hiding and dying, the murderer must be solved, but the position of the Hokage in Konoha village cannot be left vacant. I think it is better to urgently recall Jiraiya. Now Konoha village is only able to be qualified enough to serve as the Hokage. Koharu sighed. Then postpone the Hokage succession ceremony, send someone to inform the daimyofu, and the Dark Ministry will also send someone to recall Jiraiya. Order him to rush back to Konoha immediately. Ape Flying Sun Chopper immediately ordered. Uchiha Pan did not pay attention to Konoha's follow-up response, killed Danzo, and erased him when he was about to succeed Hokage and get the rights that his heart had always longed for. But Uchiha Pan did not have the slightest excitement in his heart, but only calm. "Little Hinata, do you say it's okay for us to take a trip to Union Village?" Uchiha touched Hinata's little head and said, "Brother, what are you doing in Union Village?" Hinata asked with wide eyes and puzzlement, her cute look turning. "Of course, I want to help my Hinata take revenge, who called the Union ninja who dared to come to Konoha some time ago to kidnap Hinata-you, and Union Village also forced Hinata to death your uncle Hinata," Uchiha said. "The most important thing is that Konoha was tossed and turned by the Uchiha disc, and now the strength has been greatly reduced. It is no longer enough to suppress the Union Village, and the Uchiha disc does not want a large-scale battle to break out in the ninja world at present, and of course it is necessary to suppress the Union Village, whose strength has leapt to the first place in the ninja world. Of course, these truths don't make sense with Hinata, and recently Hinata girls have been a little sullen because of the affairs of the Hyaga clan, and Uchiha should be distracted by taking her to Union Village. Let's go." Uchiha Pan picked up the Hinata girl, and did not notify Uchiha Aki, and his figure disappeared instantly. Swish, swish, swish. The Uchiha disc is also the first time to come to the territory of the Land of Thunder, because I don't know the specific location. The Uchiha disc also specially teleported a few more times, but with the help of the time and space pupil technique, in fact, it did not delay for long. Land of Thunder, Union Village. Union Village is located in a plateau area, surrounded by mountains, and the highest altitude has penetrated deep into the clouds. Also because the distance from the clouds is too close, the climate in Union Village is harsh, and thunderstorms occur all year round, so it also creates the ability of Union ninjas to be especially good at thunder ninjutsu. Above Union Village, Uchiha appeared instantly holding Hinata, floating quietly in the depths of the clouds high above. This is the Union Village of the Land of Thunder, and it is indeed worthy of being a powerful ninja village in the forefront of the 5 great powers of the ninja realm, and its strength is more than a little stronger than the current Konoha. The electromagnetic induction of the Ujibo disc instantly covered the entire Union Village, and all the secret information in the Union Village was clearly perceived. In the perception of Uchiha disc, although the low-end ninja in Union Village are not comparable to the number of ninjas in Konoha, but the difference is not too much, and the elite ninjas above the upper ninja are already comparable to Konoha Village, and as the peak powerhouse in Union Village, the combat power of shadow-level powerhouses has surpassed today's Konoha, and it is no wonder that Union Village is aggressive when facing Konoha Village. Feeling the 2 strong chakra breaths in the electromagnetic induction network, the breath of the peak of the shadow level is at a glance. It is the 4th generation of Lei Ying AI and the 8-tailed human pillar ratio in Union Village. Hey, are the thunder shadows and human pillars of Union Village ready to welcome my baptism? Uchiha Pan whispered to himself, looking at Union Village at his feet with a flat expression. Immortal Law, Super Large Jade Haoyan Spiral Pill. The Uchiha disc suddenly turned on its own immortal mode, and at this time, the Uchiha disc had cultivated to more than 60% of the immortal body, and it could last for most of the day when opening the immortal mode. And since Uchiha fused the immortal body and practiced the art of immortals, he had never tested how powerful his attack ability was in immortal mode, and now he came to attack Union Village, and Uchiha gave his experimental subjects in immortal mode to Union Village without hesitation. Uchiha was in immortal mode, feeling the powerful natural forces in his body and even the surrounding heaven and earth being controlled by himself, and immediately integrated these natural energies into the Hoenn spiral pill. With a large amount of natural energy added, the dark red spiral pill, which was originally only the size of a fist, instantly expanded, becoming like a small sun, held above his head by Uchiha's raised right hand. The Uchiha disc poured a large amount of natural energy into it in an instant, and did not stop until it reached the limit of its control, and at this time, the violent chakra fluctuations of the giant super-large jade Hoenn spiral pill had already been perceived by the ninja of Union Village below. What's that? Such a powerful chakra fluctuation, this level of chakra energy is almost comparable to the full-power tailed beast jade of the eight-tailed adult. The perceptual ninja of Union Village looked into the sky in horror. The violent chakra fluctuations and surging heat instantly blasted away the clouds, and the strong light shot straight down, reflecting the eyes of every Union Village. What's that? The sun. What a powerful chakra fluctuation, damn it. It's an enemy attack. The figure of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow instantly appeared on the roof of the Thunder Shadow building, looking at the figure high in the sky with a serious face, as well as the ninjutsu energy sphere held high in the hand of the figure. Everyone in Union, take it, Uchiha said with a smile and threw the huge spiral pill in his hand directly. Tailed Beast Jade. The eight-tailed human pillar force ratio transformed into a complete eight-tailed body, and a tailed beast jade was sharply formed in its mouth and shot into the air. Rumble. The gigantic super-large jade Hoenn spiral pill and the tailed beast jade that was completely eight-tailed and went all out collided together. The two powerful attacks collided, and a violent explosion broke out in an instant, and the strong wind pressure crushed the Union Village ninja who was below the explosion to the ground, and the Thunder Shadow building and the surrounding buildings near the central area of the explosion were completely overturned and destroyed. Rumble! Rumble! A violent explosion burst out, sweeping the sky in all directions. In the central area of the explosion, a dark red fist-sized spiral pellet burst out and smashed down. What? Unexpectedly, even Xiao Ba's tailed beast jade did not completely destroy the opponent's attack. Bastard! A sucker! Bai said in a strange tone, looking shocked. Lei dun asterisk ninjutsu, Lei I blast. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's whole body burst out with strong thunder attribute chakra fluctuations, and his figure instantly jumped up like a heavy cannonball, dispersing the final attack of Hoenn spiral pill. Which bastard dares to come to my Union Village to be presumptuous and get out of here for me? The figure of the Thunder Shadow landed on the ground, but it still maintained the Thunder Chakra mode, angrily looking up at the figure in the sky. Ha! The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, the eight-tailed human pillar force, Union Village can barely let me see the two of you, but today one of you is certain to die. Uchiha looked indifferently at the angry Union ninja below, as well as the solemn face of Lei Cage AI and Renzu Libby. Union Village's Thunder Ninjutsu Crown Ninja Realm. Then take this trick from me again. Immortal Law, Lei Duan Super Electromagnetic Cannon. The black kunao, which was infused with natural energy by the Uchiha disc, instantly gathered an unparalleled huge energy under the acceleration of the strong thunder electromagnetic circle. Uchiha aimed Kuwu at the eight-tailed human pillar force ratio below. His eyes revealed a joke. If my move falls into Union Village, then it will instantly break the earth's crust and completely destroy the entire Union Village, depending on whether you are ready to save Union Village or protect yourself. Uchiha smiled and instantly let go of his control over the palm of his hand. Heaven and earth lose their voice. A moment ago, the voice of the Uchiha disc had just reached the ears, and everyone in Union Village was still vigilant against the enemy in the sky, waiting for the so-called powerful attack. The consciousness remained in this moment, and the next moment, before everyone's nervous reaction had any measures, the terrifying attack had already arrived. The eight-tailed human pillar Libby, who was selected as the target by Uchiha, had already felt the locked death crisis before Uchiha spoke, and Bibi and the Yaoi in his body felt a despair like the end of the day, and the two did not hesitate to defend with all their strength, and the completely animalized Yaoi body curled up, and the eight tails wrapped the entire body. The next moment the attack came, and before everyone could react, everything was over. The body of the eight tails curled into a sphere was instantly broken, and then the earth was torn apart madly, and the terrifying attack did not stop until it penetrated the entire underground kilometer deep, and then the terrifying fluctuations began to spread, and the entire land of Union Village seemed to be violently shaken by giants, buildings were shattered, mountains collapsed, and there was no cloud. All this happened in an instant, and after everyone in Union Village reacted, everything was irreparable. Rumble, 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 and only then did the terrifying sonic boom resound, followed by the painful groans of the earth peaks. The thousands of ninjas and tens of thousands of villagers in Union Village are like survivors under the raging wave, powerless and desperate. This terrorist attack of Uchiha Pan instantly brought extremely heavy and terrifying damage to Union Village, and thousands of Union ninjas and villagers died in this instant due to the turbulent terrain and the terrifying impact. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow originally saw that the Thunder Ninjutsu in the hands of Uchiha Pan was still full of contempt, and the ninja world talked about who else could compare with Union Village, but the changes that occurred in front of him in an instant completely shocked the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. The perception of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows only felt a momentary death crisis passing by, and then the entire Earth Mountain instantly exploded and fluctuated, and after he reacted, the entire Union Village had begun to be destroyed, and a wave of terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the depths of the earth to the entire Union Village. Ah, bastard! Lao Tzu is going to kill you, this bastard. Looking at the continuous destruction of the Union Village in front of him, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was first shocked, and then the anger that rushed to the sky, when he saw the terrifying underground pit not far away, scattered pieces of eight-tailed corpses. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow AI was completely furious. Bastard! To Lao Tzu to die. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's eyes were red, his figure stepped on the earth, and he instantly jumped up and rushed into the sky, and his face rushed to the body of the Uchiha disc suspended in the air. Ha! Lei Ying, you better clean up your Union Village. Uchiha glanced at Lei Ying's figure lightly, and casually slammed it down with a small Hoenn spiral pill. Uchiha didn't care about the wind and Thunder Shadow, but his gaze turned to look at the eight-tailed human pillar force ratio whose body was shattered into pieces. In front of my eyes, I still want to fake my death and get out. Uchiha Pan said indifferently, stretched out his right hand, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique in his eyes was cast. A tail that was lying limply on the ground in Yao's shattered body was instantly transferred to his hand, and Uchiha squeezed his right hand hard, and glanced at it with a smile, still pretending to be dead. Then you will die completely. Roar! As Uchiha Pan's voice landed, I saw that the eight-tailed tail imprisoned on Uchiha Pan's right hand changed abruptly, and instantly turned into the figure of the eight-tailed human pillar Libby. It's just that the eight-tailed human pillar force that has just been terrorized by the Uchiha disc and even the eight-tailed body have escaped death with the help of the unique talent of the eight-tails, but at this time the two are also deeply damaged, and they are powerlessly struggling in the hands of the Uchiha Pan. Bastard! Soon, it's better than. When the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow saw the situation in the air, he was first overjoyed and then exclaimed nervously, "It's bigger than the adults. Then adults are not dead yet, bastards. Then adults were caught by the enemy." The Union Ninja who were still alive around were also extremely worried when they saw Bai's figure appear. The eight-tailed human pillar power, from now on there will be no need for it. Uchiha's eyes flashed fiercely, and his right hand that pinched Bai's neck jerked hard. Shout! Yaoi's huge body was instantly withdrawn from Bai's body, and then instantly sealed by the Uchiha disc and thrown into his own alien space, and in the process, the weak Yaoi even lost the strength to resist. Ninja Realm, the originally calm state was completely exploded by a sudden news. Union Village, the five great powers of the Ninja Realm, as the forefront of military strength, Union Village was single-handedly destroyed. Union Village killed and injured countless ninja civilians, even the eight-tailed human pillar force that existed as a strategic force of the village was also killed strongly, the eight-tailed beast was taken away and sealed, and all the buildings and even the geomorphological environment of the entire Union Village were completely destroyed. And all this is just done by one person. This person is the Uchiha disc that was listed as an S-class rebel ninja by Konoha Village with a reward of 200 million, and now he has even offered a reward of 500 million by Union Village, and his personal reward amount in the bounty world has reached 700 million. But all this did not surprise anyone in the ninja world. After all, this is the existence of a large village destroyed by the power of one person. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Because he had not yet been searched for, during this time, Konoha's high-level work was decided by Sarutobi Hinata, Koharu and Mito Manyan, while the three were discussing what had happened in Kumo Hidden Village in Hokage's office. I didn't expect that this guy from Uchiha Pan has become so strong. The thunder ninjutsu that destroyed the entire Union Village has never appeared in the ninja world. It seems that this guy developed it himself. It is the terrible guy. 8th Fei Riko said with some embarrassment. This guy Uchiha Pan is really a dangerous element. He should have been completely killed in the first place. Now let him grow to this point. Once he becomes an enemy of my Konoha Village, it will bring unpredictable disasters to Konoha Village. Xiaochun said gloomily. Union Village doesn't know how to provoke this guy this time. Being troubled by Uchiha disc like this, we Konoha don't have to worry about the threat of Union Village now. But for Uchiha Pan, Konoha's S-level rebellion, Konoha still needs to be extremely vigilant. Mito Minion said. Defeating a large village with the power of one person, this combat power has reached the level of the original Hokage-sama. Could it be that this guy from Uchiha Pan will be another Uchiha spot? Sarutobi said with some concern. Third generation lord, if Uchiha Pan really reaches the combat power of the first Hokage-sama, then I'm afraid that everything that happened in Konoha during this time may not be separated from this Uchiha Pan, and even those things are done by Uchiha Pan himself. Nara Shikaisa, who was listening to the conversation of the three on the side, suddenly spoke up. What Shikaka said is very likely, whether it is a super large-scale dream illusion, or the combat power of instantly killing the shadow level Tenzo. I am afraid that there is only this Uchiha disc in the current ninja world, and there is still hatred between the Uchiha disc and Konoha village. All this must be done by this bastard. Mito Minion said loudly. If all this is done by this guy Uchiha Pan, then it means that he has lurked in Konoha village. Shikaku, immediately notify the enchantment perception class to reorganize the entire Konoha's perception enchantment and check all the available information in Konoha village. Ape Flying Sun said sharply. Yes. Nara Lu went out for a long time, but Ape Fei did not relax in the slightest, and his expression was extremely ugly. This sudden information judgment has completely disturbed Ape Flying Sun's thoughts. If Uchiha wants to deal with Konoha village, with the balance of forces between the two sides at this time, and finally Konoha village has won, I am afraid it is not far from destruction. Hey, it's really eventful. I hope that this guy will come back as soon as possible, so that he can barely resist the attack of Uchiha Pan at any time. Sarutobi sighed. Sarutobi, there is another thing. Over the years, the Uchiha family has made frequent movements and constantly provoked Konoha's rules. Is there an instruction from the Uchiha disc behind it? Koharu asked suddenly. This is absolutely impossible. The reason why Uchiha Pan sentenced Konoha in the first place is fundamentally because of the Uchiha clan itself, and the previous patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fukyu, and many elders and ordinary ninjas died in the hands of Uchiha Pan, and the hatred between the two sides is deeper than between Ji and Konoha village, so it is absolutely impossible for them to unite together. Ape Flying Sun said categorically. Turning to sleep, Koharu and Mizuto Minion also agreed when they heard it, but the three did not know that the current Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Chu had long been secretly controlled by the Uchiha Pan. Although ordinary Uchiha people slowly hated Uchiha Pan, a rebellious Uchiha clan, but this did not affect Uchiha Pan secretly regulating the Uchiha clan. The residence of the Uchiha clan, in the residence of Uchiha Aki. After Uchiha Pan took Hinata to visit Union Village, Hinata girl, who was completely shocked by Uchiha Pan, became more obedient, and even slowly let go of all the tragedies that happened to the Hyuga family some time ago. After returning to Konoha with Hinata, Uchiha continued to monitor Uchiha's movements while teaching Hinata's daily practice. Uchiha Pan sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, looking at the Hinata girl who was seriously practicing the Hyuga clan's soft boxing. For Uchiha Pan, it was easy to go around the Hyuga clan and back up all the mysteries and practice methods of the Hyuga clan to memory, and then teach Hinata step by step. Uchiha didn't think about quickly raising Hinata's strength to any point, nor did he allow Hinata to consume excessive physical strength, practicing the Hyuga clan's Bagwazang Jukwon method 2 or 3 times a day. Practice makes perfect. After all, Hinata girl is now only a cute girl who is just 5 years old. There is a lot of time, and in Uchiha Pan's plan for Hinata, the future development direction is not the Hyuga family's current soft boxing method. With the powerful blood-stained boundary of white eyes, Uchiha Pan is confident to cultivate Hinata into a peak powerhouse. Brother! Hinata has finished practicing, and just now Hinata has been able to cast the Bagwazang second palm. Hinata closed his fists and said, then ran to the boy's side and said, our Hinata is really powerful. It seems that it won't be long before we can completely train the Bagwazang 128 palms. Uchiha reached out and scraped the tip of Hinata's nose and smiled. Hinata has just practiced 2 palms, and I don't know how long it will take to train 128 palms, but Hinata will continue to work hard and will not disappoint his brother. Hinata blushed and said firmly, then we're done. Come, pull hook convention. Uchiha said with a shake of his little finger, hooking his little finger against Hinata. Hinata happily replied. Uchiha looked at Hinata, who looked happy, and nodded secretly in his heart. The residence of the Uchiha clan, inside the house of Uchiha Aki. Uchiha sat cross-kneeled, speaking some orders to Uchiha Aki in front of him. Aki, Jiraiya has returned to succeed the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha village, but Konoha has not passed the period of weakness. You want the Uchiha clan to be able to control the high-level power of Konoha. This period is your last chance. Uchiha Pan said lightly. I will solve it for you to stop the water of Uchiha, but I will not intervene in the final struggle between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and if this still fails in the end, then there is no need for such a Uchiha clan to exist. Uchiha Pan glanced at Uchiha Chu indifferently and said, Master Pan, rest assured, I will definitely lead the Uchiha clan to defeat the rule of the Konoha high level. Uchiha assured loudly, his expression full of confidence. Uchiha Aki, who opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, with the 2 extremely powerful kaleidoscopic pupil skills of Shadow and Shadow Jump, Uchiha Aki is confident that he is not afraid of any strong person in Konoha's upper echelon, even if the opponent is the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya, one of the 3 shinobi. After saying that, Uchiha Aki left the house and gathered his clansmen to prepare to deal with Konoha's high-level forces. Because of the lack of high-end combat power in Konoha village, and the doubts of a large number of low-level ninjas and villagers about the current high level of Konoha village, although today's Konoha high level still maintains superficial control over Konoha village as a whole, this control is extremely fragile, and it only takes a light blow from external forces to completely break the situation that Konoha village is barely maintaining today. It is precisely because of seeing the current situation of such a sluggish control of the high level of Konoha that Uchiha Aki has the confidence to boast about Haikao in front of the Uchiha plate, confident that with the overall strength of himself and the Uchiha clan, it is enough to change the power structure of the high level of Konoha and take over the supreme power of Konoha. Uchiha Pan also knows what Uchiha Aki thinks, but in his heart he is still not optimistic about Uchiha Chu's plan, although the current Konoha high level is unable to resist the power struggle from the Uchiha clan, but all this happens without external interference. And Uchiha Pan knows that in addition to his special attention to the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, the hidden Uchiha Obito is also a tiger eye, staring at the large number of chakra eyes of the Uchiha clan. However, for all this, the Uchiha disc did not remind Uchiha Chu, but wanted to see who won and who lost after the current Uchiha Chu brought soil against Uchiha. Time flickered, and soon more than a month passed, and Jiraiya was finally found by the dark ninja sent by Konoha and returned to Konoha village. Under the persuasion of the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki, and because Konoha village is now really in a stormy situation, although he is helpless, he still decided to shoulder the burden and become the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha village. Hokage building, after also processing a document, lay on the table with an unlovable look. Ah, there are still so many documents to process, and sure enough, the location of Hokage is a big pit. Jiraiya glanced at the 2 stacks of documents on the edge of the desk that obscured his view. These were tasks that Hokage was required to complete in a day. Jiraiya, since you became the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha, you must have the appearance of Hokage. These documents are all confidential documents in the village, and all things need to be handled by you, the Hokage. Sarutobi walked in with a dark part, just in time to hear Jiraiya's complaint, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Old man, why are you here? I already knew that I would not come back to succeed the Hokage position. I think Tsunade is more suitable for the position of Hokage than me, or do you want Tsunade to come back?" Jiraiya stood up and ran to the ape flying sun shop and said, "What nonsense! Hokage's position is what you can say that if you succeed, you will succeed, and if you say you will not do it, you will not do it. Although Tsunade is more suitable for this Hokage than you, Tsunade has the fatal flaw of hemophobia after all, and Tsunade has not been found until now, so you can rest assured to be your Hokage." Ape Flying Sun explained helplessly. "Hey, old man, you still haven't said how come you have time to come to me today." Jiraiya sighed, and then looked suspiciously at the 3 generations of Hokage and the Shadow Ninja who had been standing silent behind him. "Well, there is an important matter that needs to be discussed with Jiraiya. This is Uchiha Shui Shui." The 3rd generation of Hokage pointed to the dark ninja behind him and said with a serious expression, "What's going on, old man?" Zai also put away his frivolous tone and asked in a deep voice. Jiraiya also knows this teacher of his own 3 generations of Hokage. If it weren't for something extremely important, he wouldn't be so serious and cold. "Stop the water, let's talk to the 5th generation in detail." Ape Fei Ri let go and said to the water stop behind him. "Yes. 3 generations of adults, 5 generations of adults." The subordinates were ordered to monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan and the atmosphere of conversation within the clan, and recently, the patriarch Uchiha Chu began to secretly meet with some high-ranking clans and elite ninjas, secretly gathering the clansmen who were on missions outside, and the subordinates used illusion to control a high-ranking person and learned that Uchiha Aki and the high-level middle-ranking people saw the weak period of the current high-level dominance of Konoha village and began to plan to seize the supreme power of Konoha village by force. Uchiha calmly recounted the information he knew. Is the news reliable? This kind of thing is no small thing. Jiraiya glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage and asked in a deep voice. You can fully believe that although Shisui is a member of the Uchiha clan, he is a Konoha ninja who truly inherits the will of fire. Ape Fei Ri knew Jiraiya's scruples, and assured in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan wants to seize the supreme power of Konoha village by force, which will definitely cause greater turmoil in Konoha village, and this matter must not be allowed to happen. Old man, what do you think? Jiraiya did not hesitate to say what he thought. Hey! Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan still came to this point, but for the peace and stability of Konoha village, only the Uchiha clan can be sacrificed, and we need to suppress the Uchiha clan before it really launches a turbulent coup d'etat, and try our best to avoid the loss of the ninja in Konoha village. Ape Flying Sun said in a deep voice. So when do the Uchiha clans plan to launch a rebellious coup? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha and asked. Then we will mobilize the elites of the Dark Department within 3 days and smash the conspiracy of the Uchiha clan in the cradle in one fell swoop. Jiraiya shouted in a deep voice. 5 generations of Hokage-sama. Can you let Shui Shui act first, use my kaleidoscope ability to change Uchiha Chu's will, and see if I can stop the coup d'etat of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha suddenly pleaded. Stop the water. Your other heavenly gods can only change a person's mental will. The rebellion of the Uchiha clan is not just the will of the patriarch Uchiha Chu alone. Even if you successfully stop Uchiha Chu, I am afraid that in the end, you will not be able to avoid the overall will of the Uchiha clan. Ape Flying Sun said in a deep voice. Let the water stop, do the last effort. If stopping the water fails, it's never too late to act. Uchiha said with a resolute expression. Since Shui Shui has this awareness, then the old man let Shui Shui try it. If it succeeds smoothly, it can also avoid the internal consumption of Konoha village's strength. After all, the Uchiha clan is also an important member of Konoha village. Jiraiya took a deep look at Uchiha and said immediately, all right. Stop the water, everything is entrusted to you, you must be careful, if you find that something cannot be done, you must escape alive. Sarutobi nodded and agreed to the plan. At night, the Uchiha clan is stationed, and the courtyard where the Uchiha patriarch is located. Clan elder, Uchiha stops the water and asks for a meeting. A Uchiha clan secret guard appeared to report. The secret guard of the Uchiha clan is a patriarch who specializes in protecting the Uchiha clan, fighting for the patriarch to kill the guards hidden in the secret, and Uchiha Aki was once the dark guard captain of the previous Uchiha patriarch Uchiha Fukyu. Uchiha stop the water? Call him in. Uchiha Chu's voice came, without the slightest wave. Yes. Crunch. Uchiha pushed open the door of the house, walked into the house, and at a glance saw the prime-aged man sitting on the first seat. It was the contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chu. Patriarch, stop the water and see you. Uchiha stopped the water and quietly knelt down on one knee. Uchiha Chu did not have the slightest difference, and asked in a deep voice, stop the water, what is the important thing to come to see me at this time so late? Clan elder, is it true that Shisui heard that the clan is preparing to strike at Konoha's high level and launch a coup d'etat? Uchiha stood up and looked at Uchiha Chu with blazing eyes and asked in a deep voice. Oh, have you also heard the wind in the clan? Not bad. The clan has this intention, but I don't know, what do you think about this? Uchiha Chu was not shocked and panicked at all at the conspiracy being broken, but instead looked at Uchiha with a smile and asked. When Uchiha heard Uchiha Chu's answer, his heart sank, and the luck in his heart completely disappeared, and Shisui's expression became calmer, but behind this calmness was a surging power. Don't be a god. After determining Uchiha Aki's intentions, Shisui did not hesitate to activate his own kaleidoscope pupil technique, and channel the will to always be loyal to protect Konoha village, intending to change Uchiha Aki's will thoughts. Clan elder, for the sake of the peace and stability of the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, Shisui had to offend. Shisui glanced at Uchiha Aki, who was in silence, and turned around to leave. Feeling an extremely powerful pupil force follow his gaze into his mind, and then directly impact his soul, and Uchiha Pan, disguised as Uchiha Chu, looked frozen, and immediately waited for it. Although Uchiha Pan took all kinds of precautions, when he really faced the powerful pupil technique of Bitenjin, Uchiha Pan was not careless. The Uchiha disc has blurred its own chakra before, because in the impression of the Uchiha Pan, Bitenjin also belongs to the illusion category, and the illusion in the ninja world is the chakra fluctuation that affects the ninja, and then indirectly affects the spiritual soul of the ninja. But when the pupil power of the other heavenly gods poured into his body, the Uchiha disc knew that his previous guess of the other heavenly gods was still wrong, and after the other heavenly gods did not find his virtual chakra, he actually went straight to the soul of the Uchiha disc, and as soon as the surging other heavenly gods' pupil power touched the soul, it fluctuated and wanted to affect the will and thought of the change of the Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan's expression remained unchanged, and the pupil technique hidden in the depths of his soul, the immortal memory, which had been cast on him by Uchiha Pan before, was activated immediately after feeling the fluctuations of the same origin. The two major pupil techniques are used to influence the soul mind of the ninja, the nature of the power and its proximity, and when the two come into contact with each other, they immediately begin to fight. The collision of two pupil techniques on the soul surface of the Uchiha disc is completely the confrontation consumption of pupil power, and in the same nature, the success or failure of pupil art depends on the size of the pupil force that makes up this pupil technique. And the lifeless memory cast by the eternal kaleidoscope of the Uchiha disc certainly contains a pupil power far beyond the other heavenly gods of the ordinary kaleidoscope of the Uchiha stop, not to mention that the battlefield is still in the mind of the Uchiha disc, which is the local place, and the Uchiha disc can transmit pupil power support at any time. Kiss. Deep in the soul, a crisp voice sounded, always paying attention to the Uchiha disc of his soul, and immediately knew that the pupil technique of the other heavenly god imposed by the Uchiha water stopwater was finally broken because the pupil power was exhausted, and the perverted pupil technique of the other heavenly god finally failed. Is this another god? Sure enough, it can be directly aimed at the soul of a ninja. But I still can't help me. A long sigh came slowly, and in an instant, the water stop who was about to open the door and leave was startled on the spot. How is this possible? Don't be a god who didn't succeed with you. Shisui turned around and looked at Uchiha Aki in front of him, smiling in disbelief. As the strongest illusion pupil technique obtained after opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye, Bitenjin, no one in the ninja world understands the power of this pupil technique better than Uchiha Shueishui. That is a powerful pupil technique that can ignore all level gaps, ignore all obstacles, and directly change a person's thinking will, and the use of this pupil technique by himself will also be subject to the powerful limitation of a 10-year cooldown period, which is enough to see the power of the kaleidoscope pupil technique of the other gods. And now, such a terrifying and powerful other heavenly god has been cracked by others, and it has not played the slightest role, all of which has to make Uchiha feel shocked and suspicious. There is no invincible ninjutsu in this world, only invincible strong people. Don't you understand this truth to stop the water? Uchiha slowly stood up, and the powerful momentum burst out. At first, Uchiha Shueishui thought that Uchiha Chu himself had hidden his strength and had already awakened a kaleidoscope, but after carefully feeling the gusts of pressure and death threats coming from the depths of his heart, Uchiha Shueishui immediately understood that the person in front of him could not be Uchiha Chu. This kind of momentum and extremely powerful pupil power has completely surpassed his kaleidoscope, which is definitely not a power that a shadow-level powerhouse can have. Your Uchiha disc. Shueishui's face was ugly, and he drank in a deep voice. If anyone in the ninja world now has a strength that surpasses the peak of the shadow level and reaches the realm of a super shadow level powerhouse comparable to the former god of the ninja world, the Thousand Hands Pillar, then it is none other than Uchiha Pan. After all, some time ago, Uchiha Pan single-handedly defeated Union Village, killed the 8-tailed human pillar force, and sealed the 8-tailed strong performance, all of which showed that the strength of Uchiha Pan had reached the level of one person's power to overwhelm a village, which was comparable to the super shadow level combat power between the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillars. Ha! Uchiha stopped the water. You really deserve to be a genius ninja in the Uchiha clan who can open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and you actually guessed my identity. Uchiha dissolved the true transformation technique, restored his own youthful appearance, and looked at Uchiha with admiration. It's really you, Uchiha disc. In this way, the patriarch Uchiha Aki-sama has been killed, and all the actions of the Uchiha clan and the preparations for the coup d'etat are all provoked and commanded by you in secret. Uchiha stopped the murderous look on his face and drank sharply in his mouth. None of this is what you should think about now. Stop the water. You should now think about how to escape from my hands. Uchiha sighed leisurely. This is the residence of my Uchiha clan, Uchiha Pan. Do you think you can kill me here? Uchiha stopped his water figure tense and replied without fading. Stop the water. Just said you're smart. How is it confused again now? Do you think that just these weak people of the Uchiha clan can stop me? What's more, do you think you can still get out of this room? Uchiha looked at the water stop with both eyes and smiled disdainfully. Uchiha Shueishui listened to Uchiha's words, his expression changed, and he immediately retreated and prepared to leave the house. Two realms are well informed. Shueishui's figure retreated rapidly, but Uchiha's attack was one step faster, and he instantly used his kaleidoscope pupil ability, transferring Shueishui's entire person to his own alien space. After absorbing Obito's divine power, Uchiha not only evolved its own space to the prototype of a small world that can store living things, but also inherited other spatial abilities with Obito, including hiding itself in the alien space to achieve the purpose of blurring one's body in the outer space, and the ability to absorb objects into the alien space, but like the ability of Obito, it takes some time to absorb others and objects into the alien space. Although this time is short, it is easy to be avoided by extremely fast ninjas, but the Uchiha disc itself has another spatial pupil technique, the ability to instantly transfer the target to the alien space. This moves spatial pupil technique and the Uchiha disc itself has the alien space, but it is enough to change the environment of the battle in an instant. Swish! Uchiha only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and then appeared in a strange space. This space has a dim light, only the yellow earth under his feet seems that the space is not so monotonous. Where is this? Was it caused by the ninjutsu performed by Uchiha Pan? Uchiha Shueishui's expression changed, suddenly appeared in such a strange space, and had to face the unknown attack of the enemy, all of which had to make Shueishui's heart flood with crisis. Stop the water, I'll take your kaleidoscope. Uchiha's figure blurred, and he looked at Shueishui, who was in a state of vigilance, and said softly, in his own heterogeneous space, his own strength completely surpasses Uchiha to stop water, and the most powerful ability of Uchiha to stop water is not the slightest effect on the Uchiha disc, and it is easy for the Uchiha disc to clean up such a Uchiha water stop. Poof! After a moment of effort, Uchiha Pan shot Uchiha water stop water with a spiral pill to fly out, and Uchiha stop water finally passed out because of the heavy injury, and Uchiha Pan did not hesitate to dig out a pair of kaleidoscope chakra eyes that stopped the water and saved it to the depths of the alien space. You can't die yet. Stop the water, let you play the final role. Uchiha lifted his body and teleported it back to a courtyard where the Uchiha family lived. This is indeed the residence of Uchiha Itachi. Since Uchiha Fukiya was killed by Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Aki succeeded to the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As the wife and son of the previous patriarch, Uchiha Mikoto took Uchiha Itachi and the newly born Uchiha Suzuki, two brothers, to live in the Uchiha high-rise housing area. In Uchiha Itachi's bedroom, the figure of Uchiha passing out appeared instantly, immediately alarming Uchiha Itachi, who had not yet slept. What people? Yes. Brother, stop water. Uchiha was startled at first, and when he saw that his eyes were gouged out and the bloody Uchiha stopped the water, he was immediately shocked, and hurriedly ran over to help the body that stopped the water and shook. Ha! Where is this? Is it a weasel? Shui Shui woke up because of the shaking of his body. Feeling the darkness in front of him, Shui Shui was first startled, and when it reflected the familiar voice next to him, Shui Shui's figure finally relaxed and said softly. At this time, Shisui had already remembered the memories before he passed out, knowing that he was injured by Uchiha disc and was dug up kaleidoscope sharing on, but where he met, all the memories such as fighting and talking with Uchiha disc were completely gone, and Uchiha Shisui immediately knew that his memory thoughts were deleted and changed. It's me, brother Shui Shui. Who will hurt you like this, brother Shui Shui? Your eyes? Uchiha asked with some concern. Itachi, don't talk, listen to me carefully. Shui Shui felt his weak breath of life and knew that his time was running out. Itachi, Uchiha Pan has come to Konoha, my Sharingan was dug up by him, and the related memories between me and Uchiha Pan have also been deleted. Go and tell Lord Goyom, inform them of this information, and don't stay in the Uchiha clan anymore, Uchiha Pan sent me. Uchiha looked at the dead water-stopping corpse, and tears couldn't stop flowing. Since the death of his father Uchiha Fukiya, Uchiha Shisui has been like the role of his brother's father in Itachi's heart, and the two are also teachers and friends, and now this most important relative to him has died in front of him, and Uchiha Itachi hates it in his heart. Ah, Uchiha disc. Thinking of Uchiha Pan, who killed his father Uchiha Fukiya and his friend Shisui one after another, Uchiha Itachi's brain flashed with crazy pain and hatred. Strong negative emotions such as pain, sadness, despair, etc. poured into Uchiha's heart, and the powerful emotional power instantly opened up the power hidden in the bloodline of every Uchiha family. Uchiha Weasel instantly opened the kaleidoscope writing Wheel Eye under the grief, and the pattern of the three-hooked jade in his eyes turned rapidly, and then formed a strange triangular sickle pattern. Feeling the power in his eyes that was far stronger than before, Uchiha Weasel's face did not have the slightest happy emotion of opening the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Weasel knew that even his father and Shui Shui, who had already opened the kaleidoscope writing Wheel Eye, died in the hands of the Uchiha disc one after another, and with his ability to open the kaleidoscope, he was definitely not the opponent of the Uchiha disc. Although Uchiha Itachi is young, his mind is surprisingly calm and cautious, and after some comparison plans, Uchiha Itachi immediately decides to take his mother and younger brother to Sandame's house to hide, and also to give the information to the village as soon as possible before Uchiha does anything to him. Konoha Hokage Building, the 5th generation Medria and the 3rd generation of Meihibiki, the high-level advisors Koharu and Mizuto Minato, and Nara Shikasa and other high-level Konoha people gathered at this time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a young man in front of them, listening to the young man's account with a shocked expression. Lord Goyom, brother Shisui has been killed by Uchiha Pan, even the kaleidoscope chakra eye has been dug up, and now Uchiha Pan does not know where to hide in Konoha village, but the Uchiha clan is no longer safe now. Uchiha said in a deep voice. What? This guy from Uchiha is really lurking in Konoha village again. Now that he actually killed Uchiha and the Uchiha clan, what does he want to do? Could it be that this guy is still unwilling to let go of the Uchiha family? Jiraiya frowned, disturbed by the information that Uchiha had brought. And many of the Konoha high-ranking people present were thinking about the same question at this time as Jiraiya. What did Uchiha want to do? For Uchiha Pan, the ninja of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's high level is no stranger. Once a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, a teenager valued by the 3 generations of Konoha's high level because of the compromise and sacrifice of the 3 generations of the Uchiha clan, was assassinated by the conspiracy of the high level of the Uchiha clan and Danzo, and finally sentenced Konoha village. After that, Uchiha showed his powerful kaleidoscope chakra eye ability, killing many elite ninjas and high-level elders of the Uchiha clan and the previous patriarch Uchiha Fukiya, making trouble in Konoha village, taking away the art of Konoha sealing and the root scroll information, the IWA ninja battlefield and the 3 generations of Tokujo no Ki to draw the battle, and recently killed shadow-level powerhouses such as Danzo and Uchiha Shisui, destroyed Union village with the power of one person, and killed the 8-tailed human pillar force. This kind of shocking and fierce achievements are also unique in the ninja world today, and even the major ninja villages have raised the threat of Uchiha Pan's combat power to the level of the original Hokage and Uchiha who established the ninja village system in the warring states. And now, this extremely dangerous figure lurked in Konoha village, as if being targeted by a deadly poisonous snake, and all the high-ranking people in Konoha felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. The purpose of the Uchiha disc is nothing more than the people of the Uchiha clan, and the 3 generations of Lord Me. No matter whether the original thing was right or wrong, these are the only things that are still involved now. Nara Shikasa said. Kanaha's high-level theory of analysis and integration of intelligence information is no one comparable to the Nara family, and Nara Shikaku is also a think tank existence in Kanaha's high-level management. I'm afraid that Uchiha Pan's target is the entire Kanaha village. At the beginning, the old man should not have let the group of people in Tuanzang and Uchiha do something wrong, causing the evil consequences today. Sandaime has regret in his heart. He already knew that Uchiha Pan can grow to this point. Even if Sandaime fought to completely fall out with Danzo and others, he would have to save Uchiha Pan. Then when Kanaha village, which is now stationed by a strong man like Uchiha Pan, will not fall into this period of weakness at all. No matter who the target of the Uchiha disc is? He is all the enemy of our Kanaha village, an S-class rebel who is wanted outside. Since he knows that the Uchiha disc is hidden in Kanaha village, the Perception Enchantment class, Intelligence class, and Dark Department personnel immediately secretly searched. Try not to alarm the lives of the villagers, do not act rashly after discovering the target, report the intelligence. We must also prepare in advance to deal with everything that may happen. Jiraiya ordered in a deep voice. The matter of Uchiha Pan is not easy to act rashly. The most urgent thing is the turbulent coup action of the Uchiha clan. Originally hoped that the kaleidoscopic ability of Uchiha with soil can eliminate Uchiha Chu's ambitions, but now that Uchiha Pan is involved in it, I dare not have a connection between the two sides. We all have to solve the problem of the Uchiha family now. Mito Minion spoke. Yes, the Uchiha clan has become more and more unscrupulous in recent years, and now they have decided to raise a coup d'etat, and its wind must not rise, and it should be decisively suppressed and eradicated. Koharu replied. Old man, what do you think about the Uchiha family? Goyome also asked. For this major decision to suppress and wipe out nearly 1,000 people from the first major family in Kanaha village, even if there are good reasons, everyone in the Kanaha high level must be consulted. Hey! The Uchiha clan still came to this point. For the future of Kanaha, all existences that pose a threat to Kanaha must be eliminated. Godame. The old man agreed to this. The 3 generations of Ape Flying Sun said at the end, his tone completely hardened, full of coldness and murderous intent. Then this matter should not be further delayed. Just tonight I will personally lead the elite ninja of the Dark Division to eliminate the Uchiha clan before they cause even more damage. Jiraiya said with a grim face. Lord Godame, Itaki is also willing to participate in it, and I only hope that Godame can agree to one thing. Uchiha Itaki, who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly said in a deep voice. Itaki, this matter has nothing to do with you. You and Shisui are ninjas who inherited the will of fire to Kanaha, and you don't need to do the killing of the same race. Jiraiya did not hesitate to refuse Uchiha's request. Uchiha Itaka's determination and sacrifice shocked many high-ranking people in Kanaha, and no one expected that such a young boy as Uchiha Itaki actually had such a fearless sacrifice in his heart. In order to avoid the honor of the Uchiha clan who founded Kanaha village being tarnished by the coup incident, for the stability and peace of Kanaha village, Uchiha Itaki actually decided to personally destroy the coup d'etat that destroyed the Uchiha clan, raised the butcher knife to his own people, and afterwards had to bear everyone's scolding and accusations, and carry all kinds of sins on his body. Such enlightenment and sacrifice was something that everyone present had to marvel at. Weasel, have you really decided? You must know that once this kind of thing is finalized, you can only live in killing and fleeing for the rest of your life, and when the time comes, Kanaha will also issue a chase and kill order to hunt you down and kill you with all your strength, and you will fight to the death with your former friends and partners, and there will be no turning back. Ape Flying Sun said in a deep voice. Only in this way can the hearts of the Kanaha villagers be appeased, otherwise there was a matter of the Hyaga clan before, coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan was destroyed. This will make ordinary Kanaha villager ninjas lose trust in the high level, and by then the Kanaha village will be on the verge of collapse, and only by placing the blame on me can these hidden dangers be eliminated, which is the best strategy. Please agree to Itaka's request. Uchiha said calmly. On the side, Nara Shikaka nodded to the rest of the crowd. Uchiha Itaka's decision is indeed the best strategy in Kanaha now, but it's a pity that this teenager, Nara Shikaka, looked at the still green Uchiha Itaka's heart was also sentimental. Itaki, do you have any other wishes? The 3rd generation of Ape Flying Sun asked in an astringent voice. As soon as Saratobi/'s words came out, everyone already knew that the 3 generations had agreed to this decision in their hearts, and at this time, they just hoped to make up for Uchiha Itaka, the teenager who made the greatest sacrifice. I hope Kanaha village will spare my younger brother Suzuki, who is still young and will not pose a threat to Kanaha. Thinking of his 6-year-old brother, Itaka's heart softened, and he immediately decided to keep his young brother. And for his mother Uchiha Mikato, Uchiha Itaka knows that Kanaha village will not let go of those who know, even if these Uchiha clans did not participate in the coup d'etat, but the decision of most of the Uchiha clans still destroyed the lives of all people of the same clan. Kanaha's high level will never allow these potential dangers to exist, and it is already the greatest luxury to be able to save Suzuki, who is still at the age of ignorance. I, as the 5th generation of Hokage, have agreed to Itaka's request. As long as Uchiha Suzuki does not commit the great sin of rebelling against Kanaha in the future, Kanaha will not do anything to him. Godame also assured in a loud voice. Thank you Godame-sama, I won't let Suzuki know all this. The ferret got up and left. Late at night, most of the villagers in Konoha were asleep, and only the ninjas on duty silently monitored the entire village of Konoha. The edge of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan station, the guards here are all Uchiha clansmen. Konoha's other ninjas cannot intervene in it. This is also a common phenomenon in the large families in Konoha village. Konoha village generally only sends some ordinary ninjas to monitor a little outside. But tonight, outside the residence of the Uchiha clan, a large number of dark ninjas with fox masks appeared, and in front of these ninjas, a cold young man, a white-haired mature man and an old man stood side by side. These three people are Uchiha Itachi, the 5th generation Hokage Jiraiya, and the 3rd generation Hokage Ape Hibiki. Itachi, everything is up to you, Zi Lai also said in a deep voice. Uchiha Weasel did not speak, but nodded silently, and the figure jumped, instantly jumping into the Uchiha clan station. Surround the Uchiha clan station, and don't let any Uchiha clan escape from the encirclement, act, Jiraiya ordered. Yes, many elite ninjas in the Dark Division began to scatter, surrounding the Uchiha station. Hope everything goes well. Solve the hidden danger of the Uchiha family, Sandaime said in a deep voice. The two elders of Koharu and Mito Minion led a part of the elite ninjas of the Dark Department to eliminate the Uchiha clan scattered all over Konoha village. Those Uchiha clan members are just ordinary people, there is no difficulty in solving them. Now the key is in this Uchiha clan station, the 3rd generation said with some concern. With me and the old man you are out at any time to help. The strength of the Uchiha Itachi has also reached the shadow level. Those high-level members of the Uchiha clan do not know at this time that we have learned of their coup plan, and came to surround them in advance, and now the only variable is the guy who does not know where to hide, Jiraiya analyzed. Yes, if Uchiha Pan intervenes in it tonight, then I am afraid that it will be difficult to end. There was a hint of firmness in the eyes of the 3 generations, and thought surged in his heart. If the situation is really irreversible, even if the old man fights for this life tonight, he will eliminate the factor that threatens Konoha village. Inside the Uchiha clan station, Uchiha's figure moved rapidly, aiming at the Uchiha ninjas who were hiding in the shadows. Shout! The cold and dark kunai silently slashed through the necks and other key points of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, and the blow was fatal without causing the slightest movement. After opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, Uchiha Itachi's strength skyrocketed, and soon adapted to his own strength leap, promoted to the shadow level, and now uses the night to raid these Uchiha ninjas who are only lower and middle ninjas. Of course, they are hand-to-hand. After solving the last Uchiha ninja hidden in the dark post, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the housing where the Uchiha clan lived. Since it's already here, let's come out. Uchiha stopped suddenly, but his eyes looked behind a thick tree and said, Itachi, I didn't expect you to be able to sense my breath. It seems that your strength has risen sharply recently. Behind the thick tree, a man in black with a spiral monocular mask appeared, and the man in black slowly walked out and looked at Uchiha in admiration and said, Humph, go for it. Uchiha didn't mean to say nonsense, and directly turned and walked away. Hey, Uchiha family. After tonight, it will completely disappear from the ninja world. The spiral mask man's tone was full of emotion and gloom. If the purpose of Uchiha Itachi's overthrow of the Uchiha clan is to untarnish the former honor of the Uchiha clan and the peace and stability of Konoha village, then Uchiha's purpose in bringing soil is very simple, and the numerous chakra eyes of the Uchiha clan are the fundamental reason why Obito is willing to cooperate with Itachi. However, Uchiha Obito did not know that Uchiha Pan was also lurking in the shadows of Konoha village at this time, and Uchiha Itachi did not inform Obito of this information. If Obito knew that Uchiha Pan was also in Konoha village at this time, then Obito would definitely not do something to plot for the Uchiha family to write chakra. Shout! Both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Weasel have opened a kaleidoscope. Both are shadow-level powerhouses. With mental calculation and unintentional, the slaughter of many clansmen of the Uchiha clan can be described as a winter wind passing through, and there is no grass. One by one, the clansmen of the Uchiha clan were wiped on their necks and stabbed in their hearts in their sleep, and as the killing continued, even if Obito and Itachi paid careful attention, the gradually thickening smell of blood still spread with the air. What a strong smell of blood! What happened? Ah! What people? Kill! There is an enemy invasion! Ah! Uncle, aunt, cousin, what's wrong with you? Who killed you? Be bold! Who dares to come to the station of my Uchiha clan and be presumptuous and give me death? One by one, the Uchiha people were awakened, and then there was a complete uproar, and some of the Uchiha people who found Obito and Itachi who were killing immediately took up arms and attacked in anger. Uchiha's ninjas quickly gathered and began to besiege the two, but under the merciless killing of Obito and Itachi, two shadow-level powerhouses, they were still killed to pieces, and one by one the ninjas were killed. After a while, all the surviving clansmen of the entire Uchiha clan had woken up, whether they were old, young, sick, weak, or powerful, and the expressions of the elite ninjas were full of monstrous murderous intent. By this time, there were more than 400 Uchiha people who were killed and assassinated by Obito and Itachi. and although most of them were ordinary people, the number still accounted for most of the population of the entire Uchiha clan, and countless relatives, friends, parents and children died, completely detonating the anger and sanity of the surviving Uchiha people. Kill them! Kill them! The monstrous killing intent converged at Uchiha's station, and the spearhead was directed at Obito and Itaki, who were still killing. All Uchiha ninjas killed that young enemy for me, and the rest of the spiral mask enemy will be left to me to solve. I don't know when Uchiha Chiu, who came to the scene, looked grim, and his eyes were full of endless anger and murderous intent. Uchiha Chiu recognized the identity of Obito and Itaki at a glance, and the identity of Obito and the two had already been reminded by Uchiha Disc of Uchiha Chiu, and Uchiha Itaki. His every move some time ago was used by Uchiha Pan to cast the Heaven and Earth Treasure Mirror, and was seen by Uchiha Chiu, and Uchiha Chiu is very familiar with it. However, with the recent removal of the surveillance of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Mirror by the Uchiha Disc, he did not give Uchiha Aki these convenient information, and wanted to see what the struggle between the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Chiu and the high level of Konoha village could finally reach. But Uchiha Aki never expected that Uchiha Itaki would unite with Uchiha Obito and slaughter the Uchiha clan the night before he was ready to deal with Konoha's high level, and when did Uchiha Itaka's strength rise to the shadow level? Everything in this kind indicates that the development of the situation is gradually out of his control, which makes how Uchiha Aki, who was still swearing in front of Uchiha before, can endure. Die. Uchiha Chiu was murderous and cold, and instantly opened his kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Shadow. Uchiha Chiu's figure instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in place, and no matter how the two shadow-level powerhouses, Obito and Itaki, searched for perception, there was no trace of it. This Uchiha Chiu actually opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and the hidden is really deep. What kind of ability is this, incarnate shadow, so powerful hidden ability? Obito's expression tightened, and his body instantly blurred. In this case, you can't find or attack the enemy's environment, and you can only be invincible by putting yourself in a safe state. And Uchiha Itaki was a fire escape without hesitation, the art of how Fireball slammed into the place where Uchiha Chiu disappeared, choosing to take the initiative to attack, although Uchiha Chiu's previous order was to target the masked man, but Uchiha Weasel still did not dare to relax his vigilance. Shadow Jump. Uchiha Chiu is another shadow jump. With the help of the dark environment at night, Uchiha Chiu's pupil technique has almost reached its peak, and his figure instantly appeared behind Uchiha Obito, but it did not cause Obito to be alert. Shout! Obito scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a sharp blade slashed through, instantly appearing from the shadow under Obito's feet, and had already slashed through Obito's abdomen before Obito could react. Swish! Kuwu slashed through Obito's abdomen, but did not bring out a trace of blood. Uchiha Chiu was startled, his figure instantly turned into a dark shadow and disappeared, and then Obito stepped on the ground fiercely. Rumble! Uchiha Aki's figure appeared from behind Obito again, without piercing directly, but it also penetrated the past. The subsequent reaction Obito attack was evaded by Uchiha Aki turning into a shadow. One of the two has a spatial pupil technique, which can blur itself into a different dimensional space, and the other jumps with a shadow, can incarnate a shadow, avoid the enemy's perception, and can also jump and move between shadows at will. The battle between Uchiha Chiu and Uchiha Obito is full of weirdness. Uchiha Chiu's figure is fleeting, attacking from all directions. Uchiha Obito after a rapid movement cannot get rid of Uchiha Chiu, it stays in place. No matter how Uchiha Chiu attacks, he can't take the soil a little. On the other hand, the remaining more than 100 ninjas of the Uchiha clan were frantically besieging Uchiha Itaki under the leadership of several shinobi, but in front of Uchiha Itaki's powerful kaleidoscope pupil technique, the situation was one-sided, and a large number of people were slaughtered by Itaki. Amaterasu. Although Uchiha Itaki has advanced to the shadow level, his young body is still unable to carry himself to fight continuously for a long time, and Uchiha Itaki's ability to finally use his awakened kaleidoscopic pupil ability. Black flames appeared instantly, and as far as Uchiha could see, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were contaminated with this terrifying black flame. Black flames continued to burn along the body, no matter how hard the ninjas of the Uchiha clan struggled, and these Amaterasu flames also spread to the Uchiha ninjas in the surrounding episodes. Ah! What a flame is this? Ah! Save me, this black flame can't be extinguished, everyone don't stick to it. Bastard! Uchiha Aki, who was still in a stalemate with Obito, was attracted by Itaka's sudden attack and looked furious. Shout! Uchiha Aki's figure instantly appeared behind Itaki, and his hand rushed through. Poof! The icy bitterness pierced the weasel's back, and blood gushed out. Monthly reading. Uchiha Itaki endured the pain in his body, his right hand instantly reached out and grabbed Uchiha Aki's arm behind him, and then turned his head, and the scarlet kaleidoscope chakra eyes in his eyes turned rapidly. Not good. Looking at the rapidly turning chakra eyes in Uchiha's eyes, Uchiha Chiu looked startled. But it was too late. Uchiha Chiu only felt that his consciousness was shaking, and he had reappeared in a strange space, while his body was tied to a cross, and the cold face of Uchiha Weasel opposite was staring at him. Welcome to my moon reading world, where everything including time, space, matter, and abilities is under my control, and then you will be constantly attacked, and these attacks will also reflect your spirit, Uchiha said grimly, and the kunao in his hand instantly pierced Uchiha Chu's body. And in the entire moon reading world, countless crosses appeared, and the figures of Uchiha Chu were bound to it, and one by one Uchiha Weasel was constantly attacking with Kuwu in front of it, and every time a wound appeared, it was restored in an instant, but the painful feeling of this process was infinitely amplified into Uchiha Chu's spiritual consciousness. Ugh. Outside, Uchiha Attack's unexpected moon reading directly disintegrated Uchiha Chu's combat power, and Uchiha Chu's spirit was severely damaged and he passed out next to Itaki. Seeing that Uchiha Attack has solved Uchiha Chu, Obito, who had been suppressed and threatened by Uchiha Chu, finally dared to make a move. Previously, although Uchiha Chu and Obito contained each other in a stalemate, but Uchiha Chu can attack at will, but Obito does not dare to attack others at will. Once the body is in a physical state, is seized by Uchiha Chu, Obito is really facing a death crisis, so Obito has been keeping himself in a virtual state before, and does not dare to be careless. Weasel. Good job. The rest of these Uchiha ninjas will be handed over to me. You quickly kill Uchiha Aki, this guy's kaleidoscope ability is too weird, can't let him wake up. Obito shuttled through the crowd, bringing a shower of blood, and reminded in his mouth. Humph. Uchiha Aki is the leader of this coup d'etat of the Uchiha clan, of course, he can't be allowed to survive. Uchiha Weasel said secretly in his heart, looking at Uchiha Chu under his feet, his eyes were murderous. Shout. Uchiha Weasel shot straight down with a shuriken and aimed at Uchiha Aki's heart. Swish. The shuriken shot straight down, seeing that Uchiha Chu was about to die on the spot. Silently, Uchiha Chu's figure disappeared instantly. The shuriken went deep into the ground, but Uchiha's cold face changed color instantly. Space-time ninjutsu. Is it reverse psychic or what? Could it be him? As if he had thought of something, his face looked very ugly. It's the fluctuation of time and space ninjutsu. It seems that someone just walked away. Uchiha Chu. There is actually such a strong person in Konoha. Obito's figure appeared on the side, and his face also showed a solemn expression. At this time, all the ninjas in the Uchiha clan station, except for Uchiha Aki, had been killed, and those ordinary Uchiha clansmen who ran outside to hope for help from Konoha village were all killed by the Konoha dark ninja guarding the periphery. Let's go! There are enemies watching in secret, and Konoha village will not let us go. My chakra also consumes a lot, and it is not easy to fight again. Uchiha calmed down and said to Obito, "Oh, Weasel, have you decided to come to my organization?" Obito looked at Uchiha Itaki. Previously, Uchiha Obito had already sent an invitation to Itaki, hoping that Itaki could come to his organization Xiaozhong and fight together, but it was rejected by Itaki, but now Itaki showed signs of letting go. Obito thought about it. Uchiha Itaki has now personally destroyed the Uchiha clan, no matter what the reason for this, but there is no place to live in Konoha village. Thinking of this, Obito's heart must be, "Let's go! Anyway, I don't have anywhere to go now. Just to see what the organization established by you, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, looks like," Uchiha said lightly. "Weasel, you won't be disappointed." Obito smiled mysteriously, the pupils in his eyes moved, and a rotating spatial ripple immediately appeared in front of the two. Swish! Boom! Boom! At the moment when the two figures were about to disappear, a slender figure instantly walked out of the vortex, and after image flashed, and Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Weasel had been knocked to the ground without reacting. The figure stopped, revealing a handsome face of a teenager. The boy's eyes flashed with dazzling light, and in his right hand weighed a huge glassware, and there were a large number of scarlet eyeballs suspended in the nutrient solution in the glassware, but it was a pair of chakra eyes. Uchiha disc. Obito's figure instantly retreated, looking at the person with a shocked face, and said hoarsely after seeing Uchiha's face. Uchiha Obito's expression was extremely gloomy. The fear of the boy in front of him surpassed anyone in the ninja world. No one knew better than Obito how powerful the Uchiha disc had today. When he saw the Uchiha disc appear, Obito's first reaction was to escape. Although the two are still an ally, to be honest now, Uchiha Obito does not dare to take this relationship as a guarantee for his own life and life. Obito looked at Uchiha disc with a flickering expression. When he saw the glassware in Uchiha Pan's hand that was constantly thrown up and down, Obito could no longer care about the fear of Uchiha Pan, and roared with a fierce light in his eyes, "Uchiha Pan, give me back the Sharingan." Feeling that there is nothing in his alien space, those dozens of pairs of Sharingan eyes that were collected by themselves before have disappeared, remembering that the Uchiha disc came out of his divine power space vortex. And then look at the writing wheel in the hand of the Uchiha disc, or did Obito not know that the Uchiha disc had sneaked into his divine power space before and stole his hard-earned booty? Uchiha disc. Count you ruthless. I will definitely repay this hatred, Obito said in a hateful voice. Obito. It seems that you don't want to go. Then stay. Uchiha's eyes flashed fiercely, and his body was full of momentum, and he instantly pressed towards Obito. A strong resignation flashed in Uchiha's expression, and he forcibly endured the anger in his heart, and his figure instantly entered the Kamui space and left Konoha. Bring soil, bring soil. I hope you don't do anything stupid. Uchiha Pan converged the momentum around his body, sensing the Konoha village ninja who was arriving not far away. His figure appeared in front of Uchiha Itake's fainted body, his pupils moved in his eyes, and he instantly left the place with Uchiha Itake. With the departure of the Uchiha Pan, the Uchiha clan station fell into a complete dead silence. Countless ninja civilian corpses were displayed tragically, and a strong smell of blood filled the entire space. A moment later, Jiraiya and Sandaime arrived at the Uchiha clan station with many dark ninjas. Lord 5th generation, Lord 3 generations, has already counted the corpses, except for the body of Uchiha Aki. The bodies of all the rest of the Uchiha clan have been confirmed by finding it, not a single mouth is alive, and there is no figure of Uchiha Itake. A dark ninja came to report closer. Wasn't Uchiha Aki's body found? Was it destroyed by powerful ninjutsu, or escaped? Zia and the 3 generations of Ape Flying Sun looked at each other, and a gloomy flash flashed in the depths of their eyes. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, if Uchiha Aki had not been killed, but had escaped by him, then everything that happened tonight in the future would have been exposed, and the consequences would have been unbearable for the 3 generations to think about. Go and search again, don't miss anywhere, plus, all bands in Konoha village. Thoroughly investigate all suspicious locations, be sure to find Uchiha Chiu, live to see people, die to see corpses. Jiraiya shouted in a deep voice. Yes, subsequently, many ninjas in the dark department began to collect the corpses, and searched for ninjutsu scrolls from the houses of the Uchiha clan's residents, and many of the wealth and knowledge of the Uchiha clan were plundered, and the actions of the dark department continued until dawn. But the figure of Uchiha Chiu, who was valued by the 5th generation Hokage and the 3rd generation of Hokage, did not have the slightest clue. Even the Uchiha family stationed on the battlefield did not find the slightest cell blood of Uchiha Chiu, and the perception enchantment of Konoha village did not sense any of Uchiha Chiu's chakra breath, which all showed that Uchiha Chiu was likely to be alive and even escaped from Konoha village. Alas! What an eventful time. The 3 generations of Hokage's expression was full of worry, although this time the rebellion of the Uchiha clan was eliminated in the bud, but it left a fatal hidden danger of Uchiha Aki. What will happen in the future even the 3 generations of Hokage's years of experience have no clue. Don't worry too much, old man. Maybe Uchiha Chiu has been taken away by Uchiha Itake. Even if Uchiha Chiu appears and says all this, but how much his words alone can play a role is still 2 words, and we can also send the dark department to secretly chase and kill and try to minimize the threat. Zilei's brows furrowed and relaxed, and he said in a deep voice, "That's all it can do now, Mayamido." Outside Konoha village, deep in the forest of death, in the secret stronghold where Uchiha Pan once lived, the figure of Uchiha Pan instantly appeared. With a wave of his hand, 2 unconscious figures of Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Weasel appeared, and were taken out of the alien space by the Uchiha disc. In the autumn, Uchiha Weasel's moon reading was severely damaged, and he could only slowly recover by himself. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha Aki and put it on the stone bed on the side. Uchiha Pan turned his gaze to the unconscious Uchiha Itake, his expression flashed a trace of excitement, and you read his eyes, and finally he got it. The power of monthly reading, I still need to experience it myself. Uchiha pondered, using the true shadow doppelganger technique to separate a shadow avatar, and the body blurred to prevent accidents. The shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc bound Uchiha Itake's body, and then a glass of water rushed to attack his face, and he was awakened by the Uchiha Itake, who was stunned by his own blow. Uchiha disc. Sure enough, it's you. The ferret opened his eyes, glanced at the rope on his body, and then looked closely at the figure in front of him. Uchiha Pan, the culprit who killed his father Uchiha Fugaku and killed Uchiha Shisui, who he regarded as his brother's teacher, brought countless injuries to Konoha village. Uchiha Itake's heart was full of strong murderous intent. Amaterasu. Uchiha did not hesitate, the kaleidoscopic chakra eyes in his eyes instantly opened, forcibly endured the pain in his eyes, and unleashed his most powerful pupil attack with the maximum pupil output. Rumble. The black Amaterasu flame surrounded the surface of Uchiha's body and burned continuously, but Uchiha's face did not have the slightest joy. Blur, Uchiha muttered. Uchiha Itake, who has long known the information of the Uchiha disc, knows that the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha disc's ability to write the wheel eye has this ability to blur itself, and all attacks below the shadow level cannot hurt him in the slightest, but it is not immune to the attacks of the shadow level powerhouse. But everything that happened in front of him let Uchiha know that now even the strongest pupil attack Amaterasu who was a shadow level could not hurt Uchiha Pan, and he was even stronger. Uchiha had a strong reluctance in his heart, and squeezed out all his last pupil power and chakra, and all of it poured into his eyes. Monthly reading. Rumble. The shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc has always maintained its own virtual state, but in the face of the pupil technique that acts on the soul spirit such as the moon reading, he is still hit. The true shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc is not like the ordinary shadow avatar in the ninja world, which will dissipate when attacked, but the shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc has real flesh and blood, although there is no complete soul, but there is still a spiritual imprint of the Uchiha disc. Now, this spiritual imprint of the Uchiha disc is trapped in the moon reading world of the Uchiha Farida. Welcome to my world of monthly reading. Here, everything is under my control. Uchiha disc. I will make you feel the most painful and desperate punishment and hurt in this world. The spirit of Uchiha Itaki also appeared in the moon reading space, and his expression was not calm, but full of murderous intent and hatred. Weasel. Then you have to use it well. If this pupil technique can't destroy me, then the consequences are very serious. I heard that you also have a younger brother named Suzuki who is still in Konoha, you know. Uchiha looked around at the moon reading space, mentally perceiving everything in this blurred space, but replied faintly. Poof, poof, poof. In the blood-red moon reading space, countless crosses were bound to countless Uchiha discs, and in contrast to countless Uchiha ferrets, holding sharp kunao in their hands, endlessly piercing the body of Uchiha discs. Blood flowed out, and it instantly recovered under the influence of inexplicable rules, and then the kunao in Uchiha's hand pierced the hideous wound again. This situation has been going on in this moon reading space for 9 days, and the intense painful stimulation has also made Uchiha Pan gradually become numb and adaptable from the cold hum at the beginning. After all, the Uchiha disc trapped in the moon reading space is only a spiritual imprint of the body, and it is still impossible to completely break free from the shackles of the moon reading space, but the pain inflicted on the Uchiha Weasel is slowly adapted, who called the Uchiha Weasel. This guy just constantly pierces the body with bitterness to create pain from beginning to end. Although the pain became numb, as Uchiha continued to create wounds, these injuries still brought continuous mental wear and tear to the spiritual mark of Uchiha disc, and Uchiha disc sensed that his spiritual mark was about to dissipate. I said, Weasel, didn't you learn how to torture enemies in the shadows? What is the point of being like this for 9 days in a row? Uchiha looked calm, as if the wounds that were constantly pierced on his body were not inflicted on him. Humph, is it simple? Uchiha disc. When you realize that this repetitive pain will continue endlessly, with no end or change in sight, you will feel the deepest despair. Uchiha did not hide it and directly stated his purpose. This is also the purpose of Uchiha Itaka's desire to torture Uchiha from the language strike, so it doesn't matter what he is hiding his purpose. So it is. If your pupil power can support you to maintain the moon reading space all the time, and this situation can continue forever, it may really cause harm to my soul spirit, Uchiha said. The premise is to plunge his ontological soul into the moon reading space, and now he just grabbed the spiritual imprint of his own body, and the final harm that the moon reading can cause can be said to be 2 things, Uchiha thought silently in his heart. Even if I don't have much pupil power left, but in this moon reading space, the flow of time is nearly 10,000 times the normal time of the outside world, and I have time to destroy your soul, Uchiha disc. Uchiha Itaka's eyes looked at Uchiha disc coldly and said, Ha! Then sorry, I'm not ready to play with you anymore. Uchiha sighed leisurely. For 9 days, the Uchiha disc in the moon reading space is not just passively suffering pain. For the detailed information such as the structure information of the moon reading space, the Uchiha disc has also collected and viewed almost the remaining core intelligence and other ontology after getting the moon reading eye of the Uchiha ferret. With the help of the information they have during this time, they can naturally analyze and study it. It's all over. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha with a smile, and his entire body instantly shattered, and then disappeared into the moon reading space. Boom, boom, boom. In the moon reading space, the bodies of countless Uchiha discs bound to the cross all disappeared at the same time, and this strange situation stunned Uchiha Itaki. How is this possible? Could it be that Uchiha Pan's soul could not hold on and broken? Wrong. With the strength of the Uchiha disc, it was impossible to exhaust his soul power in just 9 days. Could it be that Uchiha has untied the shackles of the moon reading space? Uchiha's expression changed when he thought of this, and then his soul will instantly left the moon reading space and returned to the outside world. Although a long time has passed in the moon reading space, the outside world is only a momentary time. Uchiha's eyes had already ended the moon reading pupil technique in the blink of an eye, and his eyes stared at the young figure in front of him as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Pan lifted the shadow avatar technique in the outside world with the inexplicable connection with his shadow doppelganger, and brought out the spiritual imprint that he fell into the moon reading space, and Uchiha Pan also successfully obtained the information of the moon reading space, and the pain brought by the shadow doppelganger was easily endured by the Uchiha disc itself. Good month to read. Weasel. All the way. Uchiha took a deep look at Uchiha Itaki, and his right hand slammed into it, and Uchiha Weasel had already shot through the heart before he could react at all. With the strength and speed of the Uchiha disc now, dealing with a Uchiha ferret who has just reached the shadow level and is still bound to his body and almost exhausts chakra is almost a one-hit kill, without letting the Uchiha Itaki have any resistance and actions before he dies. The reason why Uchiha Pan killed Uchiha Itaki in such an instant was that he was worried that Uchiha Itaki would perform the Izanagi forbidden technique just before he died, destroying his own kaleidoscope chakra eye. If that happened, everything that Uchiha Pan did during this time would come to naught, which is unacceptable to Uchiha Pan. Poof! Under the attack of the Uchiha disc, the Uchiha Weasel died almost instantly, and the right hand of the Uchiha disc stretched out, directly took out the Weasel's eyes, put them into the glassware that he had prepared a long time ago, and then saved this precious kaleidoscope into his own alien space. What am I? Pan-sama. Uchiha Chu on the side sobered up, first glanced at the surrounding environment vigilantly, and when he saw the Uchiha disc on the side, he suddenly got up, respectfully with a hint of shame. Master Pan, the subordinates have disappointed you. Our Uchiha clan lost. At this time, Uchiha Aki also remembered everything that happened before he fell into a coma. Under the surprise attack of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha family was defeated almost instantly, and if he was not saved by Lord Pan, I am afraid that he would have died on the spot. Just live. With the combat power of Obito and Itachi, two shadow-level powerhouses who opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, it is normal for the Uchiha clan to fail. Uchiha Pan successfully got the moon reading eye, and now he is in a very comfortable mood, and he doesn't care much about Uchiha Chu's failure. Besides, the Uchiha disc also got a lot of Sharingan from it, and for those who are of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Pan does not have a trace of sentimentality and care in his heart. Autumn. Your abilities are suitable for surprise raids, and once you keep your enemies on guard, the effect is greatly reduced. This time, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the battle between the high level of Konoha almost ended with the total defeat of the Uchiha clan. This matter still had a certain blow to Uchiha Aki, although Uchiha Pan did not care about the rest of the dead members of the Uchiha clan, but he still cared about such a powerful subordinate as Uchiha Aki. In this case, it is also okay to let Uchiha Chu go to Xingyan village for a period of time to relax. Sending Uchiha Aki to Hoshihide village, Uchiha returned to Konoha village with a happy mood, where there was one last thing that Uchiha disc needed to do with his own hands. At this time, the sky was shining. Not long after the demise of the Uchiha clan, in Konoha village, the Dark Ninja had cleaned up all the battlefields of the Uchiha clan, leaving no flaws. The high-ranking Konoha officials such as the 5th and 3rd generations were ready to announce the evil deeds of Uchiha who defected from Konoha and killed the entire clan at dawn, and contacted the psychological suspicions of the people in the village. Above the Uchiha family station, a figure floated quietly, silently watching everything that happened under his feet. Swish! A figure appeared. It was the body of the Uchiha disc, and the figure suspended in the air that had been paying attention to the every move in the Uchiha family station was the shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc left in Konoha village. Previously, when the Uchiha body left Konoha with Uchiha Aki and Itachi, he brought the shadow doppelganger over to monitor it on his behalf. How? See everything, Uchiha said. The shadow doppelganger rolled his eyes and said helplessly, sleep well at home. Call people up in the middle of the night to watch killing. You are really bored enough. The memory of your departure passes on to you. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. The shadow avatar's eyes surged with power, and he directly copied part of his memory into the ontological brain through the memory of lifelessness, and then the figure disappeared instantly. Is this guy really my shadow doppelganger? When did I have been so lazy? Uchiha glanced speechlessly at the place where his shadow doppelganger disappeared, and sighed helplessly. Uchiha Pan received the memory transmitted by the shadow doppelganger, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. With this memory, the next thing is to see how the high level of Konoha cleans up this mess. In Konoha village, as the sun rises, the villagers begin to get up one after another and start their day's work activities. In the center of Konoha Street, in front of important buildings, a special notice with bright red letters was posted. This striking and special announcement also attracted the attention of a large group of Konoha villagers and even ninjas. This red font village-wide announcement is only used when there are major changes in notices in Konoha village, and each appearance of such notices indicates that something major has happened or is about to happen in Konoha village. The surging crowd gathered around, carefully watching the content of the announcement, and as the villagers of Konoha finished reading the announcement, the emotions in Konoha village were instantly detonated. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and just last night, Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan, a famous genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, sentenced Konoha and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke to escape. Astounded, extremely shocked. This sudden shocking news completely shocked the ignorant villagers and ninjas in Konoha village. What is the Uchiha family? That is known as the first family of Konoha. The ninja in the clan formed the Konoha garrison. The authority is deep. There are countless powerful ninjas in the Uchiha clan, and its comprehensive strength is one of the best even in the entire ninja world, and it is such a Uchiha clan that is superior to Konoha village in terms of prestige and strength, and was actually slaughtered by a 10-year-old toddler. This happened for a while to make many village ninjas in Konoha village unacceptable. Although the members of the Uchiha clan have always been arrogant and domineering in Konoha village, they consider themselves to be one of the founding families of Konoha village, and they have served as Konoha's important garrison, and have always looked down on other village ninjas, and most of the villagers and ninjas in Konoha village have no good feelings for the Uchiha clan. But in the end, the name of the first wealthy family of Konoha of the Uchiha family is not questioned. Even the Hyuga family, who has always been known as the first family of Konoha, although he looks down on the Uchiha family, but still attaches great importance to the strength of the Uchiha family, but now this number one wealthy family of Konoha has been destroyed, and it happened in Konoha village. No wonder I said why the Uchiha clan station is so quiet today, and there is a dark department stationed at the door. It turned out that the Uchiha clan was actually exterminated last night. I can't imagine it. A Konoha villager who lived close to the Uchiha clan station said. Yes, today's Konoha garrison is also closed, but I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to be so extinct. The fruit shop owned by the ordinary clan of the Uchiha clan across the door from my house was also closed this morning, and I still wonder what happened to this guy today. Unexpectedly, even an ordinary person of the Uchiha clan like him was killed, and that Uchiha weasel was really vicious. Another Konoha villager commented. Really? My neighbor also closed this morning, he is also from the Uchiha clan, it seems that he was also killed. That Uchiha weasel actually wiped out the entire Uchiha clan in one night. There are so many people in the Uchiha clan, just with a 10-year-old child of Uchiha Itaki, they can all be killed in one night, and it did not cause the slightest movement, and even the dark parts of Konoha did not detect and stop them in time. There's something weird about this, I don't believe it anyway. 2. Last night was so quiet, there was no movement at all, it was really strange. If all this was done by Uchiha Itaki, then how powerful he is. Humph. I don't believe these guys from the high level of Konoha anyway. Since the incident of the Hyuga clan, I am completely disappointed in these guys in the high level of Konoha, and I can't figure out that the extermination of the Uchiha clan last night was done by these guys at the high level of Konoha. A villager in Konoha snorted coldly. You're going to die. How can this kind of thing be said nonsense without evidence, although what you say makes a little sense, but this kind of thing should wait until there is no one. The villagers on the side quickly pushed their friends, this guy is good at everything, but this mouth does not know how to manage, and he will tell the truth. As soon as the extermination of the Uchiha clan was announced, it instantly caused a turmoil in Konoha village. Although Konoha village has blamed Uchiha Itaki for this incident, and also listed Uchiha Itaki as Konoha's S-class rebel and offered a bounty of 100 million in the ninja world, but in view of the previous Hyuga family incident in Konoha village, the villagers of Konoha village and even ordinary ninjas did not believe too much about this matter. On the contrary, because of the many doubts of this matter, such as the death of ordinary Uchiha people who were sent by Uchiha Aki to live in various parts of Konoha village, such as last night's extermination incident did not move at all, and the dark department did not discover and stop it in time, such as how a child of Uchiha slaughtered hundreds of people of the Uchiha clan in such a short time. This kind of doubt, with the discussion of the villagers of Konoha village, gradually pointed the doubts and spearheads at the upper echelons of Konoha. It's just that there is no concrete evidence, just everyone's speculation, so for a while, there was not much turmoil in Konoha village. After all, it doesn't matter to themselves, and the people of the Uchiha clan really don't have much good feelings in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, and the villagers of Konoha don't delve too deeply, just talk to each other about this matter as a talking point. But in his heart, whether it is the ordinary villagers of Konoha village, or those low-level ninjas who do not know the truth, and some small and medium-sized families in Konoha village who have clues, the vigilance of the high level of Konoha village has risen to a big level in an instant. After all, the contradiction between the Uchiha family and the high level of Konoha in recent years is obvious to the entire Konoha village. And just after the morning after Konoha village announced the truth about the extinction of the Uchiha clan, when the residents of Konoha village began to prepare lunch after a morning of discussion and digestion, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in the air about 10 meters above the ground in the sky of Konoha village. This strange ripple quickly grew and spread from the size of a palm at the beginning, and this strange situation quickly attracted the attention of all the village ninjas in Konoha village. What's that? Is it ninjutsu performed by Ninja-sama? Many villagers pointed to the sky and talked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The dark part hurried to investigate and find out who was unleashing ninjutsu. Konoha's high-ranking command ordered. Time passed, and the spreading ripples finally stopped when they expanded to more than half the size of Konoha village, and the ripples slowly stabilized, and then turned into a super large circular mirror, and the light in the mirror flickered, and then a picture suddenly appeared. In the picture, the Hokage office in the Hokage building is revealed. The Uchiha clan has become more and more unscrupulous in recent years, and its wind must not rise, and it should be decisively suppressed and eradicated. Old man, what do you think about the Uchiha family? Hey! The Uchiha clan still came to this point. For the future of Konoha, all existences that pose a threat to Konoha must be eliminated. Go dame. The old man agreed to this. Then this matter should not be further delayed. Just tonight I will personally lead the elite ninja of the Dark Division to eliminate the Uchiha clan before they cause even more damage. Lord Godame, Itaki is also willing to participate. Scenes and conversations continue to appear on the giant mirror, which shows the scene that once Uchiha Pan himself monitored Konoha village, but in this case, Uchiha Pan also deleted and changed some sentence screens, just the scene where Konoha's high-level ordered Uchiha Itaka to slaughter his own clan and send the Dark Ministry to execute. The mirror continued to appear, and the entire Konoha village fell silent, looking at the picture high in the sky in shock. In the mirror, at night, a large number of dark ninjas with fox masks appeared outside the residence of the Uchiha clan, and in front of these ninjas, a cold young man, a white-haired mature man and an old man stood side by side. Surround the Uchiha clan station, and don't let any Uchiha clan escape from the encirclement. Act. Yes, many elite ninjas in the Dark Division began to scatter, surrounding the Uchiha station. The two elders Koharu and Mito Manyan led a part of the elite ninjas of the Dark Department to eliminate the Uchiha clan people scattered all over Konoha village. Those Uchiha clan members are just ordinary people, and there is no difficulty in solving them. Uchiha sneaked into the Uchiha clan station, first solved the dark guards of the night watch, and then began to slaughter the sleeping clansmen, and one by one, the Uchiha clansmen were wiped on the neck and stabbed in the heart in their sleep. Ah, what people! Kill, there is an enemy invasion! There is an enemy invasion! Ah! Uncle, aunt, cousin, what's wrong with you? Who killed you? Amaterasu. Black flames appeared instantly, and as far as Uchiha could see, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were contaminated with this terrifying black flame. Black flames continued to burn along the body, no matter how hard the ninjas of the Uchiha clan struggled, and these Amaterasu flames also spread to the Uchiha ninjas in the surrounding episodes. Ah, what a flame is this? Ah, save me. Lord 5th Dame, Lord 3 Dame, the bodies have been counted, and the bodies of all the Uchiha clans have been confirmed by finding them, and not a single one is alive. The picture in the mirror continued until all the clans of the Uchiha clan were killed, hundreds of corpses of old and young girls were piled up, and the eyes of those ninjas of the Uchiha clan were brutally gouged out, leaving black holes flowing with dark red blood, and the atmosphere of death filled the entire Uchiha station. The picture in the mirror stopped here, and then the entire mirror surface shattered and disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. But at this time, Konoha village fell into a complete dead silence, and the atmosphere of panic filled the hearts of the entire Konoha villagers and small and medium-sized families. It turns out that the Uchiha clan was slaughtered and exterminated in this way. It turns out that this is the so-called Uchiha weasel judged Konoha and slaughtered the truth of the family. It turns out that in the hearts of the high level of Konoha, even a wealthy family like the Uchiha clan can erase the extermination clan at any time. So, what about us as small and medium-sized families, us as ordinary low-level ninjas, and us as ordinary people? Is it also possible to be slaughtered at any time? Thinking of this, all the villagers of Konoha village burst out with the most crazy will in their hearts, to resist, to live, to escape from this terrifying place. It's Uchiha Pan. Only he has this power. I didn't expect him to dare to do such a thing. This bastard. The 5th generation is also furious. As soon as the truth of the Uchiha clan was announced, even if he and the Konoha high level were starting for the peace of Konoha village and preventing the coup d'etat of the Uchiha clan, the occurrence of this kind of extermination event would still seriously affect the image of the Konoha high level in the hearts of the villagers. What's more, looking at the scene of the mirror in the sky, Zia and other Konoha high level hearts have cooled for most of the time, and this guy Uchiha actually hid and deleted all the scenes related to the Uchiha clan preparing for a coup d'etat and rebelling against the village, only showing the scene of Konoha's high level deliberation and slaughter of the Uchiha clan. This fucking bastard. How could he do that? Obviously, the Uchiha clan wanted a coup d'etat to betray the village, so we had to deal with the Uchiha clan in advance. The dark ninja who knew what was going on also seemed very uncalm. Where should Konoha village go, now that the villagers have already regarded as high-level ninjas as flood beasts? Is Konoha village going to be destroyed in front of the old man? The 3 generations of apes flew into the sun, and said sadly, "Old man, cheer up. The matter is not out of control. As long as we fully announce the beginning and end of the matter, I believe that the villagers and ninjas of Konoha village will understand our suffering." Zia also said in a deep voice. Yes. Now that's all. This matter should be done as soon as possible, and strive to stabilize the hearts of everyone in Konoha village before the villagers are completely in turmoil. As if grasping a life-saving straw, Sandaime said urgently. Old man, the 2 advisors, Nara Shikasa, I also want to trouble you to inform the elders of the clan elders of all large and small families as soon as possible, as well as the elite ninjas above Konoha Kami Shinobu, to go to the Hokage Hall Council Hall to hold an emergency meeting. In addition, dark ninjas are stationed inside and outside Konoha village to prevent violent incidents and raids by enemies outside the village. Gather all the ninja squads in Konoha village who have not gone out of the village to do tasks, gather in front of the Naruto building, and I will speak with the patriarchs and elders of the major families later. Send a ninja squad to temporarily calm the villagers, try to buy time not to let the villagers panic and turmoil, inform everyone and then we will give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Jiraiya also issued several orders in a row, methodically preparing to deal with this sudden crisis in Konoha village. Yes. In the meeting hall inside the Konoha Hokage building, many large and small families in Konoha village and all the upper ninjas who were still in the village had gathered at this time. The 5th generation also stood in front of the conference table with the high-ranking Konoha of the 3rd generation, Koharu, Mito Manita, and Nara Shikasa, and glanced at everyone with a serious expression. Guys, this emergency meeting, I believe you also know what is going on. I won't say more nonsense, I will first tell you the detailed information of the Uchiha family extermination incident. Zi Lai also said in a deep voice. Jiraiya first detailed the preparation of the Uchiha family's coup d'etat, the intelligence that Uchiha had stopped the water, the lurking of the Uchiha disc, the self-sacrifice of the Uchiha weasel, and the concerns of the Konoha high level, and finally decided to destroy the Uchiha family. Zi Lai did not hide the slightest, and published all the information he had. Guys, Konoha village has reached a critical juncture of life and death, and if this matter is not handled well, then Konoha village will fall apart. Jiraiya hereby begs everyone to understand and support the high-level approach for the sake of the stability and peace of Konoha, and for the sake of all of your village. Zi Lai also bowed deeply after speaking and said in a deep voice, "So it is. Although the result is shocking, in the end, the Uchiha family is also to blame. The priority now is to secure the trust of Konoha's villagers and avoid the spread of panic. Uchiha Chu, Uchiha Pan, these fish of the Uchiha clan will also be chased and killed to the end, and they will not die." Many of Konoha's upper shinobi and even the high-ranking members of various large and small families heard the explanation of the purpose of the fifth generation, and their hearts were instantly clear. As the upper power composition of Konoha, they all knew the bitterness of the high level of Konoha to destroy the Uchiha clan, and it also involved Uchiha Pan, Konoha's #1 enemy. Although there are still objections to the slaughter of all the members of the Uchiha clan by the Konoha high level, many ninjas know that the most important thing to do now is to stabilize the ordinary Konoha villagers outside. 5 generations come out. 3 generations of eyes out. The high level of Konoha are all out. Give us an explanation. Konoha's high level acted so perversely, first sacrificing the Hyuga clan, and now exterminating the Uchiha clan. Protest. We don't need such a Konoha high-rise. A large number of villagers gathered outside the Hokage building, and thousands of people flocked together, surrounding the Hokage building, holding banners high and shouting slogans. These ordinary villagers of Konoha could no longer care about lunch, and they were all shocked by the scene that appeared in the mirror of heaven and earth before, shouting for the high level of Konoha to give an explanation. On the roof of the Hokage building, the 5th generation appeared with many members of Konoha's high-rise and the main families of Konoha village. With the help of these patriarchs, elders, and elite ninjas of many large and small families who were important in Konoha village, Goyom and other high-ranking Konoha officials still calmed the turbulent and uneasy mood of the Konoha villagers. The explanation given by the Konoha high level is the evidence of the coup d'etat of the Uchiha clan, and it is still determined that Uchiha Itaki and the people outside the village slaughtered the Uchiha clan, and this outsider is Konoha's S-class rebel Uchiha Pan, and the previous strange dreams of the Hyuga clan and the high-altitude mirror image at noon were all done by Uchiha Pan, and all the situational language was made up by Uchiha Pan, in order to cause unrest and turmoil in Konoha village and destroy peace in Konoha village. This statement was unanimously recognized by all the large and small families and elite ninjas in Konoha, and the villagers of Konoha village and the ninjas at the bottom also accepted the explanation given by the high level of Konoha village. However, in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, there were still strong doubts about everything that happened during this time, and some people chose to believe the high level of Konoha, while others swayed from side to side, not knowing whether to believe the mirror image they saw or the explanation of the high level of Konoha. Especially those villagers who live in the neighborhood where ordinary people of the Uchiha clan live. If the Uchiha clan station is located in the remote area of Konoha village, the battle massacre that night did not attract attention. However, the neighbors who were close to him were also slaughtered by their families, and they were still in various locations in Konoha village, but they still did not arouse the awareness of the dark part of Konoha, which really made some Konoha villagers unable to explain. This is why Uchiha ordered Uchiha Aki to arrange for some ordinary clansmen of the Uchiha clan to live in various parts of Konoha and engage in clothing and catering business, and this dark sun that was buried in the beginning finally played a role in the hearts of Konoha villagers. The turmoil in Konoha village was finally pacified, and no matter how the high-ranking and ordinary residents of Konoha felt in their hearts, Uchiha finally decided to return to Hoshihide village after leaving his shadow doppelganger to garrison Konoha. Swish! In Xingian village, Uchiha Pan had already returned to his residence with an ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation. The Eye of the Moon reading, the body of the 10 tails, the energy of the dragon vein, and almost all the material composition and structure information of the ninja world, the boundaries of various blood stains, and the knowledge reserve of ninjutsu, forbidden arts, and occult arts. All the preparations in the early stage have been completed, and now everything is ready, just waiting for my last virtual realm to be created. Uchiha thought secretly in his heart, and he was also excited about the exclusive artifact he was about to create. Before that, it is better to deal with the affairs of the Star Country during this time, and when everything is arranged, then spend time to create the Void Mirror. Uchiha first went to the laboratory at the bottom of the central building to receive the memories of the Shadow Doppelganger, and then rushed to the central building office to inquire about the recent situation of the Star Country. More than half a year has passed since Uchiha left Hoshihide village, and now the country of stars changes a little every day, whether it is the number of ninjas or the development of agriculture, industry, and commerce. Uchiha Kei and Uchiha Ling, who were sent out by Uchiha to attack the land of Unai, the country of shadows, and the land of snow, have led the ninjas of the land of stars to attack most of the country of Oni, completely occupying most of the territory of the country of Oni. This is also the result of Uchiha Pan asking Kai and Ling to fight steadily and gradually encroach on the land and population of the three countries, otherwise with the shadow level strength of Chi and Ling, attacking a small country like the country of ghosts that does not even have ninjas, it is almost the result of a sweep. After learning about the progress of Kai and Ling, Uchiha Pan did not urge the two, and summoned Uchiha Chiu, who had arrived in Xingyan village first, so that he was ready to gather ninjas and attack the land of birds to the east, connecting the territory of the land of stars with the land of rain. As for Shiro, Junmaro, and Kachi, they are still collecting various blood-stained boundaries in ninjutsu, forbidden arts, and occult materials all over the ninja world, and the three of them are practicing and strengthening their strength while completing the tasks left by Uchiha Disc. Thanks to the various resource knowledge continuously transmitted back by the three people, coupled with the blood-stained boundaries and ninjutsu knowledge that the Uchiha Disc itself has scavenged and plundered, it can be said that almost 80 or 90% of the blood-stained boundaries and ninjutsu knowledge reserves that currently exist in the ninja world are in the hands of the Uchiha Disc. And these knowledge resources have also been studied and sorted out by the shadow avatar of the Uchiha Disc, forming a precious data, providing strong support for the virtual realm that the Uchiha Disc is about to create. 3 days later, Uchiha finally dealt with the major things accumulated during this time in the Star Country, and left the next development strategy, trying to digest the population and land of the surrounding small countries on the basis of trying not to provoke the 5 major countries, and providing backup support for the actions of Chi, Ling, Chiu, and others. Deep underground in the central building of Xingyan Village, in the secret research room of the Uchiha Disc, the Uchiha Disc stood in front of the experimental table, and the surrounding space here had already been carved into the powerful sealing enchantment of the Uchiha Disc, and no one could easily invade it. After everything was ready, Uchiha finally put down his mind and began to devote himself to his void mirror transformation. The first is the monthly reading eye ability as the origin of the virtual world. Uchiha Pan took out the pair of kaleidoscope chakra eyes belonging to Ataki, and took out the chakra eye that contained the moon reading pupil technique separately, and Uchiha Pan's eyes instantly opened his kaleidoscope. Blur, quenching extraction, the art of interpretation. The Uchiha Disc first completely blurred the moon reading eye, and then in the illusory world, the Uchiha Disc began to quench the moon reading eye, removing and erasing all the imprint information belonging to the Uchiha Weasel in the moon reading eye, leaving only pure moon reading ability and pure attributeless pupil power. Then, the Uchiha Disc fused all those pure attributeless pupil power with the imprint of the moon reading ability, and finally, the original moon reading eye in the illusory world had disappeared, leaving a transparent glass bead. The surface of the glass bead has a complex rune structure, and the glass bead contains wisps of colorless liquid, which are the pupil power essence of the original moon reading eye, and the round sphere engraved with complex art patterns is the imprint containing the moon reading ability. After successfully obtaining the moon reading imprint, Uchiha realizes it again, and then performs the fusion technique, fusing the glass ball into the void mirror. In the void mirror, in the center of an illusory world, a spherical glass crystal was suspended out of thin air. It was the moon reading imprint, and the Uchiha Disc carefully perceived the situation in the void mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Next, it is to seal the endless energy of the dragon vein into the virtual mirror, with the help of the huge energy of the dragon vein to open the virtual world, and the regulation of the moon reading ability, combined with the illusory evolution of the virtual mirror itself, so that the most basic virtual world can be formed. Uchiha pondered silently, considering all aspects. Hope everything goes well. Dragon pulse out. Seal. The Uchiha Disc violently extracted the dragon vein sealed in his alien space, and the liquid energy of the dragon vein with a purple halo continued to gush out, and it was sealed into the purple crystal mirror of the void mirror by the Uchiha Disc by the sealing technique. The energy of the dragon vein is vast and endless, even if the Uchiha Disc is already the maximum speed transmission seal, but the absorption capacity of the void mirror itself has an upper limit, which is not comparable to the whale swallowing of the different dimension, and the sealing of the dragon vein energy lasted for a month to complete. A month later, as the last ray of dragon vein energy liquid was sealed into the void realm, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the virtual boundary mirror, the purple round crystal mirror appeared even more purple, and bursts of powerful energy fluctuations continued to spread into the surrounding space. Uchiha spent half a day adjusting his mental state, communicating the inside of the void mirror, and instantly entered the void mirror after blurring himself. In the quiet laboratory, a circular crystal mirror was quietly suspended in mid-air, and in the virtual mirror, the figure of the Uchiha Disc instantly appeared. In the misty illusory world, a transparent spherical crystal was located in the center, and below, a vast river of purple liquid flowed. With the crazy infusion of the long river of dragon veins, the transparent sphere containing the moon reading mark instantly exploded, and the roar of heaven and earth opening up instantly resounded throughout the illusory world. The moon-reading imprint sphere began to evolve wildly according to the will of the Uchiha disk under the support of the endless energy of the dragon vein, and the moon-reading sphere exploded, and a heaven-opening translucent enchantment appeared, and instantly expanded. The transparent enchantment expanded almost at the speed of light, and soon occupied a huge space in the illusory world. Its area was 100 times the size of the ninja realm. And when the scope of this transparent enchantment reached 100 times the size of the ninja boundary, the crazy expansion and explosion finally stopped, and earthy yellow rocky earth began to appear in the empty transparent enchantment, and the earth increased and thickened sharply, and soon occupied a small half of the enchantment space, forming a huge continent below the transparent enchantment. The earth is stable, and then, countless mountains and rivers, grass and woodlands, various terrain environments, and natural scenes begin to evolve above the earth. With the evolution of everything on the earth, a vast world gradually revealed a corner. Rumble! There was another violent roar, and as the giant continent within the enchantment solidified steadily, most of the rich purple dragon vein energy that filled the transparent enchantment remained. Uchiha's mind moved, controlling these dragon vein energies to converge to form two giant energy spheres. The giant spheres radiated a strong light, one slightly larger sphere flashed with golden light, and the other slightly smaller sphere flashed purple shimmering. The two spheres continued to grow larger and stronger, and the giant spheres rushed into the sky, finally docking in the sky at an endless distance from the giant continent, turning into golden sun stars and purple moon stars. Turn! Uchiha's mind moved, controlling the golden sun, and the purple moon began to orbit the huge land. When the sun rose, the moon fell below the land, and the operation of the two stars followed the rules of nature. With the appearance of the giant continent and the sun and moon, the transparent enchantment began to evolve with the help of the remaining dragon vein energy, and the edge of the enchantment began to ripple, and these ripples became more and more violent with the continuous fusion of purple dragon vein energy, forming an endless superimposed space barrier on the periphery edge of the continent and high above the ground. Airplanes! The enchantment disappeared, leaving only a completely invisible spatial barrier, and the endless chaotic spatial barrier completely isolated the huge continent, and at this time, the endless vast dragon vein energy was finally exhausted. In the void mirror, in the center of the boundless illusory world, a vast world appears, and between the illusory and the real, the soul spirit body in the real world can be preserved, and in this world opened up with the help of the moon reading ability, whether it is energy, matter, time, and space has been controlled by the rules of the Uchiha disk. Now that the energy of the dragon vein has been exhausted, this virtual world still lacks life and energy supply. Uchiha slowed his mind and looked at the virtual world in front of him, full of expectation. Eternal energy supply requires the ability of the 10 tails. Uchiha muttered. The 10 tails, the incarnation of the divine tree, a combination of natural energy in the ancient period of the ninja realm, was born with the ability to absorb natural energy, and Uchiha Pan needed this ability of the 10 tails body to provide energy for the void mirror, which could continuously absorb and accumulate natural energy. In the laboratory, the figure of Uchiha came out of the void mirror and took out the 10-tailed body obtained from Nagato from the alien space. Blur. Quenching extraction. After another blurring and purification of the 10-tailed body in his hand, removing all impurities and other abilities, and retaining only the essential ability to absorb natural energy, Uchiha finally obtained the pure 10-tailed body essence. Fusion. The Uchiha disc controls the essence of the 10-tailed body into the purple void mirror crystal, and the purple crystal-like virtual mirror becomes more quaint with the continuous integration of the 10-tailed essence, and wisps of small and complicated rune patterns appear around the border of the originally smooth crystalline mirror, revealing a natural and ancient atmosphere. It's done! Feeling that the void mirror began to continuously absorb the natural forces of the surrounding heaven and earth, and these natural forces were transformed into a stream of virtual and real forces stored by the ability of the void mirror itself, and all of this was completely the autonomous behavior of the void mirror, and the Uchiha disc did not exert any influence. Now as the fundamental virtual world has been successfully created, ninjas can descend a wisp of their spiritual will to this virtual world by consuming chakra. Ordinary people who have not refined chakra can also consume their own spiritual power through special equipment during sleep, and the time flow rate in this virtual world has also been adjusted by me to 10 times that of the real world, so that the national cultivation of the Star Country can finally be implemented. Uchiha said darkly. Although Uchiha Pan has long been preparing to promote the cultivation of chakra and ninjutsu in the Star Country, due to the lack of personnel and environment, it is only a small number of Star Country personnel to teach in the outer area of Starian Village every year, but compared to the entire Star Country, and the population of several small countries such as the Ghost Country that is about to be recovered, then this efficiency is completely a drop in the bucket. Now with the virtual world and the virtual mirror as the foundation, with the help of unlimited resources and more time in the virtual world, the expected goal of the Uchiha disc can be achieved soon. Now it is time to copy the basic rules and material structure properties of the ninja world into the virtual world, and store the collected knowledge of ninjutsu, forbidden arts, and occult arts in the virtual world. Uchiha muttered. In the virtual world mirror, on the virtual world origin continent, a purple crystal mirror with the supreme divine and ancient aura appeared. The round mirror is the projection of the virtual world mirror in the virtual world origin continent. The figure of the Uchiha disc appeared in front of the virtual world mirror projection, pupil power surged, and instantly put all the natural data of the ninja world in his memory and the knowledge of ninjutsu, forbidden arts, and occult arts into the mirror's surface. Airplanes. On the third floor of the central building of Xingyian Village, this is where the headquarters of the Commercial Department of Star Country is located. The General Department of Commerce is in charge of the commercial branch structure of large and small towns and major cities under the jurisdiction of Star Country, and manages the administration and rulemaking of all business activities in Star Country. At this time, Uchiha appeared in the office of the head of the headquarters of the Ministry of Commerce on the third floor and handed an ordinary ninja guard to the Minister of Commerce, Blue Star. The outer side of the ninja forehead is engraved with a 5-pointed star symbol, which is the star symbol of the Star Hidden Village, and the entire forehead protection is not different from the ordinary ninja forehead protection in the Star Hidden Village at first glance, but if you flip this ninja forehead protector, its inner side has an extra rune technique on the smooth surface of the ordinary ninja forehead. This rune technique is exactly the connection technique portrayed by the Uchiha disc based on the virtual world and the void mirror, and the ninja can connect a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to the origin continent in the void mirror by entering chakra into this technique. As soon as possible, this kind of ninja forehead protection will be mass-produced. Previously called your Ministry of Commerce, established by the Virtual World Technology Company, is fully responsible. This kind of ninja protection is issued to the ninjas belonging to the combat troops of Xingyian Village. In addition, let the Virtual World Technology Company develop various professions of forehead bracers. Portray this technique into it. Civilians, businessmen, workers are designated as bracers. Ninjas, administrative personnel, and other combatants are designated as protective heads. You can distinguish professions by color star patterns. This matter will be handed over to your commercial department to be responsible. Uchiha said. Yes, Pan-sama. Blue Star replied loudly. I want to distribute all these various forehead guards and bracers to every Star Country personnel within a week, and the administration department will cooperate with your actions, and after a week, I want all the people of the Star Country who have received star protectors to register their personal information in the Void Realm. Uchiha finished explaining all kinds of backup work and left the Ministry of Commerce. On the same day, all the personnel of the Void World Technology Company under the Ministry of Commerce mobilized, gathered almost all the forgers and blacksmiths of the Star Country, and began to build all kinds of ninja forehead guards and bracers non-stop, with the basic template provided by the Uchiha disc. The production process of these forehead guards and wrist guards is not complicated, but it needs to produce hundreds of thousands in a short time, a huge workload, and a limited time is the reason why Lan Sing and others are full strength. Soon, with the full production of the Void Realm Technology Company, one by one the forehead guards and bracers with the Void Realm technique and the star symbol were produced, and these finished products were transported to various towns and main cities in the Star Country, and the administrative department personnel of the Star Country also arranged manpower to publicize and send the forehead and wrist guards throughout the Star Country under the order of the Uchiha disc. In various towns and cities of the Star Country and several main cities, an astonishing news was frantically spread in these 2 days, and everyone in the Star Country from ninja nobles to peddlers and pawns heard the news. The de facto ruler of the Star Country, Uchiha disc, issued an order that the people of the Star Country would receive free of charge for each profession and bracer within 7 days, and register their personal information in the Void Realm, and after 7 days, all those who did not complete this action would be expelled from the territory of the Star Country. The people of the Star Country were curious and puzzled by this Mo's order, and then, with the assistance and leadership of the administrators of the major towns and main cities, they arrived at each Void Realm technology and took their bracers and foreheads. Ordinary people are unanimous with a round bracer, and on the bracer there is a runic pattern carved on the inner wall of the pentagonal bracer. Among these ordinary people, there are 3 colors according to industry, agriculture, and commerce: silver bracers of the administrative department, red bracers for workers' occupations, blue bracers for commercial occupations, and the rest of the people belong to the white bracers of agriculture. Ninjas who have mastered ninjutsu and chakra are given protective quotas, which are divided into silver guards for administrative personnel, red protective foreheads for industry, blue protective foreheads for commerce, white protective foreheads for agriculture, black protective foreheads for military departments, green protective foreheads for medical departments, and so on. With the large-scale distribution of these forehead and wrist guards, first the ninjas under the military department and the administrators of the Star Country, then the ninjas engaged in various industries in the Star Country, and finally those ordinary people who have not yet been exposed to ninja knowledge. These people have also received a guide provided by the Void Technology Company while getting the forehead and wrist guards. Virtual World Guide Manual 1. Civilians enter the Void Origin Continent through concentrated consciousness. Ninjas enter the Origin Continent by transporting chakra. The outside body will be drowsy when civilians enter the Void Realm. It is best to enter during the rest time at night. Entering the Void Realm will continue to consume chakra, and part of the consciousness spirit enters the Void Realm, which will not affect the normal activities of the outside world. 2. The first time to enter the Void Origin continent, you need to fill in and supplement their respective relevant information according to the guidelines, and get a basic information of the origin continent, and you can call the Void Mirror to understand the relevant information. 3. Civilians can enter the virtual realm for a total of 2 hours a day, the lower ninja can enter the virtual realm for a total of 5 hours, the middle ninja can enter the virtual realm for a total of 10 hours, and the upper ninja and above can enter the virtual realm without restrictions. 4. Those who violate the rules of the virtual realm shall be punished in accordance with relevant regulations, and those who are serious will obliterate their consciousness. 5. The virtual boundary currency is used in the virtual world, and the virtual boundary currency is obtained by the specified method. The virtual boundary currency can be exchanged for real currency, and the real currency cannot be exchanged for virtual boundary currency. 6. All kinds of ninjutsu, forbidden arts, secret arts, blood boundaries, creation of all things, independent small worlds, etc. in the virtual world can be traded with the virtual mirror, and it is forbidden to trade with each other in private, and violators will be severely punished according to the situation, and the serious ones will be erased. 7. 8. The people of the Star Country, whether ordinary commoners or endured nobles, entered the Void Realm as soon as they followed the guidance in the Void Realm Guide instruction manual after receiving their own forward embracers. The so-called virtual world, that is, the illusory world in the virtual mirror of the Uchiha disc, that is depicted by the Uchiha disc in the forward bracer rune style, which implies a series of functions such as spiritual consciousness stripping, time and space transfer, fixed point arrival, etc. People can use spiritual consciousness fluctuations or chakra with the help of this rune technique to descend a wisp of their spiritual consciousness to the origin continent in the Void Mirror. In the star-hidden village of Star Country, Lansing, the Minister of Commerce, put on his silver ninja bracer, and with a move of his mind, he entered a wisp of chakra into the forward guard. In an instant, Lansing only felt that a wisp of his spiritual consciousness had arrived in a strange place. A vast continent was at his feet, a golden sun was hanging high. Lansing looked around his body and found that he was in the high sky of the vast continent, and a purple round mirror appeared in front of him. Is this the Void Realm? Blue Star muttered, shook his palm hard, and turned his gaze to the purple mirror in front of him. Several lines of font are displayed on a circular mirror with a diameter of 1 meter. Please fill in the following vacancy personal information, which can be voiced or thought. Name, occupation, permissions, level 3 ninja level, elite shinobi identity number A00000019 assets, 100 UN. Has the ninja level been automatically determined, according to my chakra? The identity number, like the ninja code, is the level of authority that represents my authority in the Star Country. Do I need to fill in my name and occupation? Lansing said secretly in his heart. Blue Star's mind moved, and he silently recited his name in his heart, and in an instant, the word Blue Star appeared behind the line of name on the mirror before meeting. Lansing filled in his profession again, and suddenly the purple light flashed on the mirror in front of him. Confirmation of personal information approved. Name, Blue Star. Occupation, Minister of Commerce of the Land of Stars. Permissions, level 3 ninja level, elite shinobi identity number A00000019 assets, 100 UN. The information on the mirror surface stayed for 10 seconds, and then disappeared instantly, and at the same time, Lansing only felt that his consciousness was instantly flickered, and he had already appeared in a jungle. Here it is? Imaginary mirror. Lansing wondered. The purple void mirror appeared, ignoring the obstruction of the trees and leaves in the surrounding space, and directly reflected in front of Lansing's eyes. At the beginning of the origin continent, everyone who enters the origin continent will descend into a jungle hill at the beginning. A line of font appeared in the virtual mirror, answering the doubts in Lansing's heart. Lansing's expression remained unchanged, his figure moved, and he flew around, collecting intelligence information around him. After some tossing, Blue Star returned to the place where it started, his face full of doubts. What did Lord Pan create this huge fantasy world for? There are actually no creatures here, all are trees, mountains and rivers. Lord Pan strictly ordered that no one in the Star Country want to enter this fantasy world. What are the arrangements? Blue Star was puzzled after checking the surrounding environment. In the hearts of the ninjas of Star Country such as Blue Star, this so-called Void Origin continent is a huge fantasy world, although this illusion can exist at all times, and can ignore the distance space to pull people's spiritual consciousness into the fantasy realm. But why did Uchiha Pan enter the Void realm with great fanfare? This question has always existed in the hearts of ninja civilians in Star Country. Void Mirror. Introducing the role of the Origin Continent. Blue Star sounded the contents of the Void Realm Guide manual, and his heart moved, calling out the Void Mirror. The Origin Continent completely simulates the rules of material energy in the real world. The speed of time flow is accelerated by 10 times, all knowledge and intelligence can be purchased and sold through the virtual boundary mirror, and all the resources in the ninja world can be purchased for experimental research through the virtual boundary mirror, and each person in the Star Country starts at 100 UN in the virtual world. The virtual mirror shows a line of text that answers Blue Star's question. Is it completely simulated in the real world? Then the experience of practicing ninjutsu, studying experiments, and learning knowledge can also be brought to reality, and the speed of time flow is actually 10 times that of reality. so that you can have more time to do all this, and the growth rate of ninja strength is not several times faster. This is what Lord Pan is aiming for. Wrong. And those civilians. Ninjutsu knowledge sales. Lansing seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of horror flashed under his eyes. Void mirror. Show ninjutsu knowledge to buy and sell. The picture in the virtual mirror changed, and lines of text and screen content appeared. Ninjutsu, forbidden arts, occult arts, blood boundaries, intelligence, strange things. Blue star clicks on the ninjutsu catalog. Ninjutsu basics, fire, earth, water, thunder, wind. Blue star clicks on the ninjutsu basic catalog. Chakrathi alchemy, priced at 10 yuan, doppelganger, priced at 10 yuan, avatar surgery, priced at 10 yuan, transformation, priced at 10 yuan, introduction to the basics of ninjutsu, priced at 10 yuan. Blue star also lit the fire done, earth done, water done, thunder done, wind done, and found dozens of hundreds of ninjutsu of various levels, forbidden arts, secret arts, blood boundaries, intelligence, strange things, all kinds of secret knowledge of the major forces in the ninja world were placed in front of Lansing, and the stimulating blue star could hardly suppress the inner waves. Whether it is ordinary ninjutsu in the ninja world, popular ninjutsu such as three-body art and Chakrathi alchemy, or those legendary ninjutsu and forbidden arts, such as time and space ninjutsu, wooden ninjutsu, combination ninjutsu, etc. Although most of the ninjutsu knowledge in the void mirror can be freely bought and sold, Lansing's heart is still full of bitterness. These ninjutsu are really intangible. He only has the initial 100 yuan void coin, and he can't buy those powerful ninjutsu at all. For example, a Muji ninjutsu that Blue Star values, spiral pills. Blue Star knows that this is a Muji ninjutsu owned by his own master Pan, which is powerful, and the void mirror also divides the spiral pill this ninjutsu an A-level ninjutsu, priced at 100,000 yuan of virtual realm coins, and the authority requirements, level 3. The permission requirements of Blue Star have been met, but this price makes Blue Star almost completely hopeless. But in addition to these ninjutsu knowledge that can be bought, there are some ninjutsu knowledge in the void mirror, although it has a name introduction, but it shows the purchase price. For example, a blood-stained boundary classification ninjutsu that Blue Star saw, dissolution, the art of dissolving monsters, lacking, the purchase price is 100,000. This made Blue Star know in his heart that some ninjutsu void mirror is not available, and these ninjutsu can also be sold in the void mirror to get void mirror. But after Lansing saw the ninjutsu reserves in the void mirror, he helplessly found that the ninjutsu knowledge he knew had long been possessed in the void mirror. Void mirror. How do I get imaginary coins? Blue Star asked. The picture in the virtual mirror flashed again, and a text appeared. Those who are engaged in each profession of the Star Country have a fixed monthly income from the virtual world according to their respective permission levels and ninja levels. 100 yuan per month for first level permissions, 1,000 yuan per month for second level permissions, 10,000 yuan per month for third level permissions, 100,000 yuan per month for fourth level permissions, and 1 million yuan per month for fifth level permissions. Ordinary people 1 times the base, lower shinobi 2 times the base, middle shinobi 5 times the base, upper shinobi 10 times the base, shadow level 20 times the base, super shadow 50 times the base, 6 ways 100 times the base. You can also obtain void coins by selling ninjutsu knowledge and intelligence information missing from the void mirror, and you can also earn bounties by completing missions issued by others and national missions issued by the Land of Stars. In this way, the fixed income one can get every month is 10 times the base of the 10,000 times the ninja level of the third level authority, then it is 100,000 yuan of virtual realm coins. Lansing's eyes widened, and his heart was extremely excited. In this way, those ninjutsu and forbidden arts that I used to long for will no longer be luxurious. Ha ha ha. Lansing suddenly fell into the beautiful picture of the future that he had woven about. In the country of stars, as long as they have obtained bracers and forward protections, and entered the void origin continent, and then experienced everything hidden in the void realm, they were suddenly shocked by sudden happiness. Blue Star is just one example. In addition to those citizens who are already ninjas in the Star Country, more are ordinary people who do not have ninjutsu knowledge and are always just a civilian. After understanding everything represented in the void origin continent, these small countries have lived ordinary lives for generations, and the civilians who have always lived under the threat of ninja power suddenly burst into strong passion and gratitude. Thank you, the adults of the Star Country. Thank you, Void World Technology. Thank you, Lord Uchiha. Countless Star Country citizens and even ninjas thanked the high level of Star Country who brought all this, especially Uchiha, the controller of Star Country. In a world where ninja wars break out at every turn and small-scale battles never end, no one is more eager than ordinary people to get the power of ninjas to protect their relatives and friends, and there is no ninja who does not aspire to more powerful ninjutsu and enter a more powerful realm. If in the past, these ninjutsu knowledge, resources were in the hands of major ninja villages, high-level, and blood succession families, and ordinary people and low-level ninjas did not have the slightest way to get it, then now all this is over. In that void realm called the Origin Continent, all knowledge and resources will be available, and all this is only required to be a citizen of the Star Country and do labor. Void Realm, Origin Continent. In the boundless jungle of the origin continent, which was 1/10 the size of the Uchiha disk, a peasant boy in simple clothes stared at the purple mirror in front of him with excitement in his eyes. Void mirror. I want to buy Chakra alchemy, 3-body art, and ninjutsu basic introduction. The boy shouted loudly. The picture of the virtual mirror flashed, and 4 scrolls suddenly appeared in the mirror, and the names on the scrolls were the 5 basic knowledge of ninjutsu that the boy had just purchased. The young man quickly opened the scroll that said Chakra alchemy. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the energy of various components controlled by the human body. It is a source of energy for performing ninjutsu, illusion, and physical arts. Chakra consists of 1. Body energy intake from one cell by one of the 130 trillion cells of the human body. 2. Spiritual energy exercised through a lot of cultivation and accumulation of experience. Extracting chakra requires meditation, feeling one's own cellular and spiritual power, and fusing and refining them. The short but straightforward statement instantly gave the teenager a clear understanding of the source of the ninja's power like chakra. Hurry up and write it down and return to the real world, the boy quickly remembered with his heart. For himself, the most important thing at the moment is to extract chakra and enter the ninja world. The young man quickly remembered the chakra refinement in his heart, and left the origin continent as soon as his mind moved. Returning to reality, the boy got up from the bed, sat down quietly, and used the chakra extraction technique he had just obtained to sense his body cell strength and mental power. As time passed, wisps of chakra were refined around the young man's body, and the young man's calm heart was instantly broken, jumping up excitedly, clenching his fists, tears in his eyes, and laughing happily. Ha ha ha! Chakra! Chakra! I've finally refined chakra! 5 days passed in a blink of an eye, and after feeling everything brought in the void realm under the order of Uchiha Pan, as more and more people of the Star Country talked about it, the entire people of the Star Country were boiling, and even the personnel of the Void Realm Technology Company and the Administration Department of the Ministry of Commerce were also excited, and the speed of issuing forward embracers with the Void Realm technique reached the level of day and night. The branches of Void Technology Company in various large and small towns and branches of Star Country are almost full of people in Star Country waiting in line to distribute bracers and forward guards. Finally, on the night of the 5th day, after the last citizen of the Star Country happily received his bracer, all the people in the entire Star Country had already received their own bracers and forward guards, which were 2 days faster than the expected 7 days of the Uchiha plate, which was enough to show the enthusiasm of the people of the Star Country for the Void Origin continent. The central building of Xingyian Village, the conference room on the top floor, was full of high-ranking personnel in the Star Country, and even Uchiha Chi, Ling, Shuhei, Junmaru, Kakashi and others were summoned back by Uchiha Disk these days. Blue Star, tell me about the summary of the work these days, Uchiha said while sitting in the first place. Yes, Pan-sama, Lansing said excitedly with a red face. At present, a total of 126,721 bracers and 1,205 bracers have been issued, and all the distribution personnel are distributed according to the national information of the Star Country previously counted by the administrative department, and the strangers in other countries who are doing business, sightseeing, passing by, lurking in the Star Country and other countries have not been distributed. The work done by the commercial department is excellent, as is the administration department. Uchiha nodded affirmatively. Chu, tell me about the harvest of your intelligence department in the past few days, Uchiha Pan said lightly. Yes, Pan-sama. According to the privileged authority of our intelligence department personnel in the Void Origin continent, it has been confirmed that 131 civilian bracers have been replaced by strange ninjas, 23 bracers, 6 wrist guards with suspicious information but cannot be determined, and 12 forward guards. The Ministry of Intelligence is urgently confirming. Uchiha Aki had a cold look on his face. It seems that there are still many people in the ninja world who are not afraid of death who dare to provoke my Star Country. Uchiha sneered. Autumn, your intelligence department is still responsible for the investigation of this matter, but you still go to the battlefield of Bird Country after that, and these people will be handed over to Junmaro and Shiro. Uchiha swept his eyes and ordered. Yes, Pan-sama. Uchiha Aki, Junmaro, and Shiro answered. The administrative department, Meteor you say. Lord Pan, according to the intelligence information in the Void Mirror, the Ministry of Administration has begun to recruit and train administrative personnel on a large scale, and it is expected that 1,000 administrative personnel can be recruited and trained in a month, which is enough to support the personnel arrangements of the 4 countries of the Country of Ghosts, the Country of Birds, the Country of Snow, and the Country of Shadows, and the 3 adults of Chi, Ling, and Shu can attack the city and land with confidence. Minister of Administration Meteor said loudly. Finally, I don't have to attack these small countries slowly. With enough administrative personnel, in just half a year, I can completely defeat and subdue the land of ghosts, the land of snow, and the land of shadows, Uchiha Ling said with a smile. Bird Country, 1 month is enough, Uchiha Aki said confidently. Very good, but the administrative staff still needs to train and prepare, and a large number of administrative personnel are also needed in the virtual realm. Uchiha panted. Yes, Pan-sama. With the assistance of your Void Mirror by Lord Pan, the training and exploration of administrative staff will not disappoint you, Lord Pan, Meteor said with a smile. The military department also needs a large-scale expansion. With the assistance of the Void Mirror, everyone in the Star Country will cultivate in the future. The selection of ninjas must be prepared in advance, and the War Department, the Medical Department, the Intelligence Department, the Enchantment Department, and the Scientific Research Department must be mentally prepared to expand the size of personnel 10, 100-fold or even 1,000 times. Uchiha said in a deep voice. Yes. The 5 hidden villages of the ninja realm and all large and small forces should be closely monitored. With the assistance of the Void Realm Mirror, I want the Star Country not to allow any dark sons of external forces. In addition, the Intelligence Department can also arrange some people to secretly lurk in all large and small countries in the ninja realm, and one day it will be used. Yes. The meeting in Xingian village lasted for most of the day, and after Uchiha Pan successfully created his own exclusive artifact, the Void Mirror, many things became simpler and more efficient, and some original plans were also put on the agenda by Uchiha Pan, speeding up the progress. And just when the Star Country fell into a hot cultivation frenzy because of the appearance of the Void Origin continent, this news and intelligence was also known by various large and small forces in the ninja realm. Since Uchiha Pan appeared in the ninja realm, Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Ling attacked the land of ghosts. Almost all the forces in the ninja world have already known the fact that the Star Country is controlled by Uchiha Pan, so the 5 hidden villages of the ninja world, which originally had no geographical advantage such as the Star Country, and did not have the slightest interest, also focused their attention firmly on the Star Country, sending a large number of ninja shadows to lurk in the Star Country. Although in the process, many were discovered by the Intelligence Department of the Star Country, and these discovered hostile ninjas were killed by Uchiha with several of his subordinates, there are still many hostile ninjas in the Star Country who lurk silently and are not discovered. In recent days, the sudden nationwide wrist and forward protection of the Star Country, entering as if the information of the Void Origin continent of a fantasy world, almost without these hidden ninjas to collect, walking in the streets can get a lot of intelligence information. For the people of the Star Country, there was a lot of discussion, the Void Origin continent and those bracers and forward guards that entered it, and the ninjas of various large and small countries lurking in the Star Country snatched some forward and bracers from civilians or low-level ninjas, and also entered the legendary Void Origin continent with the danger of being discovered by generously dying. Suchinoku, in the village of Iwahi. The third generation of Tokujonaki frowned after reading the information in his hand, and held a forward guard and a bracer in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Is this the seething forward and bracer in the country of the stars?" The news of the intelligence class is that with the help of this thing, you can enter the large illusion world called the Void Origin continent. The important thing is that in that illusion world, Uchiha put in a lot of ninjutsu and forbidden arts knowledge, and the people of the entire Star Country can now obtain the power of ninjas, and when he waits, the ninja power of the Star Country will far exceed the 5 major powers. By then, Lois, who took a forward protector, said in a deep voice. Whether it is a bracer or a forward protector, it is only a metal nameplate, and the most important thing is the technique engraved on the back of the bracer forward. These techniques are the key to entering that illusion world, but the key is that the illusion world is performed by Uchiha Pan. Whether there is an unknown danger, our intelligence ninja in the country of stars sacrificed more than a dozen. Either in the illusion world the spiritual consciousness was erased and died, or was found out by the ninja of the star to find out, and only one person fled back when he saw the situation. The third generation of Tokujonaki became even more ugly when it came to this. Yes. I don't know how Uchiha can cast such a huge illusion, and it can still exist. Using illusion to create a world as an auxiliary tool for learning and exercise, I have to say that Uchiha Pan is unexpected in terms of ability and ideas. Lois sighed. It's a pity that we can't learn from this illusion world, so we can only find a way to get benefits from that illusion world in the Star Country. Onuki pondered. Land of the Wind, Sand Hidden Village. As one of the great powers adjacent to the Star Country, Iwahide Village and Sand Hidden Village were among the first hidden villages to receive detailed information about the Star Country. Playing with the forward protection in his hand, the 4th generation of Wind Shadow suppressed their curiosity to explore the origin continent of the Void Realm, and looked at the high level in the Sand Hidden Village and said, "You have all seen the intelligence of the Star Country. What are your opinions on the illusion world that Uchiha has created?" The intelligence has pointed out that there are a large number of ninjutsu and forbidden arts in the ninjutsu world and the illusion world called the virtual world, but powerful ninjutsu knowledge requires permission and virtual realm coins to buy, and whether it is permission or virtual realm coins, it is not something we can easily get. According to the intelligence of the ninja of the Sand Hidden Village who infiltrated the illusion world disguised as the ninja of the Star Country, there are strict monitoring and inspection measures in that illusion world, and if there is any rash move, it will be included in the object of suspicion, and it will be guarded or even killed by the ninja of the Star Country, and whether it is permission or virtual realm coins, you need to work for the Star Country to get a large amount. If I want to say, our Cheyenne village should directly send troops to attack the Star Country, and nip the Star Country in the bud before it really rises. It's not appropriate, attacking the Star Country, no matter whether it is successful in the end or not. Our Cheyenne village will be madly retaliated by that guy from Uchiha Pan. Our Cheyenne village can't resist that guy from Uchiha Pan. Don't forget about Union Village. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Godame also summoned Konoha's high-level ninjas to discuss everything about Hashinakoku. That guy in Uchiha is really whimsical. What does he think a ninja is? Can everyone become a ninja by giving some ninjutsu? Moreover, a lot of ninjutsu and forbidden arts there were still snatched from our Konoha village, and now they are actually sold to ordinary people in an upright manner. How unreasonable. For that illusion world in the country of stars, the dark part of Konoha should focus on it, and those powerful ninjutsu knowledge in it must be obtained by finding a way. Konoha village is not easy to provoke that guy from Uchiha Pan now. All actions are carried out in secret, by the way. Discuss with the Star Country, and see if our Konoha village can buy and sell some ninjutsu and forbidden arts in it. Land of Thunder, Union Village. The fourth generation of Lei Ying read the information in his hand and threw it away casually. What is this guy fighting on Uchiha again? Leave him alone. One day I want Uchiha to pay for everything he did to Union Village. The fourth generation of Lei Ying AI said angrily. Land of Water, Mist Hidden Village. The fifth generation of Mizukage Terumi looked at the information in his hand, with an intriguing smile on his face, and said to the ninja under him, discuss with the country of stars. The citizens and ninjas of my country of water also want to go to that void realm and see what the country of stars has to say. Ninja World, with the spread of news such as Forward Protection, Bracers, Void Realm, Origin Continent, countless ninjutsu transactions and other news of the Star Country, the 5 major hidden villages of the 5 major countries each calculated their own interests, guessing the intentions of the Star Country, and other small countries and small ninja villages also turned their attention to the Star Country, wanting to see what the legendary illusion world that can buy all ninjutsu and forbidden arts looks like. With the passage of time, Uchiha Pan's plan was implemented in an orderly manner, and the stars in the country from ninjas to ordinary people burst out with strong enthusiasm and frantically threw themselves into the void origin continent. One by one, the appearance of civilian ninjas mastered more powerful ninjutsu and successfully advanced. Whether it was the number of ninjas or the strength of ninjas in the country of the stars, they were expanding at an exaggerated rate, and as these news continued to spread, all the ninjas in the entire ninja world who were silently paying attention to the subsequent development of the country of stars could not bear it. The 5 hidden villages thought about how to share a piece of the pie from the hands of the Star Country, and even thought of referring to the methods of the Star Country to create a large illusion world themselves to cultivate their ninja power. And those wandering ninjas and bounty hunters who live in no fixed place and do not belong to any country in force, even regard the country of stars as an ideal country, want to enter the legendary world of illusion, learn powerful ninjutsu, and get great power. These people have poured into the territory of the country of stars from all over the ninja world, wanting to get a ninja protection of the country of stars. Most of these wandering ninjas and bounty hunters are only the strength of the lower ninja, and the upper ninja and even above are very rare, but the number is far more than the number of ninjas that the Star Country has today, and with the arrival of these wandering ninjas, the security environment in the Star Country has become extremely tense and chaotic. At first, some wandering ninjas and bounty hunters obtained the forehead and wrist guards of the Star Country through robbery or theft, causing many civilian and low-level ninja casualties in the Star Country, and then, Uchiha Pan killed all the strange chakras that suddenly appeared in the Void Mirror through spiritual connections, and then led several shadow-level ninjas and some elite ninjas under him to kill all participants with the help of the positioning guidance of the Void Mirror, and finally suppressed this turmoil madly. And for those wandering ninjas who wanted to join the Star Country and become a member of the Star Country, Uchiha agreed with a wave of his hand. The fundamental reason why these wandering ninjas did this was that they wanted to get the countless ninjutsu and forbidden knowledge collected in the Void Mirror, but the Uchiha disc didn't care at all. Becoming a citizen of the Star Country was only the basic condition for survival in the Void Origin Continent, although you can enjoy 10 times the time to learn and exercise, but if you want to get the ninjutsu knowledge in the Void Mirror, then you can only rely on the authority and void currency in your hand. And if you want to promote the authority and get a large number of virtual realm coins, on the one hand, it depends on the strength of the individual ninja, and more importantly, it depends on the contribution to the Star Country, such as what important position you hold in the Star Country, what tasks you have completed, and what value you can reflect. Uchiha Pan uses this method to absorb the power of Ninja Wave Ninja, turning them into ninjas of the Land of the Stars, and contributing strength and value to the Land of Stars. And all this is nothing to those wandering ninjas and people, itself wandering around the ninja world, where to live is not life, and there is a sacrifice to get this truth, and it has long been carved into the soul of the wandering ninja and bounty hunters. These ninjas did not hesitate to choose to join the country of stars, carry out labor and work in the country of stars, or accept to complete personal tasks in countries in the virtual mirror, and get bounties. With the addition of a large number of wandering ninjas, the power of the middle and low-level ninjas of the Star Country instantly expanded by more than 3 times, plus the 4 powerhouses above the peak shadow level of Uchiha Pan, Uchiha Chu, Uchiha K, and Uchiha Ling, and the 3 quasi-shadow strength powerhouses of Shiro, Junro, and Kakeki. The overall strength of the Star Country has unknowingly reached or even exceeded the 5 major powers of the ninja realm. Void Realm, in the Origin Continent. Countless ninjas and civilians scattered between the jungle, mountains and rivers. Some people met each other, and gradually established a small gathering place on this desolate land, communicating with each other, sometimes fighting each other to hone their combat experience and learn ninjutsu. Normal death in the Void Realm will not affect the body and soul in the real world, but after death, the entry time of the day will be cleared, and you can only enter the Void Realm again until tomorrow, which is convenient for those ninjas and civilians to practice and fight wildly without scruples. Of course, this is just normal death. In the void, any attack issued by others, whether it is ninjutsu, physical art, or illusion attack, the damage that can be caused is only reflected in the part of the spiritual consciousness that enters the void, and cannot be extended to the body of ninjas and civilians. This is like a shadow avatar of a ninja being killed, although a part of the sensory memory will be transmitted to the body, but those injuries will not hurt the body. But the Uchiha disc, which controls the void mirror, can attack, directly following the spiritual connection between the void mirror and ninjas and civilians, breaking through the air to kill the ninja and civilian bodies. This is also the way Uchiha disc killed those enemy ninjas and wandering ninjas before. Once the target's information is confirmed, Uchiha disc can take human lives thousands of miles away with the power of the virtual mirror. And for those who are suspected but cannot really be confirmed, the Uchiha disc can also locate the location of these people through the virtual mirror, and send ninjas to investigate and collect evidence from reality. It can be said that anyone who has entered the Void Realm, their personal soul breath has been recorded and preserved by the virtual realm mirror, and they cannot avoid the positioning of the virtual realm mirror in their lives. On the Origin Continent, groups of ninjas and civilians wearing various costumes and wearing star bracers or forward guards. Some are wandering around enjoying various strange scenery on the Origin Continent, those Uchiha pans imagining out of thin air, natural scenery that is difficult to see in the ninja world. Some people practice 3-body art and basic ninjutsu. These are ordinary people who have just refined chakra to become a ninja reserve, and some people are in the open area, or practicing powerful ninjutsu, shuriken skills, etc. alone, or 3 or 3 in 2s and 2 melee together, crazy and fearless to attack each other. Airplanes. A slight tremor spread to the depths of the hearts of every ninja and commoner on the Origin Continent. Ha! Imaginary mirror. A middle-aged ninja who was practicing fire ninjutsu called. Mission content: the 3 adults of Uchiha K, Uchiha Ling, and Uchiha Aki each summoned 1,000 ninjas to temporarily join the army headquarters and attack the 4 countries of the Land of On, the country of snow, the country of shadows, and the country of birds. Mission requirements: above the strength of the middle patience, above the 2nd level authority mission reward, 3 times the monthly payment of middle ninja, 5 times the monthly payment of upper ninja, and 10 times the monthly payment of shadow level. Task timeline: within 1 month. It's actually a national mission. This is the first national mission. The task time limit is only 1 month, and the remuneration is actually paid several times the monthly payment. Hee. What strength can those 4 small countries of the Ghost Country have, not to mention the 3 adults of Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Ling, and Uchiha Chu to lead the attack? The middle-aged ninja said with a strong glint in his eyes. I am a superior ninja. The strength meets the requirements. According to the regulations of the Star Country, ordinary people are 1st level permissions, ninjas below the shadow level are 2nd level permissions, shadow level strong 3rd level permissions. My authority is also 2nd level, in line with the requirements of this country's mission. Follow the military ninja of the Star Country for a month, 5 times the monthly payment, that is 50,000 yuan of void currency, enough to buy a powerful B-level ninjutsu. The middle-aged man thought of the excitement, and immediately silently received this national task in his heart. The picture flashed on the mirror of the virtual realm. The mission was successfully received, and you were assigned to the ninja force of Uchiha Aki-sama, responsible for attacking the country of birds. Please arrive at the foreign military headquarters camp of the capital within 3 days to report. Special reminder: after the national task is received, those who do not complete or are treated negatively will be punished with the same amount of virtual boundary coins, and the personal authority will be reduced by 1 level. Eileen. I know that it is not so simple. The punishment for failure of the mission is actually so serious. It seems that I have to take it seriously, and now I will go out to the national capital camp to report. The middle-aged Shangnan secretly said, and his figure instantly disappeared on the Origin Continent, but he had already returned to the real world. Middle-aged upper shinobu has just joined the country of stars not long ago, before has been a wandering bounty ninja in the ninja world, and then after coming to the country of stars, the middle-aged upper ninja is a powerful force hidden in the country of stars, and in some aspects it is no less than the 5 major powers of the ninja world, and the middle-aged upper ninja finally decided to come under the stars and become a ninja in the country of the stars. Usually in the Void Realm, you can receive some personal tasks in the Star Country, earn void coins and withdraw from the permission. There are many examples like middle-aged upper ninja, and now the country of stars is almost changing day by day. The number of ninjas has skyrocketed, except for those who are completely unable to extract chakra people. Most civilians can complete the extraction of their own chakra. After a period of training and ninjutsu learning, they can become a lower ninja, and among them, the lower ninja with outstanding talent and bloodline power can also stand out, middle ninja and even upper ninja. It can be said that with the successful creation of the Uchiha Void Mirror, the emergence of the Void Origin continent has provided a road to the sky for everyone in the Star Country. As long as you have talent and enough effort, becoming an elite ninja to control powerful forces is not a dream of luxury. The sudden national mission in the Void Mirror instantly stirred up waves in the country of the stars, and one by one ninjas above the ninja chose to receive the task, and the 3,000 ninja places were quickly collected by the enthusiastic ninjas, and those ninjas who received the task were happy and excited, while those ninjas who were slightly hesitant to receive it in time were regretful in their hearts and decided that the next national mission must be received as soon as possible. It is really the first national mission of the Star Country is too easy, although it is to attack 4 countries, but those 4 are only small countries, and the number of domestic ninjas may not add up to 1,000, let alone any strong people. And the country of stars, perhaps before the peak powerhouse of the ninja world joined Uchiha, the country of stars, which was originally the country of bears, was just a small country with no sense of existence in the ninja world, and there was no difference from small countries such as the country of ghosts. But after Uchiha controlled the country of stars 5 years ago, its own strength has already stood at the peak level of the ninja world, and several quasi-shadow and even shadow-level powerhouses have followed under its command, and the country of stars has grown by leaps and bounds in the number and strength of ninjas after 5 years of development, and now there is an artifact in the void world that assists the cultivation of the whole people of the country of stars, plus a large number of wandering ninja bounty ninjas who joined the country of stars some time ago. Today's Star Country, in addition to the land area, whether in terms of economy or ninja strength, has caught up with the 5 major powers of the ninja realm, and when it completely captures and digests the 4 small countries such as the Ghost Country, the Star Country will completely become the 6th largest country in the ninja realm, and even the first country in the ninja realm, completely replacing the original hegemonic position of the Land of Fire. Such a country of stars, to attack these small countries of the country of ghosts, it is not yet hand-to-hand. I don't see that even the time limit in the national mission is only a month. 5 days later, outside the capital of the Star Country, there were 3 military camps 10 miles away. 2 days ago, the ninjas who came from all over the territory of the Star Country gathered, and after receiving the confirmation of the identity information of the military ninjas, issued unified military ninja clothing, and after 2 days of urgent military training, these 3,000 ninja troops finally had a trace of the momentum of the military ninja troops, and ordered the ban. Uchiha K, Uchiha Ling, and Uchiha Aki each led their own 1,000 ninja troops to their respective battlefield fronts to converge with the original military ninja department. With these new ninja forces above the middle ninja supplement, Uchiha K and the 3 are confident that they will completely capture the 4 countries within a month and lay a huge foundation for the Star Country. Go! The 3 of Uchiha K and the mighty ninja army finally set out and headed for the front. And with the undisguised military operations of the Star Country, the 5 major powers of the ninja realm and even all the big and small forces have set their eyes on the Star Country. These forces, no matter how big or small, are full of vigilance and jealousy in their hearts about Uchiha and the Star Country under his control, and the high-level officials of the 4 major countries, the Land of Ghosts, the Country of Snow, and the Country of Birds, and even ordinary civilians are full of despair in their hearts, and began to frantically issue tasks in the ninjas. Land of Rain, Rain Hidden Village. 0. The Country of Birds has issued a bounty mission of a full 500 million in the ninja world, hoping to be able to resist the attack of the Country of Stars. Do you say we should take this task? Kakuto said excitedly. Money, but the horns are not a few things of interest, let alone a huge amount of 500 million. Kakuto, if you are not afraid of being troubled by Uchiha, you will take this task. And the one responsible for attacking the Country of Birds is Uchiha Aki. He is a ninja at the peak of the shadow level, and you may not be able to beat others in Kakuto. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel sneered. You can let Uchiha pretend to quit the Country of Birds first, and when I get the bounty of 500 million, he is not the same as attacking the Country of Birds. Keiku said unwillingly. Alright, Kakuto. If you want money, you can ask for Uchiha. I heard that the ratio of the virtual world currency to the ninja world amount has now reached the point of 110, and that guy from Uchiha is a rich man. The big snake pill who joined the Xiao organization holding the empty Chen ring said with a smile. Uchiha is also a member of our Xiao organization. Don't mess around with the horns, otherwise when the time comes, Uchiha will trouble you. I won't help you speak. Nagato opened his mouth to stop some of the angles that were about to move, and then turned his head to look at the big snake pill and said, some time ago, Uchiha killed the 8-tailed human pillar force in Union Village, captured and sealed the 8 tails. Big snake pill, you go to the Star Country, and tell Uchiha about the Yao. Exactly. I haven't seen Uchiha for a long time. This guy is getting stronger and stronger now. I also went to see what the so-called Void Realm looks like. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, responding evilly. Tsuchinoku, Iwahide Village. The third generation of Tokage Oniki frowned and looked at the information in his hand, his expression ugly. Humph. This guy is really ambitious, and he is a Uchiha spot. It is resolutely impossible to let the Star Country successfully obtain the 4 countries of the Ghost Country, otherwise one day Uchiha will definitely pay attention to my Earth Country. Come, closely monitor the war situation in the Star Country. The old man will give him a heavy punch when the Star Country is close to success and be most proud, and hit the arrogance of this guy Uchiha Pan hard. Oniki said fiercely. Yes. Tsuchikage-sama. Time passed. With the addition of the new ninja power to supplement, the attack battlefield of the Star Country went very smoothly. Almost every day would invade and attack a large number of Shikoku land population. For a week, in the face of the menacing Star Country army, the Ghost Country, which had originally captured most of the country, took the lead. Some high-ranking nobles were captured by captives and killed, and the area of the Star Country has more than doubled. After the country of ghosts completely fell unoccupied, Okai led his army to attack the country of snow, Bowling led his army to attack the country of ghost, Uchiha Aki led his army to attack the country of autumn, and the 3 armies attacked all the way, and all 3 people cried out in their hearts, all wanting to be the first to achieve complete victory in the war. The ninja world has been paying attention to the intelligence of this small country war, but they have been shocked by the madness of the 3 people of Uchiha K and the ninja army of the Star Country. In front of the 3-way army of the Star Country, the 4 countries of the Ghost Country have almost no resistance, almost collapsed. A large number of land, population, wealth, resources were occupied and looted, and a large number of nobles and hostile ninja warriors were killed and captured. A month later, with the last Snow Country also completely occupied, this short-lived war finally ended, and finally the land of On, the land of snow, the country of shadows, and the land of birds disappeared from the territory of the ninja realm, and the land of stars exploded in both land area and population. Star Country, Star Hidden Village. At this time, with the opening of the Void Realm and the increasing strength of the Star Country, the Star Hidden Village is no longer so 200 or 300 people. Because of the cultivation of the Void Mirror to assist the learning of ninjas, Uchiha Pan also disbanded the ninja school in the Star Hidden Village, and changed the peripheral area of the Star Hidden Village into the headquarters of the Star Country Military Department, where a group of elite ninjas in the Star Country were stationed. With the expansion of the Star Country, not only the political, economic, demographic, and territorial changes, but also the ninja power belonging to the military department that changes the most in the Star Country. With the full popularization of ninja knowledge and the addition of a large number of wandering ninjas in the ninja world, the ninja power of the Star Country showed a great leap increase, and after integrating the intelligence information in the Void Mirror, Uchiha Pan recruited a large number of upper ninja and elite middle ninja to form the military ninja power of the Star Country. Among them, the elite ninja troops above 500 upper ninja are stationed in the outer area of Xingian Village, led by Uchiha K and others, while the remaining 5,000 elite ninja troops are divided into 5 major divisions of the military headquarters, stationed in the southeast, southeast, northwest border and central area of the Star Country, under the command of the military headquarters. With the establishment of the military headquarters in the outer areas of Xingian Village, the entire Xingian Village has become more lively and prosperous, and in the inner and outer areas, commercial streets have also been established, and these commercial areas are run by ninja families in the inner and outer areas of Xingian Village. In the inner area, the Intelligence Department, the Ministry of Commerce, the Administration Department and other major departments of the Star Country moved out of the central building and established their own headquarters buildings for the region, and the central building officially became the meeting place for military, political, and economic events of the Star Country, and every day there are a large number of high-level officials of various departments discussing resolutions and policies with each other, and then the Uchiha plate personally approves and decides. And finally, these major decisions that determine the development of the Star Country will be transmitted to the headquarters of the major departments and implemented step by step. In the central building of Xingian Village, one of the shadow doppelgangers of Uchiha Disc has been residing here for a long time, dealing with major affairs in the country of Xingno. Report. Pan-sama. Uchiha K and the other 3 adults asked for a meeting. The Dark Guard ninja guarding outside the gate knocked on the doorway. The Secret Guard of the Star Country is an independent department specially ordered by Uchiha Pan to protect and assist the high-level personnel of the Star Country. After all, some of the personnel of the Administrative Department and the Commercial Department of the Star Country are not strong in themselves, but because of their unique talents and occupy the high-level position of the Star Country, the Dark Guard mainly exists to guard these people. Oh, Chi, Ling, and Chu finally came back and called them in, Uchiha said. Soon, the Dark Guard led the 3 people in, and the 3 of Uchiha made a summary of the affairs of their respective battlefields and Uchiha discs. Listening to Uchiha Kai's report, Uchiha Pan's expression moved, and he suddenly remembered that there has always been such a powerful monster in generations of witches in the country of ghosts. The witch of the Oni country? Is it Mithreya? Uchiha asked. Mithreya is a witch of the previous generation of the country of ghosts, and the intelligence of the people of the country of ghosts was chosen to sacrifice herself a year ago in order to seal the soon-to-be-born monster, and the current witch is Mithraea's daughter Zewan. Uchiha said, "Bring the aster and the stone statue that seals the eel." Uchiha Pan looked moved, and said to Uchiha Kai, "Yes, Pan-sama." Uchiha left and went to the prison of the outer military headquarters camp to extract it. The shadow avatar of the Uchiha disc used the power of the void mirror to instantly contact his own body and inform him of the matter. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in the office. It was the body of the Uchiha disc that teleported over. Soon, a girl the size of 4 or 5 years old and a scroll walked in. "Lord Pan, this is the sealed stone statue of the witch Aster and the eel." Uchiha K handed the scroll in his hand to Uchiha disc and said, looking at the little girl with blonde hair, purple eyes, and a face full of confusion and timidity, panting, Uchiha showed a strange smile in his eyes. Following Uchiha Kai all the way, the gravity environment in Xingyian village doubled so that Zewan, who had just arrived in Xingyian village and was just an ordinary little girl, looked a little breathless after walking a short distance. "Your name is Zewan, isn't it?" Uchiha first waited until his sister-in-law eased her breath before she asked in a harmonious voice. "Yes, my name is Aster." Zewan rubbed his fingers a little uneasily, glanced at the boy in front of him, and quickly looked down at the ground. "Ha! Do not worry. From now on, you will live in Xingyian village. I will ask a little sister to live with you," Uchiha said with a smile. Swish! 2 figures suddenly appeared, but it was Shiro and Hinata who were summoned by Uchiha Pan to cast the two-realm psychic pupil technique. "Hinata, how about this Aster sister live and study with you in the future? Do you have any special feelings when you see the little sister of Zewan?" Uchiha asked with a smile as he looked at the almost molded faces of Hinata and Cheyenne. "Sister Zewan? You look like a person. Hey, who is it?" Hinata didn't get up for a while. Hinata blinked his eyes a little confused, looking at Shiwan's gaze with kindness and joy. This Zewan sister, who gave her a very familiar feeling, will live and study with her in the future, which makes Hinata, who has not had fun with her peers since coming to Xingyian village, feel happy. Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Kai and the others present saw the strikingly similar faces of Shiwan and Hinata. If it weren't for knowing that one of them was a contemporary witch of the ghost country and the other was a member of the Japanese clan, everyone would almost think that these two little girls had some blood relationship. "Really? It's really like that?" Shiro touched Hinata's head, and looked at Shiwan's gaze with amazement. "Sister Bai, do you know who Sister Zewan looks like? Hinata feels so familiar, but I just can't remember it." Hinata looked up at Shiro behind him and asked in bewilderment. Looking at Hinata's confused look, Bai and Kai and the others laughed. "You are a little confused, except for your hair color and eyes, Sister Zewan, and you look almost the same. You haven't reacted yet." Shiro looked at Hinata with some amusement and smiled at Hinata, who looked at him suspiciously. "Ugh, ugh." 2 exclamations sounded almost at the same time, but it was Hinata and Zewan, the 2 little girls, who reacted at the same time, and the 2 looked at each other with wide eyes, their eyes full of curiosity and kindness. "Okay, Cheyenne will live with Hinata in the future, you arrange it, now solve another matter first." Uchiha Pan looked at the scroll opened in his hand and said, "Solution." Uchiha unsealed the scroll, and in an instant, a huge stone statue 2 meters tall appeared in the office. The stone statue is hideous and terrifying, as if the face of a demon is the monster that is sealed. "Zewan, how much do you know about eels?" Uchiha asked towards Zewan. Under the gaze of the kaleidoscope writing wheel void power of the Uchiha disc, the stone statue in front of him exudes a strong existential light, and its radiance almost reaches the existence of a shadow-level peak ninja, which also allows Uchiha disc to know the power level of the monster ray. Mother said that the eel is a monster from the underworld, the source of disaster in the country of ghosts and the ninja world, and it must not be allowed to resurrect and appear, and my mother left the aster in order to seal the eel. Zewan looked at the stone statue with a sense of fear and hatred in his gaze, and said in a low voice, "How can a little eel become the source of disaster in the ninja world? Since this is the case, then let this monster disappear completely today." Uchiha looked at the stone statue with disdain. Rumble. Uchiha disc raised his hand and threw out a spiral pill, instantly blasted open the seal of the raised stone statue. Although the sealing technique that sealed the rays gathered the power of the previous generation of witch Mithraea, but this seal was mainly aimed at the internal rays, which were attacked from the outside by the Uchiha disc, and immediately could not withstand the complete collapse. "Ha ha ha. My eel has finally been resurrected. I really want to thank you as a human being." The body of the eel floated out of the shattered stone statue like smoke, and the wanton laughter suddenly resounded throughout the space. "What a bad laugh. Let's solve it early." Listening to the shrill laughter of the eel, Uchiha frowned and said lightly, Stinky boy. Dare to be disrespectful to your King Ben. Originally I wanted to take you into slavery for the sake of you rescuing King Ben, but now King Ben has changed his mind. King Ben wants to kill this guy of yours completely." When he heard Uchiha's words, he was immediately furious, and roared arrogantly, "Be bold! Find death!" Uchiha Kai and the others, who had been watching coldly on the side, heard the arrogant words of the eel, and heard that the eel actually looked down on and insulted the extremely noble Lord Pan in the eyes of himself and others, and immediately rebuked one after another, and even burst out with all the momentum oppression. "Those who don't know are not afraid, or disappear." Uchiha listened to the arrogant tone of the eel, shook his head a little speechlessly, and said softly. One after another powerful momentum pressed down, and the piercing and arrogant voice of the eel suddenly stopped like a shell, feeling the several chakra auras around him that gave him a strong sense of threat, and the eel was shocked in his heart. Such unlucky! As soon as this king was resurrected, he actually encountered so many human powerhouses. He smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking of his immortal body's ability, and said arrogantly, "Human beings, this king has an immortal body, you can't kill me. Destroy all things." One by one, the gentle low drink reached the ears of the eel, and a death crisis that had never been felt was instantly transmitted to the depths of the eel's heart, and the eel's original expression instantly turned into horror and scream. "Nope." Silently, as the pupils of the Uchiha disc disappeared, I saw that the body that looked like smoke was like snowflakes exposed to the scorching sun, and instantly dissipated. The destruction of everything is a powerful pupil technique developed by Uchiha Pan according to the ability of his left eye kaleidoscope to write the power of the wheel eye virtual reality, which can freely transform the illusory and the real. The principle is very simple, that is, to completely illusory the existence of the real world and erase all traces of existence. Although Vientiane destruction is powerful, but it has very serious limitations. The more powerful the existence that can be erased by the pupil technique, the more powerful it needs strong pupil support. This pupil technique Uchiha disc until the Sharingan promotion to the eternal kaleidoscope can really be cast, but it can still only deal with the existence of the super shadow, deal with the super shadow strong. The move of the transformation of the universe can only be seriously injured at most and cannot be killed instantly, but now it is used to deal with the immortal body of the eel is just used. Uchiha Pan directly erased the consciousness and soul of the eel by using the Vientiane annihilation pupil technique, and completely blurred the body of the eel, leaving only the pure and huge chakra in the eel's body. For the immortal body of the eel, Uchiha Pan did not pay attention to it. The reason why the eel can be constantly resurrected is only because the body of the eel is composed of chakra and part of the negative spirit of the witches of the country of ghosts, so it cannot die. As long as there is ninjutsu that attacks the soul can kill the eel, it is not considered to be true immortality. The eel disappeared, leaving only a mass of energy that emitted strong chakra fluctuations, which was held in Uchiha's hand. The eel and the witch are of the same origin, and these chakras are sealed to your body in the aster, and you can slowly absorb and control it in the future. Uchiha slapped the chakra group in his hand against Ziwan's forehead, completely sealing it into Ziwan's body. As the chakra left by the eel was sealed into the body of the aster, part of these chakras were directly absorbed by the aster, instantly raising the body of the aster that was originally just an ordinary person to the level of elite forbearance, and most of the remaining chakra was hidden and dormant, waiting for the development and control of the aster in the future. Alright, Shiro, you take Hinata to arrange. Chi, Ling, and Chiu, the three of you also go down and rest, Uchiha said with a wave of his hand. Yes, Master Pan. Everyone left, and the body of the Uchiha disc disappeared instantly, and then appeared outside Xingyian village, behind a hill. Big Snake Pill, why did you think of the hidden village? Is there something to find me? As soon as the figure of the Uchiha disc appeared, he asked towards the figure in his perception. Just after receiving a reminder from the void mirror that there was a ninja named Orochimaru looking for him outside the Hoshihide village, Uchiha rushed over. Plate, your star country has been developing rapidly in recent years. Unexpectedly, even Xingyian village was transformed by you into a copper wall and iron wall, and the peripheral poisonous miasma area and hypergravity area are really terrifying. Orochimaru took a deep look at the young man in front of him and sighed. The big snake pill originally wanted to sneak directly into the Xingyian village and talk to Uchiha about the 8 tails, but he didn't expect to suffer a big loss in the peripheral area of Xingyian village, and the hypergravity area that surrounded the entire Xingyian village from all sides was simply terrifying, and the big snake pill almost died inside without defense. Looking at the Uchiha disc in front of him, the big snake pill's heart is extremely complicated. Almost every time they meet, every time they learn the news of the Uchiha disc, the big snake pill can feel that the young man in front of him is constantly getting stronger, and now even the Star Country and Staryan village that he single-handedly controls and has become so powerful, the Star Country is now almost the 6th largest country in the ninja world. After Orochimaru was unable to enter Xingyian village normally after trying many methods, he had to find the ninja arranged outside Xingyian village to inform Uchiha to come, which made Orochimaru feel a pang of loss in his heart. Ha! There is no invincible ninjutsu in this world, and there is no flawless defense, Orochimaru. Let's go to Xingyian village and discuss again, Uchiha Pan said lightly, and then teleported into his residence with the big snake pill. Great snake pill, you don't go to the 3 treasures hall for anything. What is there to say? Uchiha asked as he looked at Orochimaru curiously. I joined the Xiao organization. Nagato called me over and asked about YAOI. The big snake pill said directly. YAOI? I'll go talk to Nagato later. Uchiha Pan said without care. Although the power of the tailed beast is strong, Uchiha Pan does not value it very much, and he has promised Nagato to help him collect the tailed beast before, since the 8 tails are in his hands, it doesn't matter if it is handed over to Nagato. Plate. I didn't expect you to join the Xiao organization too. We can now say that we are partners in the same organization. Orochimaru licked his tongue and looked at Uchiha with an inexplicable look and said, I joined the organization very early. Orochimaru, are you interested in joining my star country? Uchiha Pan watched the big snake pill's mind move, and suddenly asked, Oh, I'm very interested in your star country and star hidden village. I don't know what I need to pay after joining. Orochimaru asked in a deep voice. For the forward bracer that can communicate with the void realm and the star country, as well as the strong defense shown by the star hidden village, as well as the countless ninjutsu and forbidden arts knowledge that Uchiha Pan himself has mastered, the great snake pill has been itching for a long time. But for the constraints that need to be endured after joining the star country, the great snake pill still has some scruples in his heart. As long as you don't betray the country of stars and kill the citizens of the country of stars for no reason, there are no other restrictions and constraints, and after joining the country of stars, I will open up all ninjutsu, forbidden arts, and occult knowledge permissions in the country of stars to you, and support all your experimental subjects in the big snake pill. Don't you want to study and master all the ninjutsu in the ninja world? Join my country of stars. Everything you need is here. Uchiha opened his hands and looked solemnly at Orochimaru. In the void mirror, the peak of a mountain in the origin continent. The figures of Uchiha Pan and Orochimaru appeared high above the peak, and the two looked down on the magnificent scenery surrounded by mountains, talking to each other. Is this the void realm? What a real world of illusion! Orochimaru said with emotion. This is not a world of illusion. The void origin continent is a virtual world that I have opened up at great cost and resources, and it is essentially different from illusion. Uchiha explained. Now most people in the ninja world think that the void origin continent is just a unique illusion world cast by Uchiha Pan. After all, in the ninja world, such an illusory world belongs to the category of illusion, and did not think of other aspects, so even the big snake pill was also induced, thinking that this is just a unique illusion world. Isn't it magic? That's right, too. The principle of illusion is to chakra people who are disordered, making people fall into the illusory spiritual world, where I can feel that my chakra is not disordered, and there is a trace of connection with the external body. But what is the virtual world? Orochimaru asked curiously. The virtual world is just my name for this virtual world. This world relies on endless energy to open up, it can always exist. The rule matter inside is exactly the same as the ninja world. Big snake pill, you know what this means? Uchiha asked with a smile as he looked at Orochimaru. Plate. You mean? As if thinking of something, the big snake pill said with excitement. Yes, you can almost completely copy all the resources in the ninja world here, whether it is human, ninja beasts, blood-stained boundaries and other experimental materials you need, and these resources are inexhaustible. Uchiha confirmed Orochimaru's conjecture. Actually, there is actually this effect. It seems that I really did the right thing by joining your star country, Orochimaru said excitedly. In fact, there is one most important ability in the void realm, that is, the small world, Uchiha said mysteriously. Small world. The big snake pill looked moved, summoned his own virtual mirror projection, and found an introduction under the Strange Thing chapter from the mirror. Oddities, small world purchase price, 100 million yuan purchase rights, level 3 100 million yuan? What is this little world? Do you need so many virtual coins? Orochimaru asked in surprise. You must know that the virtual realm coin is not the currency of the ninja world. The virtual realm coin can only be obtained by monthly payments and task rewards. Even if it is a shadow level powerhouse like the big snake pill, it is only 200,000 yuan a month, and if you want to raise 100 million virtual realm coins, even if the big snake pill does not spend 1 yuan on the origin continent, it will take enough time to raise enough. An inexplicable little world strange. However, it took such a huge amount of void currency, which had to surprise the great snake pill. The opening up of the origin continent has huge resource energy, but once it is opened up, the origin continent almost does not need additional energy supply at all, and these energies will be continuously recycled in the origin continent. Whether it is the release of ninjutsu, tree growth, destruction, the total amount of energy remains unchanged, and the origin continent is a huge world. Uchiha explained slowly. Are you saying that the small world is the same as this origin continent? Orochimaru said with some shock. Yes, with your own small world, these small worlds will become the existence of stars in the sky. In your own small world, you can use the energy and resources in the small world infinitely, and the time flow rate in the small world can be adjusted freely. With the strength of the big snake pill, your shadow level peak, a wisp of spiritual will is enough to withstand 100 times the time flow rate, so that you have more time to study and research. Plate. Small world is good, but it's almost impossible to get it now. Orochimaru said with a wry smile. When the Great Snake Pill joined the Star Country, Uchiha Pill promised to give the Great Snake Pill the right to view and learn all the ninjutsu, forbidden, and secret arts knowledge, and did not need the Great Snake Pill to spend any void coins to buy. But now Orochimaru knows that in addition to these ninjutsu knowledge, he also needs the cost of void coins in many other aspects. The development of the Star Country has just begun, and there will be many national-level missions in the future, and the new ninjutsu knowledge and research materials you have researched can also be sold to the Void Mirror, rest assured. With your ability of the Great Snake Pill, it won't take long to get your own little world, Uchiha said. This way. I really have a lot of research materials and ninjutsu here. The Big Snake Pill began to toss in the Void Mirror, selling the ninjutsu he created and developed one by one, and buying the resources he needed for his own research. Seeing this, Uchiha Pan smiled, and his figure disappeared instantly, leaving the origin continent. The land of rain, in the village of Rain Hide. A figure appeared instantly. It was not the first time that Uchiha Pan came to the land of rain, and he was familiar with the road, and soon found Nagato and Konan. With the big move of the Star Country, the land of birds has been completely occupied, and the country of stars is now completely bordered by the land of rain, not to mention how turbulent the other forces in the ninja realm are. The Xiao organization under the leadership of Nagato has been silently dormant and powerful, but recently the horns in charge of the Xiao organization's finances are a little depressed. Because of the war in the land of Uchiha stars, the rest of the hidden villages in the ninja world have shrunk their strength, their eyes are firmly fixed on the land of stars, and the various bounty hiring tasks in the ninja world have become rare, which makes Kakuto, who can't earn money, feel very unhappy recently. After Uchiha Pan came to Yuin village, he talked and communicated with Nagato and Konan, and Uchiha Pan took Yao out of his alien space and handed it over to Nagato for processing, and just as the three of them were telling each other's experiences and planning negotiations, they heard Uchiha Pan come to the corner of Yuin village and ran in a hurry. Chief, I heard that Uchiha Pan guy is here. Where is it? Before Jiaodu's figure appeared, the voice was already coming from afar. Kakuto? Is there something wrong with me? Uchiha looked at the horn who came in with some doubts. Pan, you're really here. Because your Star Country is fighting everywhere, the bounty missions in the ninja world have become less recently, and the economy of the Xiao organization is now difficult. Do you think you need my help next time your Star Country attacks other countries? Don't charge you expensive. Kakuto complained. Kakuto, you're still such a money junkie. Do you want to come to my Star Country to become the Minister of Economy? All the financial revenue of the Star Country belongs to you, Uchiha said with a smile. Uchiha Pan is really speechless for the appearance of Kakuto wealth fans, a strong man at the peak of the shadow level, but also survived from the Warring States period, and the character of the same era as the original Hokage, actually has such a peculiar hobby, it really makes people not know what to say. However, Uchiha Pan's previous proposal was not casual. Before Uchiha Pan and Nagato and Konan, they discussed the issue of the land of rain joining the land of stars, although Nagato and Konan did not have much opinion, but Nagato still decided to ask the opinions of others in the organization, and it was not an easy thing for the land of rain to join the country of stars smoothly. Unlike the high-level nobles of the four countries in the country of birds who were slaughtered and suppressed, the people at the bottom will not have much opinion as long as they have food to eat, and they will not have much opinion about whether they can survive. But although the country of rain is under the secret rule of Nagato, there are still high-level nobles such as daimyo and ninjas of Yuin village, and these people are definitely far more aware of the country of rain than those ordinary people. With the arrival of Jiaodu soon, the members of the Xiao organization who remained in Yuin village and did not go out on missions rushed over. Today's Xiao organization, in addition to the leader Nagato, White Tiger no Konan, Suzeka no Uchiha Pan, Hoku no Kakuto, Jade Lady no Red Sand no Scorpion, Sunya no Black and White Z, Nanda no Dry Persimmon Ghostfish, and Kong Chen no Dai Snake Pill 8 people, only Deodara and Hida have not yet returned to their places, of which Uchiha Pan replaced the original Uchiha Attacker to become Suzaku. Hey! Uchiha Pan, this guy is finally here. I don't think if Nagato wasn't looking for you, you wouldn't have come here, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel said. Let's not say anything else, Plate. What kind of illusion world did you get in the Star Country, and give each of us a connection protector? Black and White shouted from the sidelines. Yes, right. I'm really curious about your Void Origin continent. It's a pity that the last time I got a protective allowance to enter, I didn't pass when filling in my personal information, and I was directly raised. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel said depressedly. I will open the permission for you. As for those ninja forwards, the core is still that magic rune, you can copy this yourself. Seeing the members of Xiao's organization staring at him one after another, hearing Heibaiju talking about the Void Origin continent, even Xiao Nan's gaze looking at him was full of curiosity and expectation, Uchiha waved his hand and said, Okay, the main reason for calling everyone over is to tell you something. Nagato spoke. When everyone heard Nagato as the leader of the Xiao organization speak, they all stopped moving, not knowing that Nagato had something important that needed to gather all the members before announcing it. I decided to join the Star Country with the Xiao organization, and the ninja power of Yuan village is still under the control of our Xiao organization, a special organizational force belonging to the Star Country, and all actions are completely autonomous. What do you think about this matter? Nagato finished his decision in one breath, and then looked at the members who had fallen silent. Who else in the Xiao organization has agreed to this matter besides the leader? Kakuto glanced at Uchiha Pan, who was standing silent on the side, and asked in a deep voice. In addition to Nagato, Konan, and Orochimaru have also agreed to join the Star Country. Uchiha Pan said lightly. What about the original goals of the organization? Do you continue to carry out the tailed beast plan? Heibaiju's face was a little ugly, and he asked in an astringent voice. The goal of the Xiao organization will never change, forming a mercenary army, invading the mission system of the major powers in the ninja world, collecting tailed beasts, resurrecting the 10 tails, creating the most powerful and terrifying war weapon in the ninja world, and finally achieving peace will never change. Nagato looked resolute and said firmly. Our plan remain unchanged, and the two sides cooperate with each other and do not interfere with each other. Xiao Nan glanced at everyone and said coldly. Since the leader and Zionin and the guy from Orochimaru have agreed, and Uchiha Pan is also a member of the organization, joining the Star Country is not a big deal, I agree. After Jiaoda finished speaking, he came to Uchiha Pan again, and said Pan, you just promised me the position of Minister of Economy, but you didn't lie to me. Of course not, the position of Minister of Economy was originally reserved for you, Uchiha Pan said angrily. Then I agree too. Agreed. The remaining dried persimmon ghost mackerel, scorpion, and black and white absolute all opened their mouths when they saw the horns, and after thinking about it, they also agreed one after another. The matter of Yuan village was over. Uchiha Pan quickly left the Land of Rain. As for the matter of the Land of Rain joining the Land of Stars, it was still carried out in secret. On the one hand, Nagato needed to deal with the opposition in the Country of Rain. It was impossible to do it overnight. On the other hand, it was to hide the 5 major powers of the ninja realm, and would not interfere with the future actions of the Xiao organization. After all, the current Xiao organization is in the shadows, and it is more effective. After leaving the Land of Rain, Uchiha did not immediately return to Hoshihide village, but rushed to a town in the Land of Fire because of an intelligence message. Before coming to the Land of Rain, Uchiha posted a personal quest in the Void Realm, offering a high reward for the exact location of Tsunade, one of the 3 shinobi. Because of this, Uchiha Pan quickly learned where Tsunade was, and now Uchiha Pan is going to see Tsunade. As a disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage and Konoha, Tsunade, one of the 3 shinobi, was disgusted with war and political struggle because of the death of his brother and lover during World War II and World War III, and left Konoha village and has been wandering around the ninja world. Land of Fire, Short Book Street, inside a luxuriously decorated gambling house. Great. Big. A beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a wide robe stared intently at the dice cup and shouted loudly. Buy and leave. Open. 1, 2, 3, 6, small, abominable. This one will definitely win. Tsunade looked excited and grabbed the remaining money ticket in his hand and staked big. Tsunade-sama, don't. This is our last money. If you lose, you won't have money to eat and lodge. A little girl with black hair of 7 or 8 years old on Tsunade's side looked panicked with a hint of grievance, shaking Tsunade's sleeve vigorously and persuading. Mute. Believe in the power of this gambling god, this one will definitely win. You can definitely win. Tsunade said aloud without looking back. Although what Tsunade said was a firm determination, knowing that Tsunade's gambling luck was silent and the gamblers on the side heard Tsunade's words, their expressions were full of weirdness and amusement. Buy and leave. Open. 5 6 67 points big. What? 17 big? How can it be? Yes. My money. All the gamblers on the side bet on the small and howled miserably when they saw this. I actually won. Is this what Tsunade-sama really knows? That's great. No more sleeping on the streets tonight. Shizun jumped up happily and said excitedly. 17. Mute. Collect money. Let's go. Tsunade was not at all happy when he saw the points in the dice cup, and his expression was very ugly, and he said to Shizun, Tsunade is very aware of his gambling luck, and whenever he wins a gamble, it means that something bad is about to happen around him, which also casts a shadow on Tsunade's heart. Tsunade-sama. Shizun quickly packed up the money ticket and followed Tsunade out of the gambling house. In a sake shop on Short Book Street, Tsunade drank heavily and looked worried, but Shizun on the side was silently eating dinner on his plate, looking at Tsunade with worried eyes from time to time. Can I sit here? A warm voice suddenly sounded, and a handsome young man walked into the box and asked. The young man was dressed in a black and red imperial god robe, and although he opened his mouth to ask, his body sat down directly unceremoniously, and he picked up the food on the table with a smile and ate it. You are. Looking at the good-looking big brother in front of him eating the food he ordered, Shizun looked very surprised. Uchiha disc. Tsunade, who was a little drunk, froze, frowned and looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, Uchiha disc. You are not welcome here. Roll me if nothing happens. Tsunade slapped the table and stood up and shouted, Sister Tsunade, how can I say that we are also so familiar with each other? You make me very sad like this. Uchiha finished eating the fried chicken leg in his hand, and casually picked up another bottle of soju and drank it. And who said I have nothing to do? This time I came specifically to find Tsunade's sister you. Uchiha pouted and said with a smile, Uchiha disc. There is nothing to talk about between me and you are an S-class rebel from Konoha village. No more verbosity, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Tsunade's body was full of momentum, and he clenched his powder fist and shouted, Sister Tsunade, you can't beat me. Uchiha Pan said with a serious expression, Bastard. Look down on people less. Monster fist. Tsunade was angered by the teenager's tone, and could no longer bear the anger in his heart, and directly bombarded the boy with a strange fist. Rumble. Tsunade's strange fist passed through Uchiha Pan's body, instantly breaking a deep crack in the ground of the brewery, and the powerful destructive force caused the entire tavern to collapse, and countless panicked guests fled, far away from the range of this kind of battle between ninjas. Uchiha casually threw away the finished bottle, turned to look at Tsunade behind him, and said helplessly, Sister Tsunade, I think we need a stable communication environment between us, you see, you can't hurt me anyway. Abominable. This guy is strong again. I'm afraid it's not much different from Grandpa. Tsunade put away his attack stance and looked at the boy with an ugly expression. Let's go. Let's go to a quiet place and talk. After Uchiha finished speaking, he turned around and left the place with Tsunade and Shizun, and found a hotel to live in. In the room, Uchiha Pan, Tsunade, and Shizun were sitting. Have something to say. The old lady still has to sleep. Tsunade said angrily. Hey, Sister Tsunade, you have changed a lot. Is it because of the rope tree and Kato broken? Uchiha sighed, softly looking at Tsunade's numbness and pain hidden deep under his eyes. Click. Tsunade's slender fingers directly pinched the corner of the table, his face became even more grim, and he drank coldly with a sullen face. Uchiha plate, I don't need you to take care of my business. Sister Tsunade, our relationship was not so stiff. Do you still have expectations for Konoha? Do you really think that the death of Rope Tree and Kato Broken has nothing to do with the upper echelons of Konoha? Uchiha shouted in a deep voice. Uchiha disc. You are not qualified to say this here. Tsunade's expression changed, and his mouth was still tough. At least I didn't hurt you, Tsunade-san, Uchiha said helplessly. Konoha village was established by the eldest grandfather, and poured into the efforts of the eldest grandfather and the second grandfather, Uchiha Pan. Don't think I don't know what you've done to Konoha. Tsunade's fingers clicked and he shouted angrily. Konoha lost to me first, and I won't regret everything Konoha did. But, Sister Tsunade, what do you expect from Konoha? People are always confused by appearances and forget their original intentions. Senjukuma and Uchiha joined forces to end the Sengoku period and establish Konoha village. The original purpose was to protect their respective clansmen and relatives, so that they could have a stable life and no longer bear the pain of war. But now? For the so-called peace of Konoha village, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have already existed in name only. The Senju clan is left with only Tsunade's sister Yu, and the Uchiha clan is only 5 people left, and our 2 clans are already on the verge of extinction. Konoha was once established to protect the clansmen, but now it has been buried by the hands of the Konoha high level to bury the 2 major families. Put the cart before the horse. Sister Tsunade, do you think that if Senju Zuma knew that the Senju clan would have fallen to this point, would he have established Konoha village in the first place? Uchiha asked one by one, constantly breaking the reasons Tsunade's heart used to convince him, pointing directly to the core. Don't say it. Tsunade could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes and slammed his fist at Uchiha Pan. Boom! This time, Uchiha did not blur himself to dodge, but directly grasped Tsunade's fist, calmly looked at Tsunade, who seemed to be out of control, and watched Tsunade cry loudly in front of him. No one can understand the pain hidden in Tsunade's heart. As Uchiha said, the Senju clan, which was once famous and stood at the peak of the ninja world, is now left alone. The dearest grandfather and second grandfather have died one after another, even his younger brother and lover have left him, and now Tsunade is like a ghost wandering in the ninja world, silent all day long in the anesthesia of gambling and alcohol. The burden of the revitalization of the Senju clan fell entirely on Tsunade, and the despair and frustration could not be experienced by outsiders. On the second day, the sun was shining, and Uchiha bought 3 breakfasts from outside and knocked on Tsunade's door. Last night, Tsunade was shaken by Uchiha Pan's words, and directly collapsed and cried, and Uchiha Pan could only helplessly leave the silent little girl to take care of him, giving Tsunade a night to sort out his thoughts. Let's have breakfast. Sister Tsunade didn't expect you to be so sloppy outside, and you haven't woken up until this time. Uchiha muttered as he ate the breakfast in his hand. Starve me. After Tsunade washed up, he began to gobble up the breakfast on the table. Uchiha looked at Tsunade, who had no image at all. His face was full of speechlessness. What a powerful woman. After the three of them had breakfast, they left Short Book Street and went to a grassland not far away. Pan boy. Go ahead. What the hell is going on with me? Tsunade asked calmly. Last night, I was circled around by this guy Uchiha, and I was gaffed, but I still don't know what this guy is looking for him. I said, Sister Tsunade, you can't get angry. Uchiha glanced at Tsunade with some hesitation. Don't talk nonsense. Something to say quickly. As for whether I get angry or not, it depends on my sister's mood. Tsunade looked strange, moving his knuckles with both hands and drinking. All right, that's what you asked me to say. Uchiha's expression became serious, and he said to Tsunade with a serious face, Sister Tsunade, I have taken a fancy to you. Come with me, Pan boy. What did you say? Sister, I didn't hear clearly, you say it again. Tsunade's face visibly gloomy, and he clenched his pink fist and said in a deep voice, Sister Tsunade, you are also a person anyway, and you have to bear the reproduction and revitalization of the Senju clan, and it just so happens that I also need to be responsible for the future of the Uchiha clan, so that we are combined, isn't it just right? Uchiha hurriedly explained. Reproduction? Well? Tsunade walked slowly towards Uchiha with a gloomy face. Who else in the ninja world can pursue Tsunade's sister and you but me? Even if there were, I would kill him. Uchiha did not retreat, just stared at the pretty face that was approaching, and said seriously, Bastard. Rumble. Tsunade's strange fist that burst out with all his strength directly hit Uchiha's chest, knocking the boy's body back more than 10 meters away with one blow, and sliding 2 deep ravines on the ground. What a strong, strange force. Even with Uchiha Pan's physical fitness that can withstand dozens of times gravity, and the continuous stimulation of the powerful body with the Thunder Ninja technique, after hard receiving Tsunade's all-out strange force punch, he also felt a pang of stuffiness in his chest, and there was a faint pain, and Uchiha Pan knew that it was the reason why the muscle meridians in his chest were damaged. However, with the terrifying vitality and resilience of the immortal body that was about to become a big immortal body in Uchiha Pan, these small injuries were repaired in almost the blink of an eye. Why not shoot? Are you looking down on me? Tsunade didn't expect that the boy would not dodge, and resisted his strange punch, and immediately stopped. His body was complicated, and there was a trace of anger in his complex. The fight is a win, but if I defeat Sister Tsunade, you will have to promise me what I just did. Uchiha stood steady, casually flicked the wrinkled robe on his chest, and said lightly, looking at Uchiha Pan's attitude that seemed to be uncaring, and a look that did not take himself to heart at all. Although Tsunade knew that this might be something that Uchiha Pan deliberately did for himself, Tsunade still felt the anger in his heart continue to rise. Who is she? Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Senju clan, one of the 3 ninja who are famous in the ninja world, and her strength has long reached the peak of the shadow level. Although the real battle may not be the opponent of this guy Uchiha Pan, but Uchiha Pan looks down on himself so much or makes the battle flame in Tsunade's heart burn completely. Pan boy, don't say that my sister didn't give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me with physical skills, my sister will promise you what you said just now. I just don't know if you dare to bet with my sister and me, Pan boy. Tsunade's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he suddenly said in a loud voice to the young man, Sister Tsunade, are you sure? You must know that Sister Tsunade, your gambling luck is really not good. I just don't know what about gambling. Uchiha touched his chin and said with a thoughtful look, Abominable. This stinky boy is now more and more annoying the more you look at it. Tsunade looked at the young man's unobtrusive tone, as if he could easily defeat himself with only physical skills, and saw the anger in Tsunade's heart rise and rise, almost unable to suppress it anymore. Listen, you can only use physical skills, Pan boy. You are not allowed to use those pupil and ninjutsu abilities of yours, otherwise you will lose. Tsunade reminded someone loudly. And hear me, Uchiha said with a faint smile. Abominable. Look at the old lady and don't beat you stinky boy to death. Tsunade thought maliciously in his heart. The two were ready, and invited the silent little girl to act as the appraiser of this gambling contract. Begin. The silent little girl looked at a calm and angry 2 people in the field, and there was a sense of uncertainty in her heart, and she felt a pang of unease about her Tsunade-sama for no reason, and had the intention to persuade Tsunade-sama to give up this gambling contract, but looking at the serious appearance of the 2 people in the field, she could only give up helplessly. With the silent referee's order, Tsunade immediately took a step, full of strange power, and went straight to Uchiha. Heavenly Keep. Boom. Monster Fist. Boom. 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 Tsunade burst out with chakra, unleashing his famous ninja world strange power, and bursting out with extreme power in one punch and one kick, frantically attacking Uchiha Pan. And in the face of Tsunade's strange power, Uchiha Pan did not have the slightest intention of dodging, completely hard-hitting collision bombardment, did not perform the Thunder Ninja technique, did not unlock the 8 doors of Dun Armor art. Uchiha Pan completely relied on his powerful body to bombard Tsunade without giving in. Uchiha Pan has always been unslackening about his physical skills, and he has tried to continuously strengthen his own physical skills, whether it is to improve his physical fitness with the help of gravity art, or to win the forbidden practice of physical arts such as Thunder Ninja art and 8 Doors Dunja, but the ninjutsu and pupil skills mastered by Uchiha Pan are too powerful, and usually Uchiha Pan has no chance to use his physical skills to fight. On a plain not far from Short Book Street, two rapidly passing figures frantically slammed into each other. The sound of pure flesh and flesh colliding continued to come out, and the violent exchange almost exploded the air by the two. Rumble. Tsunade continued to perform his strange power technique, and the strange power fist was followed by the bombardment of the heavenly foot in turn, completely erupting the violent factor hidden under the beautiful appearance, and after sensing the situation that the opposite Uchiha Pan slightly began to attack less and defend more, Tsunade's heart exploded with a strong burst of pleasure and excitement. Drink. Tsunade let out a low sigh, and instantly broke out the most powerful blow to Tenshoji since the battle, directly kicking Uchiha Pan's body back dozens of steps, slamming into the rock pile behind him, slamming the hill-like rock pile into one fine crack after another, and then completely shattered. Uchiha Pan flicked his somewhat sore arms. His own strong resilience quickly repaired the fine bruises inside his body. Looking at the proud standing figure in the distance, Uchiha Pan also felt a burst of blood and passion in his heart. This kind of fist-to-flesh pure body combat can really stimulate a person's enthusiasm for fighting, and Uchiha Pan has not felt this long-lost passion and desire to fight for a long time since he was promoted to Super Shadow Strength and completely crushed the entire ninja world. Sting! Come again, Uchiha said loudly. In the previous battle, Uchiha Pan has roughly figured out what realm his current physical fitness has reached, without applying any ninjutsu or pupil art, relying on his strong physical quality alone. Today's Uchiha Pan can burst out with strength that has almost reached the peak of the shadow level, so it can be seen what kind of strength Uchiha Pan's body has reached today. To know that even the third and fourth generations of Thunder Shadow and Tsunade need to use the Thunder Ninja technique and the magic of strange power to assist, in order to raise the physical attack power to the peak of the shadow level, relying on physical strength alone cannot reach this point at all. It can be said that now the body of the Uchiha disc is under the 6 realms, almost the strongest in the history of the ninja world, and this powerful to perverted physical quality is far from reaching the limit. It can be predicted that this powerful physical ability will definitely be a stronghold card of the Uchiha disc in the future, enough to bring all enemies at deepest despair. After knowing the strength of his body, although Uchiha Pan was slightly pleased, he also knew that it was still delusional to defeat Tsunade with strange power techniques based on physical factors alone, so Uchiha Pan did not hesitate to cast the Thunder Ninja technique. The dazzling thunder attribute chakra lightning swirled around the body of the Uchiha disc. The blue thunder and lightning power continued to travel inside and outside the body of the Uchiha disc, and the powerful ability of the changing nature of the thunder attribute chakra constantly stimulated the vitality of the body cells of the Uchiha disc. Feeling the powerful power that continued to gush out of the body, the Uchiha disc smiled proudly at Tsunade. Rumble. The Uchiha disc that performed the Thunder Ninja technique has a huge improvement in strength and speed, and combined with the perverted physical quality of the Uchiha disc, it instantly burst out of its powerful power. One punch. With just one punch, Uchiha Pan had completely defeated the terrifying strange power that had slightly suppressed him before, and even under Uchiha Pan's faster speed, Tsunade became a luxury even if he wanted to dodge. Rumble. Tsunade's body was suddenly smashed into the pile of rocks behind him under the heavy punch of the Uchiha disc, and it was really a report for a report, but the scene where the Uchiha disc was suppressed and flew just now happened to Tsunade again. Abominable. This is the secret legend of Union Village's Thunder Dun Ninjutsu. Looking at the thunder attribute chakra lightning that surrounded Uchiha's disc, Tsunade's face became extremely ugly. Sister Tsunade, you lost. Uchiha stood quietly and said calmly. Less proud. It's too early to tell. Pan boy. A sneer appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth and said, Yin Seal, untie, Ninfa, the art of 100 heroes, Ninfa, create regeneration. Tsunade sneered, and instantly knotted his hands and drank. After Tsunade's rapid handprint, I saw that the diamond-shaped purple mark on Tsunade's forehead disappeared directly, and a series of spell seal runes extended from the forehead position to cover the entire body, which was Tsunade's self-created 100 heroic technique. Looking at Tsunade's appearance, the corners of Uchiha's mouth twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly, Sister Tsunade, you don't need to be so serious, and you are medical ninjutsu, totally a violation. Humph. Pan boy, I only said that you can only use physical skills. When did I say that I can't use other ninjutsu myself? Tsunade laughed playfully as he looked at Uchiha disc. If you want to fight with the old lady, you are still too tender. Pan boy. Tsunade slammed his fist up. With the unsealing of Tsunade's Yin Seal, a large number of chakras were released, in addition to the powerful self-healing ability of its own 100 heroes art and the art of creating regeneration. It also improved the physical fitness of some Tsunade, and enhanced Tsunade's strange power technique in disguise. Rumble. Boom. But even Tsunade's strange power technique, which became more powerful, was still unable to resist the attack from the Uchiha disc after casting the Thunder Ninja technique, but Tsunade, who had cast the 100 hero art and the regeneration technique, completely ignored his own defenses, and looked like a desperate Sun Yang, and frantically confronted the Uchiha disc. Uchiha Pan quickly swung his fists and feet, although he was still able to suppress Tsunade on the scene, but in the face of Tsunade's insoluble self-healing ability, even Uchiha Pan, on the basis of not performing other ninjutsu and pupil techniques, if he wanted to defeat such Tsunade with his physical skills, he could only win by relying on Chakra, who had completely exhausted Tsunade in time. To know that Tsunade's Hyakuhou art and the creation regeneration art are combined, even if the body is broken in two in the original work, Tsunade can barely survive with its strong vitality. And if you want to exhaust the chakra in Tsunade's in-seal, Uchiha Pan only needs to think about how long Tsunade has been sealed and stored after Tsunade developed the in-seal, and there is no hope in his heart at all. If it is really like this, although with the foundation of the Uchiha disc, it is not worried about its own consumption, but if it is fought like this for 3 days and 3 nights, it may not be able to end the battle, and even if it wins in this way, the Uchiha disc will not have the slightest joy in his heart. Humph! Tsunade's sister. You forced me. Uchiha punched Tsunade's body back, and his expression suddenly became serious. Pan boy, if you have any ability, you can take it out, you can't win it just by paying lip service. Tsunade laughed nonchalantly. Looking at Uchiha's suffocating look, Tsunade's heart was proud, calling you kid arrogant and looking down on people, telling you that this guy dares to hit the attention of the old lady, now you know how powerful. Tsunade was secretly proud in his heart, this time he was fighting to consume the large amount of chakra that had been sealed in the in-seal for a long time, and he also had to completely suppress the arrogance of this guy in Uchiha Pan. Then let's walk and see. Uchiha looked at Tsunade and smiled strangely. Physical skills, bind the body. Shout. Uchiha Pan's figure rushed towards Tsunade. Tsunade knew that his speed could not be compared to Uchiha Pan, and did not dodge, and directly punched to meet it. Boom! Tsunade's punch directly bombarded the boy's right shoulder, knocking the boy to a stagger, but at this time Tsunade was not happy, and his face changed greatly. I saw that the figure of the Uchiha disc came to Tsunade's body in an instant, and did not care about Tsunade's fist at all, but opened his arms violently, and at the moment Tsunade's fist hit his shoulder, Uchiha Pan's arms closed down fiercely. Bastard! Let me go! What kind of physical skill are you? Uchiha Pan's sudden move of getting up directly hugged Tsunade's body, and even after his arms tightened Tsunade's upper body, Uchiha Pan didn't do anything at all, his legs bounced up, and he directly crossed and strangled Tsunade's legs. Boom! The two bodies fell to the ground with the break of the balance of the center of gravity, and Uchiha Pan tightly bound Tsunade's body like an octopus, imprisoning Tsunade's entire body like an octopus. Tsunade constantly twisted his body angrily, trying to break free from Uchiha Pan's arms, without giving up the struggle at all. Tsunade Soup-sama. Admit defeat or not? Uchiha smiled at Tsunade, who was struggling to resist beneath him, and teased. Bastard! Let go of the old lady. Uchiha disc. You are foul. Tsunade looked angry. How did I foul? I don't have the ability to use anything other than physical skills. The boy smiled proudly. After struggling for some fruitlessness, Tsunade finally gave up resistance, and now his hands and feet are firmly imprisoned by this guy Uchiha Pan. Even if Tsunade wants to attack, he can't use his fists and feet, and in the face of Uchiha Pan's rogue tactics, Tsunade feels speechless for a while. Say yes, pure body war. Say yes to the flesh. In the end, you actually came to a child's fighting posture like this. Pan boy. Even if you bind me, it doesn't mean that you won, the old lady will spend with you today. See who can't hold on in the end. Tsunade's expression suddenly softened, and he looked at Uchiha with determination in his eyes. Yes? Uchiha felt the softness coming from the place where his body and Tsunade touched, wisps of fragrance swirled around the tip of his nose, and he completely lay on Tsunade with a smile on his face, and pressed the Tsunade in his arms to himself with both hands and feet harder. The two of them stalemated on this potholed plain meadow, but not long after, Tsunade, who had been determined to fight with a firm expression, suddenly struggled violently. Bastard! What are you doing? Tsunade's face turned red, with a hint of anger and shame in his expression. Feeling the strange touch coming from under him, Tsunade, who was no longer an ignorant girl, immediately knew what it was, and then listening to the boy's suppressed rough breath and strange eyes, Tsunade could no longer bear that the boy continued to eat his own tofu, and instantly broke out and struggled with all his strength. Bastard! Rush! After bursting out his strange power with all his strength, he still couldn't break free from the confinement of Uchiha Pan, and Tsunade burst out with another ninjutsu. Tsunade Soup-sama. If you want to paralyze me by relying on the electrostatic force field, you forget that I am in a state of thunder ninjutsu at the moment, and the body's resistance to lightning is very strong. Sister Tsunade, you better give up resistance. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it again. Uchiha said rather shamelessly. Good. Very good. Pan boy. Count you ruthless. I throw in the towel. Let me go. Tsunade's expression changed when he heard this, and he shouted viciously. silent little girl. Come here. Someone is going to throw in the towel. Come and judge. Uchiha turned his head and shouted at Shizun, who was standing in the distance watching the two of them. Tsunade-sama, are you all right? Shizun looked at the two entangled in the field dumbfounded, and looked at Tsunade with a somewhat embarrassed and strange look and asked. Mute, Tsunade takes the initiative to admit defeat. This time the bet was that I won. You, as a judge, judge it. Uchiha said. Tsunade-sama. This? Shizun hesitantly glanced at Tsunade and hesitated. What to see? Don't hurry yet. Tsunade drank unpleasantly. So this time the bet is that this Uchiha-sama wins. Shizun hurriedly said. Don't let go yet. Bastard. Tsunade waited until Shizun announced the results, then his expression finally relaxed, and he hurriedly shouted at Uchiha. Sister Tsunade, have you forgotten our previous bet? You're my woman when you lose. Case. What does it matter if I hug? Uchiha didn't let go immediately, but instead smiled at Tsunade. After Uchiha finished speaking, without waiting for Tsunade to react, he immediately let go of the restraints of his limbs and got up and pulled Tsunade. Use this method to win, Pan Boy, I can see you clearly. Tsunade said in an ugly deep voice. You'll see me more clearly in the future, Tsunade-san. Since our relationship has changed, I will directly call you Tsunade in the future. You can call me Pan, or husband, don't Pan brat, bastard all day. Uchiha Pan said seriously. I remember the first time I saw someone was a little furry boy. I want me not to call you a Pan boy, you have the ability to become bigger than the old lady in me. Tsunade said disdainfully. It's the first time I've seen a woman who is proud of her age. Uchiha said speechlessly. Although Uchiha Pan feels that such a Tsunade is more moving, Uchiha Pan also knows how much a woman cares about her age and youth, even if she is a strong person at the peak of the shadow level. Uchiha Pan thought with some malice in his heart, when Tsunade developed the yin seal to assist his own medical ninjutsu was fake, the real reason was probably to save his youthful appearance. Tsunade, remember to talk and talk, Uchiha said mysteriously. What? Tsunade was stunned by Uchiha's sudden words. What do you remember to say? Did I just say something? Tsunade looked at the boy confused. Tsunade, I decided to give you a gift. A purple and ancient round mirror instantly appeared in the Uchiha disc, which was the exclusive artifact void mirror of the Uchiha disc. Go back in time. Uchiha disc drank low, the eternal kaleidoscope of eyes opened instantly, powerful pupil power surged, Uchiha Pan's gaze looked directly at Tsunade's body, and the time pupil technique, time counter current launched. The mysterious and powerful power of time was moved, and I saw that with the launch of Uchiha's pupil technique, Tsunade's mature body instantly underwent amazing changes. Time turned back, Tsunade's body rapidly became smaller under the reverse flow of time, the mature and beautiful face became green and immature, the tall and concave sexy body became shorter and smaller and flattened, Tsunade's body seemed to grow backwards in an instant, and almost in the blink of an eye it became a cute, little lowly form. Although a bit off. But it worked. Uchiha Pan exhaled, and with the help of the power accumulated during this time in the void mirror, Uchiha Pan instantly instilled the pupil power of the pupil technique of time reversal that was enough to reverse more than 30 years, and in an instant changed Tsunade from a mature royal sister to a cute baby lowly. Rip and pull. Pan boy, what are you doing? Tsunade's childish face was filled with confusion and anger. This guy from Uchiha first talked to himself inexplicably, and then somehow put himself in the fabric of the huge abscess in an instant, which made Tsunade, who had not yet reacted to what happened, feel a little confused and uneasy. But because Tsunade's body instantly became smaller, the clothes originally worn on his body also seemed too large, loosely covering Tsunade's body. Tsunade was so angry that his little hand tore it hard, and he came out of the collapsed clothes, shouting angrily. Tsunade! Hand! Tsunade-sama! How did it come to this? The silent girl on the side, who had been witnessing all this happening, looked at the naked Tsunade in amazement and exclaimed in horror. What became like this? Hey, how do you seem to have grown taller? Tsunade asked confusedly. Tsunade-sama. You! Shizun covered his mouth with one hand and pointed the other at Tsunade's body. Mute! What are you doing? Tsunade looked at himself with dissatisfaction as he followed Shizun's fingers. Ah, my clothes! Tsunade only felt a chill on his skin, and instantly exclaimed and covered his body with his hands. That's not right. My body? How did my body become like this? Ozuna's expression was full of shock and horror, and he kept looking at himself a little confused. Watching Ozuna hands spinning nervously there, even if he was not wearing clothes, he forgot it, his hands kept touching his body up and down, and touched his little face, and his expression became more and more frightened. Let's put your clothes on first. Uchiha directly transformed a set of little girl's clothes into a set of clothes and handed it to Tsunade, and said in a harmonious voice, I'll tell you everything that just happened later. Pan boy. You did it. Ozuna raised his head and shouted angrily at the tall boy in front of him. Uchiha nodded, urged Ozuna to get dressed, and then left the place directly with the two who were still in a state of confusion. In the inbox, Uchiha told Tsunade about the previous situation, and regardless of the two who looked strange, he directly wiped out the food on the table. After a long while, Tsunade looked at Uchiha with a complicated expression and said, "So, I was reversed by your time pupil technique, the reverse flow of time to turn my body back more than 30 years ago, and now my body age is only less than 10 years old. You don't need to confirm this anymore. The previous thing is also seen in the eyes." Uchiha wiped the corners of his mouth and said seriously, "Yes, Tsunade. Forward. Adults, your body turned into a child in an instant." Shizen looked at the cute Tsunade who was now smaller than himself next to him, and said with a strange look on his face, "The kaleidoscopic chakra eye of the Uchiha clan is actually so powerful that even the mysterious power of time can be controlled." Ozuna looked into the boy's eyes with an inexplicable expression. Tsunade can sense his own physical state, which is in the developmental stage of childhood, and the breath of youthful vitality cannot deceive Tsunade, who has the power of the bloodline of the Senju clan, and although his body has regressed to the infant stage, Tsunade can sense that his powerful chakra and memory experience are still preserved and have not been erased with the passage of time. It can be said that the current Ozuna hand is holding the appearance of Lori, but has the shadow-level strength of the peak of the ninja world. This gift of mine is good. In this way, Tsunade, you will have another time of youth. And in the future, when you grow up, I can continue to use time reversal to fix Tsunade's body age at the most youthful and energetic period, so that you can remain young forever and live forever. Then you don't have to make me so small. Tsunade felt more and more angry when he said this, and suddenly jumped on the boy's back and beat him. Anyway, it's going to be old, now Tsunade, you can call me obediently. Did Uchiha grab Ozuna's hand that was making a mess behind him and grow up hard? And you didn't yell at me to become bigger than you before. Now, my current body age is fixed at 18, rubbed Tsunade's blonde hair, and said with a playful look, "Don't even think about it. Pan boy, you're going to die this heart." Ozuna shouted unwillingly, waving his little hands and legs. "All right, I'm ready to get up and go back to the land of stars. Tsunade, get ready too." Uchiha stood up and said to Tsunade, "Abominable bastard, I'm not going." Ozuna grabbed Shizen and said, "Mute. Let's go. Go to the casino and have a handful. Tsunade, remember to gamble and lose." Uchiha took Tsunade and Shizen back to his apartment, and directly arranged the two in the bedroom next to him. Subsequently, Uchiha gave Tsunade and Shizen a ninja protector of the Star Country one by one, opening up permissions in the Void Realm for them. With the return of the Uchiha disc itself, after the Star Country has just occupied the territory and population of the 4 countries of the Ghost Country, a large amount of resource information needs to be integrated and regulated, the formation of administrative personnel in various places, and the stationing of the Quartet military headquarters are carried out in an orderly manner. And with the increasing strength of the Star Country, especially after the annexation of the 4 small countries that have just ended, the strength of the Star Country has increased several times almost instantly, and in the face of such a Star Country rich in aggression, all the large and small hidden village forces in the ninja world have raised their vigilance against it, among which the territory bordering the Star Country, the land of the Earth Cave Village and the Wind Country Sand Hidden Village, do not want to see such a powerful opponent rise around them. The day after Uchiha returned to Hashinoku village, Uchiha village of Tsuchinoku brazenly launched a war against Hashinoku, and 3,000 ninja troops, led by the 3rd generation of Tokujonaki personally, invaded the territory of the land of birds that the Hashinoku had just occupied. At the same time, the Sand Hidden Village of the Land of Wind also sent 1,000 elite ninjas to gather on the front line bordering the Land of Wind and the Land of Stars, ready to move. Uchiha village is so daring, really pinched my Uchiha plate as a soft persimmon. After Uchiha Pan learned the news of the invasion of the Star Country by the ninja of Uchiha village, he was also angered by the arrogance of the old guy Oniki. Because the intelligence supply on the origin continent in the Void Mirror, almost when the ninja of Uchiha village had just invaded the territory of the Star Country, this information was transmitted by the people of the Star Country through the Void Mirror. Kai, you lead 100 Shangnin of the military headquarters to the Eastern Military Region to take over the frontline battlefield, and beat and cripple the ninjas of Uchiha village for me. Uchiha immediately ordered Uchiha to go to the Uchiha front. Junmaru, you will also go with Kai this time. Uchiha sent Junmaru to assist. With the strength of Uchiha K and Junmaru, a shadow-level peak and a quasi-shadow peak, plus 100 upper ninja and 1,000 middle ninja of the Eastern Military Region, it is enough to cope with and even defeat the 3,000 ninja troops invading Uchiha village. You must know that at this time, only 7 or 8 years have passed since the 3 battles of the ninja world. The new generation of ninja forces in the major ninja villages has not really grown, and the heavy damage suffered by the 5 major powers during the 3 wars has not been completely recovered, and most of the 3,000 ninjas sent by Uchiha village this time are probably cannon fodder belonging to the lower ninja level, so Uchiha Pan is not worried about the success or failure of the war with Uchiha village. Shan village is also restless, and the 4 generations of wind shadows have now also reached the border of the country of wind, and it seems that they are all eyeing the country of my stars. Uchiha sneered, shook his head at Uchiha Ling, who was looking at him with a longing look on his face, and said to a shadowy position in the corner of the wall, Autumn, you run and teach the 4 generations of wind shadows a lesson. Let Cheyenne village give me a peace point. Yes, Pan-sama. There was a response from the shadows in the corner, and then the sound disappeared. Uchiha Pan knew that just now Uchiha Chu had left with the help of the ability of the shadow space, and with Uchiha Chu's superb sneak attack and assassination ability, it was still not a problem to deal with a 4th generation wind shadow. Master Pan, so what do I do? Uchiha Ling pointed to himself and asked expectantly. Ling, you and Xiangfos are responsible for patrolling the remaining 4 major military regions and allowing the territory of the Star Country to rest and recuperate as soon as possible. Bai, you are responsible for the training tasks in the Void Origin continent, and establish the assessment system between various professions in the Star Country as soon as possible. After Uchiha finished his mission, he left the central building and returned to his home, sorting out what he had learned while teaching Hinata and Cheyenne. As for Tsunade, since he was brought to Xingyian village by Uchiha Pan, it didn't take long for his old state to relapse, and he set up a small gambling house on the Void Origin continent, betting all day against people from the Star Country from the south and north of the world, and the bet was a large amount of Void coins that Tsunade exchanged for his medical ninjutsu and strange power fist. Hashinokuni, the former land of the Land of Birds, which was conquered by the Hashinoku, is now home to thousands of ninjas from Iwahide village. In the Yin camp, the son of the 3 generations of Earth's Shadow Lois had a worried face, and said to the first 3 generations of Earth's Shadow Oniki, Old man, Uchiha is not a guy that can be easily provoked. That alone destroyed the powerhouse of Union Village, and according to the information obtained from the Star Country, the ninja power of the Star Country cannot be ignored. Lois you kid, one of the 5 hidden villages in the ninja world of my Iwayne village, the overall strength of the ninja can be compared to a small Star Country, even if Uchiha Pan's strength is unique in the ninja world, but as long as my Iwayne ninja scatter and form a ninja squad to attack the Star Country, Uchiha Pan is just one person, how much role can he play in the face of such a large-scale war? The 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki said in a deep voice. Old man, even if as you said, my Iwayne village eventually defeated the Star Country, but what if in the end that guy from Uchiha Pan became angry and directly attacked Iwayne village? Lois still can't let go, and there is always an uneasiness in Lois in his heart about the Uchiha Pan, who was gradually recognized by the ninja world as the #1 in the ninja world. Before I set off, I had ordered the remaining ninjas of Iwayne village to be vigilant at all times, and once Uchiha really attacked Iwayne village, let them temporarily evade. As long as this time can interrupt the rise of the Star Country, the purpose of this war has been achieved. Oniki looked into the distance and sighed leisurely. I hope so. However, the 4th generation of Wind Shadow has obviously agreed to attack the Star Country with our Union village, but I didn't expect that now he actually stood still, sitting and watching the war between our Union village and the Star Country. It was really abominable. Lois said angrily. That kid of the 4th generation of Wind Shadow is full of power and trickery, don't worry about him. Anyway, Sand Hidden Village also sent ninja troops to station on the border of Star Country, which was enough to distract some of Uchiha Pan's attention. This time, it will finally be up to us in Union Village. Oniki clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. In the territory of the Star Country, Uchiha Kei and Junmuro set off from the Hoshihide village with 100 shinobi, running non-stop, and finally arrived at the military district camp stationed in the eastern part of the Star Country a day later. At this time, the team of Iwayne village had already turned into hundreds of ninja squads and scattered and invaded the eastern territory of the Star Country. Uchiha immediately ordered the ninjas of the Eastern Army to work with hundreds of upper ninja to start blocking the ninja squad of Iwahide village, and the ninjas of the 2 sides finally met in a mountain forest area of the Star Country and fought fiercely. Iwahide village mobilized a team of 3,000 ninjas, but the number of ninjas sent by the Land of Stars was only 1,000 in the early thousands, and it was impossible to completely stop the ninja squad of Iwahide village in the scattered small-scale battlefield. Uchiha Kai did not mean to divide troops to intercept at all, just a vigorous force with 1,000 ninjas above the middle ninja under his command to fully reap the living strength of the ninja team of Iwayne village, with the strength of the ninja team of the Star Country ninja team of all the middle ninja and above, to deal with those ninja squads mixed with a large number of shinobi in Iwayne village, and in a one-on-one situation, you can almost pay a small price to eliminate the enemy. Once they encounter the elite ninja squad of Iwahide village, or the area where strong people such as Sandaime Oniki and Lois are located, Uchiha Kei and Junmuro will take the initiative to intercept it. And those Iwayne squads that broke through the defense line of the ninja troops of the Star Country, but began to break into the hinterland of the Star Country to make chaos, destroy agricultural buildings, assassinate administrative personnel everywhere. In the face of this situation, Uchiha Kai did not have the slightest intention of shrinking the defense line to rush back to support, as always, slowly encroaching on the ninja power of Iwahide village on the main battlefield of both sides. On the one hand, Uchiha Kai directly issued a national mission on the Void Origin continent through the Star Country military department system. Uchiha K recruits ninjas from the country of the stars in the name of the military department to annihilate the Yue ninjas who have invaded the eastern region of the star country, and pays them according to the number and strength of the number of Yue ninjas killed, and at the same time informs the citizens of the eastern region of the star country to be wary of the invading Yue ninjas, and can properly partner with each other to form a defensive force, and all material losses suffered during the period will be compensated by the military department and the administrative department. With the release of this national mission of Uchiha, the Void Origin continent suddenly surged up, those ninjas from all walks of life who were idle in the Star Country, although they had not carried out ninja missions for a long time, but still held the power of ninjas. These people discussed and gathered with each other on the Void Origin continent, and formed groups to go to the east of the Star Country, ready to make a fortune in this national mission. You must know that the most precious thing on the Void Origin continent is the Void coin, and the Void currency itself is difficult to obtain, and only such a large-scale national-level task will give rich Void currency rewards. Although the strength of these ninjas themselves may not be high, and they have not been exposed to the cruel killing world of ninjas for many years in the country of stars, all this has become no longer a defect under the huge numerical advantage, and I saw that the ninjas of these star countries formed a team of more than a dozen people, and then led by a few elite ninjas, crazy sweepers invaded the Yue ninjas in the eastern region. And the Yue ninja squad is a three-person pair. After facing several times their own enemies, even if they have more ninja experience, they are helpless. They have been found and besieged and died, and even on the Void Origin continent, these groups of Star Country ninja teams will also issue private missions to find the Yue village ninja team, with the help of a large number of civilian eyes and ears in the Star Country to obtain useful information. In the face of such a siege, all the Yue ninjas who successfully invaded the hinterland of the Star Country were not happy for a few days, and tragically found fewer and fewer partners around them, and were finally killed by the tactics of the Sea of People. In a stone forest on the border of the Star Country, the ninja brigade of Iwahide village is stationed here to rest. Boom! Bastard! K. Uchiha, Junmuro. I didn't expect that there were still such two strong people under this guy of Uchiha Pan. 3 generations of Tokage. Just thinking about the strangling that the ninja of Iwahide village encountered during this time, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. At this time, a month had passed since the battle between the ninja of Iwayne village and the ninja of the Star Country, and in such a short period of time, the IWA ninja almost suffered a fatal blow. 3,000 Iwayne ninjas, the ninjas led by Uchiha K and Junmuro, were like evil wolves, frantically surrounding nearly 1,000 ninjas, and those Iwayne ninjas who broke through the defense line of the Star Country Ninja Brigade and successfully invaded the hinterland of the Star Country were chased and blocked by the ninjas who gathered independently in the Star Country, killing all of them. When the 3 major Earth Shadows learned the news, they almost couldn't believe their ears. When were these wandering and idle ninjas so patriotic that they dared to intervene in the war in the Iwayne village of the land of Earth? They were not afraid that in case the Star Country was defeated, would Iwayne village find them to liquidate? No matter how confused and angry Oniki was in his heart, he could not change the fact that the Iwayne ninja on the battlefield gradually fell into the downwind. Even if the last 3 generations of Tokage personally took action, ready to completely defeat the ninja brigade of the Star Country, they were still stopped by Uchiha K, who was always watching Oniki's movements, and the two sides fought each other several times. Almost all of them ended in a draw. The 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki could not help Uchiha K's kaleidoscope pupil ability, and Uchiha K could not forcibly resist Oniki's dust power, and the two sides were deadlocked. And in the face of the confrontation between the strongest combat power of the two sides, Iwayne village, which had been unable to withstand the attack of the elite ninja of the Star Country, and then Junmuro defeated the lowest of Iwayne village, who was also a Quasi Shadow with the strength of the peak of the Quasi Shadow, the ninja of Iwayne village could no longer resist, and was chased all the way by Junmuro with the ninja of the Star Country, almost driving out of the border of the Star Country. Not far from the camp of Iwayne village, Uchiha K and Junmuro stood quietly on a high place, looking at the Iwayne camp in front of them from a distance, and hundreds of Star Country ninjas behind them waited quietly. Junmuro. This time, these ninjas of Iwahide village will be completely driven out of the Star Country, Uchiha said lightly. Driving out of the land of stars is just the beginning. Union village dares to invade my Star Country. How is it possible without paying some terrible price? Junmaro's handsome face was full of iron-blooded coldness. The huge white enchantment cube shot straight down, instantly slamming all the mountains and rocks in front of him into an atomic state, and the figure of Uchiha who was within the dust range also dissipated without exception. What a dust! But still can't help me. 10 meters away, another figure of Uchiha Kai appeared and said slowly, on both sides of this Uchiha Kai, there are also 2 Uchiha Kiaki left and right surrounding Oniki, and behind Oniki, from nothing, another Uchiha Kai's figure slowly appeared. The 4 Uchiha K were 10 meters away from each other, tightly encircling Oniki's body in the middle, while the 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki gasped, his body floating in the air with the help of the art of light and heavy rock, and his expression was very ugly. This ability again. The 3 phantom bodies in one body can be freely transformed into each other, and the maximum distance between the 4 bodies is 10 meters. Even if the Dust Escape Origin Realm stripping technique can instantly penetrate the 2 bodies, it can't kill this guy. And the scope of the dust-bounding stripping technique cannot be covered so much. Now you can only stalemate here with this guy, but the lowest side. Oniki glanced at the battlefield not far away with some concern. There, a white-robed Junmaro frantically attacked the Lois of Iwayne village with a bone blade, while the ninjas of the Star Country were in groups of 3 or 5, almost suppressing the Iwayne ninjas who were multiple times their own, and defeated Iwayne's ninja troops. Oniki, don't think of any crooked ideas. Uchiha Kai looked calm and faintly spoke. Humph, the Uchiha family really came out with some monsters. Looking at the pair of red eyes of the young man in front of him with complex patterns, Oniki scolded unsparingly. Now Oniki and Uchiha Kai are in a stalemate with each other. Not only can they not help each other, but they dare not let each other participate in the battlefield on the side. After all, whether it is Oniki's dust escape or Uchiha Kai's kaleidoscope pupil technique, it is a big killing weapon in this large-scale ninja battlefield. Compared with Uchiha Kai's powerful life-saving ability, only he kills and the enemy is difficult to kill his 3 phantom bodies, and the dust of the 3 generations of Tokage Oniki is a map cannon-like existence, as long as a few dust escapes, keep and kill a piece. Therefore, Uchiha Kai seemed more vigilant, not only letting the ninja of the Star Country and the ninja of Iwahide village fight together, but also staring at Oniki's figure at all times, ready to interrupt the opponent's attack at any time. After all, the current situation is that the Country of Stars has an absolute advantage, and Uchiha Kai wants to beware of Oniki to the end regardless of the random killing. Then the result is not acceptable to Uchiha Kai. 10 fingers piercing. Junmaro threw the bone blade with both hands, locking the space on the left and right of the opponent, and his hands were immediately flattened, and 10 bone fingers shot out. Tudun, Tuliu wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Lois hurriedly cast an earthen wall to block in front of it, and the bone fingers shot at the earthen wall, shooting out one after another fine holes, and the earthen wall collapsed. Taking advantage of this short time, the Lois quickly froze. Tudun, Earth Movement Core. Thundered. The surface of the earth was uplifted, and the violent turmoil instantly overturned the earth with a radius of tens of meters, and Junmaro's figure jumped quickly with the help of the churning rocks and soil blocks, and went straight to the Lois. Corpse Bone Vein, Willow Dance. Sabeki no Mai. Tang Son's Dance. After Junmaro approached the Lois, the powerful corpse vein flow instantly erupted, not giving the Lois the slightest chance to breathe at all, and attacked madly. Poof! Several bone blades directly pierced the rock and earth armor defense on the surface of the Lois body, bringing up a stream of blood. Lois' figure stumbled backwards, fighting for his own injuries, and finally opened the distance between him and Junmaro. Lois couldn't care about the wounds on his body, and the magic seal in his hand was almost finished as soon as he landed. Tudun, the art of mountain soil. Lois gulped loudly and almost used all the chakra in his body. Thundered. With the launch of the Lois ninjutsu on both sides of Junmaro's body, 2 huge rocky hills instantly appeared, and the rocky hills that were several meters high almost instantly moved closer to the middle as soon as they appeared, squeezing Junmaro's body between the rocks. Rumble. The 2 huge rocks completely merged, covering Junmaro's figure. Whew! Call. Finally solved this guy. Lois exhaled sharply, exhausted all the chakras, and fell to the ground. Lord Lois won. The ninja of Iwayne village on the battlefield saw that the Lois finally killed the terrifying ninja who could control the bones, and his fighting spirit was instantly high, and several Iwayne ninjas came to the detached Lois and took him away from the battlefield. Not far away, Oniki, who was confronting Uchiha Kai, also saw this scene, and his expression suddenly became proud. Ha ha ha, Kei Uchiha. That Junmaro of your Star Country has been defeated. Wait until the Lois recovers and see how you can resist the ninja of my Iwahide village. Oniki's tone was full of pride and excitement. Even Oniki didn't expect such a dramatic side of the battle, and the Lois that had been suppressed by Junmaro actually counterattacked and defeated the enemy. That move, the art of mountain stones. Lois had never been used before, and now it suddenly established a chance of victory under a surprise attack. Really? Oniki, do you really think Junmaro was defeated? Uchiha Kai's expression did not change in the slightest, and he looked at Oniki playfully and said, "Could it be that Junmaro was crushed by such a huge mountain rock and hasn't died yet? How is this possible?" Oniki's expression changed, and his attention immediately shifted his gaze to the hill standing on the battlefield. Click! Rumble! Sure enough, almost the next moment Oniki looked over, the huge rock and soil hill instantly cracked one after another, and then collapsed with a loud sound. In the midst of the smoke, a figure appeared in the field, and at this time, the image of Junmaro almost made almost all the ninjas on the battlefield, whether it was the enemies of Iwahide village or the ninjas of the Star Country army, stared at the white figure in horror. A circle of white bone armor covered the whole body, and one after another hideous and sharp bone spurs grew out from Junmaro's chest, back, and limb joints, but because of the squeeze of the mountain stone technique of the Lois just now, the bone spurs on Junmaro's body have been broken and collapsed, and the thick bone armor covering the whole body also showed cracks, which is enough to see the huge crushing force that Junmaro was suffering in the mountain rock just now. In the Void Realm, on the Origin continent, although the citizens of the Star Country are generally randomly scattered everywhere, the Uchiha Disk has gathered the personnel of the military department, administrative department and other state departments of the Star Country to facilitate the timely transmission of information and work needs. On the Origin continent, the eastern part of the land divided by the Uchiha Disk to the Ninja Realm, in a huge valley with dangerous terrain, where the ninja of the eastern military region of the Star Country are stationed. When fighting the ninjas of Iwayne Village, the military ninjas of the Star Country, as well as Uchiha Kei and Junmuro, have all separated their minds and remain here, reporting and transmitting the rapid changes on the battlefield at any time. With the Void Origin Continent, a weapon that can communicate with the soul and time, the ninjas of the Star Country can cooperate with each other seamlessly even on this kind of battlefield. Just like a ninja of the Star Country who glances at the IWA ninja next to him attacking his companion out of the corner of his eye, the Star Country ninja can tell his companion to dodge in the Void Realm 10 times the time, and using the Instant Information Communication Summary, a fighting Star Country ninja can even casually throw a shuriken to the rear to kill the unconscious IWA shinobu located behind him. And before Junmaro was instantly covered by the ninjutsu of the Lois, Uchiha Kai learned the situation from the mouth of Junmaro in the Void Realm, and learned that Junmaro's strength of his own corpse vein was improved in the case of a life and death crisis, and his strength breakthrough reached the shadow level. Uchiha Kei laughed loudly, his expression was particularly happy, but Oniki, who heard Uchiha Kei's words, was suddenly cold in his heart. That Junmaro of the Star Country not only did not die, but also accidentally broke through to the shadow level, and now even the Lois cannot fight against the Junmaro who has been promoted to the shadow level, not to mention that the move that broke out just now has already exhausted chakra, and he is no longer able to fight. And in the face of an unstoppable shadow-level ninja, the ninja of his own Iwahide village may really face a collapse. Corpse Bone Vein, Dance of the Early Fern. Jun Mariah's eyes flashed with icy murderous intent, the power of the corpse vein surged madly, and he drank coldly in his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Countless hideous and sharp bone spurs instantly pierced out from the ground, and the bone spur forest covered half of the battlefield almost instantly, and the bone spurs avoided the ninjas of the Star Country, and all attacked the ninjas of Iwayne. Poof, poof. These bone spurs appeared so quickly that only those ninjas with strength above the upper ninja could react and avoid it in time, but under the attack range of the bone spurs like a dense forest, most of the upper ninja of those Union Village in time could not be avoided, and they were pierced through the vital point of the body and died tragically on the spot. And those Iwayne Village's lower ninja did not escape, as long as it was within the range of bone spurs, 9 out of 9 died almost instantly, and those Iwayne ninja who survived by luck were also hit hard to varying degrees, and then besieged and died by the ninja of the Star Country who had been prepared for a long time. On the battlefield, snow-white bone spurs were interspersed with countless IWA ninja corpses, scarlet blood stained the ground of the bone forest, and the ninja troops of Iwayne Village were killed 400 or 500 people almost instantly. The bloody scene shocked everyone, and the ninjas of the Star Country were followed by high morale, but the ninjas of Iwahide Village looked horrified and looked at the young figure walking slowly in fear. Devil! He is the devil! Run away! If I don't escape, I will die! One by one, the Iwayne ninjas, whose minds were robbed, began to flee, and panic and despair filled IWA Shinobu's heart. Ninjas of Iwayne Village, all evacuate! In the distance, Oniki could no longer care about the entanglement with Uchiha Kai, and flew directly over, drinking high in his mouth. Escape! Retreat! Fall back! The ninja of Iwahide Village have fought less than 1,000 now, and more than half of them have died, and with the rout of IWA Shinobu, the ninja of the Star Country began to chase and kill under the leadership of Junmaro, and Uchiha Kei directly opened Susanoo to attack Oniki, not giving the 3 generations of Tokage a chance to rescue. Rumble! Uchiha Kai Susanoo's weapon is a thick silver chain. The silver chain carries the power of sealing psychedelia. As long as it is touched and entangled by the chain, the enemy will fall into an endless illusion and be completely sealed. Uchiha Kei's huge Susanoo wielded the chain, frantically winding and whipping the 3 generations of Tokage Oniki in the air, and the terrifying power forced Oniki to dodge everywhere. Dusty Escape, Origin Realm Stripping Technique. Oniki could no longer save chakra, and desperately cast a dust ninjutsu, smashing Uchiha Kei's chain with most of Susanoo's body into powder. Uchiha Keiji saw this and desperately used his little pupil power to repair Susanoo, and continued to entangle Oniki, who wanted to fly away. Boom! The battle between the two ended in defeat. Uchiha Kei almost exhausted the pupil power of the kaleidoscope. Even Uchiha Kei, who was carrying part of the immortal body, exhausted chakra, and scarlet blood flowed from his eyes, and it took a long time for the kaleidoscope to resume use. And the 3rd generation of Tokage Oniki also continued to perform dust ninjutsu, and his chakra was consumed, and finally he was taken out of a bloody path by the Iwayne ninja hiding in the shadows, saving an old life. However, Uchiha Kei also achieved his goal, because Oniki's peak power was contained, and under the leadership of Junmaro, a newly promoted shadow-level powerhouse, the ninja of Iwahide Village finally paid the lives of 200 ninjas to retain the last hundreds of ninjas. In this battle, the ninjas of Iwayne village were completely driven out of the territory of the Land of the Stars, and only more than 700 of the ninja troops who invaded the country of the stars returned to the Land of Earth alive, and the lowest of the Quasi Shadow and the 3 generations of the Tokujoniki both exhausted chakra. And the eastern military region of the Star Country, the original number of 1,000 ninjas, after such a period of fighting, also lost nearly 200 elite ninjas, but compared to the loss of Iwayne village, it is insignificant. At the same time, in this battle, Junmeru, who broke through into the shadow level, was a surprise, which represents another increase in the high-end combat power of the Star Country. Uchiha Pan was not surprised when he learned that Junmeru broke through. After all, Junmeru's own talent and qualifications are excellent, and the blood-stained boundary of the corpse vein is also powerful, plus Junmeru also has some immortal bodies, and his own chakra has long reached the shadow level, but he has not been able to match his own chakra amount of powerful ninjutsu. Bai and Xiangfo's were also greatly stimulated when they learned that Junmeru broke through into the shadow level ninja, and Xiangfo's even shouted that they should also enter the shadow level as soon as possible, and they couldn't be proud of Junmeru's pseudonym for too long. Xiangfo's has such self-confidence and reasonable. The 3 of them have obtained the immortal body seed at about the same time, and Xiangfo's is even more because the bloodline of his own vortex family is more suitable for the immortal body, and he has cultivated the immortal body to the point of approaching Daichin early, which is even better than today's Uchiha disc. The chakra in that body has almost exceeded the category of the shadow level, but Xiangfo's is not very interested in ninjutsu and fighting, and he has been fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, so he has been staying in the Quasi Shadow and has not been promoted to the shadow level. Now with the stimulation of Junmeru, Xiangfo's fighting spirit is strong. I am afraid that it will not be long before he enters the ranks of the shadow level. And as the first of the 3 squad to be taken in by Uchiha Pan, Shiro listened to the words of Xiangfo's in his ear, smiled gently, but secretly said in his heart, as long as that ice ninjutsu is successfully developed, Shiro will soon reach the shadow level. Lord Pan, Shiro will not disappoint you. The Land of Wind, in the closest fortress city to the Land of Stars. The 4th generation of Kazekage led 1,000 elite ninjas of Sand Hidden Village to be stationed here, always watching the movements in the country of the stars, and when he heard that the 3 generations of Tokujoniki led the 3,000 rock ninja to fight with the ninja of the Star Country, the heart of the 4th generation of Kazekage suddenly moved. In the 4th generation of Wind Shadow, in the face of the 3,000 ninjas of Iwayne village and the 3 generations of Tokujoniki, such a shadow-level powerhouse, even the country of stars may have to draw most of the ninja power. And although his own Sand Hidden Village only dispatched 1,000 ninjas, but Sand Hidden Village is famous for puppet tactics. 1 ninja controls 2 or more puppets to fight. 1,000 ninjas are almost equivalent to the power of 3,000 ninjas. At this time, if you suddenly attack and invade the Star Country, even if the Star Country will send ninjas to defend, I am afraid that you will be crushed by the ninja of Sand Hidden Village with you. Thinking of this, the 4 generations of Wind Shadows suddenly had an impulse in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to rush into the Star Country immediately and search for it. No rush. Wait a minute. When the attention of that guy from Uchiha Pan is completely attracted by Iwahide village, it is only when my Sand Hidden Village attacks. Thinking of the Uchiha disc that left a great record in the ninja world, the 4th generation of Wind Shadow suppressed the stupidity in his heart. At this time, in this city, in the camp where the ninja troops of Sand Hidden Village were stationed, in the shadows, a dark shadow that did not look the slightest bit different was quietly lurking there, silently inquiring about the surrounding intelligence information. Transformed into a shadow, Uchiha Chu is like a most sophisticated hunter, patiently looking for his prey, lurking in the shadows where no one notices, waiting for the opportunity to kill. I heard that the Land of Stars is now fighting fiercely with Iwayne village. This information of the Star Country must be quickly handed over to the 4th generation of Wind Shadow. Then hurry up. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow has been waiting for this information these days. The 2 ninjas of the Sand Hidden Village walked in front of this dark shadow, not noticing the abnormality of the shadow on the ground, let alone knowing that just now the 2 of them had inadvertently revealed the location of the shadow of their hidden village. Uchiha Aki turned into a dark shadow, and a dark shadow jumped and had already arrived on the back of one of the shinobi with an intelligence scroll, and followed the 2 towards a tent. The 2 shinobi entered the tent directly and said to the 4th generation of Kazekage, who was dealing with official business, Kazekage-sama, intelligence from the Star Country has arrived. Bring it up. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow stopped the work at hand when he heard this, and said in a deep voice. Taking the scroll, the 4th generation of Wind Shadows hurriedly opened it and took a look, and soon looked at the intelligence information in the scroll. Humph. This guy is really calm. The ninjas of Iwayne village have already killed in the hinterland of the Star Country. This guy can still be indifferent. Wait until the ninjas of Iwayne village make a bloody mess in your Star Country, and see that you will regret it at that time. The 4th generation of Wind Shadow did not see the information he wanted, and said with a depressed sarcasm in his expression. Not long after, the ninja of the Sand Hidden Village in the camp tent retreated, leaving the 4 generations of Wind Shadow silently looking at the scroll information on the table, silent for a long time. Wait. If Iwayne village can't force Uchiha disc to make a move, and my Cheyenne village can't be indifferent anymore, I don't believe that under the attack of the two major ninja villages of Iwane Village and Cheyenne Village, what resistance can you Uchiha Pan and Star Country take? The fourth generation of Wind Shadow muttered with a gloomy expression. Just when the fourth generation of Wind Shadow was thinking about all kinds of calculations in his heart, an extremely terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted in the silent camp. Shout! A sword light suddenly appeared from the shadow behind the fourth generation of Wind Shadows, and instantly slashed through an amazing match, containing a sharp chakra shape change of the Tai Deo blade cut gold and jade, directly slashing towards the four generations of Wind Shadows that were caught off guard. Just when the sudden appearance of the Tai Deo blade was about to descend on the skin behind the fourth generation of Wind Shadow, almost the next moment was about to split its whole person in half. The shadow of death in the heart of the fourth generation of Wind Shadow almost covered the entire heart, and a flash of horror flashed in the eyes of the fourth generation Wind Shadow, and there was no time to do any more defense, so he could only do his best to move his body slightly. Poof! Blood poured out, and a broken arm fell to the ground. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow covered the broken right arm with a face full of horror, and the sudden blade almost straight along the right shoulder of the fourth generation Wind Shadow. With the appearance of the knife Mang, a mysterious middle-aged ninja wearing black clothes and black pants with an ordinary face suddenly appeared from a shadow. What man? The fourth generation of Wind Shadows turned pale, and golden sand rose around their bodies, wrapping themselves in defense. Kazekage-sama. What happened? Ah, Kazekage-sama is injured. There are enemies. The movement in the camp tent alarmed the ninja of Sand Hidden Village outside, and as the two Sand Ninja entered to check, after seeing the suddenly appeared in black and the battered fourth generation Wind Shadow, suddenly the entire Sandian camp was alarmed. Countless Sand Ninja protected the Wind Shadow and surrounded the black-clothed ninja who was obviously the enemy. For generations of Wind Shadows, count you lucky. It didn't kill you with one hit. Uchiha Chiu, who was dressed in black, said a little annoyed. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack my Cheyenne village? The fourth generation of Feng Ying turned pale, but he couldn't help but ask. It was too dangerous just now. He was able to survive such a surprise assassination, but he lost a right arm, and the four generations of Wind Shadow felt a burst of luck. That ability to incarnate a dark shadow, hide all aura and murderous aura, and avoid the perception of the ninja of Sand Hidden Village is really terrifying. Hey, for generations of Wind Shadow, this time you are lucky, but I don't know if you will have this luck next time? Uchiha teased. Who the hell are you? The fourth generation of Wind Shadow shouted in a deep voice. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow now only wants to know which side the enemy in front of him belongs to. How can such a shadow-level powerhouse who can turn into a shadow and assassinate anytime and anywhere come to target Cheyenne Village for no reason? What do you say? Uchiha Chu's eyes suddenly turned into a scarlet kaleidoscope pattern and sneered. This is the Sherinan. You are from the Uchiha clan. Are you a ninja of the Land of Stars? The four generations of Kazekage and the surrounding Sand Hidden Village ninjas all changed their expressions. In the ninja world today, there are only two places where there are still sporadic Uchiha clansmen alive. Konoha Village has a young Uchiha Suzuki. In addition to this, only a few Uchiha clansmen are left under the Uchiha clan of the Star Country. For generations of Kazekage, I hope you don't let me meet your ninja in the Land of the Stars, otherwise. Uchiha snorted coldly, and the threat was self-evident. Yikes! Several shurikens shot rapidly, completely sealing Uchiha Chu's body. Uchiha Chu smiled disdainfully, his figure instantly turned into a dark shadow, and with the help of the shadow space, he instantly shifted his position and came to a hidden place to lurk. No need to chase. Until we find the flaw in the ability of that avatar shadow, it will be difficult for us to kill each other. The fourth generation of Wind Shadows looked gloomy and stopped him. Kazekage-sama, how are you? Medical ninja, hurry up and come to the rescue. The ninja of the Sand Hidden Village said. I didn't expect that in addition to this guy Uchiha Pan, there is such a terrifying assassination ninja in the Star Country. It seems that the Star Country is even more powerful than we thought. It seems that this attack on the Star Country together with Union Village needs to stop. The fourth generation of Feng Ying looked particularly unwilling, and said in a deep voice, Kazekage-sama, that guy from the Star Country almost killed you, and the ninja power of the Star Country itself is definitely not comparable to our Sand Hidden Village. We can't let the Star Country go so easily. A high-level ninja from the Sand Hidden Village couldn't help but persuade. Even if we win the Star Country in the end, our Wind Country will have to pay a heavy price, and the current Wind Country can no longer withstand such a blow. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow sighed leisurely. If it is the country of the wind that did not lose much ninja power before the three battles of the ninja world, the fourth generation of Wind Shadows will certainly not be afraid of the provocations of the country of stars. But in the country of wind that has consumed most of its strength after 3 wars, the priority now is to recuperate. If you can't win the war against the Star Country with controllable losses, then regardless of the outcome, success or failure, it will not be worth it for the current Wind Country. Uchiha Aki, who was lurking in the secret, determined the retreat of Sunahide Village, and waited until the ninja troops on the front line of Sunahide Village left the castle and returned to Sunahide Village. before leaving the Land of Wind and returning to Hoshihide Village. In the territory of the Land of Earth, the 3 generations of Tokujo no Ki fled with the remnants of Iwahide Village, and behind him, Uchiha and Junmuro led the ninjas of the Land of the Stars to chase and kill without stopping. Even if they beat the ninjas of the Uwayne Village back to the Land of the Stars, they had no intention of stopping after entering the country of Earth. Oniki was also chased by the ninjas of the Star Country behind him, and Oniki could only dispatch the ninjas in Iwahide Village to come to support, but on the other hand, he was collecting intelligence on the sand-hidden village of the Land of Wind, hoping that the ninjas of the sand-hidden village could attack the Star Country and relieve the pressure on Iwahide Village. In a rocky area in the territory of the Land of Earth, Oniki stayed here with Iwa Shinobu, but did not wait for the support ninja sent by Iwahide Village, but waited for the information of sand-hidden village first. When it was learned that Cheyenne Village suddenly gave up attacking the Star Country for unknown reasons, the 4th generation of Wind Shadow left the front line with 1,000 Cheyenne and had returned to Cheyenne Village, and the 3 generations of Tying suddenly became angry. What a sand-hidden village! This is using my Uwayne Village as a pawn to test the strength of the Star Country, Oniki said hatefully. Of course, Oniki did not know the assassination of the 4th generation of Kaze Cage almost died, and learned that the high-end combat power of the Star Country had to give up attacking the Star Country. In Oniki thought, it must be that Sand-Hidden Village saw that his Uwayne Village was defeated by the ninjas of the Star Country, and re-evaluated the strength of the Star Country, and then gave up the attack. 3 days later, the reinforcement ninja of Iwahide Village finally converged with the hundreds of remnant ninjas led by Oniki, and the strength of the ninjas of Iwahide Village increased, suddenly blocking the pursuit of ninjas of Star Country such as Uchiha and Junmuro, and the two sides faced off. The number of ninjas in the Land of Stars is too small to withstand the endless ninja support of Iwahide Village, and even with the help of the 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Uchiha and Junmuro, they only hold the land of the Land of Earth that has been invaded, and they are unable to continue attacking. On the Void Origin continent, a high mountain peak that was thousands of jong deep into the clouds, and a huge palace stood high on it. This is where the headquarters of the Star Country on the Void Origin continent is located, and almost every high-level ninja of the Star Country in administration, military, economics and other fields will be stationed here, quickly transmitting news orders with the convenience of the Void Realm. Inside the palace, Uchiha was commanding the people in front of him. Autumn. It's enough to teach a lesson about the matter of Sunan Village, and you are now going to the territory of Tsuchinoku to support Kiwa Junmuro. Ling, your kid's hands are itchy. You go over and help too. Kai, Junmuro. Autumn. Insult. I only have one request, those territories that have already been occupied by the Land of Earth will not be returned to the Land of Earth. It should be compensation for this invasion of the Star Country by Uwayne Village. At that time, the 4 of you will show your strength well. I believe that the shrewd old man of the 3rd generation of Tokujo no Ki will know how to choose. Uchiha smiled at Kai and the others in front of him. Yes, Pan-sama. In the territory of the Land of Earth, in order to pursue the remnants of the village of Iwahi, Uchiha and Junmuro invaded the Land of Earth with the ninjas of the Land of the Stars, which is now controlled by the ninjas of the Land of the Stars. Facing the ninjas of the Star Country who were obviously ill-intentioned towards the Land of Earth, and after receiving the support of the ninjas of Uwayne Village, Oniki immediately began to organize an army of ninjas to constantly attack the ninjas of the Land of the Stars. In the Star Country ninja frontline camp tent, Uchiha and Junmuro were resting tiredly, and some of the remaining elite shinobi in the camp tent were also noisy with injuries. Kai-sama. Lord Junmuro, if we continue to fight like this, the ninjas of our eastern military region of the Star Country will be buried here. I wonder what the 2 adults think. Finally, an elite shinobu of the Star Country stepped forward and asked. Inside the tent, as this elite shinobi asked, there was a sudden silence, and many ninjas of the Star Country looked at Uchiha and Junmuro, who were sitting quietly with their eyes closed. This is Lord Pan's order. Do you have an opinion? Junmaro suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and stared murderously at that elite shinobi. Ah, there are no objections from the subordinates. I will obey Lord Pan's order and resolutely not take a step back. Isn't it the ninja of Iwahide Village? I used to be able to beat these guys to the ground, but now I can. Hearing Junmaro's words, knowing that it was the order of the Supreme Pan-sama in the Star Country, many ninjas of the Star Country immediately changed their faces, bowed and replied, and there was no previous resistance. Ha ha ha. Junmaro, you guy is still as indifferent as ever. Inside the tent, a sudden laughter came from a shadow, and immediately, a middle-aged ninja dressed in black instantly appeared in place. Uchiha Aki. You're finally here. Uchiha opened his eyes and said lightly. That guy Ling still needs another day, wait another day. I must let Uwayne Village know how awesome it is. Uchiha said with a fierce expression. It's Aki-sama. Lord Aki has also been sent to the front. And Lord Ling will also come over, so that we can teach those guys in Union Village a good lesson. Thinking of the numerical superiority of the ninjas of Iwane Village in the past few days, almost like a wheel war, it is not only Uchiha Kei and Junmaro who are tired of being annoyed, but also these physically and mentally exhausted ninjas of Star Country who hate the ninjas of Iwane Village in their hearts. A day later, Uchiha Ling finally arrived, and everyone in the Star Country immediately became excited, knowing that the final battle against Iwane Village was about to begin. A rocky and barren empty place in the land of Earth, this is the area where the Land of Stars and Iwane Village have been at war for several days. Today, in front of more than 700 ninjas in the Star Country, there are 4 figures standing. The 4 shadow-level powerhouses of Uchiha Kei, Uchiha Aki, Uchiha Ling and Junmaro silently watch the thousands of Iwane ninjas not far away, as well as the 3 generations of Tokujo no Ki in front of Iwane's army, Quasi Shadow Lois and an elderly ninja with red hair and beard. One more person, it seems that there is also a wonderful guy in Union Village. Looking at the strange red-haired ninja who suddenly appeared among the 3 figures in front of Iwa Shinobu, Junmaro said indifferently, "That red-bearded guy seems to have an extremely powerful chakra in his body, which is the human pillar force of Union Village." Uchiha Kai opened his kaleidoscope and instantly saw through the reality of the old-haired ninja. Hey, human pillar power. Let the people of this Union Village stay here today." Uchiha Chu sneered. "Let's do it together. A battle is decided." Uchiha Ling opened the kaleidoscope and said with an excited expression, "Ona Ki, let your Union Village be ruined today. Susanoo." Uchiha Kai shouted loudly, instantly turning on his Susanoo, turning into a giant Susanoo, holding a thick chain and waving down. "I'll come too, Susanoo." Uchiha Ling shouted, also turning into a huge Susa body more than 10 meters tall, holding a red sword in his hand, and slashed at the Iwa Shinobu army. Hey, I won't be with you two brothers. Shadow. Uchiha Chu instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the battlefield. Ninjas of the Star Country, attack! Junmaro commanded the ninja of the Star Country behind him, and instantly pulled out 2 bone blades and catapulted them into the ninja army of Iwahide Village. Corpse Bone Vein, Tang Song's Dance, Rumble! 2 huge Susanoo brandished the weapons in their hands and attacked wildly, killing dozens of Iwahide Village ninjas with one blow. Kei Uchiha! Hugh is going rampant! Oniki shouted angrily, and his figure instantly flew up to meet Susanoo, who was heading towards Uchiha Kai. Both are old rivals, and they bang each other without saying a word. Lois took Iwa Shinobu and began to attack the ninja of the Star Country, and the last person in the front of Iwane Village, Renzali Lao Zi. Looked at the remaining one Susanoo and no one stopped him. At this time was raging the slaughter Iwa Shinobu among the ninjas of Iwane Village, roaring wildly. Monkey King, Tail Beasting. The red-haired strong man Zuli instantly turned into a gorilla with 4 tails and red hair. Roar! The gorilla beat his chest and roared. Melting, the art of scorching river rock. Dozens of magma balls that emitted terrifying heat suddenly shot towards Susanoo's body, where Uchiha Ling was. Ha ha! Look at me! Flowers are 2 sword. Uchiha Ling was huge, and Susanoo swung the huge red sword in his hand violently. Swish! 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 The magma balls containing the high temperature were cut and shattered one by one, without bringing the slightest pressure to Uchiha Ling, and the broken magma balls were cleverly dropped towards the Iwane ninja phalanx by the Taidao, affecting dozens of Iwa shinobi who were caught off guard, and these rock ninja were burned to death by the terrifying high temperature as soon as their bodies touched the shattered magma balls. Ha ha! Silly orangutan! My kaleidoscope ability is to control flames, and your high temperature magma is much less powerful for me, Uchiha Ling said with a smile. Pick me up! Flowers are 2 sword. The huge Susanoo slashed violently, and I saw a dazzling fiery red light flashing sharply on the fiery red sword, and a huge circular fireball formed rapidly with the swing of the sword, and then shot out instantly along the guidance of the sword. The fiery red high-temperature flame sphere with a diameter of several meters emitted terrifying fluctuations and smashed towards the huge orangutan not far away. Molten, granite, boom, click. With a huge roar, the human pillar power Old Purple who turned into a 4-tailed body blocked Uchiha Ling's fatal blow at a critical moment. Meltdown Huiguo Mountain. Uchiha Ling Susanoo's body stumbled. I don't know when the huge Susanoo turned into a magma sea below, and everything around it was destroyed and burned by the terrifying high-temperature magma, and the only thing that still existed in the magma sea was Uchiha Ling's Susanoo. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the boiling magma in the sea of magma under his feet, Uchiha Ling's face changed, and he knew that he could not wait any longer. Ryuyan Taideo. Absorb. Uchiha Ling Susanoo pulled out the Ryuyan Taideo, and the magma rock that had been completely cooled and solidified suddenly cracked open one after another, completely collapsing. What a 4-tailed man pillar force. Your attack is now returned to you. Uchiha Lingsu was able to leave the blade of the flowing Yan Taideo in his hand with a fierce red light, and the blade body with a violent red light instantly darkened, and all the high temperature energy he had just absorbed gathered into an even larger dark red sphere. Flame, add a dirt life. Uchiha Ling's eyes flashed coldly, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique of his eyes was activated, and in an instant, the huge dark red sphere increased by 5 times, and then a huge flame sphere that became like a small sun appeared above the battlefield. Almost at the moment when this oversized flame sphere appeared, the IWA shinobu around Uchiha Ling who were constantly besieging Su Neng's left body were suddenly killed by the terrifying high-temperature evaporation, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Feeling the red light shining on the body, and then looking at the super huge flame sphere at the source of the light source, everyone including the ninja of the Star Country was shocked. This fireball that gathered the power of the four-tailed human pillar and the power of Uchiha Ling, the power contained in it has exceeded the scope of the shadow level and entered the attack ranks of the super shadow. Go and die. Uchiha Ling shouted grimly, and the kaleidoscope pupil technique plus the earth life controlled this flame sphere to smash out. Ugh, how is this possible? Where the huge dark red flame sphere passed along the way, the rock ninja within a radius of tens of meters suddenly turned into flying ash, and the bones were gone. Boom! Mountains and rocks melt, grass and trees fly ashes, the earth dries up, and the fireball like the small sun descending emits a terrifying aura of destruction, burning and destroying everything that comes across. Roar! Tailed beast Jade! Tailed beast Jade! Tailed beast Jade! Tailed beast Jade! In the face of the huge fireball that brought him a deadly threat, even the four-tailed human pillar force and the four tails in his body also felt a pressure, and the four-tailed human pillar force Lao Zi and the four tails immediately fought all the chakra, and sent out the most powerful tailed beast Jade of the four-tailed beasts in a row. For black-tailed beast Jade energy bodies were ejected and instantly collided with the oncoming flame sphere, and the two slammed together. Rumble! Thundered! The violent explosion instantly resounded throughout the battlefield, and streams of high-temperature magma flame shot out, because Uchiha Ling's Susanoo was fighting in the depths of the IWA shinobi army, and almost all the ninjas affected by the battle between Uchiha Ling and Lao Zi were IWA shinobi's ninjas. Especially the last move of the two sides collided, the terrifying explosion gas wave high temperature swept away countless rock ninja around, even if the rock ninja had already felt that they had avoided the battlefield of Uchiha Ling and Lao Zi. But the scope of the battle between the two sides was still beyond the expectations of these rock ninjas. The strong aftermath of the explosion came wave after wave, lasting for dozens of breaths before it completely subsided, leaving only a terrifying super deep pit on the ground, and there was still a fiery red magma flow in the pit, and the desperate blow of Uchiha Ling and Lao Zi took the lives of hundreds of ninjas in Iwane Ninja. Whew! Call! Finally blocked what this guy came up with. But, old Zi, I can't hold on. The four-tailed human pillar force gasped sharply, and the four-tailed beast Jade that had just erupted almost instantly consumed the chakra of his body, and even the four-tailed Sun Wukong had to stop slowly. You don't have a chance. Just when Lao Zi recovered his weakness with the help of the four-tailed beast's chakra, a sudden handprint instantly covered Lao Zi's abdomen. Seal! Uchiha Chu appeared from the shadow in front of Lao Zi, and the technique with the seal in his hand was instantly imprinted on Lao Zi's body. Under the sealing technique specially used to seal the human pillar force, the four-tailed human pillar force Lao Zi, who was in a weak period, did not have the slightest power to resist, and with a face of horror and despair, he was instantly sealed by Uchiha Chu into a sealing scroll with him. Uchiha Aki! You actually grabbed people's heads! Uchiha Ling, who witnessed all this not far away, suddenly shouted, Hey, hey, completing the mission matters. Now the four-tailed human pillar force is sealed. The defeat of Union Village has been decided. Uchiha Chu said with a smile, and his figure instantly turned into a dark shadow and disappeared without a trace. Humph! The miscellaneous people of Union Village, get ready to accept my feast of Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Ling shouted with a wicked smile. Fire escape, dragon fire art, flame, add a dirt life. Uchiha Ling's huge Susanoo body was sealed, and instantly cast a hideous and huge fire dragon, and the fire dragon was blessed by Uchiha Ling with the power of the flame pupil technique, and finally Uchiha Ling used the earth life to control the gigantic flame long dragon to attack the rock ninja madly, and the Ryoyan Tai sword in Susanoo's hand followed closely behind, constantly slashing a group of rock ninjas. Corpse Bone Vein, 10 fingers in a row. Corpse Bone Vein, Dance of the Morning. Junmeru, as the spearhead of the ninja army of the Star Country, is covered with terrifying white bone armor, and does not care about the attacks of the rock ninja around him, frantically wielding the bone blade in his hand, showing his powerful and strange physical skills, but also has a super large range of group attack bloodstain ninjutsu. Junmeru almost single-handedly divided the ninja troops of Iwane Village into pieces, killing the Iwane ninja people on their backs. At the same time, Uchiha Aki's figure is no longer hidden all the time, but continues to wander in the shadows of the battlefield, suddenly appearing to attack the Iwane ninja, with the ninja of the Star Country or the attack of Uchiha Ling. Uchiha Chu, the assassin in secret, is often able to achieve battle results, and the Reapers are killed by ninjas of Iwahide Village. With the three shadow-level powerhouses of Uchiha Ling, Uchiha Aki, and Junmeru taking the lead in slaughtering, the ninja troops of the Star Country are almost frantically mending their knives behind the three, killing those rock ninjas who have been severely damaged or left and separated. For a time, the ninja troops of Iwayne Village were almost facing a one-sided rout, and this Armageddon between the Star Country and Iwayne Village had basically decided the victory or defeat of both sides at this time, and in the face of the Star Country sending 4 shadow-level powerhouses in a row, even with the strength of Iwayne Village, it had to face the fate of defeat. Ha ha ha. Ona-ki, are you still holding on? Your Yin village has completely lost this time. Uchiha, who had been entangled and fought with the third generation of Tokage Ona-ki, said loudly. Looking at the ninja of Iwahide village who were constantly being slaughtered on the battlefield, even a shadow-level ninja who had been used to life and death for a long time like the third generation of Tokage Ona-ki, his expression could not help but show a touch of sadness and despair. Uchiha. Stop your ninjas in the land of stars, otherwise don't blame the old man for fighting for his life to leave these people in your country of stars. The third generation of Tsuchikage shouted loudly, ordering the IWA ninjas, who were still stubbornly resisting, to retreat first, and then looked at Uchiha with a fierce face. Ona-ki, don't you think it's too naive to let me let go of these ninjas in my Iwahide village with a single word? Uchiha faced Onaki's threat, but he didn't care at all, and drank coldly in his mouth. Although Onaki's dust is powerful, if Onaki fights hard and directly targets those ninjas in the Star Country, it may really bring disaster to the ninjas of the eastern military region of the Star Country. But after Uchiha reported the Uchiha disc on the Void Origin continent, after receiving the assurance of the Uchiha disc, he immediately had a clear idea in his heart and stunned Onoji. Ona-ki, as long as you dare to make a move against the ordinary ninja of the Star Country, Lord Pan will come in an instant, and by then it will be up to you if this old guy is still arrogant. Uchiha said secretly in his heart. This time, my Yin village lost. I, Yin village, am willing to pay for this. The third generation of Tokage Ona-ki saw Uchiha unyielding attitude, and then looked at the current situation, and said in an ugly deep voice. Lord Pan said, the population of these territories occupied by the land of Earth, which was occupied by the land of stars, can be regarded as compensation for the war provoked by the invasion of the country of the Star Country by the village of Iwayne Village. Oh, that's right. Lord Pan also asked his subordinates to bring a word to Ona-ki. Lord Pan said that Iwayne Village is always welcome to come to the land of stars again. A sneer appeared at the corner of Uchiha's mouth, and he shouted at Ona-ki with a big laugh. Uchiha disc. Good. This lesson is taken to heart. The third generation of Tokage Ona-ki blushed and roared angrily. Ona-ki now knows that he has just faced his own threat. Why is this guy so calm and calm? It turns out that he got the signal of the guy in Uchiha Pan. Thinking that the terrifying guy in Uchiha Pan is staring at this, Ona-ki can no longer care about face, and immediately agreed to what Uchiha said. Hand over our Yin village's four-tailed man Zulai Lao Zi. Yin village is willing to pay money in exchange. Ona-ki said with a gloomy face. Want to change the four-tailed human pillar force? Let's go and talk to Pan-sama. Uchiha sneered and dispersed Susanoo. Uchiha disc. You bastard! The third generation of Tokage Ona-ki shouted unwillingly, but he also had to face the fact that the four-tailed human pillar power that Iwahide village relied on as a weapon of war was completely lost. The war between the Hashinoku and Iwahide village only lasted less than 2 months and ended, but the impact of this war between the two countries not only did not fade with the passage of time, but after knowing the specific outcome of the war, all the countries of the ninja world hidden village felt a deep fear and horror in their hearts about the suddenly rising Star Country. The battle between the Land of Stars and the Land of Earth Iwayne Village ended with the Land of Stars occupying 1/5 of the Land of Earth and capturing the four-tailed pillar power of Iwayne Village, and according to the secret inquiries of the major hidden villages, the ninja strength lost in this war in Iwayne Village reached as many as 3,000 or 4,000, almost no less than the loss during the 3 battles of the ninja world. And the Star Country that caused all this to happen only sent 1,000 ninjas and 4 shadow-level powerhouses, but Uchiha Pan, the most powerful ninja in the world as the most powerful in the Star Country, never made a move. The appearance of Uchiha Uchiha Ling, Uchiha Aki, Junmuro, 4 shadow-level ninjas shocked everyone in the ninja world who was paying attention to this war. The Uchiha clan, which was rumored to have been exterminated, actually had such a number of shadow-level powerhouses alive in the Star Country, and Junmuro, a member of the Take Torai clan who had been wiped out by the previous generation of Water Shadow in the Water Country, actually had blood circulating in the Star Country, and was also a shadow-level powerhouse, which really made all parties in the ninja world feel frightened. For the country of stars, in addition to the perversion of the Uchiha disc, there are actually 4 shadow-level powerhouses, and all villages in the ninja world feel deeply shocked in their hearts. In fact, every shadow-level powerhouse is almost at the peak of the ninja world. Even when the country of fire, once the first ninja village, was the strongest, there were only 5 or 6 shadow-level ninjas in the village. But now the country of stars, this guy of Uchiha Pan has actually cultivated 4 shadow-level powerhouses without making a sound. And the country of stars with such high-end combat power, its national strength is almost above any of the 5 major powers of the ninja realm today. Coupled with the expanding land area, it is not excessive to call it the 6th major country in the ninja world. The 6 great powers of the ninja realm. My goal is not something that a single big country can meet. Uchiha looked at the intelligence in front of him and smiled disdainfully. After what happened in Iwane Village and Sand Hidden Village, it's time for a while to be quiet in the ninja world. Take this opportunity to develop quietly and with all our strength. Uchiha Pan said to the people under his command. Yes, Pan-sama. Master Pan, there is news from the 4th generation of Water Shadow from the mist-hidden village of the Land of Water. Uchiha Aki handed Uchiha a scroll and said, Terumi? What's going on with this Guliang? Uchiha opened the scroll curiously and scanned the contents of the scroll at a glance. Wuyan Village wants some quota permissions from the Void Origin Continent? Zhao Mei, this is seeing the value of the virtual realm, Uchiha said lightly. Although it has only been half a year since the Star Country has implemented the Void Realm, there has already been a trend of national cultivation in the Star Country, and a large number of lower patients has begun to appear slowly. These folk ninjas may have only refined some chakra, learned a few basic ninjutsu, and barely met the requirements of shinobi, but the appearance of these ninjas did not consume the slightest national strength resources of the Star Country, but because a large number of Star Country people used the Void Realm, those exuded spiritual power and chakra accumulated a large amount of reserve energy for the Void Mirror of the Uchiha Disc. Because of this, in order to prevent the power and threat of the Star Country, the Land of Earthy Wayne Village and the Land of Wind Sand Hidden Village can't help but deal with the Star Country, wanting to suppress the development and strength of the Star Country. It's just that the strength of the Star Country is unexpected by the 2 hidden villages. In addition to Uchiha Pan, the peak powerhouse of the ninja world, there are actually several shadow-level ninjas in the Star Country, and this sudden situation is the fundamental reason for the failure of the 2 hidden villages of Yinyan and Shahi. In addition to Iwane Village and Sand Hidden Village, which want to suppress the Star Country by force, the other 3 hidden villages in the ninja world face the Star Country with the help of the Void Realm to cultivate ninjas, and each has its own plans. After some research and investigation and even attempts to imitate the Void Realm failed, the 4th generation of Mizukage in the Mist Hidden Village turned his attention to the Star Country, hoping to get a part of the place from the Star Country to train his own ninjas. What do you think of the request of Wuyan Village? Uchiha Pan showed the information to Qi, Ling, and the others, and asked, For generations of water shadows are beautiful? Isn't that the murderous woman that Lord Pan wanted to kidnap back as a little wife in the Land of Water before? Xiangfo's on the side said with indignation on his face. What? And this? Didn't Lord Pan tell us before that Tsunade was the wife he brought back? Could it be that they were also taken captive? Uchiha Ling was surprised. It seems that our Lord Pan likes the kidnapped girl as a wife very much, Bai said in a leisurely tone. Ahem, this topic has been revealed, get down to business. Uchiha glared fiercely at Xiangfo's, who pretended to be innocent, and coughed dryly. The Land of Water is located overseas, and there is no direct contact with our Star Country, but the Void Realm is the strong foundation of our Star Country, and there is no need for us to make wedding clothes for other countries, and cultivate ninjas for the Mist Hidden Village for nothing, Uchiha Aki said. Pansama's goal is to unify the entire ninja world and end all the hidden villages of the country, and if we help the country of water cultivate ninjas now, these ninjas may be our enemies in the future, Uchiha said in a deep voice. Didn't Lord Pan know the 4 generations of water shadows Aome? If the water country Mist Hidden Village is willing to join our Star Country, then it doesn't matter if you help the Mist Hidden Village cultivate ninjas, Xiangfo's quipped with a smile. This matter depends on the attitude of the Mist Hidden Village towards our Star Country, and the so-called paper oral agreements are all useless constraints that can be torn up at any time, Jun Meru said lightly. It seems that Master Pan still needs to personally go out and confirm the idea of Terumi in the Mist Hidden Village. If she does not contradict the ultimate goal of our Star Country, then this matter can also be agreed. Shiro looked at Uchiha and said, It seems that I need to go to Wuyan Village in person, Uchiha said. For the current Mizukage Terumi, the enchanting woman, Uchiha Pan still misses a little, this time to go to Mist Hidden Village. If you can convince Terumi and even Mistyan Village to agree to her request, then it is also an extremely important thing to accept the country of water in advance. After all, the country of water is far overseas, and its domestic intelligence information is extremely secret to the ninja world, and it can be used as a dark sun of its own, laying the foundation for the future unification of the mixed elements. After making a decision, Uchiha left Xingyan Village without hesitation. Uchiha Pan first teleported to Yuyan Village from an ultra-long distance, and handed over the 4-tailed human pillar power Laozi in his hand to Nagato for processing, and before this, Uchiha Pan also extracted a part of the flesh and blood and chakra from the 4-tailed body, purified and quenched it, erased the will information belonging to the 4-tailed Sun Wukong, and integrated the 4-tailed flesh and blood chakra essence into his void mirror. When the void mirror was transformed by the Uchiha disc, it incorporated some of the body essence of the 10 tails, so that the void mirror had the ability to absorb the power of nature on its own, but the 10-tailed body obtained by the Uchiha disc at the time was still the incomplete body that was extracted from the power origin of the 9-tailed beasts, and the innate ability contained in it did not reach the strongest state. Later, when the Uchiha disc obtains the tailed beasts, he will absorb part of the flesh and blood and chakra of these tailed beasts, purify and quench them, and integrate them into the void mirror, enhancing the void mirror's original power to absorb the power of nature. Now, the tailed beast essence that was integrated into the void mirror by the Uchiha disc has 8 tails and 4 tails, and the void mirror has become more powerful both in terms of the essence of the mirror body and the ability to absorb natural forces. After that, Uchiha Pan teleported to the outside of the mist-hidden village of the Land of Water, and after Uchiha Pan first blurred himself and silently entered the mist-hidden village, he first carefully observed the environment and atmosphere in the mist-hidden village, and finally went to the Water Shadow Building and went to the place where Zhao Mei was located. In Wuyan Village, in the Water Shadow Building, in the Water Shadow Office, the 4th-generation Shuiying Terume in a tight jumpsuit was frowning and processing the documents in front of him, and his mood seemed a little irritable. Syllable. Uchiha Pan, this guy. My Water Shadow Scroll has long been submitted to the Star Country, and I haven't even given me a reply until now. Me off. Terumi abruptly put down the document in her hand and muttered with a somewhat angry expression. Swish. Terumi was immersed in her own world, constantly cursing the guy who had made him irritable and depressed during this time, suddenly felt that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. Terumi suddenly looked up and instantly found that she was no longer in the Water Shadow Office building at some point, but came to a mountain forest with singing birds and flowers. What people? Wrong. It's magic. Zhao Mei looked at the sudden situation in front of him, and instantly thought of a guess in his heart. He was secretly cast an illusion. Solution. Ha. Untie. Solution. Damn it. The ordinary dismissal of illusion handprints actually doesn't work. Could it be a ninja who is very proficient in illusion? How did he break through the defensive surveillance outside the Water Shadow Building and come to the Water Shadow Building to attack me, the Water Shadow? Don't. Terumi calmed down and instantly noticed something suspicious. Being able to quietly break through the defense of the Water Shadow Building, and even conceal Qing's white eyes, and can instantly pull me, the Water Shadow, into the illusion. There are not many people in the ninja world who have this kind of strength, do you say? Uchiha disc. Terumi said with a gloomy expression. Ha! Zhao Mei, you are really smart, and you actually reacted so quickly. Not bad. She is worthy of being a woman I value. A casual and frivolous voice suddenly sounded in the mountains and forests, and a figure in black robes and hood instantly appeared in front of Terumi. Ha! Isn't it that Zaome wants some quota permissions in the Void Origin Continent? I'm not letting you feel the magic of the Origin Continent in advance. Uchiha looked at Terumi with a look of surprise. Terumi didn't care about the boy's funny, and after hearing Uchiha say that this was the rumored Void Origin Continent in the Star Country, Terumi's whole mind suddenly fell on this Void Realm. After seeing the other side of Uchiha Pan's personality that was unknown to most people in the ninja world many years ago, when he saw Uchiha Pan start pretending to be frivolous again, Terumi rolled her eyes and directly ignored this guy. Seeing that Terumi did not argue with herself, but put all her thoughts on the surroundings of the Origin Continent, Uchiha Pan was also speechless in his heart, and Uchiha Pan came to Terumi and asked proudly, "How is it? How does it feel here compared to the real world? This is not an ordinary world of illusion, everything here is almost exactly the same as reality, there is no difference. If I hadn't known that this was just a world of illusion, I would almost think that this was another real world," Terumi said in amazement. Long hair and short insight. Who told you this is the world of illusion? This Void Origin Continent is a virtual world that I have opened up at great cost, compared to the real world. In addition to the inability to exist in the physical body, this is almost another real world, a spiritual world. But it is not comparable to those illusions that affect the mental vision of ninjas by relying on disordered chakra. Uchiha said dismissively. Spirit world? This Origin Continent is actually a spiritual world. No wonder my Wuyan village spent countless costs to study and simulate and couldn't build such a world. I thought it was a special illusion world before. Terumi was surprised. For Terumi, Hidden Village bluntly said that the Hidden Village had tried to study the Void Realm, hoping to simulate the imitation of the Void Realm. Uchiha Pan did not pay attention to it at all. Since the Void Realm was opened up and put into the Star Country, the method of entering the Void Realm, that magic rune has long been obtained by the Hidden Village with a heart in the Ninja Realm, and sent a group of ninja civilians into the Void Origin Continent, wanting to obtain specific information on the Void Origin Continent, and even various potential resources in the Void Realm. However, these behaviors were forcibly eliminated and even killed by the intelligence personnel of the Star Country who controlled part of the authority of the Origin Continent, and because of this, although he knew that there were countless resources and interests hidden in the Void Origin Continent, Terame still could only ask for the Uchiha disc, and get the permission qualification to enter the Void Origin Continent. In the future, you will be able to freely enter and exit this Origin Continent, and before I pulled your spiritual will into it, I have already given you the authority qualifications of the Void Realm, Uchiha said to Terumi. Uchiha disc. So you agreed to my previous request from Mist Hidden Village? Zhao Mei heard the young man's words and immediately said happily. Terumi, you think too much. I just handle the access permission of the Origin Continent for you alone, as for the matter of Wien Village, this is one of the main reasons why I came in person this time. We need to have a good talk between us. Uchiha Pan said, and his expression became serious. What price does Wien Village have to pay? Uchiha Disk, you just say. Terumi said in a deep voice. What do I want, Zayamai, you still don't know? Uchiha looked at the enchanting woman in front of him, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Zhao Mei was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted after seeing the young man's playful smile. He was teased by this guy again. Okay. Being able to be valued by the Pansama of the Megatron Ninja realm is also a blessing for Terumi. What's more, my Wien Village still needs Master Pan to take care of you, Terumi said softly, but there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. Today's Terumi is not only a genius girl when Uchiha Pan first met, as the fourth generation of Water Shadow of Mist Hidden Village, not to mention that a shadow level strength is at the peak of the ninja world. Just looking at the changes that Mist Hidden Village has successfully come out of the Blood Mist era over the years, you can see Terumi's wisdom and means. In the face of Uchiha's teasing, although Terumi does not know how true or false the words in Uchiha's mouth are, Terumi, who heard the meaning of Uchiha's words, still has a trace of joy in her heart, but on the surface, Terumi still shows an angry look. Watching Terumi slowly walk in front of him and approach with a smile, Uchiha suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. Such a Terumi made Uchiha Pan think of a word in his heart, femme fatale. Uchiha Disk. Are you satisfied? Terumi's whole body leaned against Uchiha's body, and her hand suddenly hugged the boy's cheeks, and her red lips kissed the boy's lips like this. Ha! The lips of the two were tightly pressed together, and Uchiha felt Terumi's sweet lip liquid, and it took a long time to release the dazed Terumi. Originally, when he saw Terumi's sudden change of attitude, Uchiha Pan still looked a little confused. When did Terumi this woman become so bold? But when he saw the strange fluctuations of chakra in Terumi's underworld, and the faint fiery red light between his lips, Uchiha knew what was going on in this woman's mind. Terumi! I didn't expect you to be so impatient. It seems that my charm is still too great. Uchiha touched his lips and looked at Terumi with a smile on his face. Uchiha Disk. You bastard. Terumi also reflected at this time that he was tricked by this guy Uchiha Pan. Although this place is almost exactly the same as the real world, as the Uchiha Disk that created the spiritual world, he can definitely control everything in this world, and before Zhao, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson by relying on his own dissolving ninjutsu. I didn't expect that in the end, I would suffer my own bitter fruit. Thinking that he had just been taken advantage of by this guy, although this was only a spiritual world, and now he was only a spiritual will, Terumi still felt hot and ashamed. Just now, it was all your own initiative. I haven't blamed you for taking advantage of me. What do you want to look like now? Uchiha said shamelessly. Whew, call. Terumi exhaled vigorously, forcibly suppressed his fierce anger, and said with a cold face, Uchiha Pan, say it. How on earth would you agree to give me a part of this void realm quota in Mist Hidden Village? If anything more is irrelevant, then that's the end of the conversation between us. Just because I didn't make this request in Wien Village, Terumi said hatefully. Blame me too? I said before that you should know very well what I want to be, Terumi. Uchiha said. You still say. Terumi's face turned red when she heard this, and she shouted sharply. I didn't say anything again? I'm afraid you thought badly yourself. Think about what I want now? Or what do I want to do with the Star Country? Uchiha said positively. Why did I think badly? Hey, shouldn't your request be? Terumi's face changed and hesitated. Terumi originally thought that Uchiha Pan was still teasing herself, but was reminded by Uchiha Pan repeatedly, and immediately reacted. I am afraid that what Uchiha Pan wanted was something else, but he was deceived by Uchiha Pan's misleading tone expression before, so he didn't think deeply. According to what Uchiha said, what the Mist Hidden Village needs to pay is what the current Star Country wants, but with the current Star Country national strength and potential, there seems to be nothing in the Mist Hidden Village that is worth coveting by the Star Country. Unless, do you know my purpose in establishing the Star Country? Uchiha asked abruptly. Wasn't the Star Country established by you by forcibly seizing the foundation of the Bear Country? How do I know what you're thinking? Getting someone wrong is a whim. Terumi glanced at the boy and said sarcastically. Terumi, you're wrong. The establishment and development of the Star Country has always had a plan. This plan is really known in the ninja world today, and there are no more than 10 fingers. Uchiha said in a deep voice. What plan? Grand Unification Plan. Uchiha Pan took a deep look at Terumi. Great unification. Could it be? Terumi said in shock. Good. It is to completely unify the chaotic and separated ninja countries and hidden villages. Uchiha said loudly. Are you crazy? How is this possible? All the national hidden villages in the ninja world will not agree. Do you Star Country want to be an enemy of the entire ninja world? Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you defeat Iwahide Village. The power gathered by the countries of the ninja world is beyond your imagination. Even Konoha Village, once the #1 village in the ninja world, can't do it. Terumi exclaimed. Nope. Konoha Village, which used to have the two powerhouses of the peak of Super Shadow, Senju Pillar and Uchiha Madara, could actually do it, but they didn't want to do it in the past. However, now my star country has set this goal as a national policy, and it has been implemented step by step. Uchiha panted. I admit that the star country is very powerful, but the star country is only a Super Shadow powerhouse, and today's ninja world is also as strong as a cloud, but it is not something that your star country can suppress alone. Terumi anxiously persuaded. Have you really seen the strength of my star country? If it weren't for other plans to be carried out at the same time, involving each other and dispersing the forces, even if it was directly pushed across the major powers of the ninja realm and destroyed all the hidden villages of all sizes, it would not be impossible to do it with the hidden power of the star country today, Uchiha said suddenly. Uchiha Pan's suddenly exposed astonishing words suddenly shocked Terumi, who was still anxious. If it weren't for seeing the seriousness and solemnity of Uchiha Pan's face, Terumi would have wondered if the teenager was fooling himself at this time, but when he saw Uchiha Pan's deep eyes, Terumi realized that everything that Uchiha Pan just said was actually true. How is this possible? There is actually such a powerful power hidden in the Star Country, and this power is actually not under your control. Can it be said that there are other Super Shadow powerhouses in the Star Country, and what plan can be comparable to the madness of your grand unification plan? Terumi said in disbelief. Well, there is also a Super Shadow, more than 10 Shadow-level powerhouses. There are also 2 plans that run in parallel with my grand unification plan. Uchiha informed Terumi of all the information. In the country of stars today, after Nagato, a Super Shadow powerhouse, secretly joined with the Xiao organization, the Shadow-level powerhouses have already exceeded the number of 10. If this force can be concentrated together, it is enough to achieve any goal in the ninja world, and it is not impossible to change the world in a short period of time. But Nagato's Xiao organization has the Tailed Beast plan, the Secret Obito and the Eye of the Moon plan, and Uchiha Pan is carrying out a grand unification plan, although the 3 do not interfere with each other at present, but also separate this terrifying force, although the purpose of the 3 plans is ultimately for the final peace of the ninja world, but the implementation of these 3 road plans, in the future, may be in some aspects of confrontation and containment. After listening to everything that Uchiha said, Terumi came back to his senses for a long time, only to see Terumi asking with a hint of fear in his complicated expression, "Why tell me all this? I'm afraid I can't give you an answer today. I'm afraid even we in village will be affected by the pondfish." Not that serious. Even if these plans are leaked, it will be difficult to affect the overall situation, Uchiha said confidently. So, Terumi, tell me about your options. Uchiha looked at Terumi and said in a deep voice, "Do I have any other options? Even for the sake of my water country and the people of Mist Hidden Village, I can only choose to belong to your star country." Not enough, this can only represent my choice. The ninja of the Mist Hidden Village and those high-ranking nobles of the water country will not give in so easily, Terumi said with some helplessness and some worry. Don't ask the Mist Hidden Village and the water country to immediately return to the star country. Now is not the time. With you, the 4th generation of Water Shadow, agree. Who can be sure of the future? Uchiha said with a playful smile. Since my Mist Hidden Village is also a part of your star country, even if it is secret, Uchiha can open your void realm to us. Terumi collected her complicated mood and looked at Uchiha. Let's give you 1,000 places first. After all, the relationship between the Mistian village and the star country cannot be completely exposed, and these places should be exchanged for resources by the Mistian village, Uchiha said. All right. Since the matter is almost discussed, I should also go back and think about how to deal with the follow-up affairs of Mist Hidden Village and Water Country. Terumi glanced at Uchiha Pan, leaned over and kissed the boy again. Uchiha Disc. You will be the man of this water shadow in the future. Zayome's figure instantly disappeared from the origin continent and left, leaving only a domineering declaration echoing in the valley. After Uchiha returned from Terumi in the village of Kiraiai, he notified the administrative department and intelligence department that he could start selling some of the entry quotas of the open void origin continent within the ninja realm, so that they could prepare for their work and intelligence supervision. The high level of the star country has already mastered a certain amount of authority ability of the void origin continent, and can view, track and even go back in time to investigate the information and intelligence of anyone on the origin continent through the void mirror. And because with the help of the powerful ability of the Void Mirror, the Star Country can distinguish and manage all the ninjas and ordinary people on the Void Origin Continent. It can be said that on the Void Origin Continent, every ordinary person and ninja in the ninja world who enters it will be recorded by the Void Mirror their respective chakra breath, spiritual soul breath, and combine the origin information of these people with their intelligence information in the ninja realm, which will be mastered and viewed by the state departments of the Star Country. Unknowingly, these people who entered the Void Origin Continent would expose all their information, including even the degree of experience and ability control of these people in the process of practicing ninjutsu and studying battles on the Origin Continent. Each place is priced at $10 million. Let those major hidden village countries who want to enter the Void Realm pay first and then open it. You can let them use resources such as shurikens, kunao, teideo, detonation talismans, metal veins and even secret arts instead. Give me a sword from these hidden village countries, and open 1,000 places to Wien village. As for the remuneration, I have already collected it. Uchiha said. Yes, Pan-sama. In the inner area of Xingian village, a prosperous area in the middle of a commercial street, a 3-story building called the God of Gamblers Casino. Uchiha grabbed the diminutive tsuna from the depths of the first floor of the noisy and crowded casino, and left in a flash. Bastard plate boy. What are you crazy about? Ozuna was put down by Uchiha and shouted with some annoyance. How have you been in Xingian village lately? I see you're playing crazy. How long have you not come back, Tsunade? Uchiha said in a deep voice. I want you to take care of it. I don't want to live with you. Ozuna somewhat dodged Uchiha's calm gaze and whispered. Looking at Tsunade's reluctant look, Uchiha showed a wry smile, and then asked, Tsunade, your psychic beast is a slug. What for? If you have something to say, just say it. Tsunade said angrily, but there was a hint of curiosity in his expression. I knew that this guy of Uchiha-pan must have something to do with himself, just asking what his psychic beast was going to do. Psychic come, I wanted to take me to the wet bone forest. Uchiha-pan said directly. Wet bone forest? Do you want to learn the art of immortals? Ozuna wondered. Pan boy. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the cultivation of the art of immortals depends on talent. Even I did not cultivate the art of immortals who succeeded in the wet bone forest in the first place, and the slug's immortals do not necessarily agree with you, a stranger, entering the wet bone forest. Tsunade's face was full of schadenfreude, but his mouth seemed to be a reminder. Psychic. Tsunade finished speaking, and directly sealed the seal and pressed the ground. Boom! In a puff of smoke, a small slug-like blue-white slug-like slugs appeared on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade-sama. Why did I suddenly psychic me? Is combat medical need needed? The small slugs twisted their heads, looked around at their surroundings, and looked at Tsunade to the side. Ah, Tsunade-sama. How did you become so small? What's going on? I feel that Tsunade-sama, your current vitality is as vibrant as the rising sun. The slugs looked at Tsunade in surprise. Ahem, I'll talk to you about that later. Little slug, this guy wants to go to the wet bone forest to cultivate the art of immortals. That's why I channeled you. Tsunade heard the little slug's question, and his face turned red and he quickly changed the topic, saying that he did not forget to glare at the teenager on the side. For Uchiha disc maliciously throwing his body back to the way he was a child. Although his body has regained its youthful vitality, this little girl's body still makes Tsunade, who is dozens of years old in his mental age, feel awkward. Is it this teenager? Since it was introduced by Tsunade-sama, of course, it is possible to go to the wet bone forest to cultivate the art of immortals. However, the cultivation of immortal arts is very dangerous. The little slug, looking at Uchiha-pan, reminded. Ahem, little slugs. I didn't introduce this guy to the wet bone forest. You don't have to look at my face, I'm not familiar with this guy. Ozuna on the side heard that the little slugs had not yet figured out the situation, so he directly agreed to take Uchiha to the wet bone forest, which made Tsunade, who wanted to see how the boy was embarrassed, and immediately said out loud. Tsunade-sama. What do you mean by that? The little slugs looked at Tsunade with some doubt, and then at Uchiha, not knowing what was going on with these two people. Just when the little slug's face was tangled and puzzled, and Ozuna looked like he was watching a good show, Uchiha-pan, who had been silent and did not make a sound, suddenly laughed. No need to bother. I already know the location of the wet bone forest. Uchiha smiled and looked at Ozuna-tsuna, and the eternal kaleidoscope pupil technique in his eyes was instantly activated. Two realms are well informed. Following the spatial fluctuations of the little slug, which had just been channeled, Uchiha directly sensed the spatial aura of the wet bone forest where the little slugs were originally located, and his figure instantly disappeared into the house. This is? The art of time and space? Tsunade looked annoyed and looked indignantly at the place where Uchiha had disappeared. Ah, Tsunade-sama, that boy just appeared in the wet bone forest. Through the connection with the mind of the ontology slug, the little slugs instantly knew that a new visitor had appeared in the wet bone forest, and it was the Uchiha disc that had just disappeared here. Wet bone forest, one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world that has been passed down for a long time. The entire wet bone forest occupies a huge area, and as soon as the Uchiha disc appeared from the spatial passage built by the 2 realms, it had already sensed countless faint chakra auras not far away along with the central location and its huge chakra aura. Human, do you want to cultivate the immortal art of the wet bone forest? I feel a powerful life force and the breath of death in you. In the center of the wet bone forest, a huge slug, like a giant mountain, lowered its head and looked up and down at the human teenager in front of him. From the little slug's body mind that was channeled to the ninja world before, the slug fairy already knew the general situation of this human teenager, but after seeing and perceiving it firsthand, the slug fairy still had a trace of surprise in his heart. Not to mention the powerful power of the super shadow peak of the Uchiha disc, although the Uchiha disc has already blurred its own chakra, but this virtual power cannot be completely hidden in the face of the powerful ninja beast that has lived for an unknown amount of time like the slug. But what really surprised the slug immortal, a powerful ninja beast that had seen the rise and fall of the ninja world, was that the huge life force hidden in the depths of the body and the more subtle hidden death force hidden in the depths of the Uchiha disc, the life force and the power of death were all gathered in one person, which was something that the slug immortal had never encountered. Hearing the words of the slug, Uchiha's eyes flashed, and he immediately knew what the slug immortal said. The life force, of course, is his own immortal body that is almost completely established, and after such a long time of continuous cultivation of immortal art, with the help of more than a dozen shadow avatars to assist in absorbing the power of nature, Uchiha-pan has developed his immortal body to 90%, only the last point will completely complete the cultivation of the immortal body, so that his yang can reach the Dachen stage. This is also the main reason why Uchiha-pan came to the Wet Bone Forest, this inheritance holy place, although the immortal body only has the last achievement left to reach Dachen, but it is the natural power required by this last immortal body. If it relies on the shadow doppelganger cultivation accumulation scattered by Uchiha-pan, I am afraid it will take several years. Therefore, the Uchiha disc thought of the abundant natural power in the cave of the Dragon Earth, and if it absorbed another such inheritance holy place containing a large amount of natural power, then the Uchiha disc would be able to save several years of work and cultivate the immortal body in a short time. And this famous inheritance holy place in the ninja world, there are only Dragon Land Cave, Myoku Mountain, and Wet Bone Forest. The natural power in Dragon Earth Cave after being absorbed by the Uchiha disc once, I am afraid it will take a long time to recover. Uchiha disc thought of Tsunade in the Xingyian village, and immediately hit the attention to the Wet Bone Forest, but it is not the slug immortal and Tsunade who cultivate the art of immortals as they think. And for the power of death said by the slug's immortals, this made Uchiha-pan instantly think of his own death chakra attribute, and over the years, Uchiha-pan has continuously developed its own abilities, and of course he has not let go of the ninja-based chakra. As the Uchiha disc continues to control the morphological changes and nature changes of chakra and even deeper chakra materialization and microscopicization, the Uchiha disc is also continuously developing and evolving its own chakra attribute ability, and Lei Dun and Huo Dun and Tu Dun Uchiha disc have developed and mastered a large number of practical ninjutsu secret techniques. However, for the chakra nature of the death attribute that belongs to itself, the Uchiha disc has only developed the two moves of Death Escape, Life-Devouring Technique and Death Escape, Annihilation Spiral Pill, and the chakra nature of the death attribute is still in the initial stage. Slug Immortal, I need to cultivate the art of immortals in the Wet Bone Forest, Uchiha-pan said lightly, but did not answer the question of the slug. This is the immortal art of the Wet Bone Forest, I hope you can succeed. The slug's immortal took a deep look at the human boy in front of him, and handed a stone tablet that recorded the art of immortals to Uchiha-pan. The slug immortals know that the Uchiha disc hides some secrets, but all this is just a pleasure to pass the time and a long life for the slug immortals who have survived for too long. Since the Uchiha disc chose to hide, the slug immortals did not delve into it. Looking at the records of the immortal art that belonged to the Wet Bone Forest in front of him, Uchiha-pan compared it with the immortal art obtained in the Earth Dragon Cave in his heart, but found that except for those different auxiliary things, the cultivation methods of the immortal art in the two inheritance holy lands were similar, while Uchiha-pan himself did not need those snake liquid and other assistants to cultivate the immortal art. In the Wet Bone Forest, Uchiha sat silently on a huge rock, surrounded by dozens of shadow doppelgangers sitting around the body. As the Uchiha disc and his shadow doppelgangers carefully cultivated, suddenly, the unimaginable natural power in the Wet Bone Forest was like a behemoth that was disturbed, and it became violently turbulent, and the natural forces that seemed to be waves in all directions were attracted into the body of the Uchiha disc and the shadow doppelganger. Rumble! The violent force of nature in the Wet Bone Forest surged, forming a wave of wind pressure, and the terrifying and vast force of nature centered on the rock where Uchiha was sitting cross-kneeled, forming a huge energy vortex, and in the center of the vortex, dozens of Uchiha discs were like black holes, frantically devouring the natural forces that were constantly converging. The formless and massless natural energy fluctuations, because the two violent burst fluctuations brought a thunderous roar in the slightly quiet Wet Bone Forest. Such a surging natural energy has all been absorbed. Isn't he afraid of being blown up by the furious force of nature? The huge eyes of the slug's immortals in the Wet Bone Forest looked in horror at the human boy in the center of the huge natural energy vortex in the depths. In the Wet Bone Forest, the vast natural power accumulated over the long years was constantly swallowed and absorbed, and the Uchiha disc cultivated the art of immortals, constantly absorbing and refining the power of nature, and as time passed, the Uchiha disc suddenly sensed a strong sense of fullness and satiety, as well as the looming diaphragm deep in the body. Uchiha-pan woke up from deep meditation, and immediately knew that his immortal body had absorbed sufficient natural power, and now at the final pass, as long as he broke through the past, the immortal body constitution would be completely awakened, and Uchiha-pan would also be able to master the perfect yang escape power. Shadow Doppelganger. Untie! Without hesitation, Uchiha instantly disarmed his dozens of shadow doppelgangers, and launched a charge against the immortal body Dachen mirror. With the return of dozens of shadow doppelgangers, these shadow doppelgangers instantly poured into the body of the Uchiha disc with a huge amount of natural power, and the Uchiha disc only felt a clear sound of shattering in his body cells, and even deeper a slight but unusually clear sound sounded deep in the body of Uchiha Pan, and Uchiha Pan only felt that the vast natural power in his body was instantly absorbed, and the whole person seemed to break out from below the surface of the water, and everything in heaven and earth was no longer different. Without deliberately using the immortal mode, the Uchiha disc felt that the ubiquitous natural force between itself and the surrounding heaven and earth was blending and communicating, and the original powerful perception power and physical fitness were dozens of times larger, and the endless life force filled the body of the Uchiha disc, and wisps of natural power automatically entered the body like a tired bird returning to its nest, replenishing the consumption of the body. Rumble. Feeling his own more powerful physical strength, the Uchiha disc instantly burst out with all the momentum and coercion, and the terrifying wind pressure instantly swept in all directions, setting off gusts of wind in the wet bone forest. Uchiha Pan knew that from this moment on, his immortal body was finally completed, and the power belonging to Yang Dun was finally perfectly controlled by himself, and then as long as he fused the yin power of his eternal kaleidoscope and the yang power of this immortal body, he would be able to reproduce the powerful power of the once six immortals, which belonged to the power of the origin six Deo. Swish! Uchiha Pan instantly came to the slug's immortal, bowed slightly to express his gratitude, and said, "Thank you for the generosity of the slug's immortal. This time with the help of the vast natural power of the wet bone forest, we were able to successfully break through the perfect immortal body. It's really an immortal body. This is the second time I've seen a human with a perfect immortal body. Once that little human guy called the Thousand-Hand Pillar also mastered the perfect immortal body in the wet bone forest like you, but you give me a feeling that is more powerful than the little human guy from before." The slug fairy sighed. Between the 1,000-hand pillars, Uchiha Pan secretly said in his heart, but he did not expect that the original Hokage 1,000-hand pillar also awakened the perfect immortal body in this wet bone forest. So to speak, the 1,000-hand psychic scroll was still obtained from the 1,000-hand pillar. Uchiha retracted his thoughts, then bid farewell to the slug immortals and returned to Xingyan village. Now that yin and yang are all accomplished, Uchiha Pan can't wait to fuse yin and yang into one and break through to the 6 levels. And once Uchiha Pan has the strength of the 6 Deo, then in this ninja world, even if the 6 Deo immortals are reborn and the Itsuki Kagaya is resurrected, it will be difficult to threaten the life of Uchiha Pan, and many planned things can be carried out smoothly. Deep in the underground of Xingyan village, in a secret room that has been depicted with countless sealing techniques, the figure of Uchiha Pan sits cross-kneeled. After returning from the wet bone forest, Uchiha Pan did not inform anyone, and soon came to this secret room specially for his retreat. Uchiha calmed down, consciously feeling the vast and powerful pupil power that existed in the eternal kaleidoscope of his eyes, the power that belonged to Dachin Yin, and the abundant and endless life force in the 100 remains of his body, that power that belonged to Dachin Yang. Uchiha's consciousness moved, mobilizing a wisp of eternal kaleidoscope pupil power and the power of the immortal body everywhere in his body to come into contact. In his consciousness, the purple yin pupil power and the emerald green yang dun immortal body finally collided, and the power belonging to the spiritual extreme and the physical extreme converged in the body, wanting to fuse together. With the touch of the two Dachins yin and yang forces, a wisp of subtle black power began to appear in the middle of the purple and green colors. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Pan's mind was staring closely at the movement in his body at the moment, this subtle black power would almost be ignored, but at the moment when he felt this subtle black power in his body, even with Uchiha Pan's city mentality, he couldn't help but make a wave in the depths of his consciousness. Feeling the depth and strength of that wisp of black power, the power that seems to represent the origin of all attributes in the world, tyrannical thunder, flowing wind, warm water, blazing fire, calm earth, and the tangible and invisible appearance of countless natural things, all of which can be perceived from this wisp of black power, Uchiha felt in his heart for a while, knowing that this is the chakra origin of the ninja world he is pursuing, the power of the 6 paths. Just when Uchiha Pan was rejoicing in his heart and preparing to continue to fuse yin and yang with a bang, giving birth to more 6 Deo forces, suddenly, in Uchiha Pan's consciousness, the 6 Deo power that had just appeared not long ago collapsed instantly after a moment of formation, collapsing into a purple pupil force and emerald green life force. This sudden situation instantly shocked the Uchiha disc, which in turn controlled the contact of the power of yin and yang, and successively fused several 6 powers, but these 6 forces appeared every time and collapsed into the original pupil power and life force. In this case, let alone promote the 6 realm levels, even if Uchiha Pan wants to preserve a trace of the power of the 6 Deo in the body, it is delusional, and Uchiha Pan does not believe in evil and constantly controls the collision and fusion of pupil power and life force, and the two Dachin yin and yang forces merge in the body. With the continuous research and exploration of the Uchiha disc, finally when those 6 realms of power were formed, the Uchiha disc sensed that there was a layer of subtle and extreme barrier power between its own pupil power representing yin and the life force of the immortal body representing yang, and it was this imperceptible blocking force that made the formed 6-path force unable to exist and collapsed. This blocking force gives me the feeling of 2 molds that do not fit perfectly, and there is a trace of discomfort between yin and yang that is difficult to find. Yin Dan is the eternal kaleidoscope pupil power dominated by my spiritual soul power, and Yang Dan is the immortal life force of my body. Uchiha Pan mobilized his perception power with all his strength, frantically scanning every place in the body from cells to soul consciousness space, and finally found a gap between his body and his consciousness space, which was a sign that his soul did not fit perfectly with his body. Is this the reason why my soul and this body are not a natural symbiosis? Uchiha thought of his former self borrowing the corpse to return the soul to this body and survive the second life, and this also means that the perfect fusion between his soul and this body must not be achieved. I thought that when I borrowed the corpse to return the soul, it had already merged with the soul of the original body owner. Now I am afraid that this is not the case. Uchiha muttered, his eyes flashing with astonishing murderous intent. Now that the root of the problem has been found, then solve it once and for all, Uchiha said coldly. Poof! Uchiha Pan waved his hand and slashed his palm with Kuwu, dripping his own blood on the ground, looking grimly at the magic rune on the ground, and an ordinary person in front of him who had just been brought by Uchiha Pan from the prison of the Star Country. Psychic, Dirt Rebirth. Uchiha coiled his print, his hands instantly pressed on the ground technique, and he drank low. The eyes of the death row prisoner who was bound and unable to move showed a desperate gaze, and with the launch of the Uchiha disc ninjutsu, a filthy earth full of the aura of the underworld instantly covered this ordinary person, and soon the body of the death row prisoner was completely covered, and the body covered with dirt showed a familiar face, which was the Uchiha disc in the appearance of a teenager. Uchiha Pan sensed that the soul breath of that ordinary death row prisoner disappeared instantly, a strange spatial fluctuation sprang up, and a new familiar soul aura instantly appeared in the body of the dirt. Looking at the face about 13 years old, Uchiha Pan's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. Sure enough, the soul of that Uchiha disc still exists in the underworld, but fortunately this time I found the clue, this guy can't stay. Uchiha Pan was murderous in his heart. The boy-like Uchiha disc opened his eyes in confusion, looked his body up and down, and wondered, this is the ninja world. Am I not already dead? Who are you? Where is this? You summoned me here from the underworld. Dare to disturb the rest of the dead. The dirt Uchiha disc shouted. Feeling the feeling of being controlled around his body, the filthy soil Uchiha disc was furious, and looked murderously at the only living person in front of him. The end can be seen at a glance in this closed secret room. He is obviously dead, but now he is actually summoned to the Yang world, and his freedom of movement is still subject to people, which makes how can the Uchiha disc, who has always been proud, accept it. The Uchiha disc always calmly looked at the filthy soil Uchiha disc in front of him, and the eternal kaleidoscope of his eyes had already opened, silently exploring the soul memory of the filthy soil Uchiha disc. Under the invasion of the eternal kaleidoscope pupil technique of the Uchiha disc, all the memories of the filthy soil Uchiha disc were unreservedly viewed and obtained by the Uchiha disc, from birth to growth, and even the memory of being killed by a strong enemy at the age of 13, just as the Uchiha disc had received memory information when it was just reborn. However, in the memory of the filthy soil Uchiha disc, after death, the soul fell into a grey world. That world was full of misty grey fog, quiet and gloomy, and the soul of the filthy soil Uchiha disc wandered around, not knowing time and space, and the consciousness gradually lost and blurred, until it was just rolled up into the ninja realm by a spatial force. Uchiha Pan frowned, thinking about the information of the underworld obtained from the soul memory of Uchiha Pan, and thought in his heart, it seems that the underworld is even more mysterious and dangerous than I thought. It is not a good thing to actually make a Shangnan soul consciousness sink and get lost. Hey, ask you, who the hell are you guy? The dirt Uchiha disc looked at the boy in front of him suspiciously, and always felt that the face in front of him seemed familiar, but he didn't know it in the memory of the dirt Uchiha disc. The shouting of the filthy soil Uchiha disc instantly interrupted Uchiha Pan's thinking. Looking at the constantly shouting filthy earth Uchiha disc Uchiha Pan in front of him, his heart was calm, and he slowly spoke, although I can live the second life because of you, I have also killed those culprits who framed and assassinated you, which can be regarded as helping you avenge the killing. Now, it's our turn to end the causal entanglement between us. Let me send you to extinction today. Uchiha Pan's eyes were murderous, and he said flatly, listening to the unkind words, and then looking at the Uchiha disc that walked over slowly with a murderous face. The face of the filthy soil Uchiha disc changed, and he said inwardly, what do you want to do? I'm already dead. Can you still let me die again? What used to be the death of the body is now the death of the soul. Uchiha drank. Bastard. You've got your way. The filthy earth Uchiha Pan suddenly changed his expression when he heard the words of the person in front of him, and he shouted and cursed madly, wanting to seize control of his filthy earth body and escape from this place that made him uneasy and frightened in his heart. Although I don't know how Uchiha Pan killed his soul body, the palpitations faintly coming from the depths of his soul made the filthy soil Uchiha Pan know that he could no longer get out of control, and I was afraid that there would be no good ending. It's just that the sacrifice that the Uchiha disc uses to summon psychic is just an ordinary person, and the strength of the peak of the dirt Uchiha disc is also at the level of ninja, and in the face of the powerful control of the super shadow peak of the Uchiha disc, it is almost impossible for the dirt Uchiha disc to get rid of the control of the soil rebirth technique. Ah, bastard. Move me. The dirt Uchiha disc shouted with a terrified expression. It's useless. Disappear for me. A cold light flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and he shouted lowly, all things are destroyed. The eternal kaleidoscope pupil power surged, everything in reality turned into an illusion, and the filthy body of the filthy soil Uchiha disc disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed, and then this pupil force that erased all existence touched the soul of the filthy soil Uchiha disc, and the soul body was continuously dissolved and erased. With the continuous pupil power output of the Uchiha disc, first the impurity breath in the soul, followed by messy thoughts such as memories and thoughts, and finally even the consciousness and wisdom of the filthy soil Uchiha disc were completely erased. Ah, no way, no way, who are you? And with the contact of the pupil power of the Uchiha disc, the breath and feeling born from the same origin instantly made the dirt Uchiha disc perceive the identity of the familiar person in front of him, and the dirt Uchiha disc completely perished with strong unwillingness and doubts. With the complete disappearance of the consciousness and thoughts of the filthy soil Uchiha disc, the soul body in front of the Uchiha disc only has a pure soul essence, and the soul essence that is as pure as a drop of water is what the Uchiha pan needs. The art of interpretation. The Uchiha disc touched the soul essence in front of him slightly, and the attraction of the same origin instantly absorbed the soul essence into the body, and quickly fused with the soul of the Uchiha disc. The soul essence left by the filthy soil Uchiha disc has long been filtered out by the virtual power of the Uchiha disc, leaving only the purest origin essence. Although these soul essences are rare, they are the most essential things in the soul of a living being. The soul essence easily fused with the soul of the Uchiha disc, and was quickly absorbed by the soul of the Uchiha disc, and the Uchiha disc even sensed that with the absorption of this drop of soul essence, his soul body that had already reached the peak of the super shadow was actually slightly stronger. This makes Uchiha Pan know that this kind of soul essence can constantly strengthen a person's soul origin, but if you want to rely on this way to strengthen the soul essence required is probably an extremely large amount, but Uchiha Pan uses kaleidoscope pupil technique to refine this soul essence, but it takes a huge amount of pupil power, which is completely an exchange that is not worth the loss. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to use the Uchiha disc to break through its own strength and then skyrocket its soul origin, this time, if it weren't for the fact that the Uchiha disc needed the soul origin of the dirty soil Uchiha disc to complete the gap between his soul and body, the Uchiha disc would not have done such a laborious but very rewarding move. And the weak ninja soul essence is also even rarer. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that it can only refine a trace of soul essence, which also makes Uchiha completely extinguish the idea of wanting to evolve itself by constantly absorbing soul essence, not to mention that the power obtained with this external force is far less powerful and easy to control than its own efforts to break through. Rumble. With the absorption of this soul essence, Uchiha Pan felt that his spiritual consciousness was shocked, as if breaking a barrier, and the wonderful feeling of water and milk blending between the spiritual soul and the body as if it were one came to his heart, and Uchiha Pan immediately knew that his plan was successful. Try another yin and yang fusion breakthrough, Uchiha said darkly, quickly sat down cross-kneeled, and quietly cultivated. The light car skillfully controlled the kaleidoscope pupil force and the life force of his own immortal body to contact. The purple pupil power and the emerald green life force instantly converged and merged, and a black six-way force appeared instantly. This time, after the appearance of this black restrained power of the six paths, there was no such instant collapse as before, but with the smooth appearance of the first wisp of the power of the six paths, the power of yin and yang in the body of Uchiha's disc became easier and more convenient to fuse. Although the black power of the six paths is subtle, as soon as it appears, it is like a dragon traveling all over the world, and the surrounding yin and yang power is constantly encroached and fused, and then more six-realm forces appear, under the deliberate control of the Uchiha disc. The eternal kaleidoscope pupil power and the perfect immortal life force continue to flow, and then continue to fuse with the help of these six-realm forces. And with the continuous fusion of pupil power and life in the body of Uchiha's disc, wisps of the power of the six paths continue to appear, and then converge into a drop of pitch black and restrained power of the six paths. So far, as long as the wisdom disc fuses all the pupil power in its body and the power of the immortal body, it can successfully break through to the six-realm level. At this speed, if you want to completely fuse the kaleidoscope pupil power of the body and the immortal body into the power of the six realms, I am afraid it will take about a year. Uchiha carefully sensed and calculated the fusion speed of the six forces that kept appearing in his body, and sighed. To know how vast and huge the pupil power and life force are in the body of the super shadow peak, yin and yang escape Dachin, and the promotion of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel-eye and the perfect immortal human body of the Uchiha disc, the pupil power and life force are so vast and huge that they can all be fused into one within a year and enter the six levels, which still requires the continuous cultivation and cooperation of the Uchiha disc for a year. It seems that I need to go on a thorough retreat and penance, and the affairs of the Star Country depend on the help of the shadow doppelgangers, Uchiha muttered. Then, Uchiha disc performed the true shadow doppelganger technique, dividing his chakra into 3 equal parts, allowing the 2 shadow doppelgangers to sit in Xingyan village, while Uchiha Pan's body silently stayed in the secret room to break through the 6 realms of penance. Star Hidden Village, one of the shadow doppelgangers of the Uchiha disc sits in the central building, dealing with everything in the country of the stars. As the country of stars becomes one of the great powers of the ninja world, not only the development of the country of stars requires a lot of energy, even the visits of other countries in the outside world also need to pay attention to precautions, but fortunately, the shadow avatars have the assistance of the virtual mirror, and it is easy to deal with these problems. As for the shadow avatar of the other Uchiha disc, he came to his residence in Xingyian village and began to teach the cultivation of Shiro, Xiangfos, Hinata, and Ziwan with his heart. Both Bai and Xiangfos have reached the strength of the peak of Quasi Shadow, and they are only one step away from entering the ranks of the shadow level, but for the cultivation of the two, Uchiha Pan only generally points out some directions, and how to choose and decide depends on Bai and Xiangfos themselves. The strength of the shadow level, the chakra amount of the two has long reached the standard because of the immortal body, but the direction and promotion of their own bloodstain